Our main character today is Kim Jung-in, the strongest fake awakening who is cloaked in a hero's mantle by the world. In the final bloody battle with the monster, he was sent away by Fapnia to sell salt. Perhaps the heavens felt that such talent dying just like that would be a waste, so they pulled his soul back 20 years. Jung-in is reborn in the body of a student named Kim Soo-hyun with a mission in his second life. Whether it's different from the previous life, we have to go back to that fateful rainy night. A voice echoes, and a hero only sees a translucent hand reaching out ahead. A picture of a muddy-faced boy appears. The mysterious figure pulling on Jung-in's sleeve pleads, "Please save this world. Everyone is counting on you. Please, our hero, save us. Please protect us, I beg you." Our hero, the hero. Countless invisible hands are trying to hold on to the small figure in front of us, only seeing the boy biting his lip, trembling, voices echoing one after another. "Please save us." Oh, great hero. With tears in his eyes, he grits his teeth and calls out, "Mom, everyone says I'm a hero saving the world, so why do I have to be a hero?" The woman in front of me didn't say anything, only gently smiled kindly, while the boy choked back tears and sobbed. "I want everything to end here. It's too overwhelming and truly frightening." Suddenly the woman spoke. "Son, you are the hope of the entire world." So then she pushed Jung-in harshly backward. The boy, confused and unable to react, was caught off guard, while the woman coldly ordered him to stop crying so weakly and shamefully, and be willing to sacrifice like a true hero, as countless hands pull the boy down into the depths of despair. The image of a drop of water falling onto Jung-in's face appears. The heavy rain begins to pour down, and as he feels the rain, he slowly opens his eyes. Fake Kim Jung-in. Jung-in is now trying to lift himself up amidst the wreckage. He slowly got up with his sword in hand, thinking it would be better to take a walk and get some fresh air. Then Jung-in in the tall building raised an eyebrow and looked down. The group of monsters with strange bodies all moved forward together. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sneer, but those monsters wouldn't give me even a moment's rest. Zheng Wei looked at the large number of monsters below and couldn't hide his annoyance. "So you guys gather pretty quickly, huh? Damn annoying pests. Magic power index 971, magic power level 91. The monsters also looked up. At the same time, Jung-in with red pupils glared at the strange monsters and then charged fiercely at them with his weapon in hand. The monsters, unafraid, charged forward fiercely as Jung-in swung his sword behind him, hero title, unleashing countless strikes at them. His foot forcefully stomped on the top of a monster's head to gain leverage. He uses it as a springboard to propel himself upward. Then Jung-in, with his weapon in hand, grits his teeth and strikes down hard. A loud bang echoes and a huge crack appears on the ground. After delivering his strike, Jung-in frowns and gasps for breath. Suddenly, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, and at the same time, a deep voice echoed. As expected from the hero of humanity, an image of a giant hand touching the ruined building appears. A strange creature appears before Jung-in, and Fapnia opens its giant mouth. This is the force of attraction of the power. You frown at what's in front of you as strange sounds keep ringing out. I, Fapnia, must admit, you deserve to become part of me. Jung-in slightly squints at Fapnia ahead, his voice echoing throughout the space. I will defeat you, and then take away that incredible power directly. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, and without hesitation, it threw Jung-in into the building. The boy let out a few loud coughs in distress, but a contemptuous, tired smile still appeared on his face. Zheng Wei looks at Fapnia in front of him and sneers. "So this is how everything ends?" "Hero," a gentle voice echoed in my mind. "Your son is still alive, so don't make me laugh. Under the pouring rain, it looks like the end of the world." The image of monsters flying through the air appears. The rain shows no sign of stopping, and Jung-in still lies on the ground. He grits his teeth in frustration, trembling, realizing he ultimately couldn't protect everyone. "Hero? I don't give a damn." And then Fapnia raised his hand high and brought it down, aiming his fist at Jung-in's position, while Jung-in thought to himself that in the end he really was nothing at all. A black space appears, and after fainting for a while, he slowly opens his eyes. A hurried voice echoes. The faint light gently shines down, causing Jung-in to frown slightly. Then he started to open his eyes to feel the sunlight, and a friend looking at Jung-in lying on the ground happily spoke up. "Hey, Kim Soo-hyun, young man, when you fainted, we thought you were dead." Hearing the call, Jung-in was surprised and opened his eyes wide, then immediately sat up so suddenly that everyone was startled. "What? How can you get up like a ghost?" Jung-in's face shows confusion, not understanding what is happening. Then he looks down at his healthy hands. Then he looked up at the clear blue sky above. Jung-in staring blankly at the sky with the puzzled eyes of a curious friend. And then he raised his eyebrows, quietly asking himself, "Is this a dream?" Dong-in still sat there, muttering, I really am a monk now. What are you talking about? What the hell is he talking about? Someone else said with amusement. But if you've woken up, you should keep taking the hits, right? Sung-ai looked at the person in front of him with a hint of surprise. You really are alive? Then he grabbed Sung-in by the collar. Be quiet already and stop saying meaningless things. I was surprised when I looked up at you while being grabbed by the collar. At the same time, an opponent's punch was about to hit Sung-in's face, but he quickly raised his hand to block the strike. That guy, seeing Sung-in dare to fight back, couldn't help but frown in surprise. His eyes also grew colder. Next, Sung-in forcefully swings his hand and lands a powerful punch directly on the opponent's face. He is hit and immediately rolls away like a ball. The other three guys looked at the scene with their mouths wide open in surprise, and after swinging his hand, Dong-in hurriedly explained, Sorry, it was a reflex. That guy, after taking a hit, roars in anger. Are you crazy? Kim Soo-hyun, you won't get away today. Suddenly a man announced loudly, Hey, Jang Hee-hook, the police are coming. He nervously turned around with a swollen cheek. What? Why now? Next, Jang Hee-hook angrily warns him, Soo-hyun, it's best if you're on the field tomorrow. Sung-in with a bewildered look whispers to himself, Kim Soon. But my name is Kim Sung-in. Next, he struggled to stand up and wondered in confusion what on earth was going on. Suddenly, Sung-in noticed the phone on the ground, then reached out to pick it up, a thought crossing his mind. Is this theirs? At the same time, Sung-in kept biting his lip. Which one should they have that's better? Anyway, this phone is too old, at least 20 years old. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise, as if he had just seen some information. Dong-wai looked at the face reflected on the phone screen with a bewildered expression. Who is this? This is a story that begins at a point in the future. In 2042, the world was destroyed, not by the end of Earth or a catastrophic explosion. After the event, countless dungeons appeared all over the world, from unexplored caves, with monsters spilling out and beginning to conquer the real world. These monsters emerged to invade and destroy human habitats, thanks to a phenomenon also known as the Awakening. Soon, their armies overwhelmed humanity, and the once peaceful world was mercilessly destroyed. But luckily, humans are quick to adapt and grow stronger. However, on the other side, those who gained powers to fight against the disaster also appeared. Humans with new abilities can fight against the monster horde. They are also known as Awakeners, and Kim Sung-in is one of them. However, the monster's power is no joke. Even if humanity perishes, he alone faces the monsters to the very end. He is incredibly resilient, standing firm and refusing to give up, the last remaining human and the strongest pseudo-ascendant. That was when, until now, a strained voice of a person echoed, and the police officer's expression looked like he was interrogating, What's your name? Soo-hyun still hasn't gotten used to this new identity of mine. Kim Sung, right? No, it's Soo-hyun. He needs to ask basic information to make a record. Even the birth date is still unclear in your mind. What do you mean? He patiently repeated himself. How old are you? Can you answer a bit faster? Actually, Soo-hwan doesn't even know how old this body is anymore. Your distracted gaze flicked to the calendar on the wall. 2022. A sense of confusion and ambiguity creeps into my mind. If I'm not mistaken, it should now be the year 2042. But this was 20 years ago. A moment of silence prompts the police officer to remind him again. Hey kid, answer quickly. X. Hyun suddenly jolted awake. No, I am 19 years old. Hearing that, he also casually dismissed it and moved on. It seems you're still a student. I'll ask again and then let you go. All right. You're 19 and you don't remember your home address? He looked at your face with confusion, so you only remember your name and age, right? Meanwhile, Soo-hyun still feels like this moment is a distant, unfamiliar dream. I thought I was definitely dead at the hands of Fapnia. Why are you letting the other person get so angry? Where is your mind going? Your final exam is probably coming up soon, but it seems like you haven't heard about it anyway. Am I dreaming, or is it Nia's magic? However, the last memory of Fia's fist crashing down is still clear. Shun clenched her fist tightly on her lap to reaffirm it. No, this feeling is not fake. For some unexplainable reason, you must admit that you have definitely traveled back to the past, and at the same time, you cannot forget your old body. But where is my body, Kim Sung-in? What do I need to do to return to that body? Right now, there are too many things I don't understand. The detective kept talking, but ex-Hyun still didn't pay attention, so he sighed and decided to forget about it, since saying more would be useless. Your mother is on her way here, so get ready to be picked up when she arrives. He also sincerely gives you a reminder. Once you're back, don't wander around anymore. Stay home and settle down. especially since the construction sites around keep appearing on the news, so don't go wandering around there anymore. This statement confused him. The police officer kept complaining about running into someone as clueless as you. Kids these days really don't know what fear is. Suddenly, a trembling voice interrupted. Shu Hyun. A middle-aged woman suddenly hugs Shu Hyun with a worried look. Thank God, why are you at the police station? Her face was close to his, and her eyes showed genuine concern for him. What's wrong with your face? Are you okay, my child? At first, Shu Hyun's gaze seemed too vague. Who is that? Is she the mother of the person this body belongs to? Finally, the mother took him out of the police station as the evening sun bathed the small town. Walking home, she wondered, did you forget the address? It's true that our family moved before, but has something happened recently? Your tone sounds a bit distracted. It's just that I haven't gotten used to the new address yet, Mother. Hearing that, Soo Hyun's mother suddenly chuckled in amazement. Ah, that's strange. Why are you suddenly being so polite? You don't resemble her at all. That comment hit a nerve. Really? For a moment you were stunned and didn't know how to respond. Oh no, what should I say now? A shadow flickered in Soo Hyun's eyes. Should I apologize to her for causing trouble first? Suddenly, a hand extended a handkerchief in front of me. Just wipe your face first. Did those kids at school bully you again today? When will they realize their own behavior? She even advised him to rely on himself and to tell her if they dared to do it again, and then she naturally reached out and took his hand. Next time, I won't let it go. Ex-Hyun, momentarily stunned by the attention, was pulled away. Suddenly, she broke the silence, but the boy, lost in thought, was startled. Yes. The mother looked around, full of curiosity and confusion. Why is there no one in the park today? Is something wrong? Hearing that, you start to notice something unusual here, only now realizing how unusually quiet it is around. As the two of them struggled to understand, the creature caught their scent and silently approached with sharp teeth and quiet footsteps. Your mother, seeing them stop a distance away, urged them on. Why are you stopping? Hearing that, you finally realize you're here. But before Soo Hyun can take a step, she hears a growl, followed by a series of rapid four-legged footsteps. The sound became clearer in the quiet space, causing him to turn his head. Unfortunately, what he saw was a set of sharp teeth from the beast. Ex-Hyun's pupils shrank in shock at the sight of a wolf. You instinctively spun around and threw your bag over your shoulder, causing your belongings to scatter everywhere. The wolf only managed to bite a piece from your bag before Lee suddenly stopped in his tracks. No, it's not an ordinary wolf. Soo Hyun is very familiar with the monster that defeated him so long ago. I'm sure it's a war dog. Now you understand the vague hint in the police officer's words. So what the police officer said earlier, combined with what you knew about these monsters, is that this is a resurgence. However, there's something strange happening in this story. 2022 is the year when the frequency of these outbreaks gradually increased, so there's no way monsters would appear right in the middle of the city like this now. There are two snarling wolves staring straight at them. Shun's eyes subtly scan the objects around him. The question is how to defeat them. First, I need something to use as a weapon. There's no other choice, so you'll have to use a nearby umbrella next to the chair. Your mother just saw them and realized with disbelief that they are monsters. The media reported that everything has been dealt with, but you can only stand guard for her. Mom, don't move. Soo Hyun clenched his lips and tightly gripped the umbrella handle, pointing it at the pack of wolves. I'm still not used to this body, but if I focus on one, I should be fine. Suddenly a wolf jumps high, snarling as it lunges at the first person. Immukt. Hyun struggles to lean and keep up with its pace while grinding his teeth and swinging the tip of the umbrella to cut through the wolf's body. The wolf immediately yelped in pain. A long, bloody scratch appeared on its body, but that was not enough to defeat it. It immediately turned back and bit back. Soo Hyun, right there, also noticed the unusual movement of the wolf. He quickly reacts, raising his umbrella to block its snout. However, the wolf's strength is too great, causing his arm to tremble from the shallow cut. For a moment, he was pinned to the ground and couldn't do anything else, unable to believe he lacked the strength to defeat such a low-level monster. If he were still in his old body, one strike would have been enough to take them down. At this moment, Soo Hyun secretly wishes for a miracle, or at least the body of an awakened one. But there is no miracle, only the remaining wolf taking this opportunity to charge forward. He realizes too late its appearance. Another one? Yet a figure rushed out, risking everything to tear the massive body of the wolf apart. At that critical moment, his eyes turned incredulous. Everything happened in an instant that Soo Hyun didn't expect. His mother. Your mother was knocked down by the wolf and thrown to the ground by a strong force. Your expression becomes unbelievable and hard to explain. Why did she just save you? Soo Hyun didn't bother arguing and kicked the wolf in front of him away. Ignoring the two wolves behind, he rushed to her. Mom, your voice couldn't hide your panic and worry. Why did you do that? It's very dangerous. Her mouth still mutters Soo Hyun's name. However, Soo Hyun's mother's eyes were closed. She was fine, so her words made his face freeze in shock. You still have to live until the very end. After saying that, she immediately fell silent. He gently laid her down, then there was an unclear silence from Soo Hyun. The two wolves still lurked, waiting for the right moment to attack from behind. But they hesitated because of the dark aura emanating from the young man. Hyun's voice grew unusually deep and ominous. Hey, you guys, suddenly you seem to have become darker than us. Are you tired of living? The two beasts immediately sensed the danger emanating from the opponent and without hesitation leapt away. Fleeing instinctively as Hyun, going crazy, grabbed the umbrella from earlier and decided to risk everything. I won't let anyone escape from here. But as he took a step, his legs refused to obey anymore, and in one move, he collapsed onto the ground, unable to move any further. Soo Hyun's smile became strained. Luckily, the two wolves didn't see it earlier. The sky is gradually turning gloomy, even my strength is fading. Turns out I'm too weak to chase after them, but I can't just leave the two of them lying here. For now, just go home. As I helped my mother onto my back, a sharp pain struck. My back just got injured, and suddenly Soo Hyun remembers something extremely important, and no matter what, he wonders if he will become homeless after arriving here. I wonder where my home is. It wasn't until the sky shifted from purple to deep blue that I managed to crawl back to a small apartment that wasn't too fancy. Hyun is panting, laying his mother on the sofa, finally back here. He feels a bit lucky and clever, glad he kept the address in his wallet, or he might have ended up homeless and wandering the streets. Suddenly, the person on the sofa turned over, startling him. It seemed she had dreamed of what just happened, but still wanted to protect him. Soo Inen, don't worry, I'm here. Even in the dream, she wouldn't care about her own life. Run away now, my child. Faced with these words, Soo Hyun's face subtly grimaced, unable to utter a word. He still couldn't forget what he had just seen. Why is my mother so fiercely protective? A strange question echoed in my mind, just to keep me safe. Soo Hyun's face became uncertain as he stared intently at this new mother figure, wondering about this strange body. Why is this body so weak? This feeling is completely different from my old body. I can't believe this body is so fragile. Just a few encounters with monsters and it's already so difficult. The helplessness inside makes you angry. Do you really have to be reborn into this fragile, easily broken body? Soo Hyun doesn't want everything to be like in the past life, just to repeat that tragic failure again. As you were focused on your thoughts, a faint gate slowly opened. At this moment, I still didn't notice its appearance. No, I need to stay calm. No matter how bad the situation is, I must stay clear-headed and alert to find a new way. A sudden, muffled noise breaks the silence. The user confirms. For a moment, that familiar voice felt strange, and the process was complete. Soo Hyun gazed blankly at the suddenly appearing door. The valid user Kim Soo Hoi opens the gate. There's no way he could mistake that sparkle. Zero gravity, huh? This door in front of me feels really familiar. The zero-gravity gate opening means this body is gradually becoming an imitation of awakening. Does that mean I can start over with this Kim Soo Hoi body? For a moment, Soo Hyun hesitated, looking down at his hands. After all, in 2022, I, Kim Sung-in, was still just an ordinary person. Look at this now. It seems I entered the void even earlier than my previous body, but the dazzling gate before me is incredibly tempting and comes at just the right time. From here, you won't miss this opportunity. All right, since you're already here, there's no need to hesitate anymore. Ixhai Unyun steps into an empty space, welcoming you to the Challenge Tower. This place appears simultaneously with the dungeons. The Challenge Tower, also known as the Void, grants humans the power to fight against monsters. If a user is qualified to pass the first floor of the tower, they will be recognized as an awakening false, and then by climbing floors, that individual will become stronger and stronger. You are currently one of the chosen ones. For this reason, most users aim for higher floors as their goal. But in reality, there is a system inside the tower more important than climbing floors. The vacuum system begins to speak. Kim Soo Hyun's user will begin the challenge. Entering level 1. This is a new starting point for Soo Hyun's new life. The system provides preset difficulty levels as usual. Please choose the difficulty level. You can select from the lowest level 1 to the highest level 10. You didn't hesitate to choose the highest level 10. The system confirmed your choice just as quickly. Each floor has a level. You have chosen level 10. Next to the number of floors in the void, a level system is also added to each floor, sharing the same level. The higher the difficulty you choose, the stronger the monsters become, and of course, stronger monsters mean greater rewards. The space in front suddenly expanded further, which is the price to pay for choosing such a high and dangerous difficulty level. In short, you take risks to gain more. Xiun is taken to a different place to begin the challenge. The first floor of the trial tower, suddenly the space transforms into an arena, and the level 10 difficulty begins. At this point, I charge forward without turning back. I understand why choosing level 10 makes sense, but am I going to be okay? Even when things were really tense before, I only chose level 8. My determination in my eyes skyrocketed because of my goal. I have to overcome this. The dark future of humanity's collapse will come. If I keep following the same path as before, the outcome will be the same. A small circle displaying weapons appears around. Please choose a weapon. Outside, the blue light reveals bipedal monsters that look like chickens. As soon as Zhu Hai grabs a weapon, the challenge begins. I have to let the blue shield disappear to face them and move forward. A few hours later, now under the peaceful moonlit night outside reality, a person on the street suddenly shouted, like a pig being slaughtered. He was backed into an alley by two wolves, dragging him backward, knowing he couldn't fight the monsters. Their fierce, menacing eyes slowly approach. Is anyone there? In front of its sharp teeth, the man could only scream out loud, "Someone, please." At this moment, Shu Hyun appears like a hero, finally discovering the truth. A blinding flash of light strikes, dazzling the miserable man. He suddenly jumps out from somewhere and kicks the attacking wolf's jaw, casually holding the blue umbrella he grabbed earlier, and in Shu Hyun's eyes, a cold, deep light flashes as the thin umbrella shatters the wolf's body into pieces. Everything happened in an instant, leaving the other wolf stunned. My voice was cold and vengeful, seeking retribution. I told you I wouldn't allow you to run, didn't I? That's right. Don't worry, I will comfort the bewildered wolf in this situation. Hyun swung his hand in a sweeping motion. A bright light flashed, his eyes turned cold, and he threw the umbrella aside. Mei will join the guild with him soon. Fake Kim Shu Huin, the first floor trial tower, completed at difficulty 10. Recent news reports mention the appearance of monsters, and lately we have observed an increasing number of dungeons. Compared to 2019, when the first dungeons appeared, the number of new dungeons has now tripled. Humanity must adapt to their emergence. One day, dungeons suddenly appeared, causing much controversy and having a huge impact. They had to analyze this new phenomenon. Dungeons and challenge towers may look similar at a glance, but their internal structures are completely different. With high and low-level systems, each color indicating different difficulty levels from 1 to 10 per floor, varying by color and across floors. Now we will delve into the differences between them based on the available information, along with a general lesson about these two phenomena. Dungeons, challenge towers, and the entire system. The whole world is focused on those unidentified objects that appeared simultaneously. Their curiosity and excitement about these things continue to grow, but alongside the danger comes tempting rewards. Meanwhile, the energy sources used by players in the real-world stone dungeons are becoming increasingly diverse. The treasure ores found in these stone dungeons have skyrocketed in value, making the fake awakeners rise to the top. The rewards gained from the dungeon not only affect daily life, but also have a strong impact on the global economy, attracting fake civilians with the artifacts obtained from conquering the dungeon. Achievements and fame followed suit until the warning bell began to ring. However, no one knew that the editor, constantly issuing urgent alerts, had already issued several warnings about the danger of the uprising. The phenomenon of monsters pouring out of dungeons into the real world is happening, with dungeons from high to low levels experiencing a rise. But overall, in the long run, dungeons have had a positive impact on society. This event that struck the human world is actually the uprising. When multiple dungeons appear, the monsters will gradually increase in number and strength before spilling out into the real world. In the near future, this will become a reality after 2028. Right now, their lives are still slowly passing by, but they will soon realize how the disaster of that day will destroy this world. The fake awakened hunters are standing on the street, chatting. Have you checked the updated rankings yet? Just like always, but today, a new name has appeared. The awakening dummy has a new name on the list. How did that guy manage to clear the first floor with such a score? The top rank on the leaderboard is 2,230 points, while second place has only 940. These scores are worlds apart, and a new star has appeared. While everyone was wondering, the main character arrived to greet the challenge tower. And who is this Kim Soo Hyun? Hyun stepped out of the gate and exhaled deeply. It's been a long time since I last set foot here. Looking around this place, a slight smile curves on his lips. The town, resembling a medieval setting from this story, is called the Challenge Tower, or the Void, a vast world connecting the floors and gathering awakening ones from all over the world. Each floor will differ in environment, weather, and even lifestyle culture. Everywhere are awakening individuals like you, but they all share one thing in common. To move up to the next level, you have to pass the challenge. Passing the first level to become an awakener is here. Currently, the second floor is where newly awakened awakens reside. Compared to other floors, it's much easier to gather items here. However, if you want to enjoy it comfortably, you need to accumulate enough achievement points from the first floor. When entering the vacuum without the challenge, Soo-hyun knocks down a flying dragon frame. On the empty arena, the ground is littered with the bodies of monsters, and I still have to force my body to keep up with their movements. You've passed the first floor challenge. It's really a level 10 difficulty. Without my past life memories, I probably wouldn't have made it. You feel quite lucky with your knowledge. Luckily, your fighting ability has also unconsciously come back. So Soo-hyun feels much more confident inside. I believe I can get through this. A series of reward notifications immediately appeared. You have successfully completed the first challenge. This is the reward for level 1. Difficulty 10. 10 achievement points, 30 achievement points, 150 achievement points, 300 achievement points, 1,000 achievement points. All stats increased by 5, mana stat increased by 2. Your magic rank has increased by 1. Your current ranking is now first. Soon was a bit surprised by these points. I have to admit that with level 10, the rewards are quite generous. Compared to my past self, my current stats have also increased significantly. With 22,230 achievement points, he quietly stared at the system panel where the total score was displayed. This chapter should be enough for me to reach the next level, right? With 2,230 achievement points, he now feels satisfied. All right, the more I look at these achievement points, the more satisfied I feel. Now, I should go buy some things. Soo-hyun approached the bookstore sign that was the first thing he needed. Without hesitation, he stepped into the store. The shop owner greeted cheerfully upon the customer's arrival. "Oh my, welcome." She gently approached the reception desk, a professional smile on her face as she looked out. The kid must be here for the first time, right? This woman has pointed long ears, unlike normal humans. She must be a merchant. Just tell me what you want. If you don't have anything special to look for, I can introduce a few things for you to see. Soo-hyun glanced over and looked at this sister. You must be the merchant Belly, right? The way she still seduces customers into spending money is exactly the same as before. Sorry, but it's useless. I've decided what I need to buy, you exclaimed. Jumping skills. Your words just now made Belly freeze up. And I need the transformation skill. The older sister sighs heavily. Did you really hear it from someone? The older sister's face became intrigued by your proposal. But do you have enough points to pay? Jumping 150 points, and switching costs 1,000 points. Hyon responds with a confident, unabashed smile and places his hand on the table as he exchanges words freely. You have already paid 1,150 points. Belly Girl couldn't hold back and slammed the table, shouting at you. Damn it, where did you get all these points? What trick did you use? Hyonin was a bit confused and said, I don't think I miscalculated. My sister is extremely anxious and suspicious. I don't mean it that way. She really can't believe someone new has that many points. No one has ever scored more than 1,000 points on the first floor before. Are you really just a newcomer to the second floor? I raised my eyebrows slightly and calmly replied, Of course, I just arrived and am only an ordinary customer. After the exchange, Soo-hyun had nothing left to stay for and left directly. This second floor space was no different from an illusory place in a movie. He went outside to check the items in his space bag to see what he had. In the end, Hyun managed to buy a bunch of swords, short blades, bandages, and medicine. I also bought some food, so it seems like I have everything I need. There is another skill added. The assessment above includes the 2 skills you just exchanged. Each skill used by an awakener requires a certain level of mana to activate. You can perform an additional jump in midair if your mana proficiency level 2 is activated. The heightened number of uses will increase as proficiency rises. Switch to mana level 1. You have the ability to simulate the physical attributes of a specific target depending on your skill level. The ability to simulate targets can increase or change to different targets. Activated skills will become stronger as proficiency increases, and some skills will improve based on level instead of proficiency. Soo-hyun is familiar with these 2 essential skills. They are growth-type skills, which are very difficult to acquire. Convert mana level 1. You can simulate the physical form of a specific target depending on your skill level. The ability to mimic a target can be increased or changed to another target, but there is a skill that can be purchased at Challenge Tower shops, and that is the transformation skill. You take out a purple liquid vial, and equally important is using this Mana Catalyst potion. It's something you bought with a modest effect. The downgraded Mana Catalyst 700p is a diluted mana catalyst that amplifies mana amount and level based on the user's current ability. It's not too hard to find in item shops. Mana Catalyst is an item that significantly increases the user's mana without the need to climb towers or conquer dungeons. We can find them in regular reward shops once the trial phase is over. Soo-hyun was lost in thought, rarely visiting these shops and reward halls because most people focused on climbing higher floors. But if you take the time to look carefully, you can find many rare hidden items here. He looked at the potion bottle with a bit of confusion. Among them, the Mana Catalyst potion is considered the most useful item because it can increase mana early on, even though its taste is extremely bad. You definitely comment on the current situation. It's lucky that I still remember my past memories and the catalyst. So far, I believe I am the only one who has this information. My hand still unconsciously clenches the low-grade mana potion. After using these things, suddenly someone approached quietly and said, "Sorry to bother you." Hai Unun was startled and cautiously looked over. "What's going on? I can't sense his presence." "Who are you?" The young man with red hair awkwardly smiling as he tries to soothe me. "Ah, did I startle you?" "I didn't mean anything by it. Just looking closely at your face made him freeze." He is the person holding a sword standing on a pile of corpses in the memories that surface, with a murderous gaze deeply imprinted in Soo-hyun's mind. I can't mistake this face. Choi Hak-jun, this young red-haired man I just met, also appeared in my previous life. Choi Hak-jun, he was once a promising false awakening seed in the void. A deafening scream cuts through the silent space. However, in the near future, that promising seed with this innocent face will become a terrifying person, the one responsible for the mass slaughter of members in a major guild. His murderous expression flashes in Soo-hyun's memory, but Hak-jun receives only a stare in return. Finally, he shyly scratched his face and asked, "Is there something on my face?" "Because you kept staring." At this moment, Soo-hyun realized he had been rude. "No, I was just a little surprised." "You suddenly snapped out of your passionate thoughts. He used to look much more bloodthirsty." "So, do you have something you want to tell me? Be honest and explain your purpose." "Actually, I was already following you when I left the store. It seems you bought quite a lot and looked very professional." The hand on Soo-hyun's thigh clenched slightly. Why is he following me? Now that Hae-jun has started to make an offer, these ambiguous words suddenly make him tense and waiting anxiously, while his innocent-looking face lights up with excitement. "Do you want to form an alliance with me?" Soo-hyun didn't expect this. "Sorry, what did you say?" "After a while, you started climbing the tower again." "The second floor level 10 challenge will begin immediately. You have just received the treasure of the Skeleton Clan, and their wrath is now directed at you. They will do everything they can to take back the treasure, seize it, and run away, trying to survive from the forest." The lizards walk on two legs, sniffing the air around them, each armed with spears and swords, inspecting the large trees nearby. Hyun stands carefully from above without making a sound, and in the end, the lizard demons see nothing and split up in different directions. He holds his breath, glances down, and thinks to himself that the zombie clan is an exceptional species at tracking prey. Are they really asking too much to escape from them? And the item in this game is in your hand. What kind of treasure is this to be part of such a difficult mission? It has only one name, nothing else. The Corpse Clan treasure has no use. Besides protecting it, it doesn't have any special function. However, Soo-hyun doesn't know how to complete this person's level, so how is he supposed to finish this mission now? Suddenly, the system's reminder flashes in your mind to survive in the forest, and your face suddenly brightens as a new idea sparks in your mind. A zombie from the clan steps over a large root and continues patrolling around. Suddenly, Soo-hyun suddenly jumps right in front of it. He pulls out a sword from his space storage and charges forward, his skill slicing through the air like lightning to instantly take down one. Soo-hyun's face suddenly lit up with this idea, trying to survive in this forest, so he boldly charged into the enemies, just need to eliminate them all. A corpse screeches from the tree and jumps down at your head. A sword lightly passes by, taking down another one. You have earned 20 achievement points. The skill you just exchanged is now being used here. Jumping up, countless points are added. You have earned 20 achievement points. You lightly furrow your brow, feeling a bit regretful about your decision. Most likely, you'll end up wasting time dealing with these zombies. This would be much easier if I formed a team, but I remember Hazoon's offer back then. Above level 5, the difficulty changes completely, so finding teammates isn't easy either. I want to try for level 8, but is it too high? Shun's face looked a bit stunned as he asked again. "Do you really have to reach level 8? His eyes were waiting eagerly for your answer. "However, that's not my current goal. Yes, I have my own reasons, sorry, but level 8 is too low compared to the target I set." Suddenly, a shadow descended onto Soo-hyun's lush land, as a proud member of the Sak tribe rode a giant monster and charged forward. Soo-hyun was not too surprised by its appearance. "Finally, the boss is finally coming out. You used the skill to jump high up into the air. Your current strength is on par with the boss. It's time to knock the top contender off its throne." Quick slashes cut through the wall in multiple streaks, shattering it into pieces. The second floor is cleared in an instant. The reward for the second floor of the challenge tower, the hidden ability of the Corpse Clan's treasure, has been revealed. The Relic of the Corpse Tribe removes all wounds and negative effects on the user. Remaining uses: 5 out of 5. Soo-hyun sat by the fire, speechless, with the necklace in hand. I didn't expect much from the reward, but getting such a special item proves it was right to choose to fight them instead of running away. The information panel shows Kim Soo-hoi's current stats: Mana 18, Mana level 3, Strength 34, Agility 31, Stamina 31, Reflexes 37, Fatigue 81, and Jump Skill. Thanks to the detailed information about the transformation skill, my stats have improved faster than before, and I can also use the new skill effectively. Switch to Mana level 2, level 1. You can simulate the physical traits of a specific target. Depending on the skill level, the ability to mimic the target can increase or change to another target. With the use of transformation now, I can also learn the boss's traits. Soo-hyun has absorbed the boss's traits. Killing the boss of the Furious Corpse Tribe grants a temporary physical enhancement skill based on fatigue levels. With the user's strength and damage capacity, this will be very useful in the future. If I find myself in an emergency situation, a tiring day passes with many rewards. This battle was really effortful, but I gained a lot too. Suddenly, a loud noise startled X-hyun. It turns out to be a system notification about my current fatigue level. Fatigue is at 81, so I have no choice but to open the portal and leave this place, this forest, and figure things out later. Soo-hyun directly opened the gate to his current house, but what he saw in front of him made his face show confusion, a table overflowing with fragrant, steaming food. I can't help feeling strangely confused. Mom, what's going on? Asasi placed another dish on the table. This is her way of saying thank you for saving her life. You've studied hard already. Hearing that, the boy gently lowered his face and remained silent for a moment. Mom is the one who's more tired. Even after being injured like that yesterday, she still went to work. Mom acts. Hyun smiles gently and tenderly. Mom is fine, so why would she be tired from making food for her son? This loving words seep into his mind, making his face surprise him. In the end, he can't speak and lowers his head to look at the table. Soo-hyun quietly pulls out a chair and sits down in his only seat, the hot, fragrant rice and soup filling his nostrils. He scooped a spoonful of pure white rice and opened his mouth to eat. The soft, perfectly cooked grains chewed in his mouth, and a sudden wave of sadness rose in Soo-hyun's heart. Thank you, Mom. He didn't dare tell his loving mother the truth, even though he was never truly her son, and her face looked slightly dazed as she looked at her son. Oh my God, she smiled and watched Chu-hwan eat eagerly. You must be very hungry. I didn't know that your promise to protect your mother until the end was so important to you. A piece of news quickly spread across the internet. Oh my God. A single piece of news sat heavily on the second-floor online newspaper of the top challenge tower with 2230 points. Kim Soo-hyun. Everyone was buzzing with disbelief. How many points did you get last time you ranked first? It seems like only 940. Yeah, that sounds impossible. Are you joking? I'm not kidding. I've double-checked. Who is it? This time the ranking has changed a bit. Who is it finally? Who is that? X. Hi. Unun. Sweatily looked at the bright computer screen in front of him and could only utter two strange words. Wow. A bunch of comments keep popping up, gossiping nonstop. So how many points do you think Kim Soo-hyun has? 21, 97, 22, 230 points. Is this possible? Someone can smell the explosion coming. Really? How many points do you guys have? Is this a general community page or is it for Kim Soo-hyun? LOL, this is crazy. Korea has risen to a new level. I'm so proud. He is currently the #1 in the world. This achievement deserves to be celebrated. Isn't Doom a B? I already saw him. I heard his equipment is also average. You only have one thing to say. This is getting complicated now. Soo-hyun's hand on the keyboard trembled for a moment before remaining still. Your face became bewildered at this scene. On the screen was an image of a website for Awakeners with only one prominent headline at the top. The top-ranked person on the second floor of the challenge tower with 2,230 gold points, and everyone keeps whispering in curiosity. How many points did you have last time you ranked first? I think it was only 940. That sounds unbelievable. Are you joking? I'm not joking. I verified it. Who is that? This time the ranking has changed a bit. Who is it finally? Who is that person? Soo-hyun stands silently in front of this scene for a long time. Then someone suddenly sighs and predicts his future. Everyone is eager to recruit him into their own guild. You lean back in your chair, let out a sigh of admiration. Oh, wow, you're drifting further away every day. That night, in a nearby alley, a building served as the headquarters of the Aries Society. When asked, Haejun turned and asked, "Who? Kim Soo-hyun?" The newcomer now ranked 1 star. What happened to him? A middle-aged man with a beard looked up from his phone and asked. It seems he also became an awakener around the same time as you. Do you know anything about that person? His deep, contemplative voice, filled with curiosity, sounded without an answer as he reached back to scratch his head and spoke softly. Who knows? I don't think we've ever crossed paths. After all, the inside of the tower isn't small. The uncle walks over and places his hand on Heijun's shoulder. That's how it is. The uncle inquired about your progress up the tower and whether the attack on the third floor went well. I know you're at level 8, much higher than most people, but leaving too early isn't good either. Moreover, a worthy opponent for Kim Shu-Huin has appeared. Heijun slightly smiles, lowering his head to hide his emotions. I'm trying to find some level 8 players to form a team, but there aren't many available. If no one shows up, I'll have to go alone. Hearing that, the middle-aged uncle quietly smiles, secretly satisfied. The uncle turned back to his seat. All right, I'll try to find someone for you. Just focus on climbing the tower. His deep, husky voice then softly turns his head, hinting with a warning tone. Do you know what you have to do now? One final reminder that Hakjun must obey. Report back to me in a week, and if possible, defeat that Kim Soo-Huin. He walks slowly down the quiet corridor. That bastard. The person mentioned in this story is so unfamiliar, and also Kim Soo-Huin. Kim Joo-Huin. Suddenly, the confusing scene from that time flashes in his memory, and his darkened face seems to evoke thoughts of him. Don't tell me that's him. He pressed his forehead against the glass in denial. It can't be him. But if it really is him, what can I do? Your current task isn't to find Soo-Hyun. Just focus on your own work. Soon we'll have completed the next level. You have completed the 3rd level challenge perfectly. How long is your break? Immediately after, he quickly cleared another level, earning 500 points. He also completed the 4th level challenge perfectly, gaining 600 points. You're asking your mother for permission to rest. I'm not sure how much longer it will be. I think I'll just hang around some suburbs somewhere. Just then, he also kept climbing the tower consecutively. You have perfectly completed the challenge of level 5, earning 500 points, and the challenge of level 6, earning 1,000 points. However, Shu Huin's mother didn't hesitate to agree to his request. All right, you've probably been through a lot studying for the exam. Rest well and come back safely. Meanwhile, another level was smoothly cleared. You have perfectly completed the 9th level challenge. Shu Huin, carrying a backpack full of travel gear, leaves. Your mother will call you often. Your face has become noticeably more mature. Yes, I'm leaving now. It's already been a year. Saturday, December 2022. The high-speed train sped swiftly like lightning on the thick tracks. Shu Huin stood on the pedestrian overpass, marveling, thinking time would pass quickly, but it's already been a year. Now the transfer exam is approaching. I'm a bit worried about the upcoming test, but luckily I passed level 9, and you're walking while feeling curious. Next is the 10th level. This time it will take much longer. I don't really know exactly how long it will take, so using the excuse of taking a break is reasonable. In addition, conquering the challenge tower is just as important, and for those participating in the tower challenge, reaching level 10 is a crucial milestone. After every 10 floors, the difficulty of the challenges increases significantly, making floors like 11 or 12 much easier than floor 10. Still, the challenges are becoming increasingly tough. Most awakeners choose to lower their level by 1 or 2 to face the test, but if I do that, it will only get harder in the future. Zhu Huin's hand unconsciously clenched slightly at his side. You can't bear to give up and ignore your fate. To avoid falling into that trap, I have to be stronger. Right now, you clearly understand the events of the future. The Blue Dungeon will appear in Nanyang in a year, and it will be a battle to remember that will terrify people. However, some things are unavoidable, and there are many things I need to change. Like the accident on January 1st, when suddenly a reflection of light made Xu Huin raise his hand to shield his eyes, as if the sunlight was illuminating your future. I will change the future. You must encourage yourself to try harder. This time, I will definitely protect everyone. Today, Zhu Huin arrived at the entrance gate of the trial tower, the entrance to the 10th floor. An old man lying by the entrance notices you approaching. Do you want to go to the 10th floor? He extends his hand with a nonchalant tone. I won't stop you, but before you go, could you give me a coin? The tower challenges you to guard the 10th floor entrance. Brother Shu already knew and simply reached out his hand. Most people would think he's just someone begging and then leaving, but he actually plays a very important role. 2 hands glow with light above and below. You have earned 5,000 achievement points. The gatekeeper looked at you in surprise once more. Usually people ignore me and just walk away, but you've given me so much. Your tone is as if it's only natural. You deserve that much. He smiles softly, knowing the rules of the exchange well. Thank you. All right, is there anything you want to know? I didn't expect Brother Zhu to ask about another piece of information. The one about the 10th floor. The gatekeeper scratched his head in embarrassment, saying the information about the 10th floor was rare, but since you gave me so much, I should return the favor. His tone suddenly turns somber as he warns to be careful of the village chief. You were a bit surprised that exchanging this one sentence earned you a lot of points. That's all. He confirms once more, that's all. Still, Xu Huan felt that the gatekeeper was somewhat unreliable, but the information from the gatekeeper couldn't be wrong. I think that's enough. You left a blessing as you stepped through the gate. Take care. As soon as you step inside, you enter a dark space with no light or wind. The system, as usual, begins to make its offer. Fake Kim Xu Huing welcomes you to the challenge of level 10. Please choose the difficulty level. Xu Hui closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and prepares himself. When he opened his eyes, he confidently set a level 10 number. Now he was standing on a cliff. Below was a village in a sea of bones. The level 10 challenge began. The system sets the conditions to pass this level. To succeed, find the target, and do not die. A small hand is picking ripe forest berries in the lush green forest of the 10th challenge tower. The girl's eyes lit up as she saw the food and cheered. I got lucky. I didn't expect to fill my basket today. Could my luck be finally turning? With so many, I might as well try one. The girl sat on the branch, opening her mouth to enjoy the sweet fruit she just picked. Suddenly, the girl's expression changed as a giant green lizard crawled down from the tall tree in front of her. The strawberry in her hand dropped in terror, and then a piercing scream echoed through the air. The girl ran away from the monster, crying out for help. "Ah, Mom, someone save me." The small figure tries to run as fast as possible, but the giant monster quickly catches up. The child's eyes shine with despair. Suddenly, someone appeared and grabbed Hyun, warning her to hold on tight. The system transformed, increasing the berserk attribute to maximum physical strength based on the HP consumed. The two, one small and one large, leapt into the air to dodge the monster's attack, and the second one fiercely swung his sword at it. The monster is knocked back, blood on its body. The system announces that you have defeated the giant lizard. After a moment of shock, the girl's face was covered in sweat, looking pale and on the verge of fainting. Su Huan immediately asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Later in the village area, the sky was darkening with heavy clouds, and Su Huan stood there, looking helpless. "All right. I'm not a kidnapper. I was just passing by and happened to see the girl, so I came to help, but her family shut the door in a cold manner. Even if you do that, I know you have other intentions. Taking the girl hostage won't work anyway. You can't take anything from our village, so just go." "Huh? Sorry, but I think there's some misunderstanding here." The person inside the house remains silent. Hyun turns away, scratching his head in frustration, suddenly labeled as a kidnapper. It's exhausting. I didn't do anything. Despite that, you turned around and walked away. The girl who was just rescued was looking out the window at you, her lips pressed tightly in tension. Over here, Su Huan is walking and receiving notifications from the system. You have arrived at a strange village, helped the village escape the crisis, and survive. After hearing the mission, he frowned. The atmosphere was gloomy, and the villagers also showed hostility. This place is completely different from the other floors. After all, this is the M floor. Should I save the village and survive? Is there something hidden behind it? Where should I go to gather information? Behind Xu Hun, in some dark corners, a few eyes are staring intensely at me. You also noticed someone was watching you with a frowning expression. Those others probably aren't much of a threat anymore. The villagers live inside the tower, and although they are set up like NPCs, their intelligence and emotions are just like real people, as if they weren't created by programming. The way the villagers treat strangers, the hostile attitude, and the overall atmosphere. Lam Min remembers that time vividly. That's right, it is. Su Hyun looked up at the sky as if witnessing a world on the brink of its final chapter. Xu Hyun grits his teeth in anger. Despite never having experienced it before, those bastards still managed to create this scene. Later, the scene shifts to under a tree, where Chu Hyun sits down heavily, sighing, "I need to find the informant to figure out a way forward." And now, not even an ant can be seen. Suddenly, a tiny pair of legs appears and calls out to the uncle. Xu Hyun, surprised, looked up and saw the girl who was rescued cautiously hiding behind the tree, tense and watching him. He exclaimed, "Ah, it's the girl from before. Hello there." The girl clasped her hands together. Xu Hyun looked at her in surprise. Then suddenly a few small round objects fell into his hand. It turns out those were a few ripe wild berries, while the girl was sweating even more. She tried to say a few words of thanks. "Thank you." Hyun looked a bit confused, then smiled happily and took out a small bag, saying, "Can I come over for a moment?" Hyun pulls out from her bag a variety of exquisite delicacies that smell incredibly delicious. The girl's eyes sparkle brightly, saliva almost dripping as she eagerly reaches for the food. After a while, the girl sat happily eating, making exaggerated bright expressions as she chewed. This is so delicious." Xu Hyun sat there looking bewildered. "Is it really that delicious?" Then he changed the subject. "Do people in the village usually have trouble finding food?" The girl replied, "That's right. Everyone is hostile because they don't want to spend food on strangers." Shuhai Unun guessed, I suppose the villagers have already endured hard times. The girl happily said, at least we managed to hold on thanks to the village chief. The village chief is the hero of this village, he exclaimed in amazement. The hero. The girl kept eating and telling her story. My father told me that he has dedicated his whole life to protecting the village, and so everyone trusts and supports him. Soo-hyun looked away. Oh, I see. The girl looked at him with a puzzled expression. Soo-hyun, it's nothing, I'm just talking to myself. The girl asked again, why did you come to our village? The boy awkwardly explained, I just want to know if there's anything I can do to help this village. Like giving the food you have to the village chief or dealing with the monsters around the village such as the scary ones you saw earlier, I wouldn't know when they might attack the village. But the girl said those monsters can't get into the village. Seeing the village chief, they immediately ran away. Ex-Hyun heard this, and his face became serious and cold. You were going to tell me more, little one. Then suddenly 2 people appeared, one old and one young. You're an outsider. I came to visit our village, right? The old man stepped forward with a friendly smile and said, I'm the village chief here. Soo-hwan's eyes looked at the opponent with suspicion. This is the village chief. Remember the warning from the tower guard of level M. Be careful with the village chief. On this side, the village chief's sinister smile continues. It's really unfortunate to have to say this right after meeting. But the food in this village is extremely valuable, so distributing it carelessly could cause conflicts. As the village chief, I would greatly appreciate it if you kept that food to yourself and didn't distribute it haphazardly. Without my permission, he warned Soo-hyun. You frown and look back, and he continues. I would appreciate it if you could limit bothering me without my permission. Little me was now so tense that she was sweating profusely. Ex-Hyun asked cautiously, Are you Jia Lang? I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. The village chief. So you said, I am just a wandering traveler passing through this village by chance. I hope to stay here for a few days. Do you agree? The young man behind was about to say something. The village chief seems to be lost in thought. I apologize, but this small village is quite cautious with strangers. Soo-hyun frowned, thinking it was just caution, then turned to Mai with a stern look as he questioned her nearby. Hey, didn't I tell you not to accept food from strangers? The girl trembled in fear and said, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Soo-hyun placed his hand on Mai's head and gently patted to comfort him, smiling as he said everything is fine and not to worry too much about it. Mai looked up, smiled to ease her fear, then Soo-hyun stood up. I am simply sharing a part of my food supply. It won't affect the village. Immediately, he threw a large bag onto the ground. The bag was not torn. He continued, I have more to share. The young man following the village chief was rummaging through it and was stunned, exclaiming, Chief, the village chief is food, a lot of food. Soo-hyun persuades him, if you give me a place to stay, I can provide enough food for everyone while I am here. If it's still not enough, then you're about to add more conditions, but... The village chief interrupted, No, that's enough. He turned around and said, Follow me, I will lend you an empty house to stay in for now, while wearing a strange smile. As he was walking, Soo-hyun heard a loud scream. Lord Almighty, please have mercy and guide the lost lambs back home. You look in that direction with curiosity. So everyone is here. I go outside to check everything around. That voice continues, asking for the noble blood to wash away all our filthy sins. Soo-hyun looked at the villagers praying with their hands clasped and wondered confusedly, is this a religious belief? The data shows these are their attempts, so it's no surprise that people always worship and venerate a perfect supernatural being. Then his expression turned serious, and I was sure I had seen this scene many times before. When faced with natural disasters, despair can drive people to do anything. Some people use the name of the divine to erase everything and commit inhumane acts. Soo-hyun grits his teeth in anger, certain that in the end no one will survive. Compared to back then, this really isn't much. At least they still haven't harmed others. Suddenly Soo-hyun froze, his face stunned as he saw someone ahead raising their hand in the air, holding a knife and shouting, Offer your dirty, dust-covered soul as a sacrifice to the gods. Please save the soul that has been tainted with dirt. Rest in peace. With that, the person swung the knife down, cutting the rope and causing the bound individual to fall into the pit below. A desperate scream echoes out, but it quickly falls silent as the hatch closes. Ex-Hyun. Bang Hoang covers her mouth in shock at this cruel sacrifice. This place is no different. Selfish Long can never change. A few others also started murmuring, feeling a bit sorry for the Miller family. That's right, but there's nothing we can do either. This is a sacrifice for the common good of the village. We must thank the village chief. He used the earth god's power to protect us. Without the village chief, this place would surely become a barren land. But we still have to offer more sacrifices in 3 days. What would happen if we were the chosen ones? We don't need to worry about that just yet. In the end, there will only be one person left. Those blazing red eyes staring so intensely are truly haunting and terrifying. Later, the village elder was working when someone came to report that today's ceremony was very successful, but we must quickly choose the sacrifice for the upcoming 3-day event. He listened quietly and then muttered, "So how are things with the outside clan? You report that he hasn't shown any strange behavior. I think you keep him here to prepare him to become the sacrifice. The gods brought him here for a clear purpose, causing him to fall into sleep with this divine potion. Then, on the day of the festival, we will throw him into the ground." At this time, Lang Min was constantly threatened by dangers from outside. A sacrifice for the common good of the village was unavoidable. The old village chief's strange expression exclaimed, "Should we save another villager?" The legend says that one day a man-eating snake emerged from the underground nest of this village. Fortunately, that snake accidentally awakened another monster while invading its territory. Because of the appearance of that monster, our village has been protected from all the dangers lurking around. The terrifying thing is that monsters outside are always ready to attack, causing the villagers to fall into panic. In this situation, what more can I do as the village chief? The village chief looks emotionless. After that festival, many villagers became sacrifices, but I felt no guilt because it was the only thing I could do to become a hero. Soon, 2 people in red cloaks with their faces hidden appeared, holding blazing torches. Suhayun has been knocked out and is carried away by someone dressed in concealing clothes. He has been placed at the same spot where someone was sacrificed the day before, and he still hasn't regained consciousness. The village elder stands in the middle, saying, "Forget us, outsiders." He places the knife on the rope, his eyes filled with cruelty as he justifies, all for the common good of the village. The rope was suddenly cut, and the body fell downward into the darkness, the figures gradually shrinking away as the ominous darkness closed in terrifyingly. Later, a giant serpent body appeared at the bottom of the pit, coiled into a ball surrounded by countless white eggs. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp, deadly fangs, and after a moment of darkness, someone entered the pit. It is none other than the village chief. He just entered with a torch, pondering. A day has passed since he threw that outsider into here, so he must have been completely digested and left no trace on this territory. Let's see, isn't it rumored that the monster tried to break in from the north gate? Better mark the spawn points of this monster. While calculating, suddenly he froze, his stunned face staring ahead. Shu Hyun, with a cold expression, turned back and exclaimed, "Oh, what wind brought you here, honorable village chief?" The scene ahead shows the snake cut into many pieces, with Shu Hyun standing there covered in blood. The village elder looked forward in stunned shock. It was ex-Hyun turning back with a grim expression. "Oh, why are you here?" "Village chief, you're standing among the remains of the giant snake, which you chopped into many pieces." The village elder trembled, sweat pouring down like rain. How could a human be capable of doing this? This monster, you are the one who defeated it. This is truly crazy. His hand trembled. Shu Huan remained silent for a long time as if thinking, then let out a cold, mocking laugh. How ridiculous. He's acting as if this monster can't be killed at all. He's startled and desperately trying to make an excuse. "Well then," the village elder gritted his teeth in frustration and shouted, "It's all for the benefit of the village. If this snake didn't nest in this area, other monsters would come and destroy our village," Su-hoon coldly retorted. He said everything was for the common good of the village and had no benefit for himself. This made him break out in a cold sweat, and he couldn't respond for a moment. Shu-hyun then turned to the snake and continued, "This beast is a killer snake. Besides eating people, it spends most of its time sleeping, resting, and playing. Because it nests and marks this area before leaving, all weaker monsters will never dare to come close. That means you often come here to feed it, and another trait is that this type of monster never eats the people who raise it." Chief Langung was startled once again as he was exposed. Shu Hyun approached him. "I guess you also know these traits well and have exploited them to create your hero image while using the villagers as bait for the monster." The village chief's eyes widened, cold sweat pouring down more and more. Shu Hyun walks past him and out, but from this moment on, his mask of hypocrisy is torn away. The village chief desperately knelt before the snake's corpse, and moments later, the villagers looked on in stunned horror at what lay before them. "That is the snake's head that Shu Hyun brought out." Shouts of disbelief rang out. "Is it really true? Did the chief deceive us?" "That's really hard to believe. It's fake news, but that monster. I remember it was taken to be a sacrifice for the earth god." A woman gritted her teeth in pain and cried out, "So my husband, who always trusted and supported that village chief, had to become bait for this monster?" The person next to him comforts him, saying he's not trustworthy at all. How could he do such filthy things? The other villagers also bowed their heads in front of this truth. It's shocking to learn that the respected village chief has deceived us and secretly turned us into bait for monsters. But no matter what, the truth is we can only avoid other monsters thanks to this snake. Then they shouted and questioned Shu Hyun. So, now that you've killed the snake, how do we proceed? Stay calm and reassure them. I can help everyone by making them stare in shock at you. What? Shu Hyun knelt down and continued. There are some things I need to show everyone. You brought the snake eggs out of the basement. Everyone was panicked. Here, here. Soo Hyun explains. As you can see, these are snake eggs, the eggs of the monster. Hearing that, the villagers' faces turned pale as if they had been stunned. Shu Hyu continued. I know what you're about to say, but please hear me out first. Everyone still remembers what I said. The deadly snake will never see its caretaker as prey. You can use this trait to tame the little snakes. After hearing this, everyone was even more terrified, cold sweat pouring down endlessly. Shuhai Unun calmly reassured them. Don't worry because you won't have to sacrifice yourselves as bait for it anymore. Villagers, so we should... You immediately continued, taking care of these little monsters. They were confused and stunned. Monsters, you say we will go catch the monsters for the monsters to eat. So who will go hunt the monsters? Soo-hyun, I will handle this now, but I am just an outsider and will leave here eventually. After I leave, everyone will have to deal with this problem themselves, they exclaimed in panic. What? A man shouts loudly. What good does it do? From what I've heard, you're suggesting that my farmers use a few national halls to catch monsters. Shu-hyun, seeing their expressions, calmly said, Oh my, isn't this your village? If not you guys, then who will stand up to protect the village? Someone is about to question and easily spit out those words. Shu-hyun gradually lost patience, emanating a cold, killing intent. Forget it. Forget this idea. Then he returned to throwing the villagers in as bait for it. This attitude made them fall silent and stop arguing. Shu-hyun showed a serious expression to them, feeling uncomfortable inside and thinking, I have no desire to protect myself and just try to rely on someone. These kinds of people will see the person they depend on as a hero, and a cowardly hero they acknowledge. But do I have to place my meaningless hope in those who have lost all reason? After thinking for a while, Shu-hyun sighed helplessly. Is it too difficult? How am I supposed to find a way to settle this once and for all? Suddenly a voice rang out, surprising you, I will do this. In front of him, little Mai is hiding behind her mother's skirt, and Ju-hyun looks in that direction in shock. The girl pursed her lips as if determined. Then she gave a crooked smile. He, still trembling with fear. I'm not sure I can do it alone without help, but I want to become strong enough to protect my village. Shu-hyun's expression froze as he looked down, but he also smiled with satisfaction and praise. You really are a wonderful child. He leaned down and whispered to her to encourage her. If we can gather everyone's strength, we can definitely protect this village. Mai cheerfully exclaimed. Really? I will do my best. My eyes shine brightly with hope. Soo-hyun then turns to look at the villagers, who are now sweating even more with cold sweat. Even a child is willing to join in. Then a man also spoke up, We will do our best. It's much better than waiting for a painful and terrible death. This determination surprises everyone, but like a suspension bridge effect, others courageously shouted along, I am the same, I will do my best, I will try once. A Kuos youth stepped forward to admit fault in front of Soo-hyun. Our villagers are too weak and cowardly. Even after witnessing everything, we still just accept that cruel fate without any resistance. At least until you set foot here, you'll teach us how to hunt monsters, right? Right now, a system interface appears before Soo-hyun. The villagers have regained their senses. Success rate 60%. Soo-hyun smiles in relief and turns toward the forest. All right, let's get started. The scene shifts to an underground cellar where someone is descending the stairs, accompanied by a voice saying, That arrogant one. He has no idea where he stands and must respect me, the village elder, as he goes down to face another monster. This bird monster suddenly opened its eyes when someone approached, and in front of it was the village elder holding a kerosene lamp with a sinister and eerie expression as it hissed, I will release all of you. At this moment, the sky outside was covered with dark, ominous clouds. A bird monster has been tied up by the villagers. They are panting heavily as they speak. Got it. We will pour the poison into the underground of the village, and then everyone will take turns feeding it. If we do that, we won't be eaten by them anymore, right? Over there, Soo-hyun is fighting the giant deep monster alone. They marvel at how truly talented that outsider boy is. The giant worm monster opens its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Its tail slammed onto the ground, creating thick clouds of dust. Hai Unun gritted his teeth and swung his sword, his eyes shining with a fierce determination for this strike. Excuse me, outsider, should we end the hunt here? The sun is setting and it's best not to overexert ourselves. Let's head back. X. Hai Unun looked down and replied, Yes, I will return to the village right after finishing off this monster. Suddenly, he received a notification from the 10th floor challenge tower system, indicating 90% completion. Shu Hyun jumped off the recently born snakes, which grow quickly and will soon fill up the experience bar. I wonder if the village chief's disappearance will cause any trouble. I need to clarify everything once this experience bar is fully filled to 100%. Am I still running a fever or something? Suddenly, the ground beneath Shu Hyun's feet trembled, and a second later it shook even more violently, as if about to overturn. Shu Hyun was stunned by this transformation, and couldn't react in time as a powerful force from the ground surged upward in front of him. The creature soaring into the air was the Phoenix monster, flapping its wings to send feathers flying down to attack. The only hunter capable of threatening those little snakes is the lamb phoenix. The lamb phoenix opens its beak wide, radiating power around it. Shu Hyun looked up and smirked in disdain. Ah, so it was him. Watch and admire the majestic and mighty posture of the phoenix, truly fitting for the peacefulness of the tranquil medicines. With this level, the villagers will once again treat me as a remarkable hero. I will be the village chief capable of commanding monsters. The lamb phoenix seemed to understand the old man's words, glaring down threateningly, causing Elder Lang to force a nervous smile and explain, Yes, I am the one who awakened you. From now on, you must treat me as your master. But before he could finish, the lamb phoenix spat out a stream of blue fire that burned him to ash. Before vanishing completely, the village elder tried to question why this could not happen, but he was consumed by the blue flames, leaving nothing behind. Ex-Hyun gritted his teeth, struggling against that power with worry. This destructive energy source, the village is in that direction. I nervously look at the flight path of the phoenix. Soo Hyun grits his teeth and runs after it quickly, moving at an incredible speed, chasing and shouting, unable to catch up. Soo Hyun jumps over the obstacles and uses his jumping skill to leap up in front of the Lam Phuong Huang. Soo Hyun's eyes flash with a bright light. He swings his sword in a strike, but the monster dodges the attack. He was confused to realize he couldn't touch it. At this moment, the evil-eyed Lam Phuong Huang swooped down towards him. Soo Hyun was panicked and unable to dodge, so it kicked him down with a powerful stomp. His body falls freely through the air, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood from the severe injuries, his eyes filled with worry as he gazes toward the village. Maybe they can start their lives over again. Then a coil of rope falls out of Soo Hyun's body. He grits his teeth and endures the pain as the two villagers below look around nervously. That outsider boy is still continuing his chase, huh? Then they walk away, laughing and marveling. He hasn't slept in days. He's truly impressive. Ha ha ha, is it because of youth? On Ex-Hyun's side, he is still falling freely. The two villagers are still laughing and joking. If I were also talented, I would have chosen to fly around like him when I was young. Creatures like those. Soo Hyun lands on a chimney and then leaps off with great force. At this moment, the two villagers sensed something and turned around to see the Crimson Phoenix rushing down fiercely, its eyes wide open with contempt. The two men looked stunned and terrified, then both started to sob and twitch their mouths before letting out a deafening scream that seemed to tear the space apart. The Crimson Phoenix unleashes its power from its beak, and suddenly a knife wrapped in a rope is hurled from the sky. The rope wrapped around the phoenix's beak tightens. Shu Shun leaps down, controlling the rope in his hand. If I can't achieve something, I have to push myself to do it even more. The knife with its thrown force wrapped in a rope around the monster itself. He shouted, I've caught your green chicken and I will borrow your power. With that, he used his transformation ability, which can mimic the physical abilities of a specific target, depending on the extent of the transformation, and the scope of what can be mimicked can vary. The next second, the phoenix burst out with a powerful aura. The scene shifts to Ex-Hyun's house, where a voice is heard. Yeah, Soo Hyun is still the same. After the discrimination CS ended, she said she wanted to go traveling, so she went to the suburbs to play. It's because of the college entrance exam in Korea. No, I wasn't worried, it'll be fine. Yeah, it has looked much more mature lately. Sometimes I forget it's actually someone else, she said happily with a smile. While Soo Hyun is still dealing with the Lam Phuong Huang, its eyes flash with anger. Soo Hyun sneered and cursed, Damn it, just as I expected, there's always a limit to using transformation skills. And for growth-type skills, the power used depends on the skill level. The system screen appears, indicating that upgrading to Mana Level 2 allows mimicking a specific target's physical abilities depending on the transformation level, with the scope of the simulation varying accordingly. Soo Hyun muttered, My level is too low to do anything with it. Immediately, a hand descended from the sky with a surge of power. Soo Hyun's body was enveloped in the blue flames of the Azure Phoenix. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain beyond his limits as his hand struggled to grasp the sword, finally managing to hold the hilt. Soo-hyun's body transforms into a more terrifying form, his eyes blazing like possessed. The surge of immense power erupts, causing him pain. Damn it, it's so hot. Soo-hyun tries to control himself. No, I can't die here. I still remember the mission given by the system. Save the village in danger and survive. Holding the pendant, he muttered to himself that besides needing to protect it, it was useless. Your eyes suddenly return to normal for a moment, but your body feels like it's burning. Ex-Hyun, hang in there. Kim Soo-hyun, you can still fight. After making up your mind, the system displays a notification. Treasure healing item of the Corpse Clan restores all injuries, remaining uses 4-5. After using his power, Soo-hyun, in torn clothes, swings his sword and jumps down. Now go die. That sword stabbed into the back of the Crimson Phoenix. Soo-hyun seemed to have poured all his strength into this move. An explosion erupts from the village, dust and smoke billowing into the air, revealing a crushed lamb phoenix on the ground, and Soo-hyun lying silently in the nearby hole. Half of his body was buried in the ground, but his eyes remained open. A moment later, they closed tightly. After some time, voices called out loudly. "Uncle, uncle," I said, my face filled with panic upon hearing Soo-hyun's voice. At this moment, he was brought back and bandaged as if he had just escaped a nightmare with a terrified expression. So everyone quickly gathered around and your uncle finally woke up. Everyone looked relieved. "Are you feeling better now?" Ex-Hun anxiously asked what happened. I burst into tears and shouted, "I thought you were dead. I even thought the master turned into smoke meat." Ex-Hyun also panicked and shouted, "Did he faint?" "So, what exactly happened? My muscles are so sore, everyone is checking on me." "All right, lie down. Thanks to you, everything is over now. That monster is dead. There's nothing more to worry about. We cut it into pieces so we don't have to worry about food for now. It's all thanks to you. Everyone looks at you with gratitude." Hyeon just sat there staring blankly, but I still couldn't believe how big that fire was, making me think this time you really might be gone for good. Although there are a few bruises from falling from above, overall there are no serious injuries. Truly worthy of being a hero, looking perfect everywhere. The villagers' eyes were shining brightly at them. Soo-hyun broke out in a cold sweat and replied curtly, "I was just lucky. Apart from some sore muscles, everything is fine." Suddenly, Girl M rushed over and hugged him tightly. Soo-hyun silently looked down at the girl as the system kept ringing out with notifications. "You have received 1,000 reputation points. You have completed the mission. Challenge Tower. Level 10 completed 100%. You have successfully conquered the Level 10 challenge." Soo-hyun smiled and let out a sigh of relief, having completed 100% without any remaining threats. Now, the villagers can live peacefully without fear of destruction. Besides, my rank is about to get noisy again. I find the system screen content a bit troublesome. Your rank is being calculated and you are currently in first place. Suddenly, everyone's gratitude makes you look up in surprise from the bottom of your heart. Thank you so much. You are our savior. We will never forget this kindness. Everyone in the village truly appreciates you. Soo-hyun, looking confused, exclaimed, and the others said, "The savior." The scene shifts to later, and Soo-hyun decides to leave quietly. A white gate appears, and just as you're about to step through, a voice calls out, "Did you leave already?" Soo-hyun was startled and turned back. "Oh, well, I've been caught." Mel ran out and asked, "Why did you leave without saying anything?" "And what is that?" Soon hesitated for a moment, unsure how to explain. "Ah, I see. This is Mary with a tense expression. Are you planning to go save another village?" The boy replied casually. "Yeah, something like that. But I was secretly planning to leave quietly." Little M suddenly smiled at you and then held out her cloth bag. "Good luck. No matter where you are, I will never forget you. I picked some fruit. You can snack on the way." Soo-hyun stared at her in surprise for a long time. Then she smiled and waved as she continued. "And your name is Mai. Thank you again, and goodbye." Soon also smiled back at the girl. "All right, take care of yourself, Mai." Then you step through the gate as the scene shifts to a car driving down the road. "Hakdang ngoido, chong kam hinra ngoi kuaso voi vetramtu, nung tiang noi vang vong trong dawen." "Run! Hack, run!" Suddenly a voice echoed, bringing him back to reality. "Are you worried?" Hack Run paused for a moment to regain his composure, then shook his head and replied, "How could I be?" Dong Wai-ang, sitting beside him, chuckled and said, "Of course, how could the brightest star among the rookies feel worried? Someone who has reached level 15 should at least be rank B, or even rank A." Hakjun still looked indifferent and disinterested. Dong Wai-a glanced at him with a sinister smile before continuing, "I'm right. Speaking of Tan Bin, I think Kim Soo-hyun will also come for the ranking evaluation soon." This has caught Hakjun's attention. How could he? He smugly said, "My intuition tells me so." Recently, he just finished level 10. Isn't it the right time for him to go for the evaluation? Hakjun sighed to himself, knowing that Soo-hyun was even informed about the number of floors completed. The name Soo-hyun made him feel uneasy, thinking about catching the eye of Dong-Dong-wai. Dong-Wai leaned back in his chair, speaking in a low voice, just to be cautious. But if you encounter Kim Soo-hyun during the trial or the assessment, you must do everything possible to recruit him into the gang. If you succeed, maybe Kim Soo-hyun will take your place, and I will set you free. This statement leaves Hakjun utterly stunned. He will never know. If Kim Soo-hyun comes to replace him, I will set you free. Hakrun frowned, silently staring at the other person for a moment. The scene shifts to the fake awakening witness agency, and Hakrun steps out of the car. He looks up with a thoughtful expression before turning back to see Dong Wai-ang still sitting inside. "All right, I've arranged everything, so you'll be sent down to the underworld right after this is done. Hurry over here once the ranking evaluation is finished. If you make any move, you should also know you'll be considered a freak." Faced with his treachery, Hakrun, despite being furious, forced a fake smile and responded. Of course he looked up at the building in front of him as he stepped into the lobby pondering Choi. "Hakjun, I really don't know how to handle him properly." Just as he stepped inside, a car had already arrived outside. Soo-hyun got out of the car, checking his phone and muttering to himself, "Lucky me, it seems he arrived just in time. The last time I saw a case related to rank and level was quite a while ago." The Witness Agency for the Awakening, as a government-managed organization, is where those seeking accurate assessments of their rank come. From independent awakens to foreign and non-human awakens, this agency oversees most matters related to their ranks. Soon walks inside and tells the receptionist that I am here to get a new ranking assessment. She asks again, "What is your name?" After asking, Soo-hyun stepped forward seriously, continuing to think. It can be said that this is the surveillance mechanism for awakened individuals. All the awakened ones will definitely come to the agency very often. They might be thrown into prison immediately after receiving their ranking assessment, and they can also earn some money if they are really pushed here. Although my purpose was not for those small amounts of money to force me into that place, I was led into a large hall by an employee. "Please wait here," he replied. Yes, those with ranking assessment boards are assigned tasks just like actual awakenings. With their special bodies and exquisite, skillful techniques, they can definitely become official awakening experts. Therefore, the leaders of the guilds always try to recruit them by any means before other guilds steal them away. Soo-hyun looked around with a speechless expression. Do they have eagle eyes or what? The staff member just keeps guiding. After preparing everything, we will call your name for the check. Soo-hyun nodded politely. Thank you. Suddenly, a quarrel broke out nearby. Stop messing around. Why don't you do this properly? Oh my god. Isn't my mana level supposed to be level 3? Then it should correspond to rank C, so why am I in rank D? The examiner tried to explain. The parameters suddenly changed, so we couldn't do anything. Immediately, he was grabbed by the young man by the collar, who looked fierce and threatening. The change in parameters is your fault. How come it's my fault? Do you all like to lower others' ranks that much? Soo-hyu swallows nervously. A awakened person's income from dungeons is determined by their rank. Even if the outcome is like that, he shouldn't cause trouble. How many supervisors are watching, yet that young man still intends to continue causing chaos. No matter what, I won't accept it. Then Hakrun immediately appeared, broke his arm behind his back and pressed down. Even at this hour, there are still people, and these kinds of tricks are always happening now. Soo-hyun was startled by the scene in front of him as the young man angrily demanded, "Who are you? Get your hands off me." Hakjun saw the bracelet on his wrist and smirked. This bracelet can temporarily boost your mana. This is a rare item not available in the exchange zones. I don't know how you got this. You seem pretty well off even though your rank isn't that high. That guy gritted his teeth and struggled to break free while shouting, "You think the people here are fools? If you think it's unfair, why don't you take off that ring and measure again to show justice?" He sneers maliciously at the opponent before releasing a deadly aura. I bet you can't even reach the top rank. This guy is still stubbornly shouting. You think you're funny? Later, 2 staff members will come to restrain him, and we will escort you out. That guy was still angry at others even as he was being dragged away. What's going on? Get out. I can go by myself. Leave it. Hak sighs wearily. Why? He scratched his head in annoyance. His mood was already bad, and he had to push it a little further. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing Hakjun to show a stunned expression. Hello. He carefully turned to look towards the source of the sound. Soo-hyun approached Hakjun and continued. Do you remember when we met on the 2nd floor? Hakjun? Oh, right. Maybe I was mistaken. What was that feeling earlier? Why is this your first time coming for the star evaluation? Hakjun chuckled. Why are you so surprised? You're the same, after all. Ex-Hai Unun's expression is awkward. That's true, but he wondered why not all awakeners go for regular inspections every month. I awkwardly replied, I have some issues. Inside, he silently thought that he wanted to avoid becoming the center of attention at all costs, but he also couldn't let his mother continue to live in hardship. I shouldn't have been so weak. I can't be like this. After thinking, Shu Hyun asked again. A fake awakener who receives certification from the Appraisal Council will get many rewards and can freely visit different dungeons. I can't believe you haven't gone for evaluation yet, even after clearing 15 floors. Ah, it's just that Hakjun was smiling friendly when suddenly his face turned cold and serious. I also have a few issues to deal with. Ex-Hyun looked blankly at the change in the other person. Hazun had returned to normal, and then suddenly remembered to introduce himself. At this moment, a notification sounded. Lord Choi Hakjun from the IR Society is requested to come down for inspection. Hakan quickly stood up and laughed, telling Vi, I guess I have to go down first. I will be back soon. Soo-hyun, you go ahead. So you watch that person and speculate. What about the Heirs Guild? If I'm not mistaken, that's the guild he will destroy in the future. It seems he is currently a member here. I wonder why he did that, Soo-hoon pondered for a long time. A moment later, the announcement of the results echoed out. Mr. Choi Hak-jun from the R Guild, rank B, mana level 44, achieved rank B. Immediately, murmurs of admiration spread through the hall. B rank. He looks so young, but I heard he only awakened a year ago, which is why he's in the Aries Guild. Hak-jun walks down the row of seats. Soo-hyun, congratulations. You achieved rank B, but you don't seem very pleased, do you? Hak-run scratched his head nervously. Just as he was about to reply, another call rang out. Next, please. Lord Kim Soo-hyun. Please come down to check. Hak-run was stunned and looked up in surprise. Kim Soo-hyun. The gossiping voices start to appear once again. What? Kim Soo-hyun. Really? That top-ranked person with the highest score on the first floor? Probably just the same name. He even scored all the points on the 10th floor. Heo-jun was still pondering silently. He nodded in agreement. Where is Kim X-hyun now? Amidst the commotion, Soo-hyun calmly stood up. Sorry, I'll be back shortly. Everyone looked at you in surprise. Hak-jun is the one who finds it hardest to believe. What do you mean? So that means Hak-jun was confused by what Dong Ayang just said earlier. If you happen to meet Kim Soo-hyun in the tower or at the appraisal area, do everything you can to bring him into the group. If you can do it, maybe I will set you free. Hak-jun looked tearful as he gazed at X-hyun. Is that really Kim Soo-hyun? A moment later, Soo-hyun Lo stepped out of the building looking exhausted. You can't help but let out a sigh. Well, closer inspection reveals the large beads of cold sweat streaming down your face. I'm screwed. Let's go back a few minutes to the testing room where the friendly instructor just told you to simply channel your mana into the measuring device. He nodded. Okay. Han looked tense, waiting to see the results. Soo-hyun slowly channels mana from within his hand, closing his eyes as if sensing the energy. The purple energy flowing from Soo-hyun's hand into the information panel suddenly erupts, covering the entire hall, leaving Hae-run stunned and in shock at the overwhelming power. What is this? This mana flow? The space suddenly fell into silence, and Soo-hyun's power had been retracted. Did you feel anything? Why are you worried? The result announcement sound is ringing out. Lord Kim Soo-hyun did not respond. Cave 3, mana level 29, grade C. Hak-jun immediately stood up and shouted, No way, this can't be true. It just can't be. His expression is still tense, but how can the mana flow be grade C? It should be at least grade A or higher. The people around just calmly discussed it. It's really just a coincidence of the same name. Truly, that name is quite common. But I still hope it's him because I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Hak-run thought that no one seemed to notice, but he was sure it was him. The staff downstairs told Soo-hyun to follow the procedure to receive the fake awakening result, and he could go outside and get it. Hun still stared fixedly at Soo-hyun, affirming that the person was indeed Kim Soo-hyun from the rumors, then doubted himself. Or maybe not. He rubbed his head and slumped down. I don't know either. Maybe I was mistaken because the measurement device already reported a C rank. But that's right. Who can actually adjust their mana to fool the measuring device? Even if they are a genius, only the top pseudo-ascendants in the world can do that. There, outside, Soo-hyun was walking while silently hoping that they would think that way. For a moment, Min lost control in adjusting the amount of mana. Earlier, I felt like I was about to die when my mana exploded. Luckily, I managed to fix it, or something serious could have happened. Was it because my stats suddenly increased? Then Soo-hyun stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing that after a few days of successfully conquering the 10th floor, his stats had skyrocketed, and the rewards were equally impressive. Not long ago, Soo-hyun created a blue flame in his hand, a skill gained after defeating the blue phoenix of holy fire, which was quite powerful even in its early stage and especially effective against demons. The attribute table shows that the holy fire has a mana proficiency level of 15.5%. Holy fire deals significant damage to dark fruits, especially demons, and its power increases with higher mana levels. Soo-hyun's stats are now total mana 52, mana level 4, strength 55, agility 57, stamina 48, reflex 64, fatigue 41. In another space, Soo-hyun is standing alone in the quiet forest, checking information and marveling at how much the stats have increased. But above all, I still care more about the items in the reward shop. Every item on the list is impressive. Indeed, the tier of this item is on a different level compared to divine herbs or mana potions. I don't know why I bought this mysterious egg among the rare items. Suwon looked stupidly at the egg in his hand as the attribute panel appeared, showing an unidentified object's egg, an anonymous egg with no idea which species it came from. Your expression was speechless. I only bought it because it looked different from the items I had seen before. But that anonymous description worries me a bit. It seems smaller than I expected. However, in reality, a lucky fake awakener received a rare egg that would become a lair with an ancient divine beast hatched from it. Returning to the present, Soo-hyun was walking down the street lost in thought, having carried it for a while now, but there was no sign of any movement from it. It probably isn't a witness, right? Suddenly a voice called out from behind, making Soo-hyun stop in his tracks. Brother Soo-hyun, you turned back and exclaimed. Hak-run, I thought you left earlier. Hak-jun, I've been sitting in the waiting room all this time. Are you okay with the results? The boy calmly replied. Well, it's roughly the same. I got a C grade. Suddenly, Hak-jun stared at you, seriously. Later, he was about to say something. Was that you, Soo-hyun? Suddenly, the guy with the chicken-colored hair from earlier rushed over shouting, You bastard! I found you! You arrogant bastard, do you know how hard I had to struggle to reach Class C? Soo-hyun immediately remembered what happened inside earlier. Was he the one the previous person was trying to take revenge on or something? Hakun stepped forward and said to Soo-hyun, Give me a few seconds. He was secretly amazed. Those two, I'm also curious about Choi Hak-jun's skills. Let's see how it goes. Suddenly the body of the young man with chicken-colored hair tensed up as if possessed by a demon. His body trembled, causing the two facing him to feel uneasy, as a hand on his shoulder was transmitting something toxic. The sinister Dong Wai sneered and said, Why are you so late? He turned the young man with the chicken-colored hair into a zombie-like, terrifyingly pale body. I've been waiting for you all this time. Both of them were equally stunned. Ex-Hai-unan thought to himself. What is this? Who is he? Soon returned, with a cold expression, he called out, Chairman, Dong Wai let go, and the young man with chicken-colored hair fell forward. Soo-hyun was startled by this action. The leader of the Aries Society in Dong-yang approaches and reminds him, You don't need to be so polite this time, and then kicks the person lying on the ground hard. Soo-hyun looked at him sharply. Dong-yang casually put his arm around Hak-jun's shoulder and said with a natural smile, I told you to call me brother. Hak-run. Then he turned his gaze back to Soon with suspicion. By the way, did you just make a new friend? Hak-jun awkwardly tried to respond casually. Oh, this person is someone I just happened to meet in the lobby and introduced into the club because his rank just meets the requirements, but from what I see, he's not very interested. Dong-yang put on a nonchalant expression and looked toward Soo-hyun, but for Hak-jun to be interested, his skill must be pretty high. Let's see how it goes. I am the president of the Aries Society. Dong-hung. What's your name? Hazun stands behind, repeatedly kicking his legs and gesturing for Duong to answer. Soo-hyun also noticed his actions. Hak-jun gestured with his finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and Soo-hyun understood his good intention, then smiled. Hak-jun breathes a sigh of relief and wipes his forehead, surprised that Soo-hyun acted contrary to Hak-jun's warning. His sharp gaze, with a hint of arrogance, introduces himself as Kim Soo-hwan. Hak trembles in shock, his face contorting as he quickly turns around. Dong Wai hesitated for a moment, his expression turning excited and greedy. Dong Wai asked again to be sure. Kim Soo-hoon Haks quickly spoke up to deny it. Yes, he is not my brother. That name only has a C rank, so he can't be Kim Zun. Even I, as a judge, was immediately silenced by that guy's shouting. Be quiet. He glanced back with a warning look. You'd better keep your mouth shut. I will clarify this matter. If everything isn't as you said, I can check his registration card. Heo-run was startled and panicked. Then, Soo-hyun's information card was presented, showing a registration for an imposter named Kim Soo-hyun. Level D at address A72, number 5 Anang 5 Dong Anyang Gyeonghi. Valid until the expiration date. After watching, he asked disappointedly, "Are you really only level C?" Then he handed back the card. "Ha ha ha. Sorry about that. It seems you're not the person I'm looking for." Oh, what a common name that can easily cause confusion. However, if you truly are the person I am referring to, I will definitely invite you to participate in some major business proposals. Song Shu-hyeon calmly looked at the other person. Dong Wai-ang then turned back and waved his hand, saying, "But it would be really strange if I invited a limited level C awakened fake to be the leader, right? Sorry about that." "Oh, but if this interests you, you can come to our gang for an entrance exam." Song Shu-hyun calmly declines, causing Dong Wai-a to hesitate. "No need to thank me. Your cold gaze once again confirms it. Even if I really am Kim Soo-hyun, I would never join your gang." Dong Wai-ang glared back at him with deadly anger. "Soon I will continue because I already know what will happen if I join a gang where the leader doesn't value my life." He showed his killing intent but then smiled casually, treating it like a test. "You're the only one who dares to pick fights with the members of the gang, right? And surely you will have to face a fitting punishment. Son, that guy's a D-rank subordinate. Aren't you thinking he's really reckless to dare to claim himself?" Dong Wai-ang heard that and bent over, laughing so hard that his body shook. "Cough, cough, it seems our thoughts are a bit different. You probably don't know that the unwritten rule is that no one is allowed to interfere in a battle between awakeners, even if one of them will have to die. Moreover, when a powerful awakener fights for what is right and just, the stronger they are, the more authority they have. A gang leader must be as strong as me. Only then can they kill people safely." He stepped behind Soo-hyun, leaned down and whispered in his ear, sounding intimidating. "Don't you think so? We both want to be free like that." Soo-hyun remained even calmer and replied yes, just as he had mentioned before. "Our ways of thinking are too different." Dong Yang looked down at your neck with a puzzled and suspicious expression. Then he turned back with a look of helplessness. "So I have nothing more to say. Let's go. Hack Run." Hak Run was startled and regained his composure. "Ah, I see." "Yes, sir." Before passing by Soo-hyun, he also bowed awkwardly with a smile. "I'm really sorry, but suddenly Soo-hyun grabbed my arm to stop me. Hak-jun." Hak-jun looked down in surprise and saw Soo-hyun handing him a piece of paper. He smirked and said, "If you need my help, you can call me anytime." Later, Hak-jun also had to follow Dong Yang. Soo-hyun watched them with a contemplative expression. Dong agrees that he is a mid-ranking gang leader and an A-level awakener, returning to Soo-hyun's house. He is now sitting in front of a computer screen, typing. "You are looking for information about Dong Wai-ang. According to the former gang records, he was a well-known martial artist before officially becoming an awakening fake. Immediately after, he attacked all the companies related to the old group and officially established his own gang, using the same methods as before when he was in the underworld, especially involving drug trafficking and sales, quickly corrupting all members and those he recruited. And he had no hesitation in killing when he acted. There's a saying that it's easy to change a ruler but hard to change a person's nature, so he's definitely hiding something. That might be why he hates Choi Han so much. You read the information with confusion, but so far nothing seems unusual. Is there some problem between Choi Hanzik and that gang? Those are the only pieces of information I can find. There's too much to do." Suddenly, Soo-hyun looked out the window and saw pure white snowflakes falling. As night fell, the world seemed to freeze over completely. In some places, it's been a long time since there was rain or snow, and the dry heat keeps rising day by day. I really wonder if that peaceful scene back then was just too luxurious. Soo-hyun exclaims, "The new year is coming soon," and suddenly he seems to remember something. That's right. He hurriedly and frantically starts typing on the keyboard. "I almost forgot because of the ranking system and Choi Han-zoon's matter. There's another reason I had to come to this city. The reason I had to come back to this city is not just about the ranking, but also because the fake awakening organization was established to protect their clients. As for the fake awakeners, they all must obtain a certificate to participate in the dungeon. And I have no choice but to participate in the screening. I just need to wait for it to finish while taking part in the screening. But I can't ignore this because I know." After clicking around for a while, a piece of information appeared on the screen. "I am looking for someone to join me in raiding the dark prison for a job posting. The hottest today, posted an hour ago, the level is at least C according to the provincial address Wangdu requested. This incident will happen soon." But suddenly, Soo-hyun's expression froze. He broke out in a cold sweat and kept typing, "What would happen if I don't get accepted even though I meet all the requirements? I hadn't thought of that. I'm sure I'm not the only fake Tier C awakening. According to the data, I've directly experienced hell, and I wonder if they will choose me." Suddenly, the scene of meeting Dong Wai in the daytime flashed in his mind. Soo-hyun seemed to have come up with a bold idea. He chuckled to himself, thinking he hated the idea, but maybe he should try it once, right? The scene shifts to a coffee shop where people are sitting and working together. The voices of many people with special abilities echo. The assassin Angst has experience clearing 12 dungeons. Lion Mi, the Kanko mage, has experience clearing 8 dungeons. Liu Mi, the Rano mage, also has experience clearing 8 dungeons. Kim Y, the experienced healer ranker who has cleared 5 dungeons, finished reading and then asked, "What do you think? Is that enough to keep everything safe?" They are not exceptional, but they work well together. The person sitting opposite sighs. Ha, they're all such inexperienced kids, too harsh. Biyun, hearing that, angrily reminded them that I am also one of the fake raiders. Okay, since you'll be there anyway, the other members don't matter. So drop that scowling face. A B-grade awakener. The man focused on the document is the fake awakener B, Liu Du-ho, he seriously reminds. Even so, we can't go with this many people. We need to choose at least one more person. But do we really need to, especially when we'll get fewer rewards per person? Why are you so afraid when you're a Baroner? Du-ho responds, safety is the most important. You know, the death rate has increased in recent dungeons. I've even stopped climbing the tower because I value my life very much. So what's the point of earning extra rewards if I die inside a dungeon? It's just an orange dungeon, and you're so worried. Suddenly, Bijun's phone rings with a message. Fine. Do whatever you want. I can only follow your orders and do everything you say. It's a team leader. Du-ho continued to ponder. Is there no one useful? Suddenly, B-Run exclaimed, yeah. Hey, Du-ho. Luckily, a new registration has just been received. The person on the phone screen is a fake alert from Kim Soo-hyeon registering for the Kwangdu dungeon raid. A look of amazement sounded as it was written as Kim Soo-hyeon. The simplest way to distinguish the difficulty of the dungeon is by its color. The system is based on the colors of the rainbow. The closer to purple, the higher the difficulty. An orange dungeon is the second lowest level of difficulty. It can be easily defeated by a raid group of several C-rank awakers. But this orange dungeon is a bit different. On January the 1st, 2024, Gonggui's Wang Du Suhyun appeared in this dungeon. Du-ho stepped forward and called out, "Ah, Suyeon, welcome. We've been waiting for you." Suyeon shook his hand and said, "It seems like I am the last to arrive." "Du-ho, it's okay. The others also just arrived not long ago. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of this assault team." Lie Du-ho. Then he turned to introduce the others. "Everyone, this is Kim Soo-hyeon." The teammates were amazed and exclaimed Kim Soo-hyeon. A young man in a yellow shirt rushes over to Soo-hyun with admiration in his eyes. He truly is Kim Soo-hee, the number 1 in the trial tower. Soo-hyun startled and stepped back. Du-ho quickly explained that he wasn't the one. They share the same name. Kim Soo-hyeon is a ranker, and this is his first raid. Actually, Barium and I were both very shocked when we saw that name. I remember when I first received the message, he suddenly stood up in excitement. I really don't know if he's actually Kim Soo-hyeon. Let's see. The young man Minuk then casually responded, "I see." Soo-hyun quietly breathes a sigh of relief. Just as I thought, luckily I changed the ranking. I would be very grateful if they all misunderstood. It would be better if they hadn't discovered my true abilities. At this moment, someone approached loudly and asked, "What the hell is going on?" I had been looking forward to it because his name was Kim Soo-hyeon, but he's just some guy sharing the same name. Most of all, he's just a kid who has never seen blood. Does he really have any usefulness? Soon looked at her speechless and calmly retorted, "I don't think you should say that since we're all Sarahs and girls who get rejected get angry and shout." What? The others helplessly turned away, pretending not to know her. The girl hurriedly explained, "I think we're only alike because we're cankers, but I'm more useful than she is." Bijun speaks up to remind her, "Hey, you're doing just fine. If everyone is ready, let's start moving. Do you two have enough energy to argue before we enter the dungeon?" She gritted her teeth in anger and then turned around. "Humph, I will definitely keep an eye on you and see how well you do." Soo-hyun silently thought to himself, "She's like a low-level villain." Then he turned his attention to Byun. This woman is Kim Baum, Lee Du-ho's friend and the deputy team leader of the assault group. Suddenly, a friendly voice called out from behind you. "Hi, I'm Heller from Kim Y's group, and this is Kim Soo-hyeon." The woman with long hair and a formal dress approached and greeted Soo-hyun, who responded a bit awkwardly. She then smiled and encouraged Soo-hyun, who was feeling annoyed, telling him not to worry too much about her. There are always people like her around, awakening users who like to show off in front of newcomers. I'm sure Mi means something bad when she says that, so the short-haired girl named Mi, who has sharp hearing, turns back with a piercing gaze. "I'll be keeping an eye on you." Soo-hyun couldn't help but sigh to himself at the tense atmosphere. If that's not bad, what else is there? Why? "Anyway, I'm glad to meet you," Soo-hee replied casually. "Thank you, it's a pleasure to meet you." By the way, he points in one direction to ask about. And what about that guy who's always standing alone? She turned around to look behind. A is a person wearing a hooded cloak. Why, me quickly replied, I don't know who he is, and it seems that Duho or Barium also don't know much about him. You hear that and gasp in surprise. What? But that doesn't make any sense. Y.E. continued. He said it's very difficult for him to reveal his name, personal information, or even his face, but we checked his fake awakening registration form, so there's no problem. He is also a Class C. X. Hai frowned anxiously at the mysterious person. It seems like he's a problem. Later, Duho reminded everyone, let's go into the dungeon now. Before we proceed, a few notes. While everyone is discussing, Su-hwan is thinking about why I gave up climbing the tower and came to this dungeon. Your pensive expression is because soon everyone here will die. On May 1st, 2024, all the intruders will perish inside the prison. An unusual incident occurred when the dungeon's difficulty was low. The reason this case attracted so much attention is because there were a total of 5 deaths, and reports stated that the assault team inside the dungeon consisted of 6 people. In other words, there is a culprit among those who entered the dungeon who killed everyone. Now there are a total of 7 people, including myself. But to the killer, I am just a name on the victim list. While protecting everyone from this situation, I need to find out who the culprit is. Ex-Hyun aimed at everyone. To do that, I need to... As you were pondering, the gossiping had already stopped. All right, that's enough explanation for now. Duho asked Soo-hyun, who was standing there in a daze. Shu Hyeon, did you hear that? You smile and scratch your head. Of course I did. Duho reached into a space portal he just sealed and said, Don't worry everyone, it's just an orange dungeon. They entered the dungeon, and Duho turned back with a calm expression. There will be fewer monsters here. And even if they are here, they will only be beast-like monsters such as wolves. At this moment, he froze as he sensed a giant monster appearing behind him. Everyone was startled and looked up in panic. That monster swung its club to strike down. Could it be an one-eyed giant monster? Ju-hyun was stunned and thought to himself that the one-eyed giant had a blast, accompanied by thick smoke and flying chunks of broken stone. How is this possible? This is just an orange dungeon, but why? That explosion was so powerful it shook the outside space, with a bright orange energy radiating outward as the one-eyed giant swung its large staff up. Soo-hyun stood alert in panic, facing a one-eyed demon giant. How is that possible? Why did the explosion happen inside this orange dungeon? A massive explosion erupts, rocks, dust, and debris flying into the air as everyone slides back to dodge. Shuhai Unun grits his teeth anxiously. It's strange to see a one-eyed demon giant in this orange dungeon. The one-eyed demon giant only appears in yellow or higher level dungeons. That means this is a growth-type dungeon, level cup. His expression grew more uneasy, as if growth-type skills like transformation exist, and some dungeons can increase in difficulty, such as growth-type dungeons. You glance back and say, don't tell me the reason the assault team was wiped out is because of the sudden increase in dungeon difficulty. Duho shouts to remind you. Everyone check the gears again. Soo-hyun is still lost in thought. There are still many things left unexplained. A suspect can't influence the difficulty of the dungeon. If the suspect intends to kill everyone, then this situation is just too perfect. His gaze flicked over each face. So who is it? Behind the confused expressions, the one hiding their cheerful face suddenly shouted out, What? What are we doing? We have to run. This is at least the difficult level of the yellow dungeon. Someone lamented, but she yelled at the dungeon's reward. The reward? Is the reward more important than your life? How can we defeat that monster? I'm leaving now. A shout from someone else protests. Wait, what are the others supposed to do if she leaves? Be quiet, we are not in a situation where we can argue. Suddenly, the one-eyed giant monster continued to charge and attack everyone. Soo-hyun clenched his teeth in worry. Damn it, they've made it angry. The attack is aimed at Bae-jun, who has his back turned, and Duho jumps out to block it with his sword. Duho! He gritted his teeth and blocked with force. Soo-hyun looked on in shock at the scene. Lie Duho, I guess he's not just a B level, but suddenly the one-eyed giant monster raised its knee, and Duho was shot away like a bullet. Soo-hyun, it definitely isn't enough to defeat a one-eyed demon. Duho's body was slammed against the cliff, causing a huge explosion that left everyone stunned. Panic screams echoed as Lie Duho. He is now sitting on the ground as the monster charges again, and the chaos of screams echoes around. Hey, wake up! A level B awakened in one hit, so I told you to run. This is the end. Suddenly a beam of light emitted, and the giant staff stopped right above Duho's head as he looked ahead in shock. It is Ju-hyun bravely holding off that attack. He thought to himself, Lord Kim Ju-hyun. He hurriedly ran over. "Lee Do-ho, are you okay?" He replied, "Humph." Soo-hyun glanced back and saw the two of them happily asking about him, probably thinking he was fine, thank goodness. Then suddenly at that moment, the one-eyed monster giant swung its fist to attack him from the side. But before the punch landed, Soo-hyun suddenly disappeared from that spot, using super speed to jump and slide across the ground to dodge the attack, and the three of them were stunned. Unable to believe he dodged the attack of the one-eyed demon as if it was nothing, Ng-tuk then spoke seriously. "How long are you going to stand there? Everyone stay calm, we can't run even if we want to." Suddenly a scream rang out. "What? What are you talking about?" The mysterious person steps forward to continue. "There's no way out. The entrance we used is blocked. What's going on?" Soo-hyun starts at the yellow difficulty level at the entrances and exits randomly after entering. "Once inside, we cannot escape until we find the way out." Do-ho stood up, stepped forward to confirm, and said he's right. I'm not sure why this dungeon's difficulty level has changed. Suddenly, there was a massive tremor in the dungeon, and everyone looked up in horror. An earthquake? What? Shu Hyunun frowned and carefully looked around. Suddenly, countless monsters descended from above. "We probably have to fight our way out. Leave the one-eyed demons to me." Shu Hyun suddenly jumps away. Du Huang quickly turned back. Wait a moment, Soo Hyun. Let me fight it a little longer." A scream echoes from behind. "Captain, there are too many monsters on this side." Du-ho grits his teeth and growls, "Damn it, the swarm of monsters charging at us looks truly terrifying." Everyone focus. Hyunun frowns and calmly calculates. There are about 30 monsters, including the one-eyed demons, all at orange difficulty level. My allies should be able to fight them, and with this number I can wipe them all out. With that technique, now is not the time for me to tolerate him. Usually the weakness of the one-eyed demons is their eyes, but the eyes we're talking about are not the ones on their heads. The weakness of one-eyed demons is the hidden eye. Shu Huan quickly calculated and agilely jumped behind the one-eyed giant monster. It panicked and swung its hand to dodge, but suddenly Shu Hyun struck down on its hand. Then he swung his sword down forcefully, stabbing it into the hand holding the staff of the one-eyed giant monster. The reason these one-eyed demons hold their clubs so tightly is both to attack and to defend. The one-eyed giant monster drops its staff in pain and screams. Shu Hyun jumps down from the curse. Hi. Unan glances to the side. "It's all good here. They're still fighting over there." They are fighting monsters when suddenly a scream echoes. "I'm done with Du-ho Barium over here." Soo-hyun is standing nearby, unaware of the giant hand reaching out to grab him. Soo-hyun immediately behind him was grabbed up by it. Soo-hyun struggled and panicked. "What? It's not dead yet?" The one-eyed monster grinned triumphantly and lifted Soo-hyun into the air. "What's happening?" The one-eyed monster lifts you into the air, grinning mischievously. "Isn't the eye on the hand holding the weapon, or is it the one on the opposite hand? The eye on the other hand is glowing and staring straight at you." Soo-hyun's expression grew more serious as the one-eyed giant monster clenched him tightly in its palms. Du-ho shouted in shock. Soo-min looked over there in panic. "Why is Soo-hyun injured?" Umi quickly turns back. "Huh? That brat? Huh?" He looked confused. "And Soo-hyun is dead." Umi immediately ran away while shouting, "I told you before, this place is hopeless." Suddenly, Birun looked over there in confusion. "Wait, look there." The one-eyed monster is also suspiciously looking at its own hands. It couldn't clench its hands again, blocked by a powerful force, and the monster's hands quickly snapped out, with Soo-hyun shooting out from within. Du-ho gapes in shock at the scene. Hyun soars into the air, radiating a red surge of power. "Ha ha. I almost got hurt. Luckily I borrowed this guy's skill earlier." In front of you is the system transformation screen, where you can simulate the target's skills, the target being the one-eyed giant, including its traits and breathing, to recreate its body. At this moment, the monster was still trembling in pain while holding my arm. Mekanjun descended to the ground. He looked seriously at his hand, thinking that the skills he had collected recently had also helped him a lot. The clan leader's skill is Frenzy and the Lamb Phoenix Holy Fire skill. I could only briefly simulate their skills before, but now I can even simulate their full power. It's truly more than I expected. Everything will go smoothly if things keep progressing like this. Thinking of that, he smiled contentedly. Du Huang hurriedly ran over to ask, "Soo-hyun, did you get hurt?" Before Soo-hyun quickly jumped back into the air, Du Huang once again looked on in surprise, rushing toward the one-eyed monsters. As they launched another attack, Jun transformed into a burst of light that streaked past the monsters, leaving them wide-eyed with fear as countless slashes spread out like a net. Immediately after, the monster corpses shattered as they fell to the ground, and Soo-hyun quickly landed. On this side, the one-eyed giant monster was rampaging, smashing everything nearby. Soo-hyun swung his sword to attack it from behind. I'm up here. It quickly turned back, but he kept moving non-stop to avoid being caught. Do-ho watched in awe, unable to close his mouth, marveling at its speed and skill. Could this really be a C-rank level? Still in shock, suddenly a monster rushed at him from behind. Do-ho quickly regained his composure and dealt with it. No, I need to handle this side. There's no more time to worry about other things. That's right, I have something important to do. Then he called out to Barium, who attacked from the front. Don't forget to ask Min and Y to support from behind. Mi quickly obeyed. Did you hear what he said? Support me from behind. Both Minok and Y quickly ran over. Xiun looked down with satisfaction, thinking they seemed to have cooperated with each other already. Then you turn back to the one-eyed giant monster, so I'll quickly finish it off too. A powerful surge of energy causes the monster's expression to turn to terror as a net of sword energy descends from the sky. Its body was cut into many pieces and gradually disappeared into the air. The rocks and debris fell down. Do-ho had also taken care of some small monsters, and we finally finished them off. My hands are trembling, my sword is gasping for breath as if about to run out. I thought I was going to die right then and there. Umi also asked, so what do we do next now? Someone said, we just dealt with a bunch of monsters that appeared out of nowhere, and if more show up, we should keep handling them. Shouldn't we call for help from the supervisor? Honestly, this is the first time I've been in a situation like this. I don't think any help would be useful in this case. It looks safe over there. Let's go and rest. Okay. Soo-hyun was standing alone when Do-ho approached. Are you okay? He replies, yes, I am completely fine. Suddenly I realize I just left a small opening, sweat pouring down like a shower. Damn it, I totally forgot I'm just a rookie. That earlier situation was pretty dangerous, but I think I overdid it a bit. Then Joo-hyun forced a crooked smile and tried to pretend. Actually, I feel a bit sore all over. Do-ho immediately said, I'll have Y come and take care of you. I will discuss the next plan with Barium first. Y quickly runs over here. I'm here now. Then Soo-hyun begins to receive treatment. Are you badly injured? No, it's not that serious. I will use a healing spell on you. You immediately replied, thank you. I was healing and praising at the same time. You fought really well earlier. You personally took down a one-eyed giant. Even a B-rank fake awakener struggled with it. Soo-hyun modestly replied, I just got lucky. I happened to find its weakness. Suddenly, Yu fell silent for a long time and asked, Soo-hyun, aren't you worried? Soo-hyun looked at her questioningly. Huh, you mean the difficulty level of this dungeon? She looks towards the group on the other side. Yeah, partly. But what I mean is that Mike can't fight because he's scared, and Umi always complains. We also don't know who that guy is anymore. And above all, the two of them, she continued, are facing Bun and 44. I heard a few things on the forum. Recently, many people haven't received any rewards from conquering dungeons because the division was manipulated, claiming that the pair members didn't contribute much and shouldn't get anything. It's possible that after completing the conquest, they won't share any rare items with us. Soo-hyun looked at her and replied, I understand. Y also said, you are the one who contributed the most to this team. Soo-hyun also nodded with a smile, acknowledging internally, yes, that's true. Then he suddenly spoke, don't worry, I think I understand the current situation now. Unexpectedly, Do-ho approached and called him, Soo-hyun, I need to talk to you. Can we go over there to discuss? Of course, I can do that. I actually have something I want to discuss with you as well. Do-ho looked at your sharp expression with a question mark, then continued to move through the dungeon, observing the surroundings as he went. It's good that there are no monsters. Hyun speculates. I'm sure we've killed all the monsters in this area. I think we'll be safe until we reach the next place. Do-ho was focused on walking when Bijun approached to ask if the conversation with Hyun was okay and how the plan was going. He recalls the conversation earlier. Anyway, there's one thing I want to ask you. Do-ho closed his eyes and replied, the plan has been canceled. Bijun wondered why. He explains, maybe there's something more terrifying. It seems they are waiting. Soon they reached a tall iron gate. Everyone looked up in silence. Hyun glanced to the side, quietly pondering. Now the culprit will slowly reveal its tale. The iron door quickly opens, and everyone follows inside. Min Xok looked around, puzzled. Where am I? Do-ho guesses it seems to be the center of the dungeon. Is there an exit? Suddenly, Mimi spots something that makes her gasp. Oh, is that it? Isn't that the exit? The voice rises as a yellow door appears ahead. Yes, it might be it. Mi eagerly ran over there. Finally, we will escape this damn place. Do-ho hurriedly warned, wait, if we go without thinking. Suddenly a shockwave erupts in the space. A system screen appears and the dungeon system activates. Welcome, travelers. The trial version in the dungeon will start soon, they exclaimed in panic. Huh. So this is the voice of the tower speaking right in front of us. So what is this? Hyun remains calm in the face of this shock. Since the Yellow Dungeon, fighting monsters has not been the end of the assault. Remember your previous mission to save the troubled village and survive, just like when you attacked the tower's trial grounds before. Only by meeting these conditions can you pass the dungeon. The system continues to notify you. Choose how to pass this trial. The first method is to fight the monsters head-on. Monsters will be summoned from the back door within 30 minutes. The second method is to open the door from the other side and escape from the monsters within 30 minutes. Monsters will be summoned to chase you. If you do not choose a door within 10 minutes, a random test will begin. Bun, confused, exclaimed, "What does this mean? What kind of system is this that can operate on its own?" Y guesses. So, does that mean we can't escape if we fail this trial of methods? The mysterious person seems to agree. Then he loudly declared, "We definitely have to run away. Think about how tough this dungeon is. We can't fight it." Minexok then scratched his face. "But don't you think the reward would be greater if we chose to fight instead of running away? Besides, we fought very well before." She immediately turned back and yelled at him. "Do you think you have the right to say that? You haven't helped at all." Minex got impatient and shouted back. "What did she say? She is the one who kept thinking about running away?" Bijun stops the two of them. "Stop it. Stop arguing. Now is not the time." Duho is still rubbing his chin, deep in thought. Then he turned around and looked back. Teacher Shu Haiyan was also staring at him intently, and he smiled calmly, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Bijun hurriedly turned back and asked, "What will you do, Lai Duho? We only have 10 minutes until the test." Duho replied, "I think even when fighting the one-eyed giant before, the reason we got here was because of Shu Haiyan, so I think we should ask Suiyan for his opinion." His gaze then shifted back to him. Omi clicked his tongue and said, "Well, he's just a low-level C-class leader of a small raid party." Yu continued, "But he did fight really well." Shun calmly responded to everything. "I think we should fight." "What?" She immediately pointed at his face and shouted, clearly confident after defeating the one-eyed giant monsters. "Do you understand our current situation? You just casually said that everyone nearby heard the reward. Run away or face it and fight. You're more shocked by that indifferent attitude." "I'm out of luck." Suwon keeps going. "Of course, running away initially seems like the better option, but to say there are no other choices besides fleeing, or in other words, there might be monsters we simply cannot face and fight. But who knows what's behind those doors, so it's better for us to focus on the formation and hold out as long as possible here." Duho thoughtfully considers the situation, then draws his sword and says to everyone, "All right, if no one objects, that's what we'll do. Everyone form a circle facing outward. Stay alert. System notification. You have chosen the first option to face and fight. It will begin in 30 seconds. Good luck, adventurers, as a surge of power floods through the space, and from within emerge terrifyingly strange monsters with glowing red eyes, some with wings. Stepping out from the veil of energy, countless kinds of monsters appear." Shu Hyun shouted, "They're here! Everyone be careful!" Duho was quickly attacked by the monster's long tail. He quickly raised his sword to block. How are they so fast? Suddenly its tail changed direction and wrapped around his neck. Ugh, I can't breathe. Su Hyun quickly appeared and cut off its tail. Du Swayon, the angry purple monster, rushed to attack Su Hyun. He grits his teeth and strikes a blow to its stomach, his eyes sharp and calculating. Now a minute has passed, and over here, Y is holding the healing staff, channeling power into the mysterious person. Min Sok and me work together to deal with the other monsters. Bunduho grits his teeth and stabs each one individually. Shu Hyun charges alone into the enemy's center, knocking them back. He looks around with a cold gaze. It's time. What's coming next? Suddenly, a shadowy figure nearby is watching the scene, feeling confused about whether to reveal themselves or stay hidden. Everyone was working together to deal with the monster when something caught their attention and made them look in one direction. Soon and Du-ho also showed stunned expressions. The door Y opens with a stunned expression, trembling before the scene, revealing an image of a person being pierced by long arrows, lifted into the air, meaning someone from the group has been eliminated. Du-ho grits his teeth and growls, "What's happening?" The three of them froze in shock and panic, then Du-ho quickly turned back to remind everyone to stay calm. The attack is not over yet. Suddenly, the monsters became transparent and disappeared, leaving everyone confused and unsure of what was happening. The system screen reappeared, indicating that the first route had been forcibly terminated. The second route will start in 10 minutes, passing through the door to escape safely. Umi shouted again, "What? What is happening?" The experience was supposed to end in 5 minutes, but someone opened the door. Yun falls to her knees, covering her face in despair. "I don't know. That person suddenly opened the door and ran away." "Damn it." Baeon turned back and asked, "Can we stop the monster?" Duho replied, "Impossible." As you've heard before, it seems that the monsters will be much stronger than the one we're facing right now, and since we've already fought one monster, we have no mana or strength left to continue fighting. Byun was extremely anxious, but to escape the trap, Shun calmly stepped to the side. There was no other choice. "Let's go," Mi shouts while pointing in that direction. "Do you see that corpse? What do you mean by just going away? Are you going to submit your life?" Hyun immediately stopped. "You really don't know anything, do you? This is what the system says about the second method. The monster summoned will chase after all of you. There's no such thing as avoiding the traps and escaping. But clearly there is a trap over there, and with 3 minutes left, the system isn't lying. Maybe it only applies to those who go against the predetermined route. Everyone has climbed the tower and even gained experience in the dungeon, but they don't know any of this. At the same time, think about it. Clearly we will all die when the 3 minutes are up. So, isn't it better to try a little?" Doho immediately stepped forward to guarantee, "Let's go. Anyone who disagrees can stay behind, but as Shu Hyun said, I think it's better to get out of here." They were about to say something, but Lee Do-ho interrupted him. "If you like, you can curse me. If you think I am not worthy of being the leader, then find a way for us to survive together no matter what happens." Finally, Mi scratched her head and spoke up. "Then I'll join. Because it would be better to go with the whole group and you wouldn't want to be left behind in a situation like this." He urged, "Let's go quickly, there's not much time left. And once we get out, we have to close the door. Everyone run outside." Seeing Soo Hyun standing still, Woo turned back and asked, "Soo Hyun, are you not coming?" Soo Hyun calmly replied, "I will stay behind." She exclaimed in panic, "You will stay behind here? But why? After everyone had gone outside, are they all shocked and turning back in amazement, saying he's gone crazy, completely lost his mind? Why would he plan to face the monsters alone?" Suin replied, "Of course I won't stay alone." This statement made everyone both confused and panicked. He continued, "Because I am alone. I have to stay here, right? Kim, why?" She forced a faint smile, pretending to be confused. "What?" Suin said, "Let's go." I hurriedly refused. No, I want to get out of here. Why should I be left behind with her?" Panic turning back. Suddenly, Do-ho outside is trying to close the door. Bijun saw this and shouted in panic, "What do you want to do?" "Huh. Did I do something wrong?" He replied, "I will explain everything to you later." "Why you?" He turned around and tried to run outside. Wait, team leader, I don't want to stay here. Let me go with you." Soo Hyun also spoke. "Do-ho, you haven't forgotten your promise, right?" Before the door is completely shut, Do-ho is terrified as the door closes. "No, what just happened? Don't leave, everyone." She collapsed to the ground, trembling as she cried out, "Why did you do this?" Soo-hin, "We will all die if we stay here. I want to live and you want to live too, right?" Soo-hyun looked at Wai with that expression and coldly asked again, "Do I want to live, huh? Can you say that after putting down what you're holding? Why?" Then, with a strange expression, he pulled out a sharp dagger from his shirt. Soo-hyun raised his sword to expose him. "Did you think I didn't know that the Death Kill Society suddenly swung their sword, slicing a large mark on her shoulder and revealing a symbol on her skin? She was stunned to be easily exposed by you, the most dangerous assassin guild ever. Introducing the Assassin Guild filled with all kinds of crazy criminals and murderers who will commit countless crimes in the future. During this time, the guild's name was not yet officially known, but after a few years, they became a threat to humanity as dangerous as their rise. It can be said that because of them, the apocalypse happened faster, and that is the reason to prevent this world from collapsing. Their roots must be destroyed." Soo-hyun frowned as she recounted their crimes. "After eliminating all the targets in the dungeon, were you planning to achieve a feat that suits your gun lineage? Why?" Mid looking up at him with a displeased expression, he continued, "You're quite good at calculating. The clown wants to cooperate, but I know she values her life greatly. Even in battle, I could see that she was trying to run away. Anin Seo ambitions to fight the dungeon, but his combat skills aren't strong enough to eliminate everyone, and the mysterious man, who is suspicious to everyone because of his concealed identity, was exploited by her and chosen as the first sacrificial pawn. Then she spread rumors about Lu Ho and Kim Barium so that if any situation arose, it would be very easy to point the finger at them. But of course, only by remembering those things could I discover Y-E. And after listening for a while, I burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha. I felt it ever since you defeated the one-eyed giant, but she got up and threw the knife away. You really are no ordinary person, huh? Don't tell me you're actually that high-ranked guy. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't really matter anymore. Because soon you will also die when you are killed by the monsters. I will open the door and run away because I have the ability to turn invisible. Invisibility allows you to become unseen within a certain range of contact with your body, and no sound will be emitted. She is recounting her previous actions, claiming that I, Heller, am just pretending. Initially, my skill was focused on silent killing, and I opened the door when none of you were paying attention, all thanks to my ability. The system now appears, and the second phase of the test begins. Aya activates her invisibility ability with utmost confidence. Well, good luck then, Soon calmly replied to her. I wouldn't be so sure if I were you. Does that skill have the ability to hide the scent of fresh blood emanating from you? Ye startledly looked at the blood on her hand. When did she become so terrified as she glanced at the horde of monsters rushing toward her? His pupils flickered with despair as a strangled scream escaped his throat. Ha ha. Then a stream of fresh blood spurted out from it. Shu Hyun directed his gaze at the monsters with a cold expression. So now you're the only ones left? Standing alone against those monsters of all sizes with incredible calm, they quickly rush forward to attack you. Soo Hyun draws his sword, quickly slashing multiple times while shouting, I'm sorry, but you won't be able to move forward any further. A flying lizard monster rushes at him, open-mouthed as if to bite. Shu Huan quickly moves past them with his sword, creating a sharp streak of sword energy, then swiftly raises his other hand to support, swinging the energy straight at the lizard monster before landing, with the monster's body falling to the ground. Shu Huan contemplates seriously, just as he expected. They keep charging forward with no sign of stopping. Soo Hyun suddenly smirked, but it was better because he had prepared for this moment for a long time. Thinking that, Soo Hyun reached out and taunted forward. Move aside, you annoying beast. I will finish you all with a single strike. Run now, it's Duho's group. Minzok warns, don't stop, the monsters will catch us. Umi replied, got it, you idiot. Behind, Bun was running and wondering, did Wai really kill him with just some cowardly tricks? How do you know? Duho kept running quickly and then replied, I just received the information before everyone else. Remembering the previous conversation with Soo Hyun, this is all the Lord wanted to say. Duho turned around and asked again, Soo Hyun, are you really a fake awakened Class C? Soo Hyun. Why did you ask that question? He recounted that Barium and I had a little exchange, so intense that he could take down the lone eye giant by himself. We wondered if you really were the Kim Soo-hyun from the rumors. Soo Hyun's expression became mysterious as he blatantly revealed himself, thinking he had been very discreet. Duho continued. If you really are Kim Hyun, would you be willing to take on the role of raid team leader? I think you are more suitable for that position than anyone else handling dangerous situations and organizing operations. So please answer me. Soo-hyun, you are truly only a C-rank person. Soo-hyun paused briefly as if to make a decision, then replied, no, that's all I can say for now. You guessed right, I am Kim Soo-hyun. Please calmly introduce yourself again. Duho wondered again. So I was right. Are you hiding your identity for another purpose? I explained that I did it for my own reasons, but I told the truth to him because I saw him as someone trustworthy. Duho, you laughed and said, surprising him. What? What? Hyunun continued. I'm sorry, but I have to decline that offer. You still have to continue as the raid team captain. After witnessing the effort to help me become the team leader of the assault squad, I am even more certain of my stance. He has the calm skills of a true leader, even amidst chaos. He is always ready to sacrifice for the team. He is the true leader of the team. You are much more deserving of that position than I am. Hyun sincerely praises the opponent. So I hope you will accept my offer. Duho was confused by this. Your proposal, you explained. If you still remember, I once said I had some issues to discuss with you. This issue, along with the fact that during this raid there was a murderer, Duho, so he was extremely shocked and sweating bullets. Murderer? What do you mean by that, Suun? I can tell you the details, but promise me. First, you have to promise to get everyone out of here except me. He nervously asked again, what will you do if everyone else leaves except you? He replied, I will stay because my purpose here is to catch the criminal. Back in the present, Duho ran while thinking to himself that Kim Soo-hyun, the top rookie who is skilled and very famous, can stay behind and buy us some time. But even if he does that for the mission, can he handle those endless demons? Damn it, I have to stop thinking about it because no matter how worried I am, I can't do anything to help. Someone like me right now is just getting in the way. He grits his teeth, full of helplessness. However, the image of Sui with a confident face appeared. Duho suddenly slowed down, and he decided to turn back, shouting, I won't be like that. It doesn't matter what I think, I can't leave Suhyun alone, so he decided to run back inside. Suhyun, I'm sorry. Hey Luho, where are you going? Duho moved toward that light. I don't think I can keep my promise to everyone to leave here. I've come here. Duho runs to the door, pounding on it and shouting. Shuhyun. Suddenly a surge of power burst out, leaving him open-mouthed. A stream of blue flames burst out fiercely, with the bodies of defeated monsters lying crushed on the ground inside. What is this? Suddenly a winged monster is rushing from the sky to attack Duho. On this side, the system screen appears. Holy fire. Holy fire will burn the evil, causing fatal wounds to enemies with shadow attribute. Holy fire. That energy is emanating from Soo Hyun's hand. He rushes forward, and the monster is engulfed in that blue flame. Do-ho almost got caught in the flames and shouted in panic when he saw it. Ex-Hyun quickly turned back to look behind him and clenched his teeth before using his technique once more. Another wave of monsters rushes forward, with sword energy and blue flames shooting into the sky to stop them. Do-ho once again opens his mouth in astonishment. Soo Hyun landed on the ground, standing bravely amidst the fierce flames surrounded by burning monster corpses. Soo Hyun quietly questions, "Why did Lee So-ho come back here?" "I told you to leave immediately." Do-ho bowed his head to you. "I'm sorry. I couldn't run alone while leaving you behind in this dangerous place." Soo Hyun turned back and smiled at the other person. "Do you really know this person's character well? What about Kim Yu when she sees this?" You reply that she has been well taken care of, and in fact, these monsters handled her smoothly. He suddenly looked embarrassed, scratching his head, and said, "I rushed here, but it was after you had already dealt with the monsters, so I didn't really help." Soo Hyun turned back and smiled, saying, "No, you are still very helpful, because this is truly the beginning." Another powerful circle of energy appears in the sky. That space portal kept expanding, and then a skeletal hand emerged from within it. A bone monster with glowing eyes and bared teeth appeared, and Do-ho was stunned, speechless. Soo Hyun calmly said, "Finally, the final boss has revealed itself. That monster looks very powerful, holding a staff that emanates strange energy, with glowing eyes, opening its mouth towards the two opponents facing it." Seeing the astonishing appearance of the strange character before him, Shu Huan sighed and said, "So the final boss has appeared too." The mysterious figure appeared in the form of a skeleton, but was cloaked in a long, concealing robe, revealing only glowing purple eyes and a gem on his forehead. "What is that?" Do-ho couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "So you're saying that skeleton monster is the final boss?" Hearing this, he felt deeply insulted and frowned, as if he couldn't believe anyone would look down on him like that. A skeleton monster? That's pretty harsh. After hearing him speak, Du Huang was even more stunned. That skeleton is the one talking. Soo Hyun, standing beside him, was also speechless at his flamboyant attitude. He nodded and said, "I would be very happy if you called me by my real name instead of skeleton or something else." Do-ho looked puzzled and asked again, "Is that your real name?" He nodded solemnly. Yes, he introduced himself as the Priest of Darkness. He even revealed that it was NG's name, hiding its true form. "It's still very inexperienced right now." "Do-ho or naive?" Soo Hwan continued to explain to him. "Yes, he's not really L. To put it plainly, he just wants to become a lich. L really has a completely different magic coefficient and level of focus. Hearing that, he mocked you for being so childish. Do you think I would fall for such a pathetic provocation?" Inexperienced Soo Hyun also didn't hold back, directly attacking him. Immature, failure, a half-seasoned player dancing Flow 10, Lich Paki Do-ho, everyone was stunned. Lich was quickly scolded, losing all the confidence he had until now. Powerless against your attacks, he was so furious he trembled and said, "You arrogant bastard, I will tear you apart and feed you to the monsters." After finishing, he immediately soared into the sky, gathering his strength and power to attack. Soon after, countless dead monsters rose from their graves as zombies. Do-ho was terrified by this scene, trembling and stammering, unable to speak as the corpses stood there. Meanwhile, Soo Hyun was still carefully contemplating. Although he is still inexperienced, will he become a true lich? It seems he has enough power to summon the dead. Very quickly, the zombies stood upright, facing them as if they were real, living creatures. They looked like ruthless, bloodthirsty monsters. But one thing was certain. The truth that made the dungeon turn a definite yellow was definitely because of him. But at this moment, he raised his staff and took a step forward to act before you. Du Huang brandished his sword to scare the zombies, but kept scolding. "Why did you provoke him? Was it really necessary?" Soo Hyun simply replied calmly, "I had my reasons." Soo Hyun responded with an even more terrifying statement, because if that was the case, he would attack me first. Do-ho was startled and turned to look at him with a questioning gaze as the sword in his hand suddenly emitted a blazing blue spark that lit up the dark space. Soo Hyun points his sword down on the open ground around them, which hasn't been attacked by zombies, and swings it in a circle that just encloses both of them. After your sword circle, both of them were inside a safe ring of fire. Do-ho was still stunned, not understanding what was happening. "This is the end of the job." Soo Hyun cautiously turned to say, "Sir Do-ho, I don't mean to offend you," but he hesitated for a moment before continuing. You're still not strong enough to fight those monsters alone, and it's not easy for me to fight and protect you at the same time. Lord Duho, he also nodded in agreement. Yes, I knew it. He told them not to let the corpses enter that circle, so don't go outside it and try to attract the monster's attention away from him. He was stunned. And what about you? Suhun simply looked up at L above, softly replying, my opponent is that guy. Then he suddenly shot up from the floor to the ceiling, heading straight for L. Even he was surprised by Suhun's reckless move. He decisively swung his sword to strike at his figure. Just when you think you've succeeded, his figure disappears and reappears unpredictably. Your last strike obviously didn't hit him, and you are momentarily stunned, but then you quickly gather yourself and circle around to observe his position. He arrogantly floats in the air as if lying on a soft mattress, loudly challenging, you're quick. But it's all useless. X. Hai Unun is momentarily surprised. Was that a teleportation just now? You deduce that the Lich are not strong enough for physical combat. They use their corpses to keep their distance and avoid close combat, mainly to hide their deadly weakness. You've known for a long time that the key and their weakness lie in the life stone on top of them. That magic stone is the foundation of the life they possess. To protect it, the Lich needs to keep a distance between him and his opponent. Instantaneous teleportation is also a skill developed to match their unique trait. You think, but that means as long as you can keep up with his speed, you will definitely be able to kill him. You rush straight at him, but he looks down on you so much that he doesn't bother to react. When you finally strike and slash across his body, he once again escapes easily. But from this point on, you also notice a new trick he uses. He moves to a blind spot, instantly using his cloak. And just a few seconds later, he was once again standing over you, looking at you with contempt. Moreover, this time he didn't just dodge, but also fought back. Luckily, you managed to block it just in time with the sword in your hand. This is also the moment to utilize another of your abilities. Immediately, holy fire engulfed the entire space between you and him. This time he remained complacent, but the holy fire truly knocked him away and caused a devastating explosion. Waiting for Zhu Hyun to react, he wondered to himself, is this enough to kill him? Just as he thought he had succeeded, a loud laugh echoed through the space, ruining his moment of relief. Zhu Hyun stared intently at the position below. He was still alive after your attack and even challenged back, saying, that fire is dangerous, it can definitely deal me a fatal wound. But still, he laughed arrogantly. What's the point if it doesn't even touch me? He's indeed still safe and sound, not a single injury on his body. Zhu Hyun stared at him nervously, realizing that his initial attack might have been a limit of his ability to fight enemies in the air. For now, I can't think of a way to respond, so I decide to try talking peacefully first. It's quite amusing to see someone thinking so deeply while hanging there like that. L also went along, thinking it was very good, but he emphasized, look at your sword. First, the sword in your hand is your only support, keeping you suspended in the air. Right now, it is being strongly corroded by his magic. He is satisfied. My dark aura infects everything it touches and gradually erodes its life. I believe that within 5 minutes you will lose the only weapon you have. But X-Hyun faces this calmly and boldly declares that it won't happen. Immediately after, Thon Kim was pulled out of the wall. Shun swooped down from the ceiling, shouting loudly, because before those 5 minutes are up, I will end this battle. And then a deafening explosion shook the entire dungeon, dust and debris mixing together and spreading throughout the space, as Du-ho stood in the circle, watching the increasingly intense battle with no way to intervene. His limbs were trembling all over, his teeth clenched so tightly they chattered. He couldn't hold back and shouted out. Du-ho went through a heavy mental struggle. I didn't come back here just to be protected like this. He intended to help Zhu Hyun, but his abilities didn't allow it. If he stepped forward, he would definitely hinder Zhu Hyun. The monsters below, unable to attack Du-ho, just stood there like lifeless corpses, not attacking at all. He carefully considered his options, knowing that at his current level he would surely die without his friend's support. His legs trembled as he hesitated between the two difficult choices. In the end, his legs still ran forward. He decided to step out of that safe circle. Even so, standing still and doing nothing would go against his true nature. He frantically hacked through the safety fire barrier created by Su Huan. His strength was greater than all his previous attacks. His frantic sword strikes hit even the monsters standing close to the safe circle. Their fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Du-ho kept fighting off other monsters without stopping, his face only showing determination and a fiery gaze as he stepped forward. Du-hyun was stunned to see Du-ho fighting the monsters hand to hand. Weren't you supposed to tell him not to engage with the monsters? Why is he picking up the sword to fight again? I was still stunned. El-ho, he's fighting outside the forbidden spell zone, but then you quickly realize his advantage with the forbidden spell zone. No, he's using the Forbidden Spell Zone as an advantage to defeat the surrounding monsters. He is seriously considering whether he has unlocked some special power here, as his energy seems to be growing stronger than when he first entered the dungeon. Thinking of that, Shu Hyun suddenly felt much more at ease. Alright, so what plan should I change to next? As soon as he made his decision, he abandoned the direct confrontation with L and swooped down to Do-ho's location, surprising L. He was caught off guard, but then laughed loudly, saying, I didn't expect you to have to run for your life like that. Since there are still many monsters below heading toward Do-ho, Shu Hyun plans to take a shortcut. He leapt down, swinging his sword to form a net that caught each monster, big and small. Only after landing in front of Do-ho did he respond to Lick's earlier contemptuous words. Running away? Don't talk down to us like that. Soo Hyun turns to face them and declares, Now we are truly starting this game. Do-ho's call echoes softly, trembling and hesitant. Hyun, he steps closer to Soo Hyun and gently asks, Why are you going this way? Sir Do-ho, please explain. I apologize for what I said earlier. You have never been useless. Lord Do-ho, please continue. You have fought alongside me to defeat that monster. And now Soo Hyun hesitated for a moment before honestly expressing himself to him. Along with you, Lord Do-ho, I want to defeat that pest L. Do-ho was so shocked he gaped open-mouthed. But after hearing that, Lich only found it amusing and laughed loudly, then scoffed disdainfully, That's a waste of energy. How pathetic. Do you really think you can defeat me with the most ridiculous reason in the world? You two are participating in the battle. But Soo Hyun ignored Lich's nonsense and whispered a plan to Do-ho to take down L. Do-ho listened and felt it was quite feasible. Is it really possible? It's not that he doesn't trust Soo Hyun's abilities, but he feels he's too powerful. But Soo Hyun remains very confident. Of course, that's enough. Even if I didn't have much hope of winning based on Soo Hyun's plan, I still trusted him. I'm really not sure, but I believe there must be some special reason that makes you so determined. Immediately after, he took his position, ready to fight. All right, let's try our best and trap him. Lick still remains very competitive, rushing to fight one-on-one without knowing his limits. Hey, you fools, let me show you what it feels like to be close to death. And then he summoned dozens of large and small monsters to rush at them like bloodthirsty demons. The two then pressed their advantage, each wielding a sword, working together to teach him a lesson. Shu Hyun took the central position, stabbing his sword into the ground, causing the monsters to be thrown back, some torn into pieces, while Do-ho seized the opportunity to attack Lick. You bastards, you want to test me, provoke me. You must be weaker and slower than those rotten bugs. But Do-ho didn't care about what he said. His only goal was his head, so he charged forward without any hesitation, while Shu Hyun below had already activated his energy, summoning fire and ice onto his sword. Jiangchun spread his stance as wide as possible to prepare for his first surprise attack, even turning his arms back more than 90 degrees to generate power. When Do-ho was only a few meters away, he seized the moment and swung his sword, unleashing all the fire and ice on his blade for a double strike. He still managed to laugh heartily and even greet them. Double attack, you guys are clever, but no matter what you do, you can't do anything to me. Saying that, he threw countless lithium dust particles as invisible weapons to attack the opponent's senses, forcing Do-ho to fight with his eyes closed. The sword in his hand is also equipped with a weapon of equal power, twisting into a spiral to form a storm of swords. He decisively points the sword directly at Lich. This time, the sword energy clash has been chosen as the battle target. Combining the storm of swords with fire and ice, this attack will surely be intense. This combination creates a tornado with devastating force, soaring rapidly upward, while the Lich keeps retreating, himself amazed by this destructive power. Is this a combined skill? The attack's speed is fast and its power is great, so of course, he cannot escape his fate. The space suddenly filled with his screams of terror, as Soo Hyun seized the opportunity and charged straight ahead. Over here, Do-ho is also gradually tumbling down from the sky, but it seems that his fall is under control. Soo Hyun has chosen a perfect spot to stop, braking sharply as if waiting for him to land exactly in his position. As expected, when he landed, your sword served as a stepping stone, allowing him to land smoothly without obstacles or injuries. Then Soo Hyun swung his sword in a 7-hit combo to send Do-ho soaring back up to Lich. He was in a daze, momentarily stunned. This time he realized and countered. Don't even think about fooling me twice. L activates the magic targeting Do-ho to attack. But luckily this time he managed to block it. He chuckled and said, I will end you right here. Without noticing, Shu Hyun had appeared behind him and was preparing a surprise. But every move he made was too easily detected by him. Before he even swung his sword, he sensed someone behind him and turned around, but Shu Hyun still refused to miss his chance to strike. This time it's over. The sword was swung in front of him, but he hadn't acted yet. Surprisingly, however, the sword suddenly cracked right at the spot where he had previously embedded it into the wall, which contained his power as a support. Your sword has broken into 2 pieces along with countless shards, but his head is too hard to be split apart by such a careless attack. The broken sword left Shu stunned. He watched it break apart, his eyes shining like he had found treasure, feeling as if he had just escaped a disaster and still alive. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. How embarrassing. It seems you've forgotten that your weapon has been corrupted by my dark magic. So what do you plan to do now? What plan do you have when you have no weapons left? But you still smile and reply to him, who said I only have one sword. The reason you're so confident is because Duho is still behind you, silently attacking him with his sword without any movement. It wasn't until it was too late that he realized how foolish he had been. What? But now Duho is putting all his strength into finishing him off with his intact sword. This attack is much faster, and in a flash, it whizzes past him. Taking the opportunity to strike, while he was still stunned and unprepared, he was split in 2, his mouth still agape in disbelief, and the life gem on his forehead was also shattered, marking the end of his brief life, losing the gem of life. He screams in despair and agony. Then, as soon as Sun and Duho land, a loud explosion erupts across from them, debris flying everywhere. It seems he is doomed. Now you finally speak up. When I first said I would fight alongside Duho, you must have thought I was using him as bait. That made you only watch my movements and ignore Duho. You insist that you believed you had won when my sword broke. Indeed, when your sturdy sword shattered, it gave him a false confidence and filled him with arrogance. But from the moment I decided to fight alongside Duho against you, because I believed you wouldn't pay attention to him. After that strike, he was not completely dead yet, and still had a faint last breath. He denied it. This is not the end yet. He gasped on the ground, but still managed to say a few words. It's not over yet. As his body gradually disintegrates, he tries to leave a warning. When darkness covers the sun, our king will be reborn and make you kids face him. Then he completely vanished, leaving only Suaon and Duho amidst the wreckage. Is it really over? Yes, that's right. But deep inside, he still felt an indescribable sensation. It's over. But why do I still feel uneasy about that bastard's last words? Both of them watch his shadow disappear into the darkness, sharing the same question in their hearts. Our king? Suhyun and Duho, after leaving the dungeon, found themselves in the awkward situation of hiding among the bushes, disguised as trees. Finally, we've escaped the dungeon, but what should we do now? The 2 exhausted figures hid behind the bushes, watching Bi-jun desperately call for help with a worried look and a weary voice. Given this situation, a reporter heard about Bun's involvement and sent a team to interview her. What happened to her colleague? Bi-jun looked tearful and cried out, I really hope he comes back safe. But at this point, she burst into tears. I think he might have already died. After hearing that, Duho could only awkwardly smile and explain to Suhyun that it seems Bi-jun was the one who called the rescue team. This is trouble. Meanwhile, Suhyun's expression had started to turn unpleasant. Duho suddenly asked, I can't be discovered here, right? Caught off guard, Suhyun froze and couldn't say anything, then explained further to support his reasoning. Actually, you're Kim Suhyun from the higher-ups. Suhyun looked away and hesitated before answering, while secretly adjusting the disguise on his hand. Well, I'm sure I'll be discovered someday, but for now, I don't want to get involved in this mess. So, I will go out there alone then. Hai-unen was startled and exclaimed as if he couldn't believe his ears. He asked himself again amidst the chaos. Duho nodded and continued. Yeah, I'm pretty good at handling these small matters. He would take on all the walls himself, but at minute 89 he betrayed them with one condition. Duho took out a large bag from his shirt pocket and presented his condition. The reward from last time, you shared it with me. I want you to keep it all. You, Suhyun, surprised, immediately asked back. Oh, you emphasized that this gem is worth $1 million, Duho. He explained that it's very difficult for a B rank to earn that much money, but Suhyun still hesitated. You said a B rank can still make a lot of money. My annual income might even be over $1 million. Nevertheless, Duho still refused to accept those stones. Anyway, I don't want to take this. I have no reason to accept it at all. Hyun still finds it very confusing. Why do you think that? Suhyun reminded him. It was thanks to your help that we were able to defeat Duho. But Duho thought his contribution was too insignificant compared to what he had helped me with. Furthermore, he hesitated for a moment before continuing. If you had decided on your own back then, you might have been able to kill that LCK guy alone. I know you made it possible for me to become stronger. Suhyun only felt surprised, but inwardly he silently sighed. Damn it, I couldn't fool him anymore. Duho urgently said, please take it. And while I distract them, You go straight out the back road. I'll call a taxi to pick you up on the main street." He confirmed and turned to make a call. "I have a friend working there. Hello, is this Mr. Hun? It's me, Do-ho." In an instant, he gave you a second surprise. "The sunset has fallen, and it will be dusk soon. Time really flies when you're in the dungeon." As expected, a taxi came to pick up Soo-yoon on the main road, and you comfortably rode back in that car. Soo-yoon sat in the taxi called by Do-ho and couldn't help but marvel silently. Who would have thought a taxi could go so deep into the mountains? Lie Do-ho, he knows more people than I thought. His conversation with the driver was quite cheerful. "Are you Do-ho's younger brother?" "Oh no." The brief conversation ends, and Soo-hwan quietly turns to look at the blazing sunset outside the window. Long-shen thinks that after all, he caught the villain as expected, but in the end, he couldn't save everyone. You realize that you can only save the others with Do-ho's help. It would be very difficult if you had to fight alone at that time. You have an epiphany and a firm resolve. Just as I thought, I am still not strong enough. I need to become even stronger. There is a reason why I used to think that way. I used to think I was very strong because I was the only one to survive while everyone else had to die. But after recent events, I see a harsh reality, and still, that's not enough. To change the future, I need to become stronger than I was before. I think about the people I've worked with before, then I will gather those I trust to join me." He shrugged. Of course, I have to take care of myself first because the system notification says I am exhausted." The driver beside him couldn't help but click his tongue and wonder why someone like you is so vulnerable. You turn your head again to look outside the window, contemplating your next move, thinking, should I start by shedding some of my baggage to earn money for the hospital fees? Do you doubt whether I should begin by reducing my load? I also need to change my clothes. After spending some time in the office with full amenities, Kyung was focused on his phone when suddenly outside he heard hurried footsteps. The assistant quietly entered and called, causing him to turn around and look. Then the boss irritably asked, "What is it?" The assistant quickly responded without delay, saying someone wants to sell ice and has already arrived. He asked why again, looked at the tablet the assistant handed him for a few seconds, then immediately complained. "A C-class person? Can't you handle this yourselves?" The assistant stammered and hesitated at this point, because the information was too shocking to believe. The place where they brought the gem now exceeds 500 grams, and as expected, he opened his mouth wide and shouted, "What?" Soo-hyun, after returning, went to the place to buy back the gemstones. He wants to sell the stones now to get the money first, and is currently inside their VIP lounge. Kungdong's attitude completely changed after hearing the information from his assistant. "Oh my sir, thank you for your patience." He greets warmly, shaking hands and smiling as if he's found treasure. "Very pleased to meet you. I am Lai Kung, the general director in charge of the Ear Gemstone Auction House." As soon as I sat down, he mentioned the gemstones. "I heard you brought a large amount of E-grade stones. Is that correct?" Soo-hwan nodded and took out a large bag, placing it on the table. "Yes, here it is." The man put on his tools and examined each piece of stone, personally inspecting all the E-stones Soo-hwan brought, looking excited. After inspecting it, even he was amazed. It's completely genuine. The size of this gem is almost exclusive to the gold dungeons and very rare. "Are you implying something?" Seeing that your attitude isn't very cheerful, Kyung gently chuckled to ease the atmosphere. He explained, "I don't mean anything special, just crossing his arms and showing he's in control." "Sir, I am quite concerned that as a level C awakener, receiving a reward from the golden dungeon makes me a bit wary." But with just that petty trick of his, Soo-hyun saw through his intentions, so they are just looking for an excuse to buy them at a lower price. "Thanks to your snorting, I turned around and rummaged through my shirt pocket for a while. I got lucky, so I also received this as a reward from the dungeon." You take out the gem obtained from the battle with L and place it on the red cushion. As soon as they see it, both Kyung and the assistant are stunned for a few steps. They stared in shock, mouths agape, as his hand slowly touched the shining golden stone, trembling voice. "Yes, yes." The reason they are so amazed is because that stone is not ordinary. The high-grade E stone's attribute is life essence, and that stone is also the life essence of the Lich. Although many people don't know it's also a type of stone, and obtaining one isn't easy. To trade for the only option left, which is to break the stone to kill them. It was added to the reward box, but the chance of getting it was very low. Soo-hwan also determined that this would be a bigger source of income than he had expected. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and stood up. "If you still doubt me, then I will go look elsewhere." Hearing that, he was startled and tightly grasped the stone in her hand, begging, "Please, wait a moment. Sir, please don't be impatient. Let me explain one more time." But a second later, he was stunned to realize something was wrong in his hand. His hand was actually empty. He shouted, "When did Soo-hyun step out the door and the stone they are looking for end up in his hand?" Soo-hyun suddenly makes a one-time condition. He clenched the stone tightly in his hand and made a deal. He could only pay the price once. Both Kyung and the assistant looked pale for a moment, their faces filled with calculation. After finishing outside, it was already completely dark, and Soo-hyun was on his way home with a full wallet. He strolled back, repeatedly thinking about 600 million. Not bad. But in reality, Vu Pham has made him wake up. Still, when this world reaches its end, all of this will just become debris. He still shrugged it off and thought that since he really needed money now, he wouldn't have to worry about it for a while. He sighed thoughtfully, not to mention that he no longer needed to ask his mother for money, and then opened the door and called out, "I'm home." The middle-aged woman happily ran out from the house, her voice full of warmth, saying, "Oh my son from Soo-hyun is so kind and happy to see you back." But his attention was drawn to the fresh scratch marks on her face. For a moment, his face darkened noticeably. Soo-hyun looked surprised and said, "Glad you're back." Mom Soo-hyun smiled and said, "You should have told me you were coming home early. Dinner isn't ready yet. Did Khan have fun playing with his friends? I wonder where that scar came from, Mom." Hearing his question, she instinctively reached up to touch the scar on her face, holding her skirt with one hand and touching her face with the other, then smiled to brush it off. "Oh, it's nothing. You don't need to worry about it. Just right down the restaurant where I work." She recalls working at the shop with cluttered tables and chairs and broken beer bottles on the ground. Mom got a small scratch while trying to stop the customers from fighting. Hearing this, the boy clenched his teeth as if his anger was now a volcano about to erupt. You raise your voice and say, "Why don't you quit that job? I don't think you should keep working somewhere full of risks of getting hurt." Seeing her son's attitude like that, she was stunned. "Oh my God, what are you saying? You're about to start university, right? At least you should have enough money for your tuition fees." Her expression was gentle and kind. "Mom can't give you a wealthy and comfortable life, but she wants to help as much as she can as your mother. After all, soon you will always be a proud son to me, so I also want to be a proud mother for you." She smiled warmly, her eyes tenderly gazing at her son, whom she carried in her womb. Hearing her mother's words, Soo-hyun was also stunned. His eyes seemed to be lost in thought. He recalls the past when papers were thrown to the ground and that woman scolded him, "Do you think you can become the strongest fake awakening with this much mana?" He only knew to bow his head to the ground under the constant pressure, trying harder. The woman reached out and touched his face, saying, "You need to become a proud son of mine. Because after all, I have to become a hero, just as she always pressured me to be. A call that brings me back to reality." Soo-hyun, your mother called you worriedly. "Soo-hyun, are you okay?" The boy seemed to wake up from the past, his eyes hesitating, then deciding. "Mom, she took your hands in hers, and I have something to tell you." Now they are sitting at the dining table, each holding a glass of warm water. Mom Soo-hyun touched the warm glass in her hand, wanting to confirm more. "Are you talking about the people who often appear on TV?" Hyun places her hands on the table. "Yes, I can make money from it, and they also have a very good reputation in society, so I plan to become a fake awakener instead of going to college." "I apologize. I should have told you sooner. I didn't mean to hide it from you like this, and I always wanted to tell my mother, but she gently called Soo-hyun. Her gentle gaze and smile, "Do you really want to do this job? Is it not because of money or social status that deep down you truly want to do it?" You were stunned by such an unexpected question. I honestly think about the terrifying scene from my past life and truly want to do it. Yes, I really want to do it. She let out a sigh and said, "I understand now." You clasped your hands together, looking like a kid who did something to upset an adult and was afraid they would scold him. "Aren't you angry with me? I thought you would be upset because I kept this from you for a year and because this job is just as dangerous. I thought you would worry and get angry with me, but Mother X-Hun also admits it. It's true that I worry about you. I remember when I opened your door and saw you sleeping peacefully, but once I found out you had hidden things from me for a whole year, I realized I couldn't persuade you to leave this job by getting angry. Mom doesn't want to interfere too much in her child's life. She wants to see her child choose their own path and find happiness. Seeing you sleep so peacefully, it makes me happy too. But what I've done so far is enough. Just tell me if something makes you sad or if someone causes trouble for you. Understood?" Soo-hyun nodded. "Yes, thank you, Mom." She smiled warmly at her son as Bro put his hands in his pockets, about to take out something. "Anyway, you've only recently started earning money as a fake awakener, and I think it's time for you to quit that job." The mother is also curious. "Yeah." She took the phone he handed over and asked how much you earned. Her eyes widened as she looked at the screen. Her scream, almost shaking the entire apartment building. 600 million. She stood up suddenly from her chair, her eyes fixed on the screen. "Oh my God, what should I do? We only became wealthy in a short period of time, right? Do fake awakeners usually earn that much?" You're feeling helpless and reminding him, "Isn't Mom a bit too happy about this?" "I thought you believed I was worried about you," she also explained. "Of course I worry, but who in this world doesn't like money?" She tossed her phone to you and said she would prepare a grand dinner. "Wait a moment, Mom, Soo-hyun. She's busy preparing again. Is there a dish you especially want to eat?" And you just laugh and sigh. "I've been dreaming of this moment for a long time." The warm atmosphere, something I had never experienced before. The mother and daughter each took their own part in preparing the meal on the table. The two of them share a meal, laughing and chatting happily. Sometimes that warmth becomes so comforting that I even thought about giving up and starting a new life in this peaceful existence. But I am not the real Kim Soo-hyun, the one who should be here. This warmth belongs to the real Kim Soo-hyun, not me. Although he wears a smile on his face, he feels very lonely, but I don't feel too sad because I am given another chance to protect the peace of this world. The happy childhood memories with loved ones gradually appear in your mind as you eat. I tell Kim Soo-hyun, "If you ever return to this body, I want you to stand confidently in front of everyone. I want you to always protect your beloved mother." Seeing her continuously serve food to you, Shun also smiles. I whisper that I will turn you into a hero. After the meal, Soo-hyun opens the door. You step into the room and close the door. I need to become stronger than I am now. I can't do anything. If a troublesome L causes so much trouble, you should open the blue bag and maybe I should climb the tower again. So, in that case, you are holding a broken sword. I need a weapon, not some cheap piece of gear borrowed from the government, but a proper weapon. He took a deep breath. It had been a long time since he last heard that irritable voice, a man forging a sword with a hammer, surrounded by neatly arranged weapons and some stored in a large box, as he slowly lifted the sword, looking a bit exhausted and sighing heavily. He looked at the weapon he had just crafted. He is the master blacksmith Kim Do. There's knocking at the door. Is anyone there? But Daeho ignored it and kept working, yet outside they didn't give up. "Hello, is anyone home? Is anyone there?" Daeho angrily opens the door. "Which brat dares to bother your father? If no one answers, you should assume they're not here and leave." Although scolded, Soo-hyun remained very calm and was very happy to meet him. He raised an eyebrow. "Look straight at the kid standing opposite. Who are you, little brat?" Soo-hyun still smiles brightly as a greeting. The image of the sword appears very ordinary, but it is the divine sword of blessing. This is the name of the sword after being used by heroes, Sigan. The true meaning of the sword is the divine dragon-slaying sword, Shungin, and it have been together. This is Shungin's old weapon. It is a sacred treasure made from rare materials and the effort of the awakened ones created by the master artisan Kim Do-ho. That ordinary sword shone brightly under the sky. In the past, Shungin opened the door while walking through the rain. You look up and see an old man focused on forging weapons. "I've returned, sir. That's Mr. Daeho." He turned around. "Is that you, my grandson? Has Jungin Kao been completed yet?" Daeho looked at the young man who just entered, and his eyes met Sung-in's. This is a long sword lying straight on the stone table. Daeho is proud, looking truly perfect, isn't it? "This is one of the masterpieces I have forged throughout my life, Shungin Daeho." You lower your head, saying you cannot accept this treasured sword, and just that statement made him stand up in shock. "What? Why?" You are very calm. "I know all the rare materials you carefully gathered to craft a perfect masterpiece are used to forge this sword, right?" Daeho listened quietly. How could I possibly accept Jung-in's body? Moreover, every time he always takes a loss. This Baokim sword contains all of his treasures. So, how could I dare to accept it? He still keeps silent and looks at you. Then he finally made a sound. "Everyone has been calling you a hero all this time. Even when he was just wandering around the workshop on Waipai Mountain, he could hear the praises of you and many words of admiration for your actions. You suddenly realize now, but alongside those rumors, difficulties are also about to come your way. He might see your lonely figure. Sitting by the fire, he looks at the young man before him and asks, "Do you not feel it's unfair? Everyone on this earth wants your help unconditionally. They don't even bother to acknowledge the effort and hardships you are bearing alone. And now, you are living up to their expectations." As time goes by, you are increasingly understanding what he just said. Jung-in hesitates to speak. "That's why I'll explain it right away. Because if it's not him, no one else could be that person. That's why he always tries and becomes part of this unfair relationship." You look up at him. If others want unconditional help, then there will also be someone willing to help without expecting anything in return. He expressed his joy and also believed that no one else but him could forge the protective weapons suitable for you. Kim Do-ho is a master weaponsmith and also my savior, and he is one of the people I failed to protect in my past life. He still vividly remembers how he held his cold body during the war, and that memory haunts him. But now, Do-ho is still very healthy. He crossed his arms and showed a less than welcoming expression towards Soo-hyun. The boy silently thought to himself, "It's been a long time since we met. I will protect him no matter the moment. My name is Kim Soo-hyun. It's a pleasure to meet you. Daeho's attitude is very unwelcoming. Kim Soo-hyun, this is the first time I've heard this name, so who exactly are you? How do you know to come here? Tell me. I heard from others that you forge weapons for the awakened imposters, just that made him angry and raise his voice. What? Who said that? I've never done those stupid things before. After saying that, he slammed both doors shut, leaving you standing there. Soo-hyun smiles. I knew it. He still looks the same as before. Are you not giving up? I brought the materials to forge the sword. The door is still closed. There was a moment of silence before Daeho peeked his head out again. All right, let me see the materials you brought first. You smirked to yourself, just as you expected. You present a purple ingredient. Daeho's eyes widen in surprise. No, it can't be. You brought out the purple stone to introduce. Yes, you also see it that way, right? It is indeed a high-grade ETE stone. That gem is an item obtained from the prize box, a high-grade ETE stone. In fact, owning this stone on the Era planet is almost impossible. You recall the memory of a dark area where monsters were lying on their backs. In my past life, I could only see it in the cracks of the dungeon. Someone revealed that this was the prize in the dungeon. That's also one of the reasons I chose Kwangdu as my target. Although there are countless ways to utilize this ETE stone, it becomes even more valuable when forged into a weapon. Weapons made from it like swords, kites, or spears look very striking. Du holds the stone in his hand, trembling. Where did you find this? Do you think its origin is that important? He clenched the stone tightly in his hand. Of course not. He asked again, What do you want? The answer came without hesitation. Sword. I want to own a long sword. Then the two of them went inside. I thought some inexperienced kid would come, but it turns out your main goal is here. Come in. No need to pay, because you've brought the most valuable ingredient. Daeho stands by the table and takes out a piece of paper. Come here and take a look. A contract. But Soo-hyun is standing behind. You don't need a contract. Daeho turned back, looking quite surprised. What is it? He is holding the stone in his hand. Are you sure? Do you know the value of this item? Du-hyun is very sure. I know your gaze is determined, but I choose to trust him. You expressed that despite his surprise. After everything, all he wanted was to personally extract a treasure from this high-grade ETE stone, and among all the swords he forged, none were made from this rare material, right? Daeho suddenly burst into laughter, leaning back with both hands on his hips and laughing heartily. Your words are quite interesting. I like it. You also smile. Daeho extends his hand. All right, I will pay attention to the item you ordered and make sure to forge a perfect sword that matches that precious material. You also reached out your hand to shake, which is wonderful. I leave everything to you, a firm handshake to confirm our trust. It will take some time to complete. If you need a weapon during that time, just pick one from the workshop that feels right for you. Take it. The area around his house is filled with weapons considered quite high quality from a very dedicated craftsman. The setting sun's bright glow is sinking in the distance. Soo-hyun closed the door and stepped outside. At his side was a sword that needed 11 more winds to be completed. I've been looking forward to this so much, but the wait has been really long. Holding the sword hilt, I feel a bit disappointed, but at least the weapon I got looks useful, just as I expected from Mr. Dio's treasured swords. The images from the system gradually appear, and all that remains is to keep moving forward. He looks up at the light ahead. The system announces that you are entering a vacuum, and a cross-dimensional light appears, resembling a large round mirror with an old man sitting beside it. That old man is the guardian of the 10th floor trial tower. He realizes someone is approaching. Shun walks past him, currently challenging level 11, then turns back as he leaves to say goodbye to his mother. She also smiled and waved goodbye to Soo-hyun. You are currently challenging level 12. The people below are looking up at the leaderboard. You are challenging the test level 13. You challenged the test level 14. Soo-hyun takes turns going up and completing the challenges as he fights the monsters. Floor 15. Then he kept slashing and slashing. On the 16th floor, you fiercely attack them with your sword. Soon confidently walks forward in victory. Half a year later, at a hospital somewhere, Du-ho, with one arm bandaged and dressed as a patient, sat blankly on the bed, while Baeun crossed his arms, standing beside him, feeling frustrated. This fool ran around for 6 months recovering, and now he's seriously injured. I told you so. He complains, look, it's not as easy as I thought. Bijun thinks that suddenly he says he wants to challenge the tower again, even aiming to conquer the level 5 difficulty. Don't you think you've been too hard on yourself? Luckily, you suggested quitting when I only had minor injuries like that. But do you know what terrible things we will face in the future? Du-ho sighed and said, I can't give up just because it's difficult. He thought about Soo-hyun's appearance. If I leave because of that, I can never catch up with him. The phone on the table suddenly rang with a call. Do-ho picks up the phone, surprised by the call, and answers with an equally surprised voice. Hello, Soo-hyun. I'm very happy you answered the phone. It's been a while. You're standing under the clear sky listening to the phone, and if it suits him, I have something I want to ask. Under the sunlight filtering through the leaves, there is a bird's nest on the branch. Sui agreed, and there are 3 things I want to ask Lee Jun-ho for help with. First, I want to ask him to find a good place in the suburbs for a fake awakening. After I give my mother the house to run a shop and settle down, I need a good place to live. The second matter involves the secret society. Its symbol appears again, and there's no guarantee that the secret society hasn't heard about the dungeon. You remember reading online that the news was about the emergence of the abandoned dungeon. The mysterious dungeon incident involving the secret society is still unknown. There are also 2 portrait images on it. One is a female portrait labeled as a victim, and also as a member of the assassin guild, Kim. The other side has a portrait of a man labeled as another victim. Kim Deun is one of the lowest-ranked members of the guild, but her fellow members will definitely question why she died before completing her mission. And because of that, I fear it will be very dangerous to follow them. But Do-ho over here thinks it will be fine. I just need to avoid getting caught. I don't think I need to worry about that anymore. Do-ho assured me to just trust him and leave this matter to him. Soo-hyun over there, thank you. And finally, my 3rd request. It seems this request is so unusual that Do-ho even asked again if it's really true. Do-ho Yem's expression was calm, but he could already picture the ferocious and savage monsters. He said there would be a major uprising on December 24th in Anang City. Soon confirmed that at least 10,000 people had died, marking the worst tragedy in human history. He was a bit confused, but how did you know about this? You didn't answer directly, so I haven't told him the details yet. He put one hand in his pocket and leaned against the wall behind him, but as I said before, I know he will ask me a ton of questions. If you find this too difficult, just feel free to refuse. I say this because I hope you will trust me. As I said before, I will do my best. You seem to be quite cheerful over there. I understand, so I'll leave it to you. You turn off the device, look up, and my final request is for you to support me in the upcoming tragedy, the rise of the Green Dungeon in Anhang City. It's less than 6 months until Christmas. I need to become stronger before then. The sky ahead of you still looks clear and peaceful. I remember Tang Kiem and I am about to receive a weapon from Mr. Dae-ho, and I also need to complete the 20th trial floor of the tower. I will be ready to face the upcoming uprising. You calculate, but first I need to complete level 19 with perfect results. The system has notified you are now on test level 19. Soo-hyun is flying downwards, where there is a huge skeleton with round objects clinging to it. Soo-hyun's face is cold as he descends. Those round things suddenly moved closer, and upon a closer look, they were actually rats. Its eyes are glowing red, and it's chewing on large pieces of meat. The system appears, informing you that you have been taken to the sewer rat cave for survival and escape. Soo-hyun dismissively scoffs at the disgusting bunch. Hearing the noise, the rats look up, and he responds with a seemingly restless flap, a loud sound. He stood up, his kick shattering into pieces, dust billowing everywhere. He looked up and assessed what was in front of him, a skeleton with a swarm of rats below. Also a skeleton, likely having been there for some time since these filthy rats had devoured it. They are hungry. You are in a ready stance, one hand drawing your sword, looking like a tasty target for them. The swarm of mice starts rushing forward to attack again. Ex-Hyun jumps up and disappears from his spot. You swung your sword several times, slicing the mice in quick succession and knocking them away, while a mouse was running behind you. It charged straight at him, hitting one of his arms. Then Soo-hyun struck it, splitting its body in 2. You look at your torn shirt, grit your teeth, and click your tongue. There's still smoke coming from your shoulder. I let my guard down. Whether it's poison or acid, no matter what it is, I will definitely be seriously injured if I get bitten. The boy looked at the rats again and kept charging straight ahead. Soo-hyun uses holy fire to burn them. The mice are incinerated in the blue holy flames as he jumps onto a piece of bone. Shun looked down below. Fighting them one by one isn't a threat, but there are too many. He glanced at the rats through the holy fire, realizing it would be a waste of energy to keep using holy fire since he didn't know what was waiting for him beyond these filthy rats. Suan considers and analyzes that if that is the only way out, the rats keep rushing straight up to the bone frame where Soo-hyun is standing. He jumps high to avoid their bites. Annoyed that damn it, they don't even give him a moment to think. The highest flying mouse bared its sharp teeth as he coldly kicked it away. He glanced to the other side where the mice were waiting below like prey ready to be devoured. He swung his sword to scatter them, and suddenly Soo-hyun's eyes caught something. There was a crack on the ground. I also notice a crack and a hole on the ground over there. Maybe there's an empty space underground. I have this idea. You pick up the sword and throw it straight down, aiming to escape from all of them in one move. The sword plunges directly into the crack. He jumps down along the sword, just needs to escape the spot on the ground he hit. The sword creates a hole in the ground first, then he simply follows it down. A loud explosion echoes as Hyun successfully jumps below. He looked up at the big hole in the ground, which revealed the orange sky above. There was truly a gap beneath the earth. This is the real challenge. The walls around you are quite sturdy, and there are mice emerging from the rubble. Seeing the trembling look of the mouse, I guess some are still alive. But why do they look so scared? You didn't do anything, yet that little mouse hurriedly ran away. As it ran, its foot kicked a piece of stone that lowered slightly, and then that piece of stone disappeared. The hole where it stepped has sharp iron bars sticking out, piercing through the mouse, and there are some traps. Above, 2 torches are lit, and something is moving, which you can also sense. He glanced sideways with a foolish smile, and a snake with an extremely long tongue appeared. I knew those mice weren't everything, just as I thought. This is it. That giant snake appears before Soo-hyun, opening its huge mouth with glowing eyes as it charges forward. A giant snake with its mouth wide open is charging straight at him. Soo-hyun leaps into the air to avoid its swinging tail. Its massive tail crashes down, shattering the ground. Soo-hyun flies straight up, ready to attack with the holy sword. He strikes the sword directly into its body, his hand trembling slightly as he looks at the sword in his hand. Thinking that even Mr. Daho's sword isn't effective because it has a significantly high physical resistance. His hand raised a blue light, so instead of cutting the snake, he threw a stream of blue light directly into its body. Soo-hyun flew away to avoid the snake. A little sweat appeared on your face. You look straight ahead, still appearing as if nothing has happened. Is it not affecting anything? You clenched your teeth. It's not as strong as its physical resistance, but maybe it also resists magic. Using holy fire has no effect at all. The snake continues to charge straight at you, swinging its tail fiercely. Soo-hyun also quickly dodged the attack. Its tail continued to strike again. You saw it and flew away, but unfortunately, its head appeared behind you. It opens its mouth wide as if about to bite the bait. It could be dangerous. Soo-hyun used his sword to block its mouth so it couldn't bite. It was faster. I predict that Soo-hwan's gaze is fixed on it, then its head crashes into the wall and it flies out again, its body still intact as if nothing happened. Soo-hyun places his sword on the ground with large broken rocks beside him. He wipes sweat from his face, and despite his enormous size, he remains very agile. It seems to have no flaws at all. It sticks out its tongue at the opponent in front of it, and I use my sword as a support to stand up. If you go back a month, he might have been a formidable opponent, but I laugh, holding my sword with both hands. You're no longer worthy to be my opponent. It lunged forward with its mouth wide open. You quickly flew up, causing its head to plunge straight into the ground. You then swung your sword down fiercely. I still have half of my stored energy. Before I run out, I will tightly bind the movement of this thing. You are flying closer to the giant snake's face. Your speed is terrifying. He swings straight down, then jumps back up and flies away. He looks back and sees the vines on the wall, grabs them, and then uses the vines to run very fast. Your speed makes the snake dizzy as it chases after you. You use the advanced jump technique. Your skill proficiency is at 0%. You can only perform 1 additional jump in the air. The heightened number of uses will increase as proficiency rises. Soo-hyun continues to use her power. No matter how high your magic level is, you strike directly at its face. It will still sting a little if I hit here. The snake strikes straight toward the wall behind. Its body is now wrapped in vines, and its tail is hitting the ground. Then it thrusts straight upward. It's using its tail to attack you, but you pressed yourself against the wall to avoid its tail's path. Soo-hyun, wielding a sword glowing with power, prepares to strike as Soo-hyun slashes fiercely into its body. It seems to be a fatal blow, so the snake opened its mouth wide as if shouting. Soo-hyun quickly dodged away, with devastating explosions below. He was already on the ground, and the snake was still opening its mouth and charging straight at him. Soo-hyun smirked, and the snake's eyes seemed to tremble as green vines tightly wrapped around its body, suspending it in midair. Got it. You look up at it, resistant to physical attacks, magic, and above all, regenerative power. So far, you're the first monster to have all 3 resistances, but you still can't defeat me. Your hand now wields power because my destructive strength is still greater. You raise your power straight up, and through that round hole, a blue phoenix-like bird is soaring towards you, flying beside where you stand. That is Holy Fire, the phoenix, the only summon command of Holy Fire. Not long ago on the 18th floor, I acquired a skill through the advancement of Holy Fire. You extended your arm as if waiting for it to land. It's not just a simple summoning skill to call and control a beast. Although the main drawback is consuming more energy than expected, it's still worth what I invested. As the phoenix lands on your arm, Because Su Hyun smirked, he extended his hand to let it fly out, its destructive power over 100 times that of the holy fire. Go on. The snake still fiercely opened its mouth, but the phoenix flew straight through, creating a big hole in its body. The body of that snake is now motionless. The phoenix has completely won. System notification. You have achieved a 100% score. You hand your arm to Phoenix and land. Have I already completed level 19? You remember how the difficulty of the challenge tower increased sharply every 10 levels before? Like last time at level 10, I might have to suffer again at level 20. You tilt your head up to look at the light. I've done everything to prepare for this moment over the past half year. All that remains now is a blue sky above. Below is Deo's house. A sword lies still on the stone ground beneath a clear blue sky, while voices chatter below. You see the leaderboard. The people below keep discussing. It seems he's done it again. Is Kim Joo-hyun still even human? How could he have cleared level 19 with that score? That means he climbed 9 levels in just half a year. I wonder who he is. He ignores all the calls from the Fake Awakening Guild. I've heard he doesn't even respond to invitations from famous guilds. There's also a red car parked nearby. Inside, there are people sitting and chatting, including Doo-ho sitting there. The gossip keeps going, and no one knows who Lee Kai is. Doo-ho looks down and sees X-hyun walking with the red car, stepping out of the vehicle. You walk with a cool and confident attitude. Doo-ho pushes the door of the shop and greets you. Soo-hyun scoffs. Soo-hyun smiles. It's been a while too, hasn't it? He shouts nervously. It seems you arrived before me. Doo-ho is also polite. It's not been long. The important thing is whether you like the car I gave you. Doo-ho's expression is extremely excited, as if waiting for a compliment. He looks towards the others who are curious about the red car. I'm wondering if it's a bit too flashy. Doo-ho wouldn't approve of that. Luxurious? Come on, someone like you should at least be driving something like that. At first, when I asked what you usually use to get around, he remembered the answer. I take the subway and bus. Doo-ho's expression suggests this is no small matter. You have no idea how shocked I was. Doo-ho thinks that even a fake awakening requires a lot of movement. The 8-cylinder sports car with a naturally aspirated engine and impressive acceleration is interrupted by Soo-hwan. All right, let's continue inside. Meanwhile, passers-by kept praising the car. Wow, what kind of car is that? So cool. On the table are a glass of water and a cup of coffee, along with some stacks of documents, while Ho holds a tablet in his hand. How are you? Is the preparation for the 20th floor going smoothly? Soo-hyun just replied, yes, you hold up the glass of water. I have postponed many times because I was waiting for something, but thank God I received a message today to come pick it up. Yes, thank you for helping me find a house and also my mother's shop. Doo-ho smiled and said, I'm glad I could help you. Where did you say you used to live again? He told An-san. He heard the location and was thinking about something. An-san there is not far from Anang, and Soo-hyun, who was about to raise his water glass to drink, suddenly froze. Doo-ho explained, I can make an appointment with the director of the certification agency next month. If you tell them what happened, you might get some help. You think that next month, 2 months from now, the uprising will happen and things don't look very good. Then Soo-hyun asked, what about the massacre? He set down his coffee. Those people are currently in his mind. I'm having someone investigate, but not much has been found. It seems they are very skilled at hiding their identities, and the number of fake awakenings dying or disappearing is increasing. But that's just because the dungeons have become more difficult lately, so there's nothing suspicious. The two focus on their work in a rather quiet environment. Doo-ho looks at the tablet, but recently there's been a strange case where a fake awakener suddenly died in the middle of the street. The forensic examiners found all the cases involved poison. Soo-hyun's expression briefly froze, as he immediately thought of Dong-yang's malicious look. Poison? Are you suggesting I look up that word? I have a feeling we will find something if we follow this lead. He also agrees. Yes, I understand. In the evening sunset, the two say goodbye and head home carefully. You walk over to the red car parked in front of the shop. He looked up at the sunset sky, only 3 months left before a resurgence in Annang. He thought again about the tragic moment when he desperately tried his best, but the overall situation remained quite brutal. He opened his mouth, seeming to believe that stopping himself was still the safest choice, his eyes full of determination. The sunset glow at Doo-ho's house reflected off the neatly hung weapons. Soo-hwan crossed his arms, silently assessing that all the weapons were high quality. Doo-ho opened the door, carrying something wrapped very carefully. Thank you for waiting. Hand over the Doo-ho. This item is really hard to forge because of its superior material, but it just makes this process more interesting. He takes out a cigarette, and I can guarantee the specs will be excellent. So don't worry about anything, just give it a try. X-hyun's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the sword. He raised the sword in his hand and looked straight at it. It looked even more ordinary than Banmung, but the moment I held it, I knew immediately. This sword is alive. holding it, you feel like a radiant light is shining down. With one hand, Soo-hyun drew the previous sword, then swung it into the air, gripping the new sword. His gaze focused as the old sword fell and shattered upon hitting the new one. Looking at the sword, Soo-hyun assesses its sharpness and durability as the highest. It can react with his mana and accurately distinguish between what he wants and doesn't want to cut. He smiled contentedly. This is the perfect sword. Daeho holds a cigarette in his hand. Have you thought of a name yet? Now it's your sword, so you should name it. Soo-hwan silently agrees. Yes, you gently call it Gram. I will call it Gram, the dragon-slaying sword. Mr. Daeho is confused. What is Gram? Could it be some kind of 100 grams, 200 grams, or whatever kind of name? It sounds so outdated. But with Soo-hyun, it's different. Gram is another name for Ban-em in Norse mythology. I can't reuse the name Ban-mu. You think of that horrifying scene. But I have no desire to give up the meaning of that name as a sword that slays dragons. In the darkness, the two part ways. All right, uncle, I'm leaving now. Daeho couldn't bear to part so quickly. What do you mean? Are you leaving already? Won't you come in for some tea before you go? You smile happily for next time. Today I still have somewhere I need to go right now. The night sky has gentle clouds drifting by, illuminated by the lights of a shining stone castle. The guard is standing watch seriously when a shadow appears behind him. That person placed a hand on the guard's shoulder, causing the soldier to startle and turn around to defend himself with his weapon. Someone? Seeing you in front of him, the soldier suddenly pointed at Maxman. Maxman gently smiles and apologizes for startling him. The uncle asks, did the border patrol go smoothly or were there any issues? The other person stood at attention and reported, no, everything is still fine. Shang Yi, my uncle, is worried and caring. You must be very tired from patrolling for days, but I need just a little more from you. If the enemy launches a surprise attack, the entire castle will be in danger. The soldier also replied, yes, sir, don't worry. Than will do his best, and then the soldier continued on to carry out his mission. Maxman gazed into the distant sky and said, it's been a month already, hasn't it? The uncle looked out the window, and the situation inside the castle was truly dire. If this continues, the civilians will be the ones suffering again. What should we do now? There's so much to worry about with all these voices. Commander Maxman. Maxman turned his head and said, I know whose voice that is. Are you here already? Lord Toitung? Lord Toitung stands coldly facing Maxman, his face hidden behind a mask, shortly after Aoam declared war. He is originally the top escort of the prince, and has come here to assume the position of commander. He must obey his superiors completely. That is the duty of a soldier and the law of war. But he considers soldiers' lives no more than an ant's. Maxman can imagine the ants writhing on the ground. My uncle, puzzled, asks why His Highness would appoint someone like this as the commander. The prince's attendant pats Maxman on the shoulder, telling him not to overthink and to try to endure another month. Just one more month, isn't that at least within your capabilities? He emphasized. The hero of the old kingdom, Captain Maxman, and Maxman remained silent. Uncle's hand clenched tightly as he turned back toward him, who was walking away after a month. Nothing will change, no matter how much we try to hold on. A thunderous sound cuts through Maxman's words. Uncle is also surprised. What's happening? The soldier behind him shouted the command, and Maxman turned to look at him. We're in trouble now. There's currently a surprise attack from outside, and the castle gates have been breached. At this moment, Soo-hyun has shattered the wall, his expression calm as if he hadn't done anything extraordinary. In fact, a few hours earlier, at the 20th week entrance, Soon was approaching the tower guard at the 10th floor challenge. He is lying flat on the ground while you are nearby. He sensed someone approaching and turned his head back. He sat up, brushing himself off. Who could it be at this hour? You are the gatekeeper here. Judging by Soo-hyun's demeanor, he has recently come to see that someone like you is truly rare. He sat with one hand resting on a knee to ask for my advice. You admit it too. Yes, can you help? He pinched two fingers together. I don't know anymore. Maybe after hearing your proposal, you'll find it interesting. You're already used to this scene. I often see it, and the seasoned gatekeeper becomes more cunning with each level. You offered 100,000 yen, as if a crow was flying overhead. The gatekeeper's voice booms. What? Repeat that? I'll give you 100,000 points. Is that enough? Suddenly, he burst out laughing loudly. He stood up and handed me an amount that most people would spend over a year saving together. You truly are different. My impression of you was indeed accurate. Then he reached out to take what you offered. Where are you planning to go? Hyun explains that I am planning to challenge a level in the system. Is there anything I should watch out for? He smiled and said, don't worry, you won't die in there. Others might die before you. Still, if possible, you shouldn't kill anyone. Soo-hyun also looked a bit confused, just silently listening. He appeared serious, and you need to pay attention to your goals at each moment. You just stood there in confusion. He was also gentle. Yes, but I gave him 100,000 points. He kept pushing you to go inside. I've said enough. Go quickly. He's acting like that again. You glare at him and wave from the gate. Good luck. You know that he always speaks in riddles, and even though you know those tips will eventually help, what is the goal he's talking about? There is a space hole at your feet. You are surprised by this unexpected appearance. You fell into that black pit. You glance down below where a tree is quietly standing. You flip your body around, grabbing the tree trunk to push yourself up. You jump repeatedly from the cliff, looking ahead. In front of him is a massive castle. This is the system interface. Level 20, the challenge for this level has begun. It is well known that the Grandolum Kingdom is a fortress protected by thousands of soldiers for a month to take down the castle. It also warned, but remember clearly, you are not their enemy. You can gain an ally during the challenge, uncover the secrets inside the castle, and survive. He glances at the system screen, thinking that today's explanation was a bit too much. But because it's lengthy, I managed to catch a few things. You look down and see soldiers guarding. The system says I need to destroy the castle and uncover its secrets, so this isn't going to be an easy, direct confrontation. My thoughts keep racing, reminding myself not to become an enemy. If possible, you shouldn't kill anyone. The gatekeeper also said something similar, which I guess means I should avoid pointless fights. I crossed my arms and looked at the castle in front of me. But how can I destroy a castle without fighting? As night fell, I sat and stared at the paintings, contemplating, my gaze drifting to the castle's wall. The thick wall matches the reputation of a steel fortress, with soldiers and mercenaries standing guard quite well, some even capable of using magic. At least they are well equipped. The boy helplessly lies down. There are many of them, and they have a significant geographical advantage. I must take down the castle without killing anyone and also uncover its secrets. You look up at the starry sky. I have a month, too much time for a challenge, but I won't have the luck to enjoy it. Soo Hyun remained silent, as if contemplating again. Fine, I've made my decision. On the city wall, the guards are extremely strict. One of the soldiers seems to notice something, and Soo Hyun calmly walks towards them. Who's coming? You're very calm, no need to overthink. I'll do as I usually do. Directly charging forward, he reached out his hand and said, Sorry, I am just a passing traveler. May I stay overnight in the castle? Are you crazy? Do you know where this is? Can't you see we're about to fight? Hurry and get out of here. You're planning again. 2 months from now, a rebellion will erupt in Ansan. I need to complete this challenge as quickly as possible and get back to prepare. You are in the stance to draw your sword. I see. You look at the 2 soldiers in front of you, but sorry, I have to get inside no matter what. You fly up high and force your way in. The soldier also looked confused. What? The soldiers all looked up at him from above. Su Huan, in midair with his sword pointed downward, coldly delivered a strike to the door. So the ground beneath their feet has also cracked, and the wall on the city wall has broken apart. The soldiers are surprised, and then the gate collapses. Soo Hyun stepped forward, standing on the wreckage of the gate with an expression that showed no difficulty. Soo Hyun looked at the sword in his hand, ignoring the panicked voices around him. There's an intruder. The castle gate has been destroyed. Everyone stop him. He smiles. Now I can clearly feel that I am using it. The sword looks ordinary but hides an incredible power. Su Huan feels proud. This sword is truly special, forged in a way that allows him to freely adjust its sharpness as he wishes. The soldiers all rush forward to catch him. He begins to look around. He uses his sword to attack, delivering strikes at the soldiers, then quickly breaks free from the crowd and runs toward the castle. As you run, you glance back and observe that with this sword, there's nothing you can't cut through. The soldiers clutching their stomachs lie on the ground along with everything else. Are you okay? Your wound? He looked at those people, and if he wanted to, the soldier suddenly reached his hand to his stomach. Is there no cut through? Hyun also understands that she might not cut anything either. The soldiers above shout to release the arrows, all simultaneously shooting their bows at Soo-hyun. The arrows are flying straight toward him, the clattering of bows echoing as they aim directly at him, while he stands in a defensive stance. He uses his sword to break the incoming arrows, leaving the soldiers stunned, speechless, with their mouths agape. Then he looked up to the upper floor of the castle, and with a single jump, Soo-hyun successfully leapt up. He gently pushed the spirit standing beside him to the ground, and he didn't forget to curse at him. That bastard fell to the ground, lying among the broken debris with screams of despair. Soo-hyun's face remained calm. I am sure he won't die. The soldier above trembles anxiously for his comrade, asking, Are you okay? And some noise somewhere else catches his attention. Soo-hyun looked into the distance at a group of people on the opposite side. What's going on? Maxman is being held tightly by the soldiers. Let me go and protect the city walls. Let me fight that guy myself. The soldiers tried their best to stop him. You cannot do this. Sir Commander, if you retaliate and something happens, what will become of the Empire's future? Listening to the conversation, Su Huan also realizes that the commander is quite reckless. You see the soldiers persistently preventing him from fighting, with the soldiers holding tightly onto Maxman. I apologize, Commander Maxman. Everyone, escort the commander inside. Maxman refuses to let me go. The soldiers keep blocking me. Watch him in the safest place. Soo-hyun assesses the situation. Even though he is their superior, they ignore the orders and focus on protecting him. You lower yourself, preparing to jump over there. I was planning to cause chaos while assessing the situation. Maybe it would be faster if I could persuade him. Soon leaped into the air, soaring high above the surprised soldiers. Does anyone recognize him? Don't let him get near the commander. One of them has shot an arrow close to you. That arrow was tied to a rope, and it flew to wrap around Soo-hyun's leg. He lifted his leg to catch the rope. The soldier also remembered the person following because of the pull. Soo-hyun kicked his leg up to prevent himself from being pulled back by the rope, but at the same time, the person holding the rope was pulled by him and was thrown toward him. It seems that Soo-hyun, as planned, caught the soldier and jumped to the ground. The soldier on this side, seeing the scene, also wants to intervene. He has my people stop the attack. Maxman and the soldiers on this side turn around at the sound and see Soon pushing the soldier away and rushing towards them. He cuts the rope at his feet with his sword, clearly visible as he faces him. He raises his sword high, and Maxman also brandishes his weapon, rushing toward him. This person is very strong. The two of them are now dueling with swords. The sword strikes look chaotic, with soldiers and objects flying along with the force. Thick clouds of smoke fill the air as soldiers lie on the ground, while Maxman and Soo-hyun stand facing each other amidst swirling smoke. Soldier anxiously asks Commander Maxman, "Are you okay?" Maxman looked at the person in front of him and said, "Don't worry. Judging by Soo-hyun's appearance, my uncle is in a ready stance. I will handle him." You go outside to check the castle's situation. This guy isn't an imperial spy. He's probably an independent agent. Soo-hwan was slightly surprised when the other person confirmed it. You chuckled to yourself. Impressive. The ability to assess the situation perfectly in a commander, at the level and skill of an awakened person. But predicting, he's a professional. The soldiers behind keep worrying. Be careful. We can't do anything without you. Commander, Maxman reminds you. Guys, how many times have I told you not to say such weak words, but those soldiers really do rely on us. But that's the truth. Without Maxman, they wouldn't be able to survive. We all trust you. They remember Maxman's heroic appearance back then. 20 years ago, in the battle against the Aoam Empire when you brought home victory, with Commander Maxman and the Central Front, we were sure we could stop the Aoam Empire. Hearing this, Soo-hyun also understood part of it. I have a feeling they trust him deeply, because he is the hero of the Empire. My gaze hardens, but as I look at the large shadows of the soldiers converging on Maxman standing in front, the truth is no one realizes that title will become a shackle chaining him down. You thought about yourself and the hands that needed your rescue, just like I did when I was Kim Sang-gin. Maxman is very stubborn and silent. The request is really ridiculous. My empire is preparing for war. I cannot allow someone who broke the gate and endangered soldiers to enter the castle. You lower your sword and run straight ahead. Maybe I have to commit another crime. Shun clenched his fist, realizing that the way to take the castle without bloodshed was to persuade the highest authority. Now the two were locked in a sword fight. The two swords are clashing when Maxman suddenly asks, "Who's there?" His uncle's eyes momentarily widen as Soo-hyun, holding the same rope he used earlier to bind Maxman's arm, appears. Uncle also realized the string that had just pulled his leg. He bit down to tighten the string, then used a transformation technique, transforming again. Gigantomachia's arm moves more slowly but provides incredible strength. Gigantomachia shouts loudly, and a giant arm appears. Everything is part of Soo-hyun's plan. If I use this person to uncover the secrets of the castle and pass this challenge perfectly, Maxman will be left speechless. What? Your teeth are still clenched on the rope, and maybe I will free you from all your chains. A deafening explosion occurred. Through the thick smoke, the commander hears a call. Commander, is the commander okay? The soldiers are all stunned. In the thick fog of smoke, there is no sign of anyone. The commander is among the rubble. The soldiers below shout loudly, "Search everywhere for the commander." The squad leader has been assigned, and don't neglect the castle's defenses. Line up the troops neatly. Yes, sir. The captain is trying to survey the surroundings. He was just here a moment ago, but now he's gone. In another place, the lights illuminate the quiet space, and a black stream appears on the wall with a hand emerging from it. Maxman was pushed out and arrived here. Soo-hyun also stepped out, holding a rope connected to Maxman's arm. The uncle knelt on the ground, trying to breathe. What? As long as you're here, it seems spending points at the 15th floor shop isn't a waste at all. Looking at the shadow on the wall, the shadow blending skill, a technique that allows teleporting from one shadow to another, a skill used by assassins to manipulate darkness. Thinking back to when I used this skill to deceive the soldiers, it took time to prepare. Used a lot of mana and was a difficult skill with limited uses and range, but it was perfect for infiltration. I turned to look at that shadow stream. I had already prepared to sneak in somewhere, or hide from prying eyes when entering the tower, and it seemed like the right move. Then he tilted his head to look elsewhere, observing the silent space lights around here, and he was sure he was now inside the castle. I smell a foul stench in the air, his scent. He thought of the mysterious figure he sensed. Xiun draws his sword with only one task left: uncover the secret here. He then approaches Maxman from this person. Are you okay? Maxman struggled to speak. You're right, you reach out and untie the shackles on your uncle's arm. I apologize for having to do this. This is the only way to have a private conversation with you. Sorry for attacking you. What do you mean? He thinks you're planning to attack the Empire, right? You deny it completely. So why did you have to break the door and attack the soldiers? I had no other choice. They wouldn't let me in. Then I also stood up and removed the restraints on myself. I left in such a hurry, I didn't want to waste a second. You look up, sensing that something will soon happen to this castle. Maxman is stunned. Uncle looks both surprised and worried. What's going on? The IO Empire is attacking, and you're not sure either. Even I'm not sure, which is why I came here to find out. But if something really is happening, look at the person sitting on the ground. It will be more serious than the war between the two empires. Has anything suspicious been happening at the castle lately? Maxman looked up in surprise at that question. The uncle remembered what your attendant advised. In any case, don't overthink and try to endure for another month. Just one more month. Maxman also stood up. Even if it's true, how could I dare to trust and say it? What if you're a spy? If I were really a spy, I wouldn't threaten like that because I could take over this castle alone. So you're saying I have no other choice? Because I can't stop you. Even if I don't trust you, you listen to what my uncle says. Then you ask, are you ready to speak now? But Maxman isn't ready yet. I have some doubts, so the uncle standing in front of you will go with you. Ex-Hyun smiled, very honored, the light shining on the wall. Is Ex-Hyun still far behind? Maxman is holding a torch and leading the way. We are almost there. The uncle reached out and opened the door. In front of the two people is a vast open space and a very long staircase. Here it is. Maxman remembers the gaunt, suffering people who once stayed here and says this place was used as a prison over 100 years ago. There is probably still a strong aura of death lingering around. But many prisoners died. The uncle with the black torch descended, and eventually they abandoned this place to build the prison elsewhere. Few people know the location of this place. However, Su Huan, walking behind, wondered if there was a dark hiding spot in the castle where light couldn't reach. Maxman, I don't understand. What does this have to do with what you're talking about? Right now, you've gone ahead of Maxman. He'll find out soon enough. I can smell that scent inside this castle. In front of me is a gate, there's no denying it. The smell of corpses, a sound echoes, causing both of them to turn around simultaneously. Who's there? Maxman looks ahead. This is his attendant. The attendant appears and walks over to where the two are standing. Commander Maxman, what are you doing here? He reproached. Isn't it someone who left his post during the battle and stood beside you without permission? So, what are you doing here then? You stand facing him. This prison was sealed shut before the commander opened the door. How did you know to come here? He's lying. I was just passing by and sensed a presence here because we need to stay alert during this time. You exposing this, the timing is too coincidental. Have you been following us? His expression turned cold. He wants to manipulate Maxman in a ridiculous way. Commander Maxman, say something. He is an intruder. How could a commander like you be controlled like that? Su Huan quickly drew his sword and escaped. He hadn't finished speaking when Su Hyun struck him directly in the body. Maxman was stunned in horror. That escort had fallen to the ground from your slash. Maxman anxiously questioned, what did you do? Your uncle has also drawn his sword to kill the prince's guard and the commander. Are you really a spy for the enemy? You tilt your head. The emperor's escort, quite an interesting disguise. Is that right? You turn around and the attendant from earlier has stood up. Maxman was now even more amazed as the torn sand mark revealed the skull underneath the torn clothing. That is L, the lich with terrifying glowing eyes. Maxman looked at what was in front of him and also recognized a lich. Are you trying to say he's not human but a monster? Ex-Hyun asked, confused. What is wrong with this country? The smell of death and darkness strongly envelops the castle even before the war breaks out. This smell indicates he's hiding inside the castle. The lich exudes power right before their eyes. I remember the lich from before. I've encountered something similar in the past, so I could recognize him earlier than usual, but this time it's definitely different from before. This is a real lich. The lich here seems much more ferocious and powerful. You look at it and judge that it belongs to a different class than the mixed breed you saw in the abandoned dungeon. Maxman observes the unfamiliar thing before him, still unsure of what's going on. I knew it. You're not the real commander. Where are you from? Another castle. a neighboring country. Zhu Hyun spoke, and who knows, with the sword placed across his body, he could come from a place you don't know. That Lee's still calm. Well, I don't need to answer. Change of plans, Uncle is hard to understand. The plan. He raises his finger. That's right. Therefore, a purple light radiates around Maxman and Soo-hyun as the fierce-looking lich points his finger, unleashing his power towards them. You two must be buried here. The lich raises his hand, unleashing a tremendous power, a stream of energy rushing straight at them, while Soo-hyun charges forward with her sword to protect Maxman. The tip of the sword stands before the light as Soo-hyun delivers a slash at that strange purple energy. Maxman and the lich are both stunned, and he smiles as if this is an easy feat. You hold up this sword proudly, ready to fight with powerful magic, maybe thanks to using the highest quality sapphire stone. This sword probably won't break easily like last time. He remembered his own sword that had once cracked, looked at the fierce appearance of that L guy, but having a good weapon doesn't mean this will be easy. It's a dark monster. Unless we use holy powers or strike the life stone, otherwise every attack will be ineffective. You glance at the man standing behind you, Maxman, right? You can also see the serious look on your uncle's face. He's quite strong. The sword in his hand clearly shows its power, but there's little hope from someone without holy skills. If that's the case, I'll defeat him with holy fire. You fly straight into the air with your sword and blue light, launching an attack at him, but he also evades the strike by flying away. He points his finger, unleashing a bit of dark purple power. That energy shoots straight down from above where you are standing. Next, Hyun uses his blue light to attack. At this moment, the blue and purple lights clash. Two intense beams collide head-on, followed by an explosion as expected. Hyun suddenly shields his face with his arm, surprised. He looks at the lich releasing a sinister aura in the sky, and his holy fire cannot touch the lich's death aura. Compared to the half-season lich last time, he's way stronger. I grip my sword tightly. I can survive if I keep using holy fire, but I don't want to waste mana. Fighting and running out of breath wouldn't be worth it. It seems I have no choice but to aim for his life there. The two eyes stare directly at each other, and Soo-hyun continues to charge forward. You slash your sword straight at him, but he dodges by leaning away. Soo-hyun tilts his head and looks back, then stabs his sword into the wall behind him to use it as leverage, then hurls himself with force toward him. But L dodged very quickly as if he had split into multiple people, and his purple beams shot straight at you. Soo-hyun appears behind him and successfully delivers a kick. L is falling from the sky and has already appeared on the ground where he is about to land. He turns his head to look behind, seeing you holding a sword and ready to charge, while he releases his purple energy. The purple rays emanating from the lich's back spread downward, and Soo-hyun raised his hand to shield himself. He blocks the spell by releasing energy from behind, and his power seems to be growing stronger. He pointed his hand towards him as if commanding the purple power to attack him. Soo-hyun swiftly defeated the purple force with agile sword strikes, but above in the sky he released that terrifying purple aura. He has now landed on the ground. Maxman stands behind, worried. Hey, are you okay? Your condition seems normal too. Yes, I'm fine. You can sense that something is strange in your mind. Soo-hyun stared at his opponent across from him, sensing that although he was strong, he wasn't fully focused on fighting him. He hadn't revealed his full strength yet, and the more Soo-hyun concentrated, the more he felt that the opponent had some plan, remaining silent as if waiting for something. The gate behind the two of them is emitting a stream of black energy. He suddenly says something very incomprehensible, as if his preparations are complete. His fierce gaze, enough with the teasing. The black aura behind still emanates from the door. At this moment, it becomes darker and more intense. It is charging straight at where Maxman is standing. Maxman tilted his head back, but luckily Soo-hyun rushed forward and struck it down, saving Maxman's life. The uncle was surprised. You? Your serious face looks ahead, and right in front of you is the shattered door where that energy burst has exploded out. I see. Now I understand. Soo-hyun's eyes are extremely focused. Maxman standing nearby is being attacked from behind. Can that lich control the darkness remotely too? It's like you realize something. No, that's not it. After all, this is his home ground, a place that at night, when hidden, has no light shining in a place for the insane surrounded by hatred and death. You can sense the faint purple aura of this L guy lingering around this place. He seems to be silently admitting it. So you figured it out. Come closer. Yes, this is my home, a place filled with the sweet screams of the dead. Where is that sound coming from? This is our home. Maxman turned his head. His uncle's eyes grew even more terrifying. A red-clad L with a yellow gem on his head, Maxman was utterly confused. And Soo-hyun remains calm as two more L characters appear. A red-clad guy and a blue-clad guy. All three of them simultaneously looked at the two newcomers, and there were more besides. the image of the three LCK figures appearing as if to overthrow everything here. Suhyun looks directly at the men before him and finally remembers. You remember the story of a line of soldiers along with 3L, thousands of guards in a large but enclosed castle. The Lich infiltrated, disguised as the Emperor's attendants, and there are 3L. That means one thing. That thought occurs to Suhyun's mind. Den in a red shirt scolds him. You're wasting too much time. Don't waste any more time on these mosquitoes. The guy in the blue outfit next to him is a bit shy. You should kill them as soon as they step down the stairs. Do you think the plan will go smoothly if you keep being so careless? Maxman still looks stunned. What are they talking about? What is the plan they are talking about? Suhyun stands calmly beside him. Do you know that even the L species has an emperor? The uncle tilted his head and looked at you. What? You mean the Lich King, the ruler of the Death Realm, has very few ways to summon him, and one of them is to sacrifice a life. Hearing these words, Maxman was filled with terror. Uncle gradually seemed to understand. So, don't tell me that the uncle remembers your attendant's words. I will let a sacrifice here rather than think about abandoning the castle. Suhyun confirms yes, they plan to conscript soldiers of the Empire, with images of exhausted soldiers being marched in a line to be conscripted. Suhyun further clarifies that to summon the Lich King here, the Lich in the green robe praises him. Well, he's quite clever, and the one in red strokes his chin, saying, "Oh my, a mortal like you also knows about our great king?" And that leader also admitted, "Yeah, you're right." He remembered the three of them standing on the cliff looking down at the castle, and during their search for a tribute for the king, they found this castle. They thought of the scene where the Emperor was lying in a pool of red because of them. And after killing the Emperor, we controlled his body to disguise ourselves as his attendants. To them, the Emperor was just a puppet under their control. Hearing this, Maxman seemed to be furious. You miserable, lowly monsters. He ignores Maxman's trembling hand out of anger. He still recounted the ritual that was supposed to be performed next month, but now we could complete the altar earlier than expected. Soon, who was standing in front, raised his arm to stop Maxman, and he kept speaking more passionately. As soon as we deal with you, we will begin the summoning. The three LC are now radiating power, standing on either side with Suhyun and Maxman in the middle. You glance around at the three Lick, huh? They're not easy opponents, but I can still fight them alone as long as I control my mana well. The leader extends his hand, preparing to unleash his power, as a bright purple line appears on the dirt wall beneath Suhyun's feet, then runs around to form a small square trapping both of them, rising from the ground to create a frame around Suhyun and Maxman. Suhyun gazed at the object before him, realizing it was the Dark Guide. It was one of L's most advanced techniques to crush the space within the Dark Zone boundary. You are very surprised. No way, an ordinary LC can't use this move. Could it be them? Suhyun looked at the leader approaching the other two, convinced they were Lich Huang's apostles. The leader extends his hand toward you and your uncle, bidding farewell to humanity, then clenches his fist as the light begins to activate, enveloping both of them. No, not even holy fire can counter this move, damn it. You reach out your hand as if seeking salvation, but the darkness is closing in on you. Fiery slashes suddenly appear, tearing through the enveloping darkness. Seeing the three L brothers walking away, all three of them turn back in surprise at the sound of the breaking. Suhyun also looks at Maxman with amazement. The guide of the darkness. You look at the uncle holding the sword in front of you. He has already broken. Even the leader of the team couldn't believe it. No way. No physical or magical attack could counter the guidance of Lick. How could he break it with just a sword? Those two guys are also annoyed. Who is that guy? That weapon must be the holy sword. It has to be. What nonsense are you talking about? This is just an old worn-out sword. I only believe he is a holy knight. The uncle clenched his sword with both hands. Suhyun tilted his head to look at the person beside him. The holy knight, the uncle, was quite angry, accusing them of assassinating the emperor and planning to surrender all the soldiers. The uncle's hand clenched the sword tightly. I can't forgive you. The uncle charged forward fiercely at the three of them. I will put an end to your plans. The red-clad Lich steps forward. The holy knight is a troublesome opponent. The blue-clad guy is clever, but he's still just an ordinary human. Both rush forward. The red-clad one unleashes his power, aiming to kill him. Stop wasting time. We're about to achieve our goal, the Lich leader ordered, taking the corpses outside the castle, and don't let anyone escape. Maxman looked in that direction, sword in hand, charging forward. I won't let you achieve your goal. The red Lich in the sky is attacking down. Where do you think you are? He unleashes purple power. Die already. The deadly purple arrow is flying straight toward Maxman. Suhyun calmly calls out, Holy fire. The blue energy appears. Suhyun stood in front to protect Maxman. He unleashed his power straight ahead, aiming at the blue phoenix. The phoenix spreads its wings and flies straight ahead, while the purple energy light is also heading directly toward it. Phoenix successfully bit down on the purple arrow, tearing it apart with fierce force. The red-named person also stared in shock at what was happening. The phoenix charged straight at that person. He was caught off guard. What the hell is this firebird? Stay away from me. Then the phoenix shifts its focus and looks at the man in blue. He was so scared he ran away. I didn't mean to do anything. Someone asked again, "Who are you?" Hyun looks towards Maxman. "Commander Maxman, I understand why you are angry. They killed the Emperor and planned to conscript soldiers, but you reminded him not to let anger take over." The uncle grits his teeth in sorrow. "So, what should I do now?" I silently glance and see that the leader of this battle is Commander Maxman. The back of Maxman looks pained and helpless as a leader. The boy reaches out his hand, but then looks at Maxman and asks, "If only for this once, can you trust me to lead?" The uncle looked at the hand you extended, and then at your determined and resolute eyes as the phoenix soared fiercely forward. The red lich unleashed a stream of purple energy toward the phoenix. Above, in the sky, the battle between the phoenix and the crimson lich is underway as Hyun looks up and follows Maxman's command. "Are you ready to give up?" Maxman silently contemplates carefully. Uncle clenched his sword. I still wasn't sure if I should do it or not. "Should I leave you here?" He tilted his head to look at Maxman. "I owe you too much. At least I should stand by your side and fight." You interrupted. "We don't have much time, so please decide quickly, this castle or the lives of the soldiers. Which do you think is more important?" Maxman suddenly snapped out of it, grimly gritting his teeth as he made his decision. Tu smiled, while Maxman behind him quickly ran up the stairs to save the soldiers. He raised his sword and began to attack, recalling the old gatekeeper's warning. He remembered his master's words at every moment, "Do what you must do." He understood that clearly there was a division between what he had to do and what others had to do in this battle. You remember the system's words, "You're not their enemy." You can gain an ally during this trial, so you'll entrust the soldier's protection to Commander Maxman. He raised his sword high to strike, and I will do what I must do. You delivered a powerful blow downward. The leader looked up and suddenly the space became eerily quiet. He was confused. What's going on? What did he just do? He looked at the distant figure of Hyun, who sheathed his sword into his belt as if he had completed a task. A streak of light appeared on the wall, suddenly revealing an explosion of shattered earth and stone, and he walked through the ruins of the castle wall. Nick's group was panicking. That crazy guy. The wall had already cracked, then an explosion erupted outside. The soldiers outside were also stunned. What just happened? Part of the castle has cracked open. It's collapsing, with a hole above letting in light, and beneath the rubble, the purple power of the Lich leader is floating in the air. You idiots are such a nuisance. He looked at the green-clad Lich below the wreckage. I won't say much more. Go deal with the undead, or his tone will become terrifying. I will personally kill you before he has the chance. That guy was startled and panicked, I understand now. Then he looked at the Lich in red. As for you, go check the shrine. We can only continue the ritual if the shrine remains intact. That guy hurriedly obeyed the order, but the phoenix on this side was rushing straight toward him. A beam of blue light piercing the ground with a deafening explosion and thick dust. Do you think you can just leave? He didn't even have time to turn his head back before his body was cut straight from the head down, splitting in two. Where have you been all this time? Black Leader glances at his teammates cut in midair, grinding his teeth in anger. You all. He shouted loudly, and a crazy purple wave of power was rushing straight at us. Soo-hyun is flying in the air while Telich is standing below him, forming a sphere of power with both hands. He creates a purple cage frame behind Soo-hyun. The boy frowns. Damn it, am I just floating here doing nothing? He clenched his hand tightly, just like the move from earlier. The box starts to close completely. Soo-hyun shouts loudly, "Phoenix!" The phoenix is flying straight ahead. It's heading to attack that box. You land with a burst of light behind you, your face already beaded with sweat. Did I push myself too hard? Resistance is useless. You hear the voice while feeling a bit exhausted. Den looks confident. I already know the fire from that phoenix is draining your mana. If you surrender now, I will make your suffering less. You smirked and said, "You're right, that thing really drained quite a bit of my mana." He reached out his hand toward his own blue light, able to retract it. The sword in his hand also radiated energy. But who says I'm useless without mana? Ellie's expression was panicked. He remembered when Maxman left. Wait, didn't his uncle ask if there was anything he could do for him before he left? I'm fine. I owe you a lot. Maxman looked confused by what I said. You wield the sword and use a skill, transforming it into a holy attribute. The holy sword has a holy attribute when attacking. Your expression is very excited, ready for the next battle. Let's fight the Imperial Party after everything is over. Once it's all settled, a soldier will guide everyone to evacuate. Are there any casualties? Don't underestimate the importance of monitoring the enemy's actions. What's happening inside the castle? As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow broke through the wall and soared into the air, drawing everyone's attention. The soldiers looked up in confusion at the floating skeleton. What is that? The skeleton just appeared and is blocking the view of the soldiers below. Well, that guy talks too much anyway, but if you don't listen and let him go crazy, it'll be really dangerous. Let's stop joking around. From its hand, countless mysterious red threads appeared, lifting it up. The threads then spread out across the zombies, and the ground began to crack open as shadows staggered and rose from beneath. The soldiers witnessing this scene were terrified, watching the skeletons slowly approach them, everyone screaming in panic. Some monsters were frantic, while others calmly pointed at the floating skeletons and demanded that the man summon the monsters to attack him. However, looking at the current situation, everyone feels a bit more discouraged. Damn it, what is that thing? While everyone was still panicking, a serious voice suddenly rang out. Did they recognize who the owner of that voice was? He couldn't hide his joy, Commander Maxman. After a moment of confusion, the other person became excited and kept talking in front of Maxman. Thank God you're still okay, but after the castle gate collapsed, I stopped him from speaking any further. All right, I've accounted for the nearby soldiers so there won't be any casualties. Successfully stopping his subordinate from speaking, Maxman inquires about some updates, but that's not important. Have you finished repairing the gate yet? This question makes me stumble and hesitate. It's still not quite right. Just then, the zombies that had just been summoned started climbing up nearby. Damn it. Maxman also sensed something was wrong and proactively moved forward, using all his strength to block the door. We need to rebuild the castle. I will deal with that bastard, so you watch over everyone and lead. Later, that decision was not followed, and they stood firm, seriously asking us to cover the rear. So, the frontline troops can handle the weak zombies outside the castle, but fearing you still won't agree, he shifts to begging. This time, we won't let you fight alone. Seeing that determined attitude, Maxman had no choice but to go along. All right, then use the defensive formation and stay close to me. With their approval, those people are happier than at a festival. Yes, yes. While waiting for his comrades to prepare, he carefully observes what he's about to face. I don't need to fight with full strength. I still have to protect them. The rest will be handled by that guy. The person mentioned just flew up and delivered a direct hit to that skeleton's head. They didn't stop there, and the two continued to clash fiercely, neither willing to give in. When Shu Hyun was about to deliver the final blow, the skull-faced enemy dodged, determined not to give up. You grasped your sword and struck with all your might, sending him flying, pinned to the wall for a long time before falling to the ground. That skull still couldn't accept the truth. No way. With his cracked face, he gasped in disbelief. For 100 years I have grown to this point, and now I can be considered the strongest among the apostles. After a moment of panic, he looked up at Shu Yun standing in the distance. Ready, you rush forward and strike the skeleton, still unable to believe why it can only stand and watch that human end its life. The stone on its forehead begins to crack after the blow. As the stone is damaged, the skeleton's body collapses powerless. No, it collapses, muttering to itself as if it can't accept the truth. I can't fail in a place like this. The plan. This strange event naturally drew Su-hun's attention. The cut gemstone still hasn't disappeared. He's truly extraordinary. Even when things don't go as usual, you don't overthink it. Stop wasting time. Your plan is doomed. This makes the skeleton stop in surprise and repeat in a shrill voice, wasting time. Seeing Shu Hu's calm face, it began to laugh maniacally. You are the one wasting time. You foolish human, do you really think only we are trying to revive the king? At this point, he turned to look directly at you and confidently declared, numerous messengers are preparing day and night to revive the king. Even 10 people like you can't stop us. The more he spoke, the more passionate he became, and the king will be resurrected to plunge the world into darkness. Those pointless words just make Shu Hyun sigh in frustration. That's why I said your efforts are useless. We can't let him stumble around any longer. You, the Lich King, will also die at my hands. But before he could say anything else, he was struck down by your finishing blow. After that attack, the skeleton finally disappeared, turning into dust that floated away. Soon remained silent. What I said to the Lich is the truth. As I think about this, I begin to recall what has happened. Lich King, you have shattered the world to invade reality that will die. Of course, it was the one who ended him. Suddenly, Shu Hyun realized something unusual and continued to ponder. It was me. The entire dungeon in Kwangdu is the same. The L faction keeps mentioning the Lich King. After weighing the options, he finally found a reasonable answer. He might revive sooner than expected. This isn't good. Everything is happening faster than in my previous life. After considering everything, Su-hun decides to put that issue aside completely. Now I should focus on what's in front of me. There's only one lick left. Suddenly I remember Maxman. Commander, I wonder how he's doing. Bubuduang Ko watched Maxman struggling in battle with great pleasure. Damn it. Even though he's being mocked, he's not angry. Instead, he's more cautious. His movements are aimless. This guy is too difficult to deal with. He's taking advantage of the dogfight where I am weakest. Knowing the true intention of the opponent, Maxman remains calm. It's okay. I never intended to finish him off from the start. I just wanted to distract him from the soldiers. That guy will come out soon, so if I can hold my ground a bit longer. Suddenly, that skull-faced guy senses something and opens his eyes wide. My accomplices confirmed several times more, he said through gritted teeth. Damn it. I can't accept the truth that keeps repeating those words. Why did it fail? Why? Why? How did it happen? Why did you fail? The accomplice was the mastermind behind the death. Seeing the reaction and hearing those words, Maxman was overjoyed. Teo, he did it. However, that skull-faced guy exploded in anger, and Teo, immediately, a giant magic circle appeared. A stream of purple smoke emerged from the ground, and the soldiers behind it also collapsed. I can't breathe, Maxma, who is most annoyed right now, shouted as he looked at the condition of his beloved comrades, exploding in anger. You bastard, what have you done? Stop immediately. Although he hasn't received any response yet, Maxman already has a backup plan ready. Regular soldiers can't withstand a hit like that. I will have to use that skill. Just then, Soo-hyun suddenly appeared and delivered a powerful blow to the skull guy. After Soo-hyun's surprising appearance, he immediately delivered a powerful blow to the skull guy. As the skull guy was pinned against the wall, he landed softly on the ground, leaving Maxman stunned. He looked confused for a moment, then your uncle slowly approached to ask, "Did you defeat him?" When asked like that, Soo-hyun responded politely, "Yes, I have defeated it." Wait a moment. I turned to look at the exhausted soldiers and realized the situation doesn't look good. We're about to get into big trouble. Hearing this, Maxman turns to his subordinates and breathes a sigh of relief. It's a relief that we could stop it before things got worse. Seeing the situation of those behind, you remembered some information. Absorbing death energy is a technique that draws in the life and death aura from the surrounding area to strengthen the core. Remembering that, Soon recalled what that girl had just said. If possible, try not to kill anyone. That's why. Staring at the fallen soldiers, he made a guess that this technique would be more effective if more people died. Soo-hwan's attention then shifted to the lich she had just knocked away. I didn't expect it to be this strong. Even if it is an apostle of the Bone Demon King, it seems to be a subordinate of the one I just defeated. But it is also very strong. After collapsing for a moment, that skull-faced one finally regained his senses. I will not forgive you. I will not forgive you. I will not forgive you. At this point, he seemed to be driven mad, repeating the same phrase over and over. I will not forgive you. After repeating that phrase over and over, that L guy suddenly screamed out loud as if he had gone mad. I will not forgive you. After that sentence, a mysterious staff appeared from its mouth. Seeing this scene, Maxman and Soo-hyun were both stunned and frozen stiff. While they were still confused, that L took the staff and raised it high. Immediately, a mysterious magic circle appeared in the sky. Seeing what it was, Maxman couldn't hide his fear. It just used its subordinate to create a barrier protecting the magic circle. Soo-hyun was no longer beside him, but grabbed her weapon and jumped to attack. It might use its breath absorption technique next. I have to destroy the lifestone before that happens. With that determination, you strike down, but the barrier remains completely unharmed. Seeing that Soo-hyun couldn't do anything, the skull's owner was extremely proud. You idiot, you can't break it, no way. It is the curse I risked my life for. Hearing this, the skull-faced guy thought of something and sneered wickedly, openly threatening. If you want to break the curse, you have no choice but to kill me. Hearing this, Soo-hyun leapt back and struck again. Create some distance and grit your teeth with a slightly panicked expression. What should I do now? I believe I can defeat it, but if it takes too long, many soldiers will die. As Soo-hyun hesitated, a firm voice rang out. Don't worry, Maxman is down there fighting and reassuring you. Remember what you told me. Your job is to defeat them. With that, the uncle raises his sword high, ready to deliver the final blow, and it's my turn. After finishing, Maxman gathers all his strength, drives his sword into the ground, and firmly declares that he is protecting the soldier's peace. A massive beam of energy shoots upward and begins to spread everywhere. Soon, a curtain of mist enveloped the palace. The soldiers, who had just risen, stood frozen in shock at the sight. A few minutes later, voices filled with astonishment echoed everywhere. The source of energy that overwhelmed me disappeared. What just happened? Hyun also looked up in surprise and then hesitated as he realized. This is the boundary of meditation. Maxman is exhausted and panting after that burst of power. This is the strongest and final skill. It boosts the moral value of soldiers within range and nullifies all effects related to dark elements. Although it shortens my life, I use what little strength I have left to speak. Even if I have to risk my entire life, I will protect the soldiers, so I leave the rest to you. And with this extra effort, Soo-hyun becomes even more determined and charges forward with a powerful strike. Once again, he was pushed back, and he pursed his lips as he watched the soldiers fighting below. Everyone was fighting bravely. Thinking of this, a fierce determination ignited in Soo-hyun's heart as he risked his life. While he was pondering, the skull-headed enemy suddenly appeared behind him. Luckily, Soo-hwan quickly turned around and blocked with his sword, not too surprised. "You trash human, you dare to kill my friend, and now you don't even know your place and fight back against me?" Mentioning this, the skull guy couldn't hide his anger and attacked relentlessly. "You have nothing but weakness. Useless, you stupid bug, you can't do anything on your own. And to offer a sacrifice, we need thousands like you. After being on the defensive for a while, is this finally your chance to fight back against your friend?" While the two sides were still struggling, Soo-hyun asked mockingly, "I guess you also value someone like you, huh?" Feeling that using a sword doesn't work, you resorted to hand-to-hand combat. But do you know? Thousands of people have been slain so far, and those you are about to kill are friends and loved ones of someone. Above the skulls, unaware of these words, a blue flame had been engulfing them for some time. Seeing him writhing in pain, Soo-hyun calmly said, "Do you know what it feels like to lose someone precious to you? Remember that feeling." At this point, annoyed for some reason, he grit his teeth and raised his sword, passing it to your friend on the other side. With that, Soo-hyun decisively swung his sword down. The skull kept being finished off, unable to accept the truth, even as it was close to death. "I lost. An ordinary human?" As the staff it was holding was about to fall, a blue bird swooped in quickly. That bird pierced through one and broke the staff in half. Instantly, a wave of energy spread out, causing the fighting skeletons to freeze in place. It doesn't stop there. The bones start to vanish, leaving the soldiers bewildered. The monsters are disappearing. On Maxman's side, the barrier created by him gradually disappears. Seeing this, Maxman hesitates uncertainly. Is it over? After looking around to confirm, he collapsed completely exhausted. Before he could land, Soo-hwan appeared out of nowhere to hold him back. Surprised, Maxman turned around to look at him, and facing Soo-hwan's bright smile, Mr. Soo-hwan cheerfully said, "Thank you for your efforts." Hearing this, Maxman looked confused and asked again, "Is it over?" He nodded firmly, "Yes." Receiving the confirmation, he sighed in relief and leaned against the railing behind him. Once fully stabilized, Maxman cheerfully suggested, "I want to rest a bit before celebrating our victory. Are you okay?" As soon as the question was asked, he saw Soo-hyun's battered body slump to the ground, and he then sighed, "I also want to rest for a bit." Is a teasing smile from Maxman enough when this statement is made? The next day, at the Fake Awakening Management Company, an angry voice shouts, "Nonsense! In 3 months, there will be a dungeon in Nang City that will cause an explosion, and the voice belongs to the Fake Awakening Management President, Song Kunti." "And that's not all," he kept scolding loudly. "Do you really think I would believe that nonsense?" Lee Do-ho, the one being scolded, swallowed nervously and remained silent. The subordinates stammered nothing, and Kunti, exhausted, returned to his seat to confirm. No one could accurately predict when it would appear or that the dungeon would cause an explosion that would plunge Anong City into chaos. Before Do-ho could say anything, he was again pointed at and scolded fiercely. "Even if the dungeon appears, it won't cause an explosion immediately. It would take at least a month to turn into an explosion. That's basic knowledge everyone knows." This time Do-ho refused to accept it anymore and immediately spoke up to counter. But the dungeons that appeared in the past were not common knowledge. This time, he wouldn't give his superiors a chance to argue back. No matter what happens, this is a matter that cannot be taken lightly. Anang has a population of about 600,000 people, so the safety of the leader would be at risk. As soon as he finished speaking, Kongtae couldn't hide his anger and snapped back. "And if nothing happens, consider it my reckless action. If we're careless, it's not just 6,000 people who will be unsettled, but 60 million. Just as Kyungtae was about to say more, a young man stepped in to calm the atmosphere. "Please stop. If we keep talking like this, nothing will get resolved. This person is Kim Doi, an A-level fake awakener, an employee of the company." Seeing even his subordinates tell him to stay calm, he was extremely dissatisfied. "Kid, listen to me. Do you really think what he said is right?" Being questioned like that, EUI gently pushed up his glasses and replied slowly, "Maybe there haven't been similar cases before, but Do-ho's words are reasonable. The real concern now is how trustworthy the information he provided really is. This statement immediately made Duho frown in suspicion. Having successfully convinced his boss, he turned to threaten the other person. If you want us to believe, then you can tell me who told you that information. Knowing that the others would crave this, Duho replied cleverly. My source is very reliable because you all have heard that person's name before. Fearing they wouldn't believe, he directly mentioned a name. This was actually told to me by Kim Soo-hyun. When this name was mentioned, the other two couldn't hide their shock. After a moment of confusion, they hesitantly started talking about the person who quickly leveled up and quelled the rebellion in the abyss. Is that the mysterious rookie? Kai said this to himself, feeling incredulous and asking for confirmation again. Don't say you know, Kim Soo-hyun. Duho paused for a moment before replying. I know someone named Kim Soo-hyun, a member of the Kwangdu Dungeon Assault Team a few months ago, but he's only a C rank. After going around in circles, he firmly confirmed. That's right, it's him. Have you changed your mind now? Faced with such a question, Kyung-tae remained silent. After pondering for a long time, he finally spoke briefly. No, not yet. Does this harshness seem out of character for Duho? Faced with that stunned expression, he analyzed carefully as he walked away. We have no evidence to prove that the person you mentioned is Kim Soo-hyun. Besides, how can I trust him? These words leave Duho stunned, but before he can respond, Kionti directly asks, if I believe what you say and evacuate all the civilians, then what happens if nothing is wrong? I, as the chairman, will take responsibility, but listen to me, Duho. At this point, Ki leaned close to Duho with a mocking look in his eyes and a teasing tone. From other perspectives, isn't a dungeon just like a natural disaster? Even if there are casualties, I won't take any responsibility at all. This attitude makes Duho furious on the spot. Just because he doesn't want to be responsible, he can't stand it anymore and is about to yell. He is very pleased with this reaction, as Mr. T calmly makes decisions for everything. I have made the final decision, and I will be the one responsible. He didn't let Duho stammer anything and immediately kicked out the guest. Let's forget what happened today. At this moment, in another corner, Soo-hyun is training furiously and has finally achieved some significant accomplishments. You have passed the 20th floor challenge perfectly. You have collected 100,000 achievement points. Your stats have increased. Reading those lines soon let out a relieved sigh. The difficulty was incredible. I didn't expect 3 apostle-level monsters to appear. Even at level 10, this is only the 20th floor. You've rested enough, you look at your own status board and marvel. But still, this achievement is quite meaningful. Impressive stats, mana capacity of 70, and magic level 7 already meet the initial S-rank standard I was aiming for. It seemed like everything was over, but then the system sent a new notification, calculating your achievements. You read it and froze. Still not finished? As he finished speaking, countless screens suddenly appeared, leaving Soo-hyun unable to keep up. What is this? Does it mean I could have recruited so many people to help myself? At this moment, he suddenly remembered the initial notice, realizing it was the information in the first window and the 1-month time limit. Putting this aside, Soo-hyun quietly enjoyed the sunset. Have I gotten used to working alone? It feels like I've missed something. You've rested enough. Quietly watching Maxman command the soldiers to clean up, you smile contentedly as everyone works systematically. But this time it seems I'm not entirely alone. Down below, Maxman is still giving orders. I have sorted out some of the issues in the castle, but the battle with the Audrum Kingdom is not over yet. Remember to prioritize repairing the castle walls and gates over the interior. Yes, I think you've sat enough. Now go downstairs and join the fun. You'll be busy indeed. Hearing the familiar voice, Maxman couldn't hide his joy. Hey you, I've been looking for you. I thought you had left without even checking your wounds. In response to these words, Soo-hyun forced a shy smile. I went outside to get some air and rest for a while. Receiving that answer, Maxman smiled brightly and suggested, I want to praise your efforts in front of everyone. This idea made you once again avoid it. Honestly, I left earlier because I hated things like that. Hearing this, Soo-hyun felt embarrassed and started to pull at his hair. I feel weighed down by the praise and expectations from everyone. Seeing that expression, Maxman looked at you with deep understanding. I have been like that too. This confession left you stunned. Seeing that expression, he began recounting what had happened to him because of my contribution in the previous battle, where everyone called me the hero who pacified the country Maxman. But I didn't like that nickname. As I spoke, Maxman seemed to recall a painful memory. As time went on, I felt more and more that it was a burden, as if it was weighing heavily on my shoulders. Hero? This look makes Soo-hyun unable to help but be stunned. Does this person also feel the pressure they had to bear in the past? After a long silence, Maxman continued speaking, but because he had told me that this was my job, my duty to protect the soldiers here. Thanks to that, my mind feels lighter now. Seeing Mr. Zhu Hyun's smile again, I felt relieved. It seems to be working. After clearing their minds, the two of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. They say that every problem is simpler than we think. That's right, isn't that how life usually is? We talked for a long time, then the two of us returned to Jiangdo's work. Since the king was assassinated, I have a lot to do for this country. Now, I have to get started. It's good to hear that. Well, I'm off then. This statement was just made, and the person opposite can't hide their surprise. Are you planning to leave now? You know he can't bear to part with it. Shu Hyun chuckled and explained. I think I've done what I needed to here. I'll hand it over to you, Commander. Since it's already been said to this extent, Maxman won't hold on anymore. You say you feel burdened by the praise and expect it, right? I apologize if this sounds a bit blunt, but hold on a moment as he crosses his arms over his chest with a firm voice. I want you and the soldiers here to see you as the hero of this castle. Thank you. Be careful on your way back. This compliment caught me completely off guard. After a moment of surprise, he smiled brightly and thanked him. At the same time, the system notified you that you have achieved the highest accomplishment, and a special reward will be granted for this achievement. A new skill is being developed, Immortal Hero. Right now, in a gym, Bajan is lifting weights while talking to the person behind him. Haley Duo, answer the phone. I don't want to hear that damn ringing anymore. The person being called is also lifting weights without moving. It's so late, who's calling now? After a moment, the other person also picked up the phone. The sudden silence caught Bajan's attention. Duho looked confused for a moment, then quickly composed himself and answered the phone. Yes, Hyun. I've been waiting for your call. Before he could say anything, he heard a shocking piece of news. What? Are you at the hospital? Soo-hyun is currently being scolded by the doctor at the hospital. Like I said, you shouldn't be moving around in that condition. Your body is like that, so what are you planning to do? I don't accept being passive. I argue back. I'm a fake awakened, so I recover quickly. Give me some medicine and bandages or something to wrap my arm. Painkillers are fine too. This stubbornness is making the doctor give up. Brother, please do it. After being scolded endlessly, Soo-hyun finally gets to leave the hospital. He lowered his head to carefully examine his bandaged arm, feeling a bit speechless. I said I was fine. They didn't need to go this far. Duhua, Soo-hyun, is your wound serious? This sudden appearance made Soo-hyun's heart skip a beat. After Duho greeted everyone, the two of them went to a nearby stone bench to talk more. Are you okay? Earlier, you seemed seriously injured when you moved. You sighed and argued back. It's good that it can move, right? Seeing that the person didn't want to talk about it anymore, Duho changed the subject. When I heard you cleared the 20th floor in a day and then went to the hospital, I thought you must be seriously injured. I saw your ranking and you're just as impressive this time. Can you give me some advice? That's what I asked for. Soo-hyun broke out in a sweat. Advice? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? After thinking for a moment, he honestly admitted I didn't really have any advice. I just acted a bit too harsh. By now, Duho realized, so that was why he got hurt. After observing for a moment, he exhaled and thought, maybe I don't need to worry about him. Putting that aside, Soo-hyun inquired about the situation and also about what I asked you to do. Hearing that, Duho sighed with a look of frustration. I failed. I sincerely apologize. In the end, I revealed your identity again, and knowing the outcome, you could only accept it. I knew right away that Soon, then for some reason, just clicked his tongue in annoyance. Anyway, I didn't expect much from the director. This attitude surprises Duho. Do you know him? You said nothing, only thinking to yourself. After all, in my previous life, I was a fake awakener in the company. As expected of a workaholic, without waiting for anyone nearby to say anything, Duho continued to provide some additional information. In the end, my negotiation failed, but I managed to get some information from Kim Roy, who was with him. After a moment, he added, I heard a green dungeon appeared in Ansan City, and people are planning to raid it. Most of the awakened are currently gathered in Ansan. This information caught Soo-hyun's attention. It's already started. In my previous life, I also went there, so I wasn't able to prepare properly for the explosion in Annang. Part of the reason was that the stupid director was too busy avoiding responsibility. Thinking about that, you couldn't hide your anger. That idiot only knows how to cover up his own mistakes. He will definitely experience the feeling of being truly busy. Seeing Duho's unpleasant expression, he hesitated a bit. The timing of the dungeon appearing is just as you said. Soo-hyun, how did you know that? You didn't really pay attention, just gave a brief reply. It's just a feeling. I've calmed down now, so I suggest you thank him for his effort. Duho, we need to switch to Plan B. From now on, I will do it alone. This decision came too quickly for Duho to keep up. What? By myself? For this surprise, Soo-hyun felt very strange. That's right, he had helped me enough already. At that moment, Duho suddenly shouted loudly, which Soo-hyun didn't quite understand. So what? Without waiting for you to continue, Duho kept talking. We can't rely on the agency's help anymore, right? Tell me your plan. There must be something I can still help with. This enthusiasm completely caught Soo-hoon off guard. Still, you can't hide your excitement. I know, I'll tell you my plan. And so, 2 months passed, and on December 17th, a week before Christmas, a discussion erupted in the community. Do you see AB's online news yet? That post from yesterday, right? It can't be real. They're probably just joking. Who is the Dump Guild? Right now in front of a building, a reporter is live reporting a hot new post from the ABS online platform that has caused a stir on social media. A terrorist warning from the Damn Guild. Is this news real? Today we invited them here to personally witness the Dark Guild. After finishing, the reporter moved the microphone aside to start the interview. Does the demonic guild really exist? The interviewee Do-ho suppresses his guilt and responds seriously, yes, I have personally met them. Ju-hyun, that's a tough assignment. Upon hearing this, the reporter asked further, we have received information that the number of casualties in the raid at Gwangdu Dungeon is very high. Is that really true? Baeun sat at home watching TV, confused about what he was doing. How dare he use the media like that? The Onsan Dungeon incident was already crazy enough. Witnessing my boss's furious rage caused by EUI nearby, I could only try to calm him down without being able to do anything. Even the authorities can't stop the actions of an ordinary awakened person. This answer only fuels his anger, all because of that Shu-hu. You found out his identity, right? He picked up the report and started reading. I found out, but I can't bring him here right now. I heard he's been hiding in AB since last month. Inside EUI's heart, which had drifted into another world, Kim Soo-hun truly couldn't understand why he was causing this trouble. After pondering for a while, he began to speculate about everything. What is he plotting? The person mentioned is currently somewhere unknown, training crazily. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hun's heart skipped a beat, and then his voice began to change. Do you want to leave now? Just then, frantic banging sounds echoed from outside. Hey you, you've rented this room for a month but haven't shown your face. What are you doing in there? When no one responded for a long time, he couldn't take it anymore and directly opened the door. If you're about to die, at least pay the rent first. So why is the door open? As soon as he opened the door, he started scolding without noticing the strange purple smoke. The guy still looks normal, so I'm glad you haven't run away. As soon as he finished speaking, for some reason he stopped. What is this terrifying source of mana? After finishing his cultivation, Soo-hyun stood up, dressed, and offered. I apologize. I will pay you extra. Seeing the dense purple smoke around you, he hesitated a bit. I see. By the way, how much longer do you plan to stay here? Soo-hyun replied briefly with a smile before answering. Now I will go. As he opened his eyes, a cloud of smoke dispersed, and he had already vanished, leaving only a bag of gold on the floor. What? Where did he go? Leaving that apartment, he began to recall what he had done on December 23rd. It has been a month since he handed everything over to Loho and went to the tower. I used up all my savings to buy the highest level mana catalyst. Thinking about this, Soo-hyun recalled the shop owner's reaction that day. The highest level mana catalyst, huh? I can't believe someone on the 21st floor needs it. It must have cost at least 2 million points. What? After completing the transaction, I started training. After locking myself in a room and drinking that catalyst, I trained my body to absorb the surrounding mana. To be honest, its smell and taste are disgusting, but thanks to that I was able to reach the perfect state. Leaving the inn, I headed straight towards the distant castle. All right, tomorrow is the day. While Soo-hyun is excited, things are far from peaceful in the major guilds. Chairman, it's time to go. The one called the chairman quickly stood up, ready to leave. After changing into his clothes, he smiled smugly and looked back. It's time now, hack run. But he didn't pay attention and kept his head down, staring intently at his phone. After a long moment, he finally looked up and replied curtly. Yeah, the two of them followed each other out of the building, talking as they walked. Terrorist? A secret society? Before the other person could answer, Hae-jun chimed in. Aren't they just a shady criminal hideout? Are they going to let the whole world know about their existence again? Is it a secret infiltration? In response to these words, the person in front chuckled and asked, Yeah, what do you think? Surprised by the question, he pondered for a moment before answering. I don't know, maybe about a 50% chance that a terrorist attack could happen when the Blue Dungeon appears in Ansan, but is there any reason to go this far? This complaint made the other person suddenly stop walking. No, at this point his face darkened and his voice also grew much deeper. That bastard wrote those things. Hak-jun was surprised by his attitude but didn't care about him. He added, I wondered who had spread the word about a gang that only a few awakened ones knew about, so I investigated. After a moment, the other person mentioned a name, Hae-jun, and I was stunned. Your name is Kim Soo-hyun. That sounds familiar. Only after mentioning that did he return to his main purpose. I will investigate further to find out why that guy wants to bring the gang down. When the conversation ended, the car had already arrived. Hak-jun looked at the man inside the car with a pensive expression. It's strange that someone only cares about their own interests. After pondering for a moment, he also leaned in to go inside. Why bother with this? What does he have to do with the guild? After settling into his seat, Hak-jun turned to look at the person beside him with full focus. Could it be that Aries Guild, Dungdong, and Yang are somehow connected? After calculating for a while, he decided to give up everything. Anyway, Kim Soo-hyun, the scene where Soo-hyun's inspection appears with the sky-high light and that provocative smile. Hak-jun couldn't forget. My name is Kim Soo-hyun. Breaking free from his thoughts, he looked out at the scene outside. I never thought someone only at level C, like Kim Soo-hyun, would be involved in such rumors. Although he thought so, Kim Soo-hyun's offer kept echoing in Hak-jun's mind. If you need help, just contact me. Remembering everything, he felt even more hesitant, but he kept overthinking something. At this moment in Jaimon, a group of street thugs led by Anan was standing around, and the next prey appeared. So boring. Why is Christmas so quiet this year? There's no one left to rob anymore. At this point, one of the henchmen guesses, I bet they all ran away. As soon as he finished speaking, the guy next to him shouted loudly, shouldn't we also run instead of hanging around like this? Facing the opposition from his accomplices, the leader sneered. You idiot, do you really believe that? The more he talks, the more fired up he gets, shouting louder than ever. Why are you so worried about a bastard who likes to deceive? He hasn't noticed that someone wearing a mask has appeared behind him for a long time. It's obviously a lie. As soon as he finished speaking, the other person responded, I'm not lying. Who is this guy? Without waiting for his reply, that gold-headed guy already acted like a thug. Is this place full of weirdos? What's with that silly mask? Are you getting ready for a Christmas party? After saying that, he pointed at you and laughed loudly with his gang. Nice! Just rob this guy. He looks like a crazy person. Before he could finish, his collar was grabbed and he was restrained, unable to do anything. The yellow-haired guy started to feel scared. The henchmen, who were initially aggressive, hesitated and didn't dare to step forward anymore. This guy is really crazy. Cute, but I'm not crazy. Just as he finished speaking, the other guy threw the blonde-haired one aside and pulled out a sword from somewhere. He's just an ordinary guy. But when the sword was pressed against his neck, he was terrified. And at that moment, an explosion occurred. This scene was not part of their imagination. When the explosion happened, everyone was stunned for a moment before they all turned and ran for their lives. Terrorism, with terrorists involved. Such a spectacular scene quickly appeared on all the news feeds. There has been an explosion at Gonggi-do, a Nani-pyeon neighborhood, and residents are being hurriedly evacuated. The familiar building's Kungtae forehead veins bulged as he heard the news report, just as an underling burst in. Director, I'm watching this now. The more I watch, the more I can't hide the raging anger inside him. I thought it was just Dooho's plan to make the residents evacuate, but damn it. At this moment, EUI, who had been silent, spoke up to add fuel to the fire based on the witness's testimony. This terrorist attack was carried out by just one person. Kung couldn't believe his ears. Huh? Just one person? Suddenly he remembered what Dooho said that day, which made him even more bitter. The source is certain. The message was written by Kim Soo-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun, furious beyond reason, shouted out loud, Then I will leave this matter to you. Yes. After assigning the task, he gave another order. Gather as many imposters as possible and capture Kim Soo-hyun. He is the terrorist. The person mentioned now is standing calmly on the roof of the burning building. Looking at the entire scene, he wondered, is this chaos enough yet? From the burning building, the nearby structures also caught fire. The person responsible for all this is still standing calmly in place. Does this look like something a terrorist would do? Looking at the scene he caused, Soo-hyun shows no sign of remorse at all. The buildings and cars seem to be on fire, but in reality, they are not. Thinking of this, he raised his hand with a similar flame and examined it carefully. I've learned how to make everything engulfed in flames without actually burning them, thanks to my improved control of divine fire, and I also know how to change their colors. Now Min can make his debut like this. Putting that aside, Soo-hyun delves deeper into the plan he has laid out. Now I have no injuries at all, but it's not over yet. I need to approach the Anhouse Center like this. Carefully calculating the timing, I wonder after all, they should be here by now, right? Mention Cao Cao. Cao Cao appears right behind you. That man stands still. As soon as this voice sounded, you immediately recognized its owner. The voice of the devil. Hen. As soon as he turned his head, Soo-hyun saw Do Eui and a fully armed group of fake awakeners trying to stop him. And then Do Eui took the initiative to speak, saying, We are from the Awakening Management Agency. Stop the terrorism. Fearing to speak lightly, the person opposite didn't bother listening and switched to threatening instead. I am a fake awakener working with the country and the deputy director of the Kim-do agency. Give up now. Kim Soo-hyun, those threats mean nothing to you. The others hearing that name are all talking about it. What? Kim Soo-hyun, that terrorist, is actually the new recruit. Kim-do, you ignored it and continued with the mission. I know you planned this together with Lee Duo. If you cooperate with us before you even finish speaking, Soo-hyun cuts in. He's so talkative. Then you, without knowing fear, raised your sword and pointed it at those people to provoke them. No need to say much, I don't want to waste time. This arrogant attitude just fuels the fake awakening crowd behind us. I can't hold back anymore. They all charge forward. I don't care if they're rookies. Don't be so arrogant. The first one, swinging his sword while chatting with Soo-hyun, finally met his match. Kim Soo-hyun, are you a member of that broken club? You didn't answer, just silently assessing the person in front of you. At level B, put aside your silly thoughts and keep fighting. While the two of them are engaged in a fierce battle, someone on the other side is preparing to ambush. Stop just attacking and leaving space for me. Once he's ready, he aims directly at you, but Soo-hyun easily dodges. With just this one attack, you have judged the person in front of you to be below your level. Another guy watching everything from outside feels a bit disappointed. They really charged in all at once, following his orders with no sense of pride at all. The more he tried to discourage his companions, the more annoyed he felt with Dewey standing still. Why aren't you doing anything? You are the strongest among us. After a moment of silence, he spoke a sentence no one could understand. There must be something missing. What does that mean exactly? While the two of them are still talking, the others are fighting fiercely, but no matter how many moves are thrown, Soo-hyun can still dodge them all. You even had a chance to kick that guy's hand, but before you could push him away, another one jumped out and struck down. Saved by his accomplices, he hesitated before speaking. Thank you. Soo-hyun jumped behind to create some distance and observe, but with only B-level fighters here, it won't be enough. After watching long enough, Yu finally intervenes. Waving his wings, a strange symbol suddenly appears above Soo-hyun's head. You also stand still there. Wings? Having successfully subdued the target, he began analyzing. Without causing harm, everything looked as if it was burning, but in reality it wasn't, and there was no economic loss. After finishing his analysis without waiting for Soo-hyun to stammer anything, he continued speaking for a while. I ask you, Kim Soo-hyun, why did you fake a terrorist attack to evacuate the people? You're evacuating them from the outbreak, neither denying nor admitting. Well, you ask back, Sorcerer, why didn't you ask when you defeated me? For this provocation, EUI no longer held back. If you want it that way, I'll just go along with it. As soon as he finished speaking, Soo-hyun was lifted into the air, then dropped into freefall, with EUI jumping out to chase after him. After a while, he took out his book and began casting a spell. Bookmark now. Immediately, the pages in the book spread everywhere and lightning begins to strike. 5-star lightning, no more hesitation, Ju. Hyun raised his sword to block the attack and then charged into a nearby building. Thinking everything was over, Soo-hyun appeared once again safe and sound. EUI couldn't help but frown at his current condition. He was attacked by countless awakened beings and could not avoid the assault mid-air without a scratch. After a moment of assessment, he concluded that he was not even his opponent, and Soo-hyun, unaware of these thoughts, continued to evaluate. He must be at level B. Thinking of this, his attitude becomes a bit more serious. So what? I think I've shown enough that you guys don't stand a chance against my level of skill. Just as I thought, I will destroy him. A person quickly stepped forward to ask, Are you okay? He replied briefly. Yes, I'm fine. Die. Can you spare a moment because EUI has made a suggestion, but can you take a little time? Being asked suddenly like that, the other person was quite surprised. Huh? The time? Knowing he was very confused, he didn't explain anything and simply said, I need to contact the agency for assistance. Please send all available awakening fakes here. The yellow-haired leech once again charged at Soo-hyun. His movements were too slow, so he easily jumped over the sword, and moreover, he kicked him in the head to insult him. The blonde guy, humiliated like that, became furious. Hey, you bastard, are you planning to fight fair or what? Another team member pressed his shoulder down and whispered, He's much stronger than I thought. In their eyes, there was a look of cautious vigilance. I heard that he even cleared the first level in less than 2 years. That's what I mean. After a few battles with Soo-hyun, they realized one thing. Actually, that guy, they had to look at him differently. Even though he's a mage, he's only fighting with a sword. For a moment, time seemed to freeze as everyone waited in silence. Yui's face stiffened, and his mood suddenly grew heavy. With such a high level of skill, and I am sure he hasn't even shown his full potential yet. Soo-hyun's figure loomed like a shadow before him. Despite his strength, why would someone who had never shown his true power suddenly decide to act? His stiff body moved slightly, and one thing was certain. The earlier threat still echoed in his mind. I believe I've provided enough evidence that none of you are skilled enough. So now, Yui is glaring at Soon. Kim Soo-hyun, he possesses the skills of an S0 level warrior, maybe even higher. Don't rush to attack him, wait for backup. With that in mind, he reached out to reorganize the team's attack strategy, focusing on defending against his assaults first. Soo-hyun's eyes flicked briefly, quietly admiring Kim Roy for his quick sensing. He's advising others to save their strength for when it truly matters. However, you also didn't stop him from doing that. I have two reasons: to hide my identity and to keep up this act. Right now, you have an important task to do. First, assess the overall strength of the fake awakenings currently present. I need to know how strong the current fake awakeners are. Also, this is part of your deliberate plan. And secondly, to bring in more imposters for assistance. If I reveal that I am not a terrorist, Director Song Ji-ontae will never send reinforcements. Anyway, he doesn't care whether the explosion happens or not. Soo-hwan has predicted all possible scenarios, but if I start causing chaos and it gets on national news, that would be a whole different story. So, you decide not to reveal your true identity. I just need to hold out until the reinforcements arrive, and the explosion will happen in 2 hours. However, Yui suspects that his slow actions mean he doesn't intend to attack. Soon, a series of footsteps from afar seemed to be heading toward them. A group of uniformed people, each carrying weapons, slowly approached. Another voice outside of Yui's group spoke up. "We are here to respond to your request for assistance." He instinctively looked up in that direction. That voice, Joo-hyun himself, was waiting for this and quickly recognized their arrival. Everyone suddenly looked up at the rescue team. "They're here." EUI wipes his sweaty glasses and sighs. "Oh my god, the director must be really angry. This rescue team sent here is very famous among the Fake Awakeners." The federal Fake Awakening team chosen by the Fake Awakening Management Agency now appears right before their eyes. The special forces of the Fake Awakening Agency are known as AK. Soo-hyun's hidden eyes behind the mask flicker with nostalgia. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" The blonde guy suddenly panicked and shouted loudly. "That's him. I can't believe a high-ranking character has appeared. Is it S-rank Park Yunu? Is the current captain of Park Yunu S-rank going into battle?" He seems so excited that he's shouting loudly, demanding Lord Punu to give him a spot in the team. The team members fell silent and reminded him to focus on the main matter first. This bearded, bespectacled man is called Sun Gu. He is one of the strongest among the S-rank members I remember, and when I was still Kim Jung-in. Soo-hyun's gaze never left his face. He used to be Yun. Gu slightly furrowed his brow. The current situation is still unclear. "What's going on here?" A member reports over the radio. As you can see, they are severely understaffed. Based on the report that Kim Soo-hyun registered as a C rank, they estimated Soo-hyun's temporary strength, but his true skill level is S rank, or possibly even higher. EUI's worried expression offers an assessment, suggesting he might even be stronger than Lord Poon-gu. Suddenly, someone shouts loudly, "What are you talking about?" Deputy Director Kim, a loud, fiery, red-haired subordinate from the large village, shouted, "Is it just because you haven't been on the battlefield for a long time and you're too scared? This guy's the current Vice General of Kangchang Sungcheon, a rank. He's so confident he doesn't even see Soo-hyun as a threat. No matter how you look at it, he's just a kid." But Yoon Guilu interrupted in a low voice, "Do not underestimate him." He proposed an immediate plan for the whole team, Deputy Director Joy. "I don't know how strong he is, but I still haven't decided to do anything because EUI isn't clear about the plan." "Is that so?" Then I heard him speak again. They charged in, and their temporary battle plan was for the whole team to jump in after him before I joined. Seung-eun couldn't wait any longer with his fierce fighting spirit. "All I need to do is catch that guy, right, Master?" These two words, Master, caught Soo-hyun's attention first, because EUI just felt it was hard to talk about the outcome of the match. Even if he is a student of Park Yoon-gu, he's only an A-level member. I'm sorry, but can he fight against Yoonu, who just jumped down to calm the situation now? It's okay. He confidently affirms the strength of his team. The fake awakening of the other world is different from other fake awakenings. He remains silent, saying nothing when facing his sharp gaze. In his mind, he reminisced about the past scene. He hasn't changed at all. He still looks just like before. When Soo-hwan struggles and rolls on the ground, still needing to get up, in front of him is a tall, well-dressed man. Yunu's gaze remained sharp and stern, just like now. That was what left an impression on his mind. "I wonder if your teaching ability is still as strong as before." Shu Hyun-jiang's legs spread wide, ready to strike with a steady stance. Above, the members of the fake inner circle of the axe jump down to attack. At this point, he is fulfilling part of his goal, and I will verify it myself. Master Seong Cheon, with a fighting spirit, leads the charge forward. He grips his sword tightly like a stealthy hunter waiting for the prey. For a moment, the 5 members of the AK team landed steadily on the ground, causing a slight tremor. Shun immediately became alert and pointed his sword forward. He's here. Cao Trantru's group all stomped their heels and rushed forward. But they all split up and ran past without attacking you. The onlookers' expressions showed their shock. Soon, the team of the chariot swiftly ran in a circle around Xu Hyun like lightning, and the blonde-haired guy looked stunned and confused. What the hell is this? What kind of stupid skill is that? Yu subtly pushed up his glasses, knowing their strategy. It seems he thought they were just running in circles. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield begins to use their awakening abilities. You calmly swing your sword to counter every attack coming from any direction. At this point, the blonde-haired guy was finally surprised, his mouth agape. An incredible barrier created by EU knew their strength in advance. Those different attacks are all targeting a single target with incredible speed. Not only is it difficult to attack, but he will also have trouble trying to block all of them. This strategy has been used in practice. A coordinated attack with full support, control, and a devastating flow of wind. A perfect combination can defeat incredibly powerful individuals and monsters, and that's also why Yungu is confident. A perfect coordinated attack is an act of unity and outstanding characteristic. Xung Cheon grins wildly as he fiercely launches his assault. Hey, Kim Soo-hyun, stop running away like a coward and show us what you're capable of. Soo-hyun slowly tilts his head with sharp awareness. He suddenly thrusts a long sword at you, but you easily dodge to the side. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the battle. He dodged it, damn it. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if it was expected. No, at the very moment he touches the ground again, because the ground beneath Soo-hyun's feet has shattered, he will lose his balance. Just as they expected, your foot lifted off the ground, and Sung Cheon's face lit up with a triumphant smile. That's how it is. Then, a dog chain shot out and wrapped around your arm. Soon after, the restraining guards attacked with tangled webs. Ex-Hyun was suddenly bound tightly by the chain and couldn't move at all. The blonde guy, excited to see the show, cheered happily. Got him. By this point, Sung Cheon raised his longsword for the final strike. As his sword struck down, it caused an explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outward, affecting everyone around, including those holding the chains. The blonde-haired guy was about to exclaim in surprise when his accomplice covered his mouth, but after all that destruction, the chains broke, even though Ung Chun had told them to go easy. Is it broken? A person slowly steps out of the thick white smoke, and seeing that person, everyone is stunned in disbelief. I never expected the one tied up and upside down to be Sung Cheon. Damn it! How the hell did you do that? All the members of the team looked at him in confusion. Does the pincer attack strategy not work? Have we made a mistake? He stretched out his head, eyes wide, and shouted, Wasn't it obvious from the start that that bastard knew our plan? Hearing that, the expressions of the two chain-bearers turned confused. What? Sung Cheon recounted Xiun's action at that moment when that bastard was tied up by Yuz as I swung my sword, recalling when he faced Soo-hyun directly and the thick chain was cut off. It turns out the longsword didn't hit Soo-hyun because he dodged by tilting his body. His calm gaze caused the chains to shatter as he turned to cut the chains with his sword. He clenched his teeth, unable to utter a word, and worse, he used that very same rope to tie himself up again. But shamefully, he remained silent in the face of it, with Yu's expression full of disbelief and surprise. Even if he has extensive combat experience, how could he have executed that move in such a short time? Their team leader remained silent without saying a word. Ex-Hyun regrets the long crack on the mask. Of course, I knew their plan. Damn it, the mask is cracked. I was too used to this move in my previous life. I've practiced those tactics until I was sick of them. The cold, shining sword glinted in the sunlight. I think I was wrong. Only then did Yunu realize that your ability was real. I should have been the one to deal with you. He stepped forward and took charge of the situation. You say your name is Kim Soo-hyun, right? It seems youth favors you a bit too much? His deep voice echoed through the silence. If we had met under different circumstances, I might have been convinced to invite you to work together. Yungu frowns seriously and points his sharp sword at Soo-hyun as if to prevent your power from being misused. Seeing that, EUI nervously stepped forward to advise, Captain, the fake awakeners are starting to gather. Please be careful not to disrupt the ranking. But he still didn't stop. I will do my best. Indeed, more people are gradually gathering around to watch the show, but Soo-hyun shows no reaction to the newcomers. Are they gathering together now? He muttered to himself softly. I have wanted to face you directly for a long time. My hand quietly clenched the sword in my hand. However, Ex-Hyun's reason relaxed and let go of the sword. Now was not the right moment. Amidst the raging flames, he raised both hands and declared, I surrender. This strange sudden scene left everyone stunned. What? The face behind the mask, confidently smiling, had anticipated this. Suddenly, everyone watching was stunned. What did you just say? They were surprised by Soo Hyun's strange decision. He surrendered, after all the effort we put in to get here. What does he think he's going to do? Even Yoon-gu was surprised by this statement. What do you mean by that? My calculating eyes hidden behind the mask subtly shift, meaning exactly that. You glance at the clock showing 6 p.m. No point wasting energy on meaningless battles. The entire city is engulfed in blazing flames reaching up to the sky. The real battle is just beginning. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook everything, causing everyone to stumble and fall. An earthquake? We quickly realizes that a mysterious glowing portal has appeared right in the middle of the air, opening a new blue dungeon. Seong-cheon was unexpectedly freed from his chains with incredible agility. Wait a minute, there's more to this. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light flickered, and the dungeon door shrank into a ball, his face immediately changing at this sight. Don't tell me. The newly appeared dungeon gate just shrank and made strange noises. An explosion in the dungeon, even the fake awakeners are startled. Will it explode as soon as the dungeon appears? At this moment, Soo Hyun gently spoke. As everyone can see, the appearance of the dungeons and the speed of the explosions will become increasingly harder to predict. He reached out his hand, gathering the blazing flames across the city into his palm. The flames were drawn back to their owner, drawing everyone's attention to him. EUI looked stunned as they watched this scene. The surrounding flames were being absorbed. Just as expected, that's his power. Soo-hwan calmly clenched his fist and called out, I know everyone is confused and may be angry with me for not telling the truth from the start. To all the awakened ones, I am asking you now. A sudden strong gust of wind blows, causing everyone to shield their faces. The flames that were just blazing red suddenly turn into a blue hue. The mask covering your face has been burned away. Fight alongside me. Pick up the sword in your hand and head towards the gate. Let's protect this city of Anang together. Hakrun's eyes widen as he stares intently at the person who just revealed themselves. He tightens his lips into a mysterious smile. I know, that person is really Kim Soo-hyun. Right now, his sharp, cold gaze is looking up at the blinding rays. This event must be stopped immediately. A sudden explosion in Anang is the catalyst that could threaten the entire world. People still do not know the exact cause of it. Currently, an explosion is known to occur when a dungeon is not completed within the deadline. But this time, an explosion occurred right when the dungeon appeared. The reincarnated eyes that return to the past, as you know well from now on, this will happen more frequently. Exhyun turned to look at the person he was exploiting. Kim Roy, how many reinforcements do we have? He knows the exact number, at least 100 people. Hearing that, you smile sincerely, feeling grateful. Thank you. You understood what I meant, right? EUI's confused face as he bows down to avoid eye contact. Not at all. Because of your chaos and the fake terrorist attack, I was able to call for reinforcements more quickly. What are they saying? It seems they knew an explosion was coming. Suddenly, one of them panicked and pointed upward. Look. The direction he's pointing at is a set of claws clinging to the green gate, and then a lizard's head roars. As soon as it emerges from the gate, everyone starts to panic. The monsters are coming out, the explosion has started, everyone prepare to fight. EUI's face becomes serious in this situation. This is the light from the gate spreading out, opening wide before everyone's eyes, the explosion of the blue dungeon, followed by other monsters emerging from that light. A huge green-skinned goblin jumps down right where the crowd is. It's here. Its weight crushes the fake awakeners who haven't had time to escape, and already a few have fallen. The teammates urge the person frozen in front of the demon to move. Hey, what are you staring at? If you keep like that, you'll die. However, he was so scared he wet himself, and tears streamed down his face, unable to move as the giant fist swung through the air. In just a moment, its fist forcefully struck the young man's chest. He closed his eyes, waiting for the impact, but felt no pain at all. It turns out Yunu stepped in to block the attack of the goblin beast and also gauged its strength. I can't believe it. Each monster is at least at the level of a red or orange dungeon boss. He swung his hand out and shouted, reminding him to regain his spirit. Pull yourself together. If you don't want to die, young awakening, turn around and stagger back. Yes, sir. Sung Cheon also heard Yoongu's orders to assist in supporting the preparations of the other awakened ones for battle. He looked confused and wanted to object. What? But boss, isn't it faster if we handle it ourselves? As soon as he finished speaking, a blue flame roared and spread behind him. Seung-eun hesitated for a moment, looking back at the source of the pressure. Soo Hyun's voice dispelled the flickering flames, and all the awakened were confused by this unexpected situation, just like him. Ignoring what's behind him, helping everyone stay calm in this situation is the top priority. In an instant, he leapt in front of it. Isn't that something only Chi-ach can do? The cold look in your eyes flicked past, leaving a piece of advice. Try your best in every situation. Zeon Cheon didn't have time to react before you rushed into the flying monsters. What's wrong with you? His whole body trembled, showing his displeasure. Damn it, who does he think he is? Daring to mock the boss's words made him furious, but Soo Hyun paid no mind to his frustration, focusing instead on the flying divine lizards before him. The blue flames gather around the sword energy beside him, holy fire, cutting like a sharp cold wind that sends the monsters of the sky to their doom. In just one sword stroke, a horde of monsters falls apart like dry leaves from a branch. He jumps onto the roof of a building, silently entrusting it. Master won't. Bae-Yun-gu will handle the monsters from the green dungeon without any problem. Because of the obstacle here, the situation for the people will also stabilize. This is also an important part of Soo Hyun's plan, so I don't need to worry about each small monster anymore. Your cold voice echoes, urging that thing to appear. Why don't you show yourself? A unique monster with a long, cold purple tail stretched out, small in size but emanating a dangerous, dark aura. The black dragon in the chaotic atmosphere quickly sensed the strange energy and looked up to see a four-winged monster soaring across the sky. What is that? He quickly turned to the moving group. How's the evacuation going? The last person at the end of the line reports we've only gone halfway. EUI clenched his teeth, a bad feeling rising. Luckily, we were prepared in time and no one was hurt. But we have to hurry before the monsters lose control. The appearance of a special monster has a huge impact. Not only Anang, but the entire country will be in danger. Soon, the whole city will face attacks from dungeon monsters. They crawl out in groups to attack people in sight, make sure they don't reach the ground, ensure no one among them leaves Anang calmly and follows the instructions of the Awakener. He focuses on dealing with the flying lizards within sight. The book also serves as a supernatural power that allows him to use multiple elements at once. Suddenly, Yui froze as he looked up at the figure standing above. Kim Soo-hun. No one but himself truly knew what he was thinking. Although doubts still linger in his mind, he had to trust him. At this moment, we can only rely on him. However, the continuous surge of monsters from the gate shattered that trust. How could he possibly handle all the dragons and monsters? Because Yui suddenly snapped awake, sensing the deadly aura approaching. By the time he realized, the monster was right next to him. Damn it. Suddenly, the monster staggered and tilted, revealing a figure above. Yunu sat perched and drove his sword into its head. It seems like you're a bit distracted. Manager EUI calmly regained his composure and stared at him blankly. Captain Park Yunu. He just cleaned his glasses and casually said, "We don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point." Yungu's clear gaze orders the task. Let my team handle killing the monsters and evacuating the civilians. You can focus on supporting the Awakener. He was about to say more when someone jumped down right behind him. And that's not all. Yungu glanced briefly and made a request to Soo Hyun. "Can you handle that dragon for me?" My tone was nonchalant. He replied, "Of course I can. It seems he also trusts your abilities." "Well then, good luck." He calmly nodded without saying anything. Shun raised his hand into the air, a claw made of blue flames descending. For a moment, the bird lifted his body up to face the half-black dragon. Soo Hyun's steps from the hovering position landed on the vertical line of the building. You run along the wall, straight toward Igolus with your sword shining with cold light. Even from such an incredible height, you easily dodge one of its claws. Soo Hyun glares and spins in midair, his eyes never leaving the prey. His body falls freely under gravity onto the black dragon below. However, it was very alert and sensed your attack from above. Before your sword could strike, it had already taken a step ahead. Soo Hyun endures the blinding light, biting his lip as he strikes the creature's scales. When the light dissipates, only the trembling sword remains on its tough scales. However, your determined eyes grimace and refuse to give up, your clenched hand putting all your strength into the sword. After a struggle, Soo Hyun finally managed to create a long wound on its body. Then he turned to call the firebird. "Phoenix!" The blue-green bird soars through the wind, responding to your call and flying towards you. Soo Hyun grabbed the phoenix's claw and stepped onto the ground, allowing him to land safely. Immediately after, the bird disappeared. His face was beaded with sweat, alert for the black dragon. I think it's a bit awkward to handle. It got hurt and became angry, baring its teeth and growling. I knew it. Soo Hwan muttered quietly to himself, considering how feasible it was. This battle would be quite tough. As he finished speaking, his steps leapt into the air, while the opponent also gathered dark energy in its mouth. It releases a stream of pitch-black energy that engulfs everything in its sight, and in an instant, the entire scene turns into a mass of darkness. A burst of blue flame erupts, dispelling all that dark energy, and the flames strike the monster's eyes, making it open its mouth and let out a piercing scream. Its long tail deliberately swung towards Chu Hyun, hitting with such force that he had no time to react. You were knocked into a corner of the structure, causing the earth and rocks to collapse. Luckily, Chu Hyun calmly got up, surrounded by blue flames. You faced the half-black dragon again. Although this is the second time, it's still quite difficult to deal with. However, this time I have a chance because in the darkness of your memories, my past life, the explosion in Annang is considered a disaster. Back then, no one called for Awakening users to gather like now. Over 15,000 people were injured or killed, and more than half of them were slaughtered by it. Therefore, this incident became a tragedy for the country because unforeseen dungeon phenomena left no enough false awakeners nearby to help everyone. Hyun also felt regret about what happened back then. Plus, since I had just finished dealing with the dungeon and went straight there to check the situation, I had no energy left to stop it. While you were lost in thought, dark energy emanated from Igolas's mouth. It spat out 2 black spheres rushing toward you. Hyun gently swings his sword, waiting for this moment. Your firepower is impressive. This time I am confident I can face it, but for me just focusing on it is enough to cut through anything. A sword slashed through and shattered its seemingly powerful fireball. Hyun had mastered each of the dragon's attacks. After breathing fire, there will be a brief moment when the dragon loses focus. You use the high jump skill to leap into the air. His cold eyes flicked over every inch of the half-dragon's body. Suhun locked his gaze tightly on its long neck. At this moment, he reaches into the space to pull out a long, hafted weapon. This item plays a crucial role in killing the dragon and ending the battle. This is a weapon based on the legend of an undefeated warrior. It has been sold in the ABS item shop. Although it was called too expensive and only usable once, you have bought this item long before now, but this weapon is famous for its incredible power. Immediately after, a purple energy radiated from where Chu Hyun's hand touched the spear, as if countless magic circles were summoned above his head. I will ensure your cold gaze delivers a decisive blow so that no one falls under your firepower anymore, you damn dragon. The dragon-slaying spear pierces through the layers of air and plunges toward the dragon's head. Olus just exhaled a breath of unhealed dragon breath at this moment. By the time it realized, deadly arrows had already rained down on its head, and in an instant, a barrage of arrows pierced through the dragon's body. The dragon's blood gushed out of its body, splattering onto the buildings. Igolas was momentarily unable to move because of the constricting arrows, and then it collapsed weakly, letting its body fall freely from the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Seun landed on the rooftop of the building right next to it. When the smoke cleared, only its body with spears embedded all over remained. He carefully observes it from afar without approaching. Can it really die? The half-black dragon doesn't seem to move anymore, but it's still not certain. Suddenly, the spears in its body sank deeper into the dragon's flesh. Seeing that, a satisfied expression appeared on Su Hyun's face, as if it was already done. Immediately after, something slimy and wet emerged from its body. The expression on your face is calm because you already knew that after the black dragon was defeated, its soul would appear. That thing, resembling a human, moans in pain with its eyes completely white, staring up at Su Hyun. You killed me. Who are you? Why don't you try asking who you are before asking others? The soul of the half-black dragon looked puzzled upon hearing that. I see. I suddenly become truly lost in deep thought about that question for a moment, and then my whole body turns icy cold about my origins. Who am I? It seems a tear rolls down from the corner of its eye as it lowers its face. The soul of the half-black dragon cannot answer that question and covers its face. It hurts so much. Yola's, the half-black dragon's body, suddenly soared up as if still alive. Shu Hyun's eyebrows slightly furrowed at this sight. The shrill voice of the half-dark dragon's soul groans. It hurts so much, so much. Drops of blood suspended in the air turn into sharp spears, suddenly transforming the sky into a barrage of pointed blood arrows. It screams with 2 streams of blazing tears flowing down painfully. The blue flame protects him from its unconscious attack. The commotion over there draws everyone's attention. Although protected, Su Hyun still gets grazed by the countless blood arrows. Not only that, the half-black dragon, who had died, moved his body and swung his hand to strike the enemy who had killed him, sending him flying. In an instant, he was knocked into a corner of the opposite building. His body was severely shocked by an allergic reaction and couldn't lift his head. At this moment, the black dragon Aegis refused to intervene and flew closer. Duho just left safely and then returned. Sorry I'm late. Where is Su Hyun? Everyone also noticed the brutal commotion caused by the raging dragon. Don't tell me it opened its bloody mouth in front of Su Hyun's motionless body. Duho, who had just arrived and was catching his breath, stood stunned. Soo-hyun was bitten by the black dragon, its jaws gently moving to crush his small body. This scene truly caught him off guard, with only the trembling arm and the trail of blood remaining of the young man. Duho's lips trembled slightly in disbelief, unable to accept that someone could be sacrificed so easily. Soo-hwan, at this moment, your skill system is also activated and your vitality has dropped to a critical level. A special skill he had acquired changed the fate of the immortal hero. The black-haired dragon suddenly widened his eyes in surprise, startled to realize that Soo-hwan's voice still sounded strong. Thank you, you damn black dragon. The invincibility skill quickly takes effect, and you will recover the lost vitality. The speed of health recovery will be increased, and your physical abilities will be significantly boosted. You smile because everything is still part of your bet. At that moment, his body radiated a blazing golden aura as he clenched his jaws wide open. His eyes still shone with vitality. Thanks to you, I've become stronger now. Falquan's eyes widened as he looked outward, his body gradually disappearing, filled with confusion. Where is this place? In front of X-Hyun, trying to pry open the monster's mouth. It looked at you with confusion. Who is that man? Inside the black dragon, the creature closed its mouth, pushing your body away. You need to stand inside the black dragon's mouth with confusion. A black dragon. Its eyes are wide with confusion. Long felt both empty and confused. It was strange. How could he stare directly at Soon through the black dragon's eyes, yet be certain that he was facing his opponent? A figure from the past appears before him, looking down at his body, his mind blank and filled with confusion. Why? He stared with wide eyes, his body deeply embedded, the large veins surrounding him stiffening as if questioning whether he had merged with the outside world. Soo-hyun was still drawing his sword, his face full of anger, as he then slashed straight down onto its head. Soo-hyun falls freely, looking around to assess the situation in the best possible state, feeling as light as a feather. Thinking of this, he also recalls the system notification and the skills he has used. Is this the effect of the Indomitable Hero? The level of the Indomitable Hero is proportional to the user's mana. Level 1, Passive Skill. 0% Proficiency. The body of the Tower Climber has challenged the Demon Lord. The body of the Indomitable Hero cannot be destroyed or harmed and has approached immortality. When vitality exceeds a certain threshold, it automatically activates. At that moment, your recovery ability and stamina will restore more quickly, and at the same time, your physical body will develop to an extraordinary level. Suddenly, Soo-hyun stomped hard into the air, his serious gaze fixed ahead. Soo-hyun soared up and then slashed down along Yolus's spine, causing it to cry out in pain. His body falls freely, teeth clenched in frustration. Indeed, it has a tough body. I can't target any spot. I'm sure it has a weak spot somewhere. Then Soo-hwan charged again, continuously slashing at it. The outer scales of Eagle's are so tough that I had to curse, but where could its weakness be? From above, I look down at the wound on its body and realize this is it. Immediately after, Soo-hwan shouted and swung his sword with determination, slicing its body in two with a single cut. The black dragon lifted its neck and roared in pain. Soo-hyun's face darkened as he stared at it angrily. Are you not ready to think things through now? Eagle? Inside Fokan, it raised its head in confusion and looked outside as Soo-hyun's voice echoed in. Phoenix. His eyes widened as he shouted inwardly. Master Fen's memory of the flattering people from X suddenly appeared in his mind. We trust in you. You will save us, right? He turned his back to the hanging spear on the rack, their voices still echoing behind him. Please protect us from the Black Dragonas. You are our only hope. Then the battle raged fiercely, smoke and fire filling the air. Agola stood on the castle roof, looking down. Fiend lowered his sword to the ground, trying to steady himself. His mind was filled with confusion. Eternity had come to an end. But why hasn't the battle ended yet? The dragon was quickly trapped in the formation. It roared in pain. His mind was in turmoil, wondering how much longer this would last. Blood kept flowing from his mouth. This was the only option left. Fonkan's eyes were filled with determination as he looked at the dragon. If I could control that bastard, a trembling voice whispered from beneath the wreckage. Master Fen! He rushes forward, standing on top of Egolas's head, which screams in pain. His body gradually merged with Egolas's, flesh grabbing onto him as he was swallowed whole, tears streaming down uncontrollably, while Seo was surrounded by despair. Suddenly, a gentle voice reminded him in his mind, No, master, you must, you must. Soo-hyun rushed forward, sword raised, ready to strike with determination on his face. With a single slash, Fen's leg was severed, and the building below was cut in half. Soo-hyun turned back to look at him, her eyes cold as she said, The ones you saved and the ones you couldn't. The black dragon was defeated and lying in a pool of blood, while his body froze. connected to the dragon's form. Do all those people want to see what you look like now? He questions as his body gradually vanishes, eyes wide with disbelief. The bodies of those who were gradually returning to human form, he muttered, I have saved and those I cannot. The dragon below roared, spewing fire non-stop. Suddenly it lunged to bite Hyun's body, startling him, but then he regained his composure, reaching out his hand as a blue flame shot straight at it. Fiend muttered resolutely, I fought Igolas. He charged forward. Hyun also stepped back, and energy surged from his body as he retreated. His eyes were filled with madness as he stared at you, and I still remain. He remembered his glorious past, his battered body trying to stand up, looking up at Igolas howling above the burning castle. Over there, he quickly commands the black dragon again, which also stares at you with anger. Around him, Sizo was still bloodied. Shuhu concluded that he couldn't defeat him. Then Igolas also raised his head and roared. I was also staring at him in amazement. Its body radiates madness and energy, with ferocious roars echoing around. Foe opens his chest cavity with his hand, a mysterious smile on his lips. Inside his chest, cracking sounds echoed around as a faint flow of energy appeared inside. Su Huan stood on a wall, looking down below, while Zhao Jian quietly observed. Olus is still growling. Now hero from another race, your hand tightly grips the spear, muttering, let's end this. The dragon's fierce gaze fixed on him before it soared swiftly into the sky, its body carrying a powerful energy that shook the surroundings. Below, Soon calmly raises his long spear, aiming directly at it. Then he throws it forcefully towards C at a speed that the eye cannot follow. But it still tries to rush forward. The spear is still chasing after it. The spear gradually closes in, as Foen continues to control the dragon, aiming the spear directly at the part of his body protruding from above its head. Finally, the spear tip pierced through his body, blood gushing out around it. The black dragon reared its neck, spewing blood and crying out in pain. Its body also lost control and fell freely, while the people below looked up as EU muttered. The dragon roared as Igolas's massive body was falling into the city. It is falling down. As soon as it hit the ground, a massive shockwave erupted, toppling the surrounding buildings. The sky above darkened, with black clouds continuously gathering. Below, Igolas's body lay on the ground. The swampy terrain lies on its body with a large hole gouged in its chest. Immediately after, Su Huan also descends beside him on the divine phoenix. You canceled the summon and looked at him, your face wary and probing. Have your memories returned? My body lying on the ground unconsciously smiled back, and the past I had forgotten was only filled with failure and mistakes. Then the memories of the ceiling in the past flooded back, and he explained, I am a knight of the Tezaram Falcon Empire. I tried to defeat the half-dragon Igolas monster for a very long time, but because of that prolonged struggle, my country suffered heavy losses. In the end, I used magic to trap both myself and that monster in another dimension. Igolas's body was also caught in that magic, but because of the endless battle, Igolas merged into my body. Even after escaping that dimension, I kept fighting to kill it inside my body. He was regretful, but every time I couldn't hold back my tears, his body turned black and decayed, his voice filled with remorse and agony, and he sobbed, having killed innocent people by mistake. It's been so long, and you still feel regret over that? You should focus on protecting what remains, rather than worrying too much about what has been lost. If you don't fight to protect the country, then maybe more people will die. Are you trying to comfort me? You're not good at comforting others at all, but Shu Hyun also coldly replied, I'm not good at things like that. Hearing that, he also glanced at you, stopped crying, and said, You're right. Then he expressed himself in a way that left you completely stunned. If I said I didn't feel regret, that would be a lie, but if I could go back to the past, I would still choose this way. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to end this long and exhausting battle. I will give you this. He explained further, this is the best iron armor crafted by the Tezaram Empire for me when I went to fight Igolas. Suun calmly reached out to accept it. Thanks. The system has notified you that you now possess a divine armor item from Falk. Above the sky, sunlight gradually pierces through the dark clouds, and Fen's body also receives the sunlight as a form of salvation. He looked up at the sky and said sternly, I want to thank you once more. This battle has truly been too long. Then he also gradually disappeared, closing his eyes for a moment, his body returning to its original human form, as he muttered, I can now rest in peace. Next to Shu Hyun, he also bowed respectfully as the sunlight shone on his body, then disappeared before Igolas and Fen. You stand there witnessing the moment he leaves. Rest in peace. Hero of Tezaram, the sunlight shines on the fragments of his soul spreading around. Soon looked up at it with a look of surprise on his face, then suddenly froze at a call from behind. Su Hyun, behind you, you and Du Ho are staggering over, full of concern. He also turned to look at them. Do-ho rushed over first, nervously glanced around him, and shouted urgently. "Are you okay?" Ex-Hyun replied calmly. "It's okay. You see, I'm fine. You look completely calm as you complain. That monster is stronger than I thought. I thought I was going to die for sure." Hearing that, Do-ho's face turned pale, and he shouted loudly, drenched in sweat. "That monster was incredibly powerful. You almost lost your life." Behind, Yui calmly approached, causing the two above to look down at him, relieved that he was safe and grateful that no one was hurt because of him. He bowed his head, muttering softly, "Maybe the director won't accept this." Then he bowed 90 degrees in deep respect, leaving Hyun stunned. "I sincerely apologize and thank you." As the company's representative, hearing that, you just smiled and let out a sigh of relief. The sunlight still shines down on the surrounding scene, making it feel warm. A part of Fen's soul is still floating in the air. "You think there's no need for him to apologize? I'm glad no one was hurt." Then he added, "I feel a bit better knowing everyone is still okay like this." "I do. The two people saw your expression and were also stunned," Do-ho worried. Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun's body wavered, about to fall, still wearing a tired smile. I think he collapsed backward. Immediately after, Do-ho shouted in concern, "Soo-hyun!" His face turned pale again, and he shouted loudly, "Did he get hurt somewhere?" But your steady breathing made him calm down too, holding you in his arms as he announced, "Oh no, he's just sleepy." You rested his hand on his hip, looking at the situation, probably thinking you were very tired, but luckily not seriously injured. Then he stood aside, watching Soo-hyun and Do-ho while lost in thought. Once everything is resolved, a huge storm will rise, and this boy will be at the center of it. Then he pushes up his glasses and smiles confidently, the main character of that storm. Soo-hyun's face was full of exhaustion and dark circles, dozing off as Yu silently thought, now sleeping soundly. Then the news reports widely announced the same story, and at this moment, a dungeon explosion occurred in Anang. Fortunately, the residents have been evacuated. Experts are now discussing the incident very actively. In places prone to disasters like Anang, terrorist attacks by extremist guilds are predictable. However, when it comes to the dungeon explosion, they all conclude the news with a reminder to stay alert, just like Kim Soo-hwan's fake awakening. Then, one morning, at a large hospital, Soo-hyun was in a ward with machines beeping non-stop. He lay there in silence, then suddenly opened his eyes, sat up abruptly, his face drenched in sweat with panic. He looked at the IV drip attached to his arm with a bit of confusion and asked, "So I was unconscious in the hospital. When did that happen?" "I can't remember anymore. Maybe I've been working too hard." The first thing he did was check the time on his phone screen. Soo-hyun was suspicious. "The 27th? I've been sleeping for 3 days straight?" Then you see a piece of paper placed on the table next to a basket of fruit, and you open it. Inside the note, I mentioned I stopped by to visit you, but saw you were still unconscious, so I left a message. So I think we need to rearrange things a bit because everyone in the world is talking about this incident right now, and Soo-hyun also looked at it, lost in thought like Lee Ju-ho. You read the next part, so I took care of all those annoying calls on your behalf. I'm sorry for doing this without asking you first, but I trust you'll understand. You put your hand over your mouth and smile knowingly. No wonder I didn't see any notifications on my phone. Lee Jo has already taken care of it for me. There is more writing on the paper. You have saved many people, so you must be very tired now. So don't think about anything and just rest well. You might feel hungry when you wake up, so I prepared some fruit for you." Then he looked at the apple, put down the paper, and smiled. I am truly grateful to him. Then he threw the apple up and sank into thought. "I've cleared the dungeon in Wangdu, and now there's been a dungeon explosion in Anang too. I've actually been quite helpful." Completely different from the previous life, my face suddenly became more serious as I made a decision. But there are still many things to do from now on, so I can't let my guard down. I need to think about what to do next outside the door. There was a noise that made me snap out of my thoughts, and I looked cautiously towards the door. Someone outside the door steps in with a foot, and seeing him, you also open your eyes wide in surprise. Hak-run gently closes the door, and his bandaged body walks in. He looked at him with some suspicion. He was Choi Hak-run. His tired, dark eyes stared intently at Soo-hyun, and the room became silent as the two looked at each other with suspicion. He furrowed his brows and assessed, seeming not to be feeling well, and questioned, "What are you here to see me for?" Then he asked, "What's wrong with your face?" He calmly and coldly stepped forward, saying, "I have a few questions for you." Then Hak-run's hand slammed down hard on the table. He stood facing Soo-hyun and suggested, "How would you feel about joining our guild?" Then he finally smiled kindly, while you looked up in confusion, still trying to process the information. At the same time, in the Hero Association building, Dongyang smiled and announced, "It seems everyone has arrived, so I will inform you now. He looked down at the crowd, sitting cross-legged on a chair with an arrogant smile, and announced that the promotion test to become a major guild is truly important for our future. The crowd below whispered among themselves. Then he added, although there are many benefits to becoming a large guild, everyone paid more attention. Stopping their conversation, Dong Yang asked, the most important thing is that the support funds we receive will keep increasing, right? His eyes full of scheming smile. I hope everyone is prepared for this test. If anyone makes a mistake, I will personally kill them. Understood, sir. I will inform them now. Everyone disperse. Suddenly he reached out to the chair and called out, making him also glance at Hak Run. He froze for a moment, turning his head to look at Dong Wai with confusion. Yes, leader. His face was full of anger, veins bulging, his face darkening as he spoke each word. Don't you think we have something to discuss? A loud noise came from inside, but the two guards outside remained alert. His body was pushed to the ground and Sido spat out. The man stood there, twisting his wrist while Hak Run was struggling to sit up, his face full of anger. Hak Jun, how many times have I told you already? A fake smile spreads across his face. That guy reminds me, I don't care if you're annoying, clever, or talkative, I really don't care. But I will never forgive any traitor. The man's hand clenched his dark hair and yanked him up, causing him to cry out in pain. He leans in close to his face and questions him sternly. Why did you dare to deceive me? And I tremble as I explain. I am not lying. He clenched his teeth and insisted, I really don't know. Hearing that, Dong Ayang also raised his hand to touch his chin in thought, while still holding Hak Run's head tightly. I don't know how he saw him at the bottom of the abyss or even participated in the ranking determination exam together, but somehow. Another loud noise echoes as the two outside remain calm and wait. Hak Run lies on the ground while Dong Ayang turns to search for a cigarette in his shirt. You said you didn't know that was Kim Soo-hyun. Yes, I gave you many chances. This is the last time I bring Kim Soo-hyun to you. If we have him, we can pass the promotion test easily. The man with the cigarette turns his mouth and looks back in frustration. Hearing that, Hak Jun also looked at him with confusion. How could I possibly bring him here? He is lying on the ground, his face battered and bruised, explaining, I only happened to meet him a few times. I never initiated contact and I can't force him to come. The imposing shadow of Soo-hyun appeared in his mind. You also know how strong he is. He calmly lit a cigarette in front of him, then exhaled smoke and sighed. Why is our black rune showing like this? Huh. Then he turned back and stood in front of him, and he could vaguely see the tip of his toes. Then he bent down, snuffed out the cigarette on the floor, and with an angry face reminded Hak Jun lying flat on the ground that I don't care how you do it. If I tell you to bring someone, you have to bring them here. He smiled evenly and muttered, if you can't make that guy's threat make Hak Run gape in shock, then Yusan also needs to learn a lesson. His eyes were full of fury as he looked at him, his face scarred and twisted. Finally he smiled bitterly, furrowing his brows, raising his cigarette until the ash slowly fell, emphasizing that this is your last chance. Before the promotion test begins, bring the gold needle here. Then, in the hospital room, Yunsan is trying to wipe the wound on Hak Jun's temple. He grimaces and cries out. Seeing that, she hesitated and pulled her hand back. You're very careful. Does it hurt? Hak nervously covers his face with his hands and responds somewhat embarrassedly, It's okay. He explained with a swollen face, saying he was just a little startled. Facing her, Yunshan's expression grew even more unpleasant. She frowned, her hand holding the gauze stopping in midair, then suddenly spoke, causing him to also freeze in surprise. Did Dongjiang do all of this? Then he quickly started to defend himself. No, Yunsan. Because the monsters are getting stronger every day. Yunjan looked suspiciously. What kind of monster only targets his face like this? The girl, clutching her face and frowning, suggested, Black Run, I'm really okay. Stop, Yun. Seeing that, he also hurried over worriedly, holding her shoulders and asked, Yun, are you okay? Then Hak Jun also rushed forward quickly, his voice full of urgency. My medicine. Your medicine. He held the medicine bottle in front of Yun, urging her to drink. Yun's son, hurry up and take the medicine while she cried out in pain. She took the bottle and sat in front of him, drinking it all down. Hak Jun's face darkened with worry as he looked at her. He remembers Dongyang's threat. Your loved one's illness will be very painful, won't it? It can't even be cured with modern medicine. You're lucky to have met me. I can give you an effective painkiller. He clenched his hand holding the cigarette, and a green liquid bottle fell to the ground. Then he turned and walked away, leaving the black smoke behind, still staring at the bottle. Please keep your promise, okay? I don't want to see her suffer either. He clenched his teeth in helplessness before gently placing his hand on her shoulder and affirming, You are fine, Yun. Hakrun holds Yun tightly in his arms, while the girl clutches her hand, enduring the pain of her illness. He comforts her, You're not okay at all because when you hurt, I do too. They embraced each other in the quiet room, his hand intertwined in her hair at the back of her neck as he clenched his teeth in determination. Is that why? Until you get better, I will never give up. Because of you, I will do everything. For now, Heike's face is trembling with uncertainty as he tries to force a loud smile. Is that why? Then he awkwardly stood in front of Soo Hyun and explained, if you think about it, this isn't such a bad deal. Hak Jun nervously looked at him as he made the offer. Just by joining the guild, no one would dare bother him. But Soo Hyun interrupted him. Wait, Choi Hak is trembling. Lying in the hospital bed, you still calmly looked at him with curiosity. I think this situation is quite awkward for you, isn't it? Hearing that, he clenched his teeth tightly. Then the boy made a suggestion again, saying, before convincing me to join your guild, I think you should explain exactly what is going on. Soo Hyun's determined expression looked straight at him, exposing the truth. Is there a problem? You left him a note earlier with a sincere smile, reminding him, if you need help, contact me anytime. Remembering this, Haejun also broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a bit panicked. Is that all you care about? The things happening right now. He grabbed the hilt of the sword on his back and slowly drew it out, then pointed the tip directly at you. The light reflecting off the blade flickers as Hae Onun stares in surprise at the sword. Haejun suggested a duel. Sweat kept dripping down his face as he forced a trembling smile. If you win, I will tell you everything. But if you lose, join the Aries Society for Hazun. His full name is Choi Hazun, the youngest fake A in the country. A member of the international-level Aries Society, Choi Hazun is famous and praised as a genius. That night before the test on Doan S, in Sizo's room filled with scraps of meat, he still sat there with his sword stuck in the table. He massacred the Aries Society. The smile on Hawk's face trembled wildly, his body soaked in Seo. Soon remembered his past life. Even though I met him a few times when he was Kim Sangin, his voice was full of mockery, saying, you want me to save the world? Don't be so stupid. Why should I waste my time on someone else? And he is a completely different person. Choi Hazun now is a very good person. He recalls the friendly face he saw during their last meeting, and then remembers Hak Jun's anxious expression when they met outside the company. It seems like he has something to say. He stands behind Dong Ayang, trying to signal as if they don't know each other, while doing his best to ignore me in front of Dung Dong Rang. He remembers the previous battle with Falcon and Nigaras, where he also attacked from above. Even in Annang, I saw him fighting to protect others. Hyun wondered to himself why that dark-haired man was facing him so frantically and attacking with his sword. Immediately afterward, he also jumped up to dodge, and the bed he was sitting on was cut in half. He looked up with a determined gaze and said, if you don't reply, I'll take that as agreement. He also looked down from above, gritting his teeth, secretly thinking that he was forcing himself to fight while injured. He's not that kind of person. He remembered how he looked earlier, still cheerful. Yeah, maybe this way will be better. Soo Hae Onun glanced down with a puzzled look, questioning. Choi Hak Run, I will find out the reason you did this myself. A loud commotion above made the doctor and nurse look up, and they shouted loudly toward the source of the noise. An earthquake? Sister, there's a problem. Hak Jun keeps swinging his sword downward while he tries to dodge his attacks. The nurse screams in panic, shouting that there is a fake awakener fighting on the upper floor. Soo Hyun stomps his foot down, then quickly turns around and kicks straight into his opponent's forearm to counterattack. His hand pushes hard against the ground, causing his body to spring up. Then he stomps down again on Haejun's arm, making him stare in surprise. Soo Hyun looked down at him lost in thought, realizing that if this continued, it would cause damage to the hospital. Meanwhile, he also swung his hand to push you back, causing his body to involuntarily retreat and widen the distance. He decided he had to finish this as quickly as possible. Then Soo Hyun landed on the broken bed in the room. He looked around anxiously. Where is Ram? He glanced around as if confirming the direction. On the ground, a sword was placed there. Soo Hyun is also happy. Here it is. Suddenly, Hak Jun rushed forward with a sword from the front. You couldn't react in time, grimacing as you looked in that direction. His hand quickly pulls the shield from under the bed and swings the blanket in front of his body, blocking his view and startling him. Hak grits his teeth and stops his move, furrowing his brows as he shouts, I can't see the way, and then quickly turns around and rushes forward, the sword already near his face. Behind Haejun, he suddenly muttered, I am very sorry for something, then raised his sword to strike down, muttering, I will fight a bit cowardly. I cannot let you take the weapon. His face full of exhaustion stared at you intently and said, I know I am much weaker than you. Then he swung his sword without hesitation, causing the ground to shake. In that moment, Soo Hyun finally realized, froze in place, and with surprise, turned his head to look behind at the incoming attack. A loud explosion shatters the infirmary, debris flying everywhere, and your body is thrown out along with the fruit knife. Soo-hyun grimaces, crossing his arms in an X shape in front of him, his eyes alert as he looks ahead. Even if Min dodged that blow, these pressures are truly incredible. Choi-hak is trembling intensely. His eyes flicked to the flying knife beside him, quickly grabbing it with a determined look as he looked ahead, sensing an innocent person below no matter which rooftop he was on. Then, Soo-hyun raised his hand to summon the holy fire. The sacred fire phoenix quickly lifts you and soars up to the hospital rooftop. Below, at the edge of the ruined room, he also holds his sword and looks up with a gaze full of determination. Above, the holy fire phoenix quickly drops you off at the top of the building. Soo-hyun looks back cautiously, waiting for him to approach. Even if I have to fight him empty-handed, I can't lose, but that's only when I'm fully healthy. Down below, Hak-jun also jumps up. He silently thought he hadn't fully recovered from the fight in Anang, but before he could think further, he charged at Soo-hyun with a prepared stance, his face showing some suspicion as he looked at him. "Do you really think a kitchen knife will help you?" And you, confidently smiling, look at him. Of course, the two quickly clashed again in a fierce fight. I tried to dodge the incoming attacks, retreating step by step, lost in thought because this wasn't a proper weapon, so I couldn't do much. Of course, I still lack magical resonance as well. However, he swung a downward slash, and I quickly blocked the attack with my blade. Soo-hwan tried to keep the sword from being pushed down, staring at him confidently, trusting in his magic control skills. The sword in your hand emits purple energy before you swiftly slash your blade, lunging forward to stab into his side, slicing from his ribs to his shoulder. He gritted his teeth in pain, Seizo spat out around him, finally unable to hold back a curse. Damn it. Then he suddenly raises his sword, its dark energy radiating powerfully. He roared at the sword's image. Facing Soo-hyun, he also widened his eyes in amazement. The shadow of the sword descends, splitting his body in two as a powerful slash strikes forward. He could only step back, trying to dodge the attack with all his might. Huan Yue Biao. On the rooftop, a series of explosions and dust erupted after the strike. Then, police cars quickly arrived and sealed off the scene. Below, the crowd gathers to watch, and the police quickly rush up from the ground to the rooftop. On the rooftop, the surrounding ground is only covered with broken debris. Heo-run stands silently, looking at the scar he made on the ground after the smoke clears. Then suddenly, he laughs madly, his face resigned and distressed. Facing him, Soo-hwan remains unharmed after the smoke disperses, his hand still clutching the fruit-carving knife, energy still flowing into it. He stood silently, his voice full of disappointment. Just as I thought, Hak's mouth curled into a smile, sweat soaking his face as he accepted it. "I can't fight you, Soo-hyun. The marks of his blows on the ground have been split in two by your sword." Seeing that, Soo-hyun still calmly raised his head and looked at him, then emphasized, "I know what's happening now." He remembered Yoon-soon's explanation. "Kwak Yoon-soon is the only person in this world. I hope you find happiness." Childhood memories of both of us flood back. Yoon and I have been friends since we were little. We went to school together in middle school. He considered her his close friend, and then he shyly bought flowers to confess to her, who was also my girlfriend. After Yoon graduated from high school, she took over her family's flower shop and helped me a lot when I was unemployed. She is watering the flowers in the shop. She turns to look at him, then waves and smiles. She always encouraged me. From afar, Hak-jun saw her like that and blushed, moved to tears. Then he ran quickly to her, holding her in his arms with joy. He explained, "That's why I became an awakening fake. I was so happy." One day, the dark sky suddenly covered everything. Hak-run stood there in stunned silence, but then he slowly moved forward. The leaves on the ground are gradually burning away. The flower shop in front of him is closed, and there's no one smiling to greet him like every day. Seeing this, Hak-jun rushes inside in worry, shouting loudly, "Yoon-san." The surrounding scene left him wide-eyed in shock as Yoon-san collapsed to the ground with rose petals scattered around. She keeps coughing, non-stop. Tears fall, drop by drop to the ground. He runs over in panic. What's going on? Who caused this? Her face twisted in pain as she let go of her mouth. Heo trembled. Heo's face turned pale when he saw her struggling like that. He tried to help her up, but a voice behind him made him freeze in shock. "Oh my God." Outside, Dong-yang calmly walks in. "Are you mocking the situation? I was just about to buy flowers. Is there a problem with the store?" His eyes flicked over to him with a smile. Seeing that, Hae-jun also looked over in panic, his face turning pale as he looked at the man with suspicion. "Pretending to be unconscious, huh?" He slowly stepped forward to express himself. "It seems like she's severely poisoned. Fortunately, I have a deep understanding of this field. You two are lucky. The arrogant man standing in front of you puts his hands in his pockets and smiles. Run also looked up in confusion. "What's wrong, young man?" He raised an inquisitive eyebrow and whispered, "Do I should help you?" After hearing the whole story, Soo-hyun's face also darkened as he understood. "I see, so that's it." Facing Hae, he collapses and kneels on the ground. He repeats, "You needed medicine for your girlfriend. So Dung Dongjiang kept taking advantage of you, right?" He bowed his head and emphasized that he was the only one who could make that medicine. Then he put the sword down and stood up. "Soo-hyun, remember what you once told me." He remembered when Soo-hyun had promised him before, recalling that when they met at the certification center, you said you would leave. Suddenly, he smiled again, his face full of exhaustion as he looked at you. "I really want to believe what you're saying." Finally, he stopped smiling and, completely trusting, made a desperate plea. "Please, save me." The chains inside him seem to tighten, and his inner voice keeps screaming in despair. "Help me escape Dung Dongrang's control. Yunshan and I, please, save us." Suddenly, he moved behind Soon, surprising him as well. Hakjun added, "But if I accept your help, I won't be able to trust myself again, just like how I've been controlled by Dung Dongrang all this time." Soo-hyun turned back with doubt and added, "If I keep relying on others like this." Over there, Hakjun also fully understood everything. He concludes that it will just repeat itself. His lonely footsteps still do not stop. Behind Soo-hyun, I watch as my body moves straight toward the railing to confirm. I have no other choice. I must end everything. Then he turned back and smiled in despair. "Soo-hyun, thank you for everything." "Really? I sell information to make a living. Why would I lie to you? This is top secret. I'm only telling you once. Be careful." Then he stood up, clearly annoyed, warning, "Don't involve me in whatever you do." Over here, Do-ho remains calm, confirming on the phone, "Okay, see you later." He smiled while answering the phone. "Yes, Soo-hyun, are you awake yet? How are you feeling?" Upon receiving the information, he also shouted loudly. "The hospital was attacked." The doctor looked at you worriedly. "How are you doing?" I responded to him. "I'm fine," the crowd murmured. "I saw a red-haired guy go in there, use the remaining mana to locate him." X-Who said to Do-ho on the other end of the line, "It's nothing, I'm fine. You look serious on the phone, but I have something to ask." Then I said something to him on this side. He stared in shock after hearing that, his hand clutching the documents in Do-ho's grip, tightening. "Really? So Choi Hazun is in trouble. Just at the right time, I have some information I want to share with you." He interrupted and added that it was about the Aries Society. Soo-hoon listened seriously to the information. At the office, Dong Yang is smoking a cigarette, crossing his legs while looking at a report. He flicks away the cigarette and glances toward the door with an annoyed expression. A figure stands in front of the door and he impatiently questions, "What? Why didn't I knock?" Then she turned to look at him excitedly, crossing her legs on the chair and smiling. "Oh, Black Run, you're on vacation. What are you here for?" Hakjun's body radiated immense energy, a crazed smile in his eyes as he looked at him with fiery madness. "Chairman, I want to ask you something." Above his sword, Seo's blood was still dripping, and he also frowned as if he had just realized something. His hand clenched the sword, which was stained, and the guards outside smiled as they questioned him. If an imposter uses their ability on someone else, with crazed eyes and energy violently fluctuating around their body, questioning him with a smile before dying, does that ability lose its effect? Dong Yang's face darkened as he sensed the danger, glaring at Hakrun, then suddenly chuckled as if he understood something. His energy also surged out. He propped his hand on his thigh, frowned, and questioned him back. "What are you planning to do that makes you ask me that?" Yunsun pursed his lips tightly, looking anxious. At this moment, urgent news from the TV blared out. A fake awakener attacked Songju Hospital in Gangnam-gu, Seoul. The hospital was attacked by the fake awakener, but luckily there were no casualties. The authorities are currently investigating the case, with the main suspect being Choi Hak from the War God Guild. Yun nervously tries to call, but there's no answer. "The number you dialed is currently unreachable. Please try again." She was so worried that her body trembled. Hak shivered. What exactly is he planning to do? "Please answer the phone." Suddenly someone appeared and knocked on the door. The knocking startled Yun-sun, and the news report continued to play. The victim of the attack was also an awakener who recently made significant contributions to resolving the violence in Annang. Yun-sun carefully opens the door. Who is it? So the person outside the front door is Shu Hyun. He smiles brightly. "Hello, I am Kim Shu-hwan." Yun-sun looked up at him with a surprised expression. Later, the two of them went inside to sit and have some water, and Shu Hyun spoke first, thanking them for inviting him in. "I arrived a bit suddenly, didn't I? You must be quite surprised." Yun-sun awkwardly smiled and replied, "No, I've been quite famous lately. I also heard Hak-jun talk about you a lot." Soo Hyun, is that so? That's surprising. She kept going. He always said he wanted to become someone like him. I saw the news reports that Hak Jun attacked you, but he's not the kind of person to do such things. Soo Hyun, I don't know the details, but I've heard about your situation. So, you agree that he used drugs to blackmail her? Miss Yoon-sun, Hak Jun probably came to me because it was also a command from the gang. Hak Jun looked quite desperate when he came to see me. At that moment, Hak Jun said that if he kept relying on others, he wouldn't be able to stand on his own feet. But in the end, he didn't ask me for help. He said he would handle it himself. At that time, I couldn't force him to do what I wanted. That's why I came here to learn more, and I want to know what you're thinking. Yun-sun nervously bowed her head, recalling Hak Jun's comforting words. As long as you're okay, everything will be okay. So please don't give up. I will do whatever it takes. Before this happened, Hak Jun had affirmed it like that. Now Yun, tears streaming down, tremblingly said, "Please, help us. I have never been able to fight alongside him, so please don't let Hak Jun fight alone." All right, those are the words I wanted to hear. He turned back to Dong Wai-ang, who was kicking Hak Jun hard. He was thrown backward, and Hak Jun was injured once again, blood spurting from his mouth. Dong Wai laughed with delight. "Ha ha ha, black run, black run, black run. This big brother has pitied you a lot. But out of all the choices, this is the worst thing you've ever done. You really think you can beat me just because you're a little stronger?" Hak Jun tries to get up, but can't. Damn it, my body just won't obey. It feels like 1,000 thorns are piercing through my body. Seeing this, Dong Ai-yang smugly speaks up. "Have you noticed the difference between me and you? I don't even need to snap my fingers for you to die." Heo Run shouted angrily, "Shut up! Stand down. Yun's illness is caused by you poisoning her. It was you who set this up. You did it to force him into your group, you bastard." "Well, you guessed it right. I totally forgot about that kid." Hak Jun is still lying on the floor, clutching his fists tightly. "Even though I've known about this for a long time, I couldn't do anything because I'm too weak. The more I think about it, the more furious I become, and I bang my head hard against the floor. Calm down, Choi Hak Run. Things are different now." At this moment, regaining his resolve, Hak Run grabbed his sword and lunged forward. He shouted, "I will end this with you." "Calm down, old man." Dong Wai-ang was a bit surprised to see him attacking. Then he showed a sinister expression. "You're so stupid." He snapped his fingers in midair, and instantly Hak Run was covered with countless wounds, blood spraying out, and he was struck with more pain again. The sword clattered loudly to the floor as Dong Yi-ang approached the fallen Hakan with disdain. "Foolish boy, do you think I only have one type of poison? There are chronic poisons like the one I used on Yusun, but some types accumulate silently and then explode. I knew there would be a day you would betray me. That's why Tao used to sing poison at you every time we met. You should control your expressions a bit better." Then he kicked Hak Jun hard again, causing his body to crash into the wall and shatter. Hak Jun's senses seemed to want to stop, his eyes gradually closing, his mind and eyes growing dim. "I can't kill Dong Dong-yeon. In the end, I still couldn't heal Yun. I really am an irresponsible person. I know that if I fail, Yun will be left alone. But I still took the risk to come here. Yun-sun, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just trying to escape this hell through death." At this moment, Shu Hyun has appeared in this desolate place. Why is that? Where has everyone gone? Dong Yang looked back with a puzzled expression. Shu Hyun calmly spoke as he observed the motionless body on the floor. "Hello, we've met before, haven't we?" I say with a dangerous smile. That eerie grin. I've come to sign up as a member. Later, Dong Yang took out a piece of paper and said, "This is the membership application form." Soo Hyun sat down and talked with Dong Yang. He sighed and said, "I can only say this is very surprising. I thought you were quite reluctant to join our group, but you came to see us first." Soo Hyun glanced at Hye-jun, who was covered in blood and leaning against the wall without reacting, then frowned. Dong Yang continued, "I am a bit curious. May I ask why you suddenly changed your mind?" "You already know I'm not exactly an honest person either, right?" Suwon said with a faint smile. "I think you misunderstood what I meant, but I'm not exactly a good person, or anything. I simply look down on heroics and the like. If we can agree on what the other side wants to possess, I can work with anyone." He looked pleased. "I'm glad to hear that. Let's get back to the main point. I can tell you the conditions and the bonus split after you join the guild, but I still can't fully trust you. Sign the contract first, and then we can negotiate the terms as much as you want." Su Hwan quickly picked up the pen. "I heard you." Dong Yang watched Soo Hyun's actions, then continued again. Thank God for thinking that everything was progressing so smoothly. "So, then let's officially talk about the job. Do you have any conditions?" As a member of the War God Society, Soo Hyun calmly replied with a smile. "First, let's remove the toxin from Choi Hak-run's body." This statement made him gasp in surprise. "Huh?" You continue with a calm expression. You mentioned the guild's activities aren't good for Anvian's work around here, and I don't know if you've seen the news, but I still have some unresolved issues with him. Now he chuckled happily. Ha, you want me to treat him so you can handle it yourself? Actually, it's feasible to do, but even if I remove the toxin, that guy won't be useful anymore because the after effects will still remain in his body. Soo-hyun looked reluctant. I don't care. It's better for you to fight Hack alone than to fake level C awakening. Dong Wai-ang's expression became serious. In that case, if you want it that way, I will remove it. The man approached Hae-jun, gripping his neck tightly, pressing his finger into the vein. Hak-jun was struggling to breathe, turning pale. Cough, cough afterwards, the purple veins on Hak-jun's body also started to fade. Done, Dong-yang let go of his neck, but then ruthlessly pushed him aside. It's over. Next, we will discuss the distribution of rewards and your position in the guild. Soo-hyun leans down to assess Hazun's condition and whispers. You chose Hazun, I am here. After meeting Kavia Kunsen, Hazun, who was hopelessly closing his eyes, was stunned and opened them. Why? Soo-hyun raised a finger to his lips to signal silence, then stood up, and the healer nodded in response. Your fee will be 70% of the income from the dungeon, and you will be the representative for the guild leader. What do you think? That's quite an innovative way to treat it. Soon turned around and replied, 70% of the income and the position of the representative for the guild leader. Mr. Dong-Wai, as I said before, your way of working is not good enough. If everything you do is just work, then I don't need to stay in this secret agreement. Dong Wai-ang glanced back suspiciously and then spoke. So, what do you want? Soo-hyun calmly places his hand on the chairman's chair and then replies, 1% of the income and the position of chairman. Give me your entire organization. Dong Wai-ang's face tensed up as he looked at you with a cold smile. Ha ha ha. Then he suddenly threw back his head and laughed loudly. I know what you're planning. You want me to hand over my organization just to join? Don't joke around like that. What's so funny about that? You have exploited those weaker than you and used their weaknesses to threaten them. That's how you built this gang. Because that's how it works. I'll also use your method to take the club from those weaker than me. Dong Wai-ang's eyes went wild and white. Don't act all sympathetic with me like that, you little snitch. I don't extract information from them. I'm just using them thoroughly. Do you feel pity for herbivores when they are hunted by carnivores? From the very beginning, they are just foolish and weak creatures. But I am the one who has used them properly. I turned them into something useful for this society. Lacking strength, determination, and intelligence, that is the sin in this world where only the strong survive. That is the world of the awakened. Soo-hyun calmly crossed his arms. In a world where only the strong survive, maybe you're right, but it seems you only remember that and have forgotten everything else. Herbivorous animals that seem weak will attack predators to defend themselves. At this moment, Hae-jun swung his sword and jumped to attack Dong-yang from behind. He sensed the danger approaching and quickly turned to look behind. Black Jun was still gritting his teeth, his eyes flashing with a spark of spiritual energy as he charged forward. Ex-Hyun's cold gaze declared, the empty revenge of the weak, you should feel it all. Then Dong-yang received a heavy slash on his back, blood splattering everywhere. Dong-yang was struck in the back by Hak-run, blood splattering into the air, his eyes wide with shock and mouth agape from the sudden pain, while Hak-run's eyes shone brightly after the hot blood splashing onto Soo-hyun's cold face. And so Dong Wai-ang was turned over, lying flat on the floor like a frog. He showed no more signs of life. After finishing that strike, Hai-run also had to gasp for breath from exhaustion. Then he grabbed the bandage to wrap his head, his trembling hand reaching out as he incredulously exclaimed, Is it over yet, Soo-hyun? What just happened? What just happened? I think I was surely going to die from Dong-dong's poison, and even after detoxification, my body was too damaged to heal. I can't feel any part of my body, nor can I see anything in front of me. Remembering Soo-hyun's touch earlier on Hazun, a wave of energy was transferred into him. Hazun quickly sensed the change in his body and silently exclaimed in relief, feeling better now. Back then, Soo-hyun told you to be quiet. Now back in the present, Hak-jun wonders, did you do something? Why? When we first met and even now, why did you help me this much? Soo-hyun calmly reminds you that unfortunately, this is not a good time to talk. It's not over yet. Suddenly, Dong-wai lifts himself up, and the blood on the floor turns into a strange green liquid. He bloodied, but as soon as he stood up, he sneered coldly. Ha ha, fight back? Fine, I'll teach you a lesson properly. Hak-run, that's all he ever wants to do. He uses a level 9, level 2 magic healing skill with 55% proficiency to heal wounds, and the speed of healing increases with the user's proficiency. Seeing that, Soo-hyun's face became serious. I know he can handle poison with medicine, But does he also know how to use healing skills? Hak Run calmly spoke again. Dung Dong Yang, be quiet. I really want to kill you right now. Now you have no chance to fight me and Kim Ju Yuan one-on-one. If you stop here, I will give you a chance to repent in prison. Dong Yang listened and then continued to laugh eerily. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? Don't mess with me. Do you think I will listen to what you say? The deadly green toxin, his expression twisted into a terrifying demon-like face. A pool of bright green liquid appeared beneath Dong Yang's feet. Hak Run hurriedly jumped towards Su Hyun, who had just warned him. Su Uin ran quickly, and he furrowed his brow in confusion. What is this? The two of them jumped onto the table to dodge. Hak Run explains that this is Dung Dong Trang's most powerful skill. Green Poison, Level 4, Magic Rank 5, 55% proficiency, creates an area covered by deadly poison. The skill's range and damage increase with the magic rank. He can cover an area with deadly poison, a wide area lethal damage skill. Suddenly, Dong Yang called out, Hey Kim Shu Win, do you think I've been suppressing the weak to build this guild? I think you're right to some extent, but do you know what else? The man glared with a deadly murderous intent. I can do those things because I am a bloodline. Then he swung his hand, releasing a stream of poison that flew straight towards Su Hyun. Yu quickly jumped up to dodge, appearing on the surface of the table. Su Hyun moved to avoid, while thinking, it seems he can control the poison beneath him. Hak Jun also didn't stay still and shouted, preparing to counterattack, while Dong Yang shot a fierce glance and saw Hak Jun attacking, then kicked the poison up to block it, raising his sword to deflect the liquid. Shu Hyun carefully analyzes that the poison seems to only affect living creatures, as the table and Choi Hazun's sword are both fine. In this case, Shu Hyun, riding a surface of the table, rushes toward Dong Yang. He looks surprised by this move. Heijun opens his mouth in shock. Suddenly, Dong Yang smirked and said, Do you think you found its weakness? Then he reached out to use a different technique. The purple acid. Immediately, a purple liquid sprays directly onto the table Su Hyun is riding on, quickly melting it away. Su Hyun gritted his teeth in worry. Facing danger, he immediately leapt backward. Far from the melting table, Su Hyun realized a principle. Now I understand. At the same time as attacking and defending with living creatures using the Green Zone skill, he also uses acid to attack other targets. The Green Zone and Purple Acid both surround him to protect him from sneak attacks. The harmony between these two skills is truly astonishing. Dong Wai proudly extends his hand covered in those two strange substances. Kim Su-Uin, you're considered one of the best, but still not worthy of being a hero. Do you really think you can eliminate the guild like this? Su-Hyu said quietly. I admit I was wrong, but now the answer is right in front of me. Su-Hyu said, then raised his hand, and large drops of blood flew up under his control. He looked surprised and quickly recognized this move as a skill from a Nang. Ex-Hyun gave a command to change, with the characteristic of the blood spear being its covering. Ex-Hyun stands among the blood swords, all pointed at Dong Yang, his eyes filled with panic. Hyun looks at him with a cold gaze and a teasing smile. If you're so strong, then dodge them all. The blood swords all pointed in one direction. Shu Hyun reached out and controlled them, all aiming at Dong Wai, rushing forward to attack. A huge explosion erupts, but he manages to jump aside and dodge it, while also swinging his hand to send a stream of green poison towards Su-Hyun. Hak Jun quickly appears and cuts through the poison. He hurriedly turned back and called Su-Hyun. Su-Hyun then placed a hand on his opponent's shoulder and leapt up, continuing with the blood sword technique. Dong Yang gritted his teeth as he watched you perform your move, while Hei-Du quickly swung his sword and darted behind him, causing Dong Yang to stumble back to dodge the attack. He spun around and kicked the poison away. Black trembled. Don't mess with me. The energy emanating from his hand transformed that green liquid into a wall blocking the attack. Shu Hyun gritted his teeth in tension, unable to break through once again. Dong Yang sneered slightly, then spoke again with a smug expression. Whatever you say, my poison can both attack and defend. It's perfect, he replied coldly. You're right, your skills are really annoying. But then a blue flame burst forth, and Dong Yang's eyes grew serious. Ex-Hyun stands amidst that power and declares, I just need to burn it all away. He quickly swings his hand forward to attack. Immediately, Dong Yang was engulfed by the blue flames, his body burning with that dark power, causing him to scream in agony. The shockwave from the flames erupted, followed by a massive explosion and thick smoke, revealing Dong Yang's body pinned against the wall, which shattered into many pieces. He quickly coughed up several large amounts of blood and the green toxin was still on the floor. Then suddenly it withdrew, gradually disappearing from the surface. Hak Run was stunned and thought to himself that the poison skill had lost its effect. All the poison was returning to his body, and since he was seriously injured, he could no longer maintain that skill. This is the chance to end it. Suddenly, Dong Yang burst out laughing, interrupting their thoughts. Ha ha ha, I will make an antidote for you. If you kill me, the poison in Yusun's body won't go away. Are you hoping the poison in that kid's body will be neutralized when I die? Are you willing to bet on that? Do you dare to bet Yun's life? Or are you going to let me live and save Yun's son? You decide. Hakjun was shaken by the words of the guy. Suhoon calmly spoke to reassure him. It's over. Hun, don't listen to that bastard anymore. He walks over to pat Hakjun on the shoulder, then steps toward Dong Yang. He looks at him in confusion. Suyin suddenly stomps right on that green poison. Both Hak and Dong Yang are stunned as the poison begins to crawl up Suhyun's body like a parasite. It flows back up through the veins to your face. Dong Yi-ang saw this and smiled smugly. Do you dare step into that poison, no matter how strong you are? My poison. Suddenly a divine energy appeared. His expression froze, eyes wide as he stared ahead. Shuhyun is unleashing that golden light of power. Later, all the pale blue veins that had appeared had disappeared from his body. Hakjun stood there, stunned, watching the scene, unable to hold back his inner words. The poison had been cured. His mana has also been fully replenished, just like I saw before. Remembering the feeling from earlier, Suhyun calmly declared, "Your poison doesn't work on me." Dongwai's expression seems about to crack, completely still. Watching Suhyun surrounded by holy power, he can't help but say in frustration, "What kind of dazzling light is that?" Suhyun calmly declares, "Your poison has no effect on me." A necklace appears, the treasure of the Sacred League. It is the reward on the second challenge floor if you reach stage 10 and complete it 100%. It is an item that heals all injuries and removes all negative effects, but it can only be used 5 times. I used it for the first time on the 10th floor of the challenge tower and the second time on the 15th floor. Another time was when I saved Hazun, and once to recover from poison a total of 4 times. And the last time Shu Hyun spoke, he threw the transmission wire, and Haejun caught it with an incredulous expression. He kept looking from the item in his hand to the young man, both confused and moved, and exclaimed, "Do Soo Hyun." Hazun recalls Yunsun's bright smile. "Hazun, you'll be fine. That's why I—" Suhi Unun looked at the other person and said with a smile, "I'm sure you know better than I do where to use it." Hak Run, at this point, couldn't hold back his tears and looked like he was about to cry. He clenched his fist tightly. "Thank you, really thank you." Suddenly, Dong Yang shouted out, "Choi Hak Run, you bastard." Then Hyun rushed over and grabbed his neck tightly. You tighten your grip more and more, causing Dong Yang to gasp for air. Hyun looks at the opponent with cold eyes and says, "I won't hold back anymore." "Are you planning to kill me? I am the leader of a major gang. Even if no one notices that this is a fight between awakened ones, what do you think will happen if they find out you killed me? I know many important people. Even if you're a famous rookie, you'll pay the price." Soon grows more and more annoyed. "I wonder, like you said, if it's connected to a big organization, I wouldn't be able to go out easily. But what if the leader is involved with the Chaos Guild crime organization?" This revelation shocked Dong Yang. He sneered and continued, "I have researched both organizations. Remember the last time you answered the phone, the person on the line said, 'Choose the right time. I have something to show you. It's about the Heirs organization. I assure you there is a connection to the chaotic gang. Because the Chaos Guild has bases in other countries, it hasn't yet reached our country. To infiltrate Korea more easily, they chose the Ares Guild as a bridge, using their network and capabilities. They eliminate anyone who knows or suspects their connection. And now, the Chaos Guild has their eye on you." Suhyun returns to the present, still squeezing Dong Yang's neck, terrorizing members of other gangs and committing crimes with the Chaos Society to kill civilians. "Do you think that's enough reason to kill you? And I'm looking forward to seeing how everyone reacts. This is the perfect moment to unmask someone." In other words, you're just bait." Dong Wai Hang still manages to smile. "Don't make me laugh." Then he clenched Shu Hyun's wrist with a crazed look. Dong Wai Hang poured all his poison into Shu Hyun as he shouted, "I will kill you." He was once again infected by that poison spreading through his body. Hyun calmly took a deep breath, then exhaled, releasing a surge of inner power that shattered the poison. He stood there holding Dong Wai's collar up for a while, and he was terrified to see that there was no poison on him. The poison had disappeared. Does it have no effect on him? Hai unsmirked and said, "I was just acting earlier. Your poison doesn't work against my magic resistance, but there's one thing I'm curious about: what happens if your poison is used on you?" Your expression turns into a terrifying, sinister look. Dong Wai is bewildered when he hears that. "How do you control your abilities, transform, and handle poison?" Immediately, he is poisoned by his own toxin, which reacts back into his body. Shu Hyun quickly let go of his neck. Dong Ye collapsed, screaming in pain. Ah, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Hurry up and take out the antidote syringe. The antidote, I need the antidote. Hyunun stared with murderous intent, drawing his sword from the system space and slicing off the herbalist's fingers in one strike. A scream echoed again as he coldly said, "Come on, don't be like that. I bet you enjoy watching others suffer for your antidote. Don't you think you should experience that feeling yourself?" Dong Ang was howling as his own poison tormented him. Ah, it hurts so much, just kill me. Then suddenly he ran past Ex-Hyun. He frowned and looked back at the scene, seeing the glass window shattered in a large section. Dong Yang had already rushed out of there. Ex-Hyun stepped closer to look down, disdainfully uttering a disgusting remark. He was in pain to the point that he couldn't bear it, yet he made others endure it. Now it's all over. He raised his hand to summon the phoenix to fly up, then gestured to send it soaring into the sky. Ex-Hyun stood there watching for a long time, knowing that everything gained from his actions would be erased from this world. The phoenix flew toward the tall building ahead, which still looked normal, until suddenly it was severely exploded and the scene shifted back to Yun. She is being healed by the divine power detoxification spell. Hakjun anxiously waits for his beloved to be healed. Later, the process was also completed. Yoon-sun opened her eyes and looked ahead, her expression much brighter. Yoon-sun teared up and smiled at the other person, while Hakjun was so moved that he started to cry. The two of them hugged each other tightly, feeling incredibly happy. Hakjun spoke. I can't do it without help, not just me, Yoon-sun. I have also received help from others. That's why you will stop regretting the past, just like how others helped you, you will also help everyone. Later, the two of them also went their separate ways. Yoon-sun calmly asked, Hazun, do you remember what I always tell you? Don't try to do everything alone. I can't fight by your side, but I will definitely cheer you on in the path you've chosen. Cut to Do-ho, who is talking on the phone. Okay, Soo-hyun, we haven't noticed any significant changes. Hazun has arrived safely and Yoon-sun also seems to be doing fine. Is there anything else to report? Well, those were good times. That's what I wanted to tell them. They looked so happy. In January 2023, the Ares Guild was disbanded, and the tall building was punctured with a large hole. The TV screen appears, switching to the next news segment. Around 9 hours last night, we received reports that the Ares Guild headquarters in Seoul, Gangnam, had collapsed. However, we confirmed that there were no casualties from the incident. The body of Chairman Dong Dongjang has awakened and was found beneath the building. The police are currently investigating. The investigators say he died from an ivory impact, but there are signs of a struggle. Kyungtae turned off the TV and then spoke. That's right. Why didn't you explain everything that happened to me clearly? Soo-hyun, you are now calmly sitting and waiting for him to watch the news, and upon hearing this, you reluctantly reply, I have already told Kim Do-I about it. I only did what I thought was necessary. Kyungtae looked very displeased and shouted, Necessary! You not only infiltrated the gang headquarters, but also killed the gang leader and destroyed the building. You have committed a crime that some consider terrorism. Soo-hyun shot a cold glance and retorted. Dong Dongjang used his abilities to extort and blackmail many people. I'm sure you are aware of the crimes that the Ares Guild has committed in the underground world, yet you did nothing and just watched from the sidelines. I believe I have done something useful for this organization. Isn't it a mess that needs to be dealt with? With EUI standing beside him, tense-faced during this debate, Kyungtae suddenly turned away, grinding his teeth and saying, I realized this during the Anang incident. You're pretty good at defending yourself, huh? I'm trying to say that you've gone too far. Get to the main point. Do you have any important evidence to support your claim? Even if the Ares Guild committed all those illegal acts, what right do you have to judge them? You were fooled into thinking you are truly a hero of the people because they supported you all along, right? These harsh words make Yui panic and hurriedly remind him. Director, what are you talking about? Soo-hyun exuded a cold, silent pressure as he spoke. A hero? I have never asked for anything, but I guess some things never change. You sneer coldly, and it feels so good to repeat it. Seeing that expression, EU felt extremely uneasy. Soo-hyun, but you keep going. There is one thing about me that no one knows. I am the furthest from what people see as a hero, risking my life to save the world and help others. Did I do all those things just because I care about others? The more I think about it, the more I realize that's not the case. I did it because I wanted to and no one else could do it, Soo-hyun said as he stood up. Everything I have done so far has been driven by my instincts. That's why you two should be careful. Soo-hyun stepped in front of Kung-ti, his eyes glowing with a sinister light. I will do whatever I want, even if it means killing you. And at that moment, the old man broke out in a cold sweat before suddenly laughing loudly. Ha ha, come on. Don't act so cold just because of a little joke. Isn't that what a good hero would do? It doesn't seem like you're being insulted or anything, but it will be very difficult to overlook this situation. I can use the authority of the guild to help you get out, as long as you can accept one condition. I can guarantee everything will be fine. Soo-hyun looked thoughtful and asked, "So tell me, is this condition for me to become a pact awakened with the guild?" Hyung-tae looked panicked and exclaimed, "How could you?" Soo-hyun quickly confirmed in his mind that it was quite clear. He turned away and replied, "You hoped to use this incident to turn against me and involve me in any mission." He thought to himself, "I refuse." He quickly stood up and shouted, "Wait a minute." Kyung-tae pointed and shouted, "Hey, Soo-hyun, this is not as simple as you think it is. It cannot change the fact that you just committed a serious crime. Do you understand? No matter how strong you are, without the help of the guild or other awakened individuals, Soon will just focus on pressing the phone." A voice quickly emerges. "So, what are you trying to say? They are related to the safety of ordinary people. 6,000 people are in danger. He is extremely panicked. Isn't this the conversation I had with Lee Joo-ho? Play it from the phone." "It was an unexpected incident. Of course I couldn't do anything. Don't tell me what can or can't be." Ex-Hyun waited for it to finish speaking before laughing and saying, "Do you still remember your attitude during the Anyang incident?" The recording continues with Kung-tae's voice. "Even if everyone else dies, it's not my responsibility." He gritted his teeth and growled, "What? What do you want Soo-hwan the Awakened to do? Kill the head of a major criminal organization and oppose the association director? Someone who doesn't care about public safety. I wonder who the public will oppose here. I don't think there's much I actually need." He goes to the association's director, who can't even do his own job. His gaze is cold. Old Kyung-tae is still not satisfied. "If you're trying to blackmail me, I will retaliate." Ex-Hyun squinted and reassured him. "Just joking. Don't overreact." Old Kong-tae grits his teeth in anger, fists clenched, then a steel sound echoes from the top of the tall building. Later, Soo-hyun steps out of the building, recalling Kyung-tae pointing and warning him that it's better to keep this secret. Understood? As he walks away, Soo-hyun mutters with a displeased look, "Did I go too far? No, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. I can't believe he's just trying to blackmail me. I guess I should give up on a few things. I don't want to cause any trouble right now, so I'll go to the tower until everything calms down." Hero. At one point, that title haunted me and I wanted to run away. Remembering those words, becoming a hero, Sunin, your gaze turns contemplative again. However, I remember the scene where little Mai happily said, "You are our savior," followed by Duho gratefully saying, "Thank you for helping." Then the hero standing under the sun declares, "Finally, you are my hero." And then there's the image of Black Jun not long ago, tearfully saying, "Thank you so much." Finally, it's Soo-hyun's mother's face, thanking him for saving her. Ex-Hyun's son stands before a blinding light. "If what I want to do is walk the path of a hero, then being a hero is what I will have." The scene shifts to a wide underground chamber lit by hanging torches from the ceiling. "Really? You're telling me that Dongjiang is dead?" "Yes." The person sitting in the darkness is stunned. "Oh my god, it's perfect. I can't stand what he's doing." The person wearing a hat had to ask again, "Are you joking?" "We just lost one of the ways to get to Korea," the man with long hair and an unclear face confidently states. "It's nothing. Even without him, this won't change our plan." Then he lifts the photo of Soo-hyun. "However, Kim Soo-hwan, he's becoming a real trouble. You just said he went to the tower?" The messenger reported, "Yes, that is his confirmed final destination." The guy crumpled the photo of Soo-hyun and just issued an order to assign a surveillance team to report back to us when he comes out. Then, a dagger was thrown, pinning Soo-hyun's picture to the wall as the man with a sinister smile laughed. "We will take care of him." After the fall of the Aries Society, public opinion about Sunhai began to spread. Are you a hero or a demon only existing to show off your power? Even the high-ups have to hold meetings to discuss you. He is a hero who saved the city of Anjiang. Some from Soo-hyun's side argue that without Kim Soo-in, all 600,000 people would have died. He is strong and quick-witted, which is why he was able to save them. The opponent, however, shows anger and protests. A hero. Kim Soo-in is someone who constantly craves power and flaunts his strength. The Aries Guild is an important organization in dungeon exploration, but because he didn't like it, he destroyed the entire guild. He pointed and scolded with great displeasure, but instead of punishment, he was treated especially well in the dungeon exploration card. Although he is only a fake Awakening Class C, it's clear he only has a connection with the association, and they allowed him to do so. The supporters of Soo-hyun countered, claiming he has already cleared dozens of dungeons, including Anang. If he wants strength, he could try lower-level challenges, so why bother clearing dungeons? Then the debate continued once again. The heated debate continued as Kim soon fled, But at this moment, Soo-hyun raised his sword, facing off against a masked figure wrapped in white cloth. Soo-hyun continues to clear out each dungeon where no one can find him, ignoring rumors and criticism from the community, and keeps his sharp gaze forward before swinging his sword to strike targets in the space ahead. Everything I want. The more I think about it, the more his movements become stronger, leaping into the air and then crashing down onto the ground with great force. His attack moves also came to a stop. Soo-hyun sat on a pile of corpses, reflecting on what he wanted to do and what he needed to do. The system screen appears showing you have defeated the boss and completed 100%. Fake Kim X-Eun is returning to the real world as the scene shifts to Do-ho. He was sitting and working on his laptop when suddenly a call caught his attention. Do-ho looked at Hak-jun in shock and exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Hak chuckled and asked, "Do you still work after a long journey here? I know it's been a while since we last met. I know it's been a long time since we last met. Thank you." "It's been a month." Hak-run sat down in the chair opposite and asked, "How have you been since then?" Do-ho leaned back in his chair and sighed. "Don't ask anymore. I need more time because no matter how much I have, it's not enough. I have to keep going to the Awakening Management Association. I need to enter the Challenge Tower and even clean up dungeons." Heck chuckled. It seems he's still helping him. "Are you okay? Be careful." "That's right. Since I'm also working for him, I guess I should ask for my pay." Then Hak-jun suddenly fell silent for a moment before becoming more serious. "I know I mentioned it a lot, but it was during the Gars accident. Thank you for helping us with the guild. Thanks to you, I can prove my innocence and spend time with Yun." Do-ho smiled at the other person and said, "Don't worry. Just think of it as a debt you owe me. Hak-jun, I will treat you to some time." He confirmed, "Yes, of course." Then he asked, "How is Yun doing?" Hak-jun replied, "She's still fine. We are always together, but now that I try to return to the tower, she's blocking me." Suddenly, Soo-hyun appears behind him, smiling and saying, "That's good news." Shushin Do-ho slightly reproached him. "Why so late and always arriving late?" You immediately explained, "I need to visit my mother as well." Do-ho, who said you could use your mother's card, are you planning to stay here forever? Ex-hyun calmly drinks Hak-jun's glass and replies, "Some things need to be done here." Do-ho asks, "What kind of things?" "Hey Soo-in, even if I'm close to you, I shouldn't bury someone else's food." You call for your stuff and Soo-hyun turns back and tells them to take a look at this. They immediately show expressions of surprise. "Boss, that's Soo-hyun holding a rather large egg. The two of them are observing carefully." Hak-run exclaimed, "Where did you get a sacred beast egg?" Soo-hyun replied, "I got it while clearing level 10. Hak-run was sweating profusely with admiration. "This is an extremely rare item. I hear it possesses a special power." Do-ho carefully asks, "Is this what you just mentioned?" Soo-hyun remains calm as he explains. "It hasn't reacted since it appeared, but it's starting to respond now that I'm clearing the 20th floor. The proof of the Holy Guardian awakening, then nothing else happened." Probably because it's a living item. I think I should ask a specialist who pretends to be Song Hoing-ki more about the sacred beast than he does. Do-ho's expression shows some worry. "That's right, but will he agree to help? Song Hoing-ki doesn't accept offers from others because he's in a top-tier reconstruction group." Hae-jun looked at him and continued speaking. Although he was a businessman, he had no ties to any guild or association, so it was very difficult to ask him for help. "Do you have any plans yet?" Soo-hwan chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, he's very passionate about sacred beasts. A surge of power connecting appears in the space. I'm looking for a team to Song Hui-ki. I have a sacred beast egg. Contact me." Soo-hyun chuckled and said that to get him to help, you have to be extremely patient. He will come on his own terms. Meanwhile, someone else is watching news on a tablet. The young man has platinum hair and is silently pursing his lips. The lying dragon lifted its head and looked outside as it heard a noise. A voice came from the door saying, "Young master, I have a report." The dragon gritted its teeth, and the young man stroked it to soothe, saying, "It's okay. Stay calm." Then the dragon spoke again. "Come in." The messenger was ordered to step in. "May I come in?" "We have finished investigating the individual named Kim Soon." The dragon told him to continue. And he did. He is a fake awakener, a mage whose background is usually swordsman and magic user. They say he is a businessman. The young man was stunned to hear that. Why did he dare to use the community chat to call me and just say, "See"? The reporter confirms that this is official information. However, he currently holds the top position on every floor of the Challenge Tower up to level 29 and is known as the main reason for the dungeon cleanup disaster in Anang. It can actually be concluded that he is a close associate of S. After hearing this, the young man paused thoughtfully, setting down his iPad and sighing. The story always hides secrets, officially introducing this young man as Song Hui-kai Estrang. He was just stroking the dragon's cheek as he continued. He's the same. It's all just surface level. The reporter is a bit worried. Yes, that's also what I think. But now there are rumors that he often goes to the guild to undergo the S-rank promotion procedures. Hearing this, Hyun-ki exclaimed in shock. Kim Soo-hyun will complete the S-rank promotion process? Wow, there are so many people here. Do-ho guesses that the rumor about his S-rank evaluation has spread. I tried to keep it secret, but it seems useless now. Hey Run, he pointed at the egg and asked, are you really going to go with it? Soo-hyun looked at the egg in his hand. Oh, to this, you smile and reply, I told you I will finish what you want me to do. Suddenly a reporter sees you and exclaims, Kim Soo-hyun. Immediately countless cameras pointed at you. Kim Soo-hyun, you have been chosen as the outstanding rookie. What do you have to say about this? Is there any reason why you haven't received a 5-star rating after all this time? Are there any clubs you want to join? We are sure about your actions in Annang, but how did you know that would happen? Hakjun and Do-ho intervened just as they warned. Hey, be serious, we have to go. Please step back. A reporter asked curiously, Kim Soo-hyun, what exactly is that egg? Immediately another reporter rushed forward excitedly. There, that's the egg from the rumor. Soo-hyun calmly responded to them, yes, this is a divine beast egg, and the camera's attention quickly shifted to the egg. Soo-hyun squinted and continued with a smile. I have many questions, so if anyone is knowledgeable about this, please contact me. The noise starts up again. How did you get your hands on that precious thing? Did you take it from the twin brothers? Soo-hyun, after finishing the advertisement, turned back and said, let's go. It was only then that Do-ho realized, oh, so that was his plan. Soon thought to himself that it was enough, since he had shown the egg he would come to meet him soon. Suddenly, a loud scream drew his attention as a reporter rushed forward desperately. Kim Soo-hyun, please answer this question. Regarding the Ares Terrorist Act, there are sources claiming you are responsible for the destruction of the Ares group. Please share your opinion on this matter. Soo-hyun paused there for a moment, then turned half of his face away, his expression unclear, and remained silent. It seems everyone has become braver. If I really were a terrorist, what would you all do? His expression is full of murderous intent and warning. The reporters break out in cold sweat and horror, quickly stepping aside to make way for Soo-hyun. Later, the three of them walked away, quietly, Hae-run giving a thumbs up in admiration. Oh, well done. Do-ho seriously warns him, relax, your image is rapidly declining. Soo-hwan remained more composed. Forget it, if I keep thinking about things like that, I won't be able to do anything. Do-ho, that's impressive. So have you achieved your goal yet? You answered, now that your lips are free, I just have to wait to see if I can catch a big fish. At this moment, the three of them stepped onto the building's porch, where a person in a blue and white outfit greeted them. Welcome, Mr. Kim X-hun. Before you enter the S-rank evaluation room, could you allow a reporter to go in? What will you do? X-hyun replied. Only these two are allowed in. He then loudly said to the people behind him, everyone else, go back. Got it. He's chasing everyone away. The people outside are whispering, do they have no intention of joining any guild? I guess that's a hot scoop. What should I tell the manager? Nearby, a scar-faced man was on the phone reporting. Yes, he chased everyone away except for 2 close friends. Yes, I understand. I will continue to observe. This is the Death Society, Vice President Kim Kok. Once inside the evaluation room, the examiner explains, first, let me explain the rules and privileges you must follow if you pass the S-rank test. First, all level 5 imposters receive their salary on the first day of each month. Instead, all S-rank awakeners will regularly take turns in a designated dungeon, rotating with other level 5 individuals as a mission. Yes, let me briefly explain the test. Suddenly, at this moment, someone stepped down from the stairs as EUI spoke. I will explain from now on. X-hyun looked up in shock. Kim Do-why, what are you doing here? EUI nodded to the examiner who just responded to him. I am an employee here. I am obliged to participate in and observe all the tests, and above all, I cannot miss the chance to see your limits with my own eyes. Soon sighed after hearing that, thinking maybe he shouldn't have guessed, hoping for EUI to continue. I will explain the procedures. Please move to the next floor. The Level 5 assessment is very different from regular evaluations. You will need to complete a test similar to the trial tower. Hugh looks around seriously as he analyzes. Through the test, his level, physical limits, magical abilities, and even control over magic will be evaluated. Not only all stats, but every factor affecting the battle will be tested. The system and the test itself are the abilities of a pseudo-ascendant, depending on time or location, capable of creating a place where a level 5 pseudo-ascendant can demonstrate their true power. That is the ability of the top illusionist in the United States, Johnny Brad, known for his illusion skills. He is now standing inside the test circle, instructed by EUI not to resist the magic from the machine and to accept it. Soo-hyun's eyes turn cold, then he slowly closes them to feel. Now, let's begin the test. Hakun and Duho are close to him behind the large screen. Soon has now been transported into another space. In the dark sky, faint white clouds drift by. Soo-hyun opens his eyes and looks up, marveling that even knowing it's an illusion, he still can't get used to this feeling. Suddenly a shadow appeared approaching him, but soon his expression remained completely calm. A giant fist swept through the air and struck. Soo-hyun leapt into the air to dodge. That punch caused a huge explosion, creating a large crack on the ground, and the monster's fist retracted. Soo-hyun asked sharply, "Are you not going to give me time to enjoy the view? In front are wide-mouthed monsters, including a particularly large boss leading the pack." "All right, then why not kick things off a little? Your dungeon conquest ability will be tested to see if you meet the criteria to advance to S rank. Not only your basic stats in battle, but also your survival in adversity, physical resilience, attack power, and even your mental endurance will all be evaluated during this process. Endurance and decision-making ability, composure, vision, segmentation skills, and resilience. However, stay alert. Do not be swept away by your own power or fall into illusions created to test you. Hundreds of heroes have fallen here because of arrogance and weakness. Soo-hyun managed to handle one wave, then suddenly a stronger monster appeared. When you realize your current abilities, break through the unseen and unpredictable future, and survive. And in the process, prove that you are a hero. All of Soo-hyun's battle scenes are displayed on the big screen. After finishing the test, the completion time 15 minutes and 48 seconds, Haejun must exclaim in amazement. "Wow, Soo-hyun really is impressive." EU chuckled and laughed, but deep inside, he was filled with confusion. His completion time isn't much better than other awakened S-rankers. The original purpose of this first test was to assess survival skills, especially when facing hordes of monsters. However, not many people managed to pass the first test, as EUI casually said it out loud. But he had successfully passed it as easily as if he was joking. "I am very looking forward to your performance in the second test." Transitioning into Soo-hyun's illusion, you are closing your eyes, sensing something, then calmly opening them again. The system announces that the second test will start immediately. Soo-hyun sighs, thinking he probably won't get a break. Suddenly, a strange red aura appeared in the sky, and Soo-hyun sensed the danger and looked in that direction. "Those dangerous things are aiming at you." The terrifying shadows appear. The second test is to evaluate your experience and magical control. Soo-hyun directly swung his hand forward, and a blue flame burned through a head, but it quickly recovered, as if grains of sand had fused together. Soo-hyun carefully analyzes the situation. Without destroying their cores, no matter how many times we defeat them, they will keep resurrecting. So to pass this test, I need to find a way to uncover a hidden move that destroys their cores inside. Then he creates another stream of energy in his hand. Magic, stamina, mana flow, precision, and focus all must reach perfection. Each wave of power growing stronger until the shadow suddenly leaps forward. It swings its sword to attack Soo-hyun, a slash of sword energy cutting through the air. X. Hae-unun calmly controls the surrounding power as his body glides past the shadow, which immediately disintegrates severely. A purple orb appeared in Soo-hyun's hand. He coldly clenched it, crushed it, then muttered to himself, "I don't have much time, so I'll finish quickly." Immediately, everyone outside received the results, having completed the second test. The completion time was 17 minutes and 3 seconds. "Ha!" Duho's mouth twitched slightly. "Do you really intend to fight someone like him?" Hakrun scratched his head, embarrassed, sweating profusely, and replied, "At that moment, I really had no other choice. I didn't expect him to be this strong. Duho? I guess he's even stronger now than before." Then he fell silent again, thinking, they must also be surprised. He is talking about Du Eui below. Surely they are not here just to see how strong he is. The director must have sent him here to find Soo-hyun's weakness. The person in the blue and white shirt hurriedly read the results. In the first test, although a little time was needed to assess their overall ability, 15 minutes was enough to finish. But he only took 1 minute from the moment the monster appeared to complete the second test. He broke Parkon's previous 40-minute record. I can't believe I am witnessing this with my own eyes. It's hard to believe. In Korea, maybe he's not. Maybe he's the greatest hero in the world. Suddenly, the screen darkened and displayed a no-signal message as Oi was startled and panicked. What's going on? The connection has been cut off. Both Duho and the others are stunned. What's going on? Hakjun points at Soo-hyun's body. Duho, look over there. Duho's gaze grew serious. What is that? That surge of power quickly enveloped his entire body. Inside the illusion, Soo-hyun was also stunned as he looked ahead. A giant dark hand appeared, gripping a large tree. Hyun breaks out in a cold sweat. Why did he do that? The image of a giant two-horned monster spewing fire from the past appears. I think you're taking this joke a bit too far. The monster rears up, opens its mouth wide, and roars, echoing through the sky as clouds of dust billow up. Soo-hyun tries to hold on against that power. He frowns, thinking that something must have gone wrong. Someone urged Do EUI's team to check the energy source and call the technical department immediately. He hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir." Then he quickly turned to Blue and asked, "Do you manage to contact Johnny Brad?" The man replied, "We are currently trying to contact the Fake Awakening Agency US, but it will take a little more time." Do EUI gritted his teeth with extreme worry and panic. Something was very strange. No matter what kind of power he was showing now, Johnny Brad's skills could not be nullified. Even if it's hard to accept, it's the same as restoring his abilities. Kim Soon's mind should have already returned by now. Unless someone or something is blocking Kim Soon's escape, inside the illusion, Soo-hyun is being squeezed by that giant hand, then thrown forcefully back to the ground. From what I know, the 5th level test should end once I reach the 2nd round. Is there a problem? This is something I've never seen in my previous life. I don't even know where this guy came from, and suddenly the monster rushes in to hit him again. The dust cleared, revealing another large scar on the ground, while Soo-hyun had already leapt back to dodge. He swung his sword and coldly said, "You chose the wrong opponent." That slash successfully created a deep wound on that giant arm. The other arm falls to the ground in front of the stunned monster as Soo-hyun leaps up again, pouring all his strength into swinging his sword down. This strike cuts into the monster's shoulder, causing it to grit its teeth so hard they almost shatter. The arm on the ground suddenly moved. Hyun, standing there, suddenly froze. He was suddenly grabbed by that other hand which had been holding him for who knows how long, and it raised Soon in front of the monster like a sacrifice. Soo-hyun remains calm, analyzing the situation. It is about to launch a direct attack, with the ability to instantly focus and release mana from both inside and outside the body, surpassing limits and amplifying mana. Then Soo-hyun clenched his fist tighter and unleashed all his mana at once. A powerful stream of energy radiated from Soo-hyun's hand. That energy flow was wrapped around his sharp sword, and it didn't stop there. The mana started surging forward. The monster's open mouth unleashes a powerful attack. The two mighty energies clash, causing a huge shockwave, but it's clear that Soo-hyun's stronger magic is swallowing the incoming force. The monster opened its mouth in shock, but was quickly pierced through by Soo-hyun's attack. The hand gripping him also began to dissolve, and he swiftly broke free from control and landed on the ground. Soo-hyun couldn't help but look up, breathe a sigh of relief. "It's over?" Then he closed his eyes to rest, but when he opened them again, he was back in the real world. He was startled to see two pale faces outside the glass. Black Run was knocking on the door and whimpering. "Hey, brother," Soo-hyun shouted in surprise. "Mom, are you trying to scare me?" Doo-ho shouted. "Soo-hyun, are you okay? Open this door right now." After going outside, Soo-hyun was shaken so badly by Hak Run that he felt like his head was about to fall off. "Brother, do you know how worried I am?" Hurry up and remind him. Stop, let me get used to reality again first. "I'm feeling dizzy." Yui also hurriedly stepped forward. "Soo-hyun, are you okay?" "Sorry, I think there was a technical issue earlier." He calmly replied, "I'm still fine," then asked again, "And how did the test turn out?" The person in the blue shirt looked over and asked quietly, "He's not a bit nervous, right?" EUI smiled and let out a breath before saying, "Ha, of course he passed. Actually, I had already prepared a new Fake Awakening registration card for you in advance." Swan was surprised. "Since when?" Both of them nodded in agreement. Later, a luxurious box was presented. "This is your new registration card. From now on, you are officially an S-rank Fake Awakener. You will only be assigned to dungeons registered by AMA. You have the highest priority to go there, and even get an increased bank loan limit." Soo-hyun holds up the card with a contemplative look. "No matter how many benefits an S-rank Fake Awakener has, my only goal for level 5 is to be able to participate in world-class dungeon raids, because future threats are not limited to Korea alone." Then he smiled contentedly. With this, the preparations are basically complete. The preparation to become a hero. The scene shifts outside to the sky, where Hyun-ki is riding a dragon and soaring through the air. Suddenly, Soo-hyun's expression turns serious and a powerful shockwave causes everyone to panic. Ugh, what is this pressure? This is the pressure from an extremely powerful source of mana. This is none other than caused by Hyun-ki? EUI grits his teeth and looks up. Who here could possess such powerful mana? At this moment, EUI has landed somewhere and bows his head silently. Hyun can't help but laugh helplessly. Ha ha, no way. Did the fish bite so early? At that moment, DUI glanced at you and then coldly ordered, "Show your face, Kim Soo-hyun." A footstep touched the ground, and Hyung-ki also appeared here. He put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head and asked, "Why don't you show yourself, Kim Soo-hwan?" A step was approaching from afar. Hyun has come to stand below. He looked up and smiled, reminding him you're making quite a scene, even though many people are still watching. He crossed his arms and looked down, deep in thought, without replying. Soo-hyun took out an egg from the screen. "Why don't you look for yourself? Anyway, you probably came here for the egg and the divine monster that haven't been identified yet." Hyun-ki's eyes widened in surprise. "I was quite surprised that you decided to act so quickly." Finally, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly as Hyun-ki honestly confessed the reason. "I'm simply responding to your awakening." Then he made a request. "Then put it down." The blue dragon beside it suddenly disappears. In an instant, it appeared right in front of Soo-hyun, baring its teeth and opening its mouth wide. Hyun-ki smiled slyly and vanished. He was still wide-eyed in shock as the dragon shot past Soo-hyun. You turn around in shock, sweat on your face showing fear. An unexpected attack? You look up at Cao and quickly guess his intention, so he's planning to use force to take it? Soo-hyun frowns and takes a ready stance again. Things are getting worse. I used all my mana for the previous test. You turn your back, brace yourself, and prepare to face it. It seems this will be a battle of defense. Soo-hyun carefully jumps high, understanding that as long as they get it, he will lose. He grits his teeth and cautiously guards the egg first. Suddenly, Hyun-ki's hand clenched Soo-hyun's hand, and he leaned in close with a gentle expression, asking softly, "Why don't you hand over the egg already?" Hyunun turns back, gritting his teeth, trapped in a difficult situation. Damn it. The egg suddenly started shaking violently. The eggshell gradually cracks into small pieces. Hyunun turns away with an expression of intense anticipation. Hyunung also nervously watches as the completely broken eggshell falls below, and from inside a tiny foot protrudes outward. His eyes widen in shock as he stammers. This is Hyun staring at it intently, stammering in disbelief. A dragon? He looked down below to confirm once more. It may be small, but it's definitely a dragon. Dragons are among the most divine creatures with all-around power. Lucky you. Soo-hyun picks up the eggshell to examine it. It awakens, opens its eyes wide, grins broadly, and then jumps straight onto your face. Hyun-ki was also stunned when he saw this scene. Hyunun, knowing about the green dragon, reminded him, "Wait a moment. Now is not the time." Suddenly the green dragon flew straight over, but it had no intention of attacking. Hyun-ki with a worried look. "Ing." He keeps caressing and gently asks, "What's wrong, Yong? Is something the matter?" Soo-hyun also couldn't believe what he saw earlier. Was that just a bow? Hearing it growl, Hyun-ki kept comforting him. "Is that really true? So, that's how it is?" He turned his gaze back and glanced at the strange expression. Finally, Hyungi suggested, "Let's change the location." The scene shifts to a large office where he offers a glass of water and asks his question. "So you received this kit as a reward for clearing Floor M?" Soo-hyun asked straightforwardly without hiding. "Yes, I received it after completing everything with a 100% success rate." Hearing that, he then appeared to ponder deeply and question again. "Level 10, huh?" Hyun-kin explained what just happened. "I said that kid's rank is even higher than his." Hyun looked stunned and confused when he heard that. "Are there ranks among the dragons? I've never heard of that before." It is still fiercely biting down on his hand. He looked in that direction and hesitantly asked again, "Are you still planning to take it away?" Hyun-ki confirmed firmly. "No, I've changed my mind, don't worry." Hyunun found that attitude hard to understand. "So why then?" He quickly asked back, "Do you know how long a dragon's lifespan is?" Soo-hyun couldn't give a specific answer. "I'm not sure," Hyun-ki began to explain in detail. "Even if they drink bone seeds, they will fully mature after 3 years and live for another 1,000 years. He began to explain that their behavior is not like that of pure divine dragons, and that they give their owners unconditional loyalty, trust, passion, and affection, and they choose their owner even before they hatch. Their traits change according to the identity and behavior of their owner. So if their owner is evil, they can only become evil dragons. Even if they do not turn into cruel monsters, there are those who see them only as tools." Hyun-ki looked down with a contemplative expression. "That is why I am collecting evidence of the divine monsters that have not yet been confirmed. It turns out you also have a specific purpose to prevent them from going astray. You have a noble ideal, and it's also for their happiness and safety." Finally, Soo-hyun let out a relieved sigh and quickly continued the story of Jiangdo, your green bastard. He quickly spoke up annoyed, reminding that his name is Yang, not the green bastard. Shu Hyun understands and quickly changes how he refers to Yang. How old are you now? Hyunki gently strokes its mouth and emphasizes that you're probably about 5 years old. It doesn't look like much, but it's still just a child. He sadly thought about the future ahead. I can only live for another 100 years. Even if I live longer, Yang will still have to live another 900 years on his own. It would be better if it could forget about me for the remaining 900 years. Soo-hyun then changed his gaze towards the person in front of him. Now I completely changed my mind. I thought he was just a weird rich guy with a hobby of collecting divine creatures. Hyun has to praise one thing, but he's also considerate. Suddenly, he walks up to you and then jumps from his seat to where Soo-hyun is sitting. At this point, Hyunki is also certain that the child has chosen you. He lowers his head to explain in detail that the divine creature will not bloom unless it likes the person or detects compatible mana. So, my job now is to keep watching you from now on. If you don't take good care of it, I will take it away immediately. His face turned terrifying and threatening. You better take good care of it, are you lucky bastard? Learn about the divine monster. Hyun could only sweat in fear and agree. All right. Hyunkeep continues to ponder the issue. Have you decided on a name for the kid yet? Hyun turned back to look at it and recognized the name. He suddenly paused for a few mysterious seconds before finally deciding that its name will be Mia. That night, the city was still brightly lit. You walk through the city, holding Mia close and lost in thought. He seems better than I thought. Soo-hyun's eyes looked somewhat hazy as he looked around, recalling how he was a bit worried because in his previous life, he was an unpredictable person. His eyes showed a hint of suspicion, thinking about how Mia happily pointed at him, almost threatening. I'm a bit surprised. I didn't expect him to be here. He emphasized, I will visit little Mia often, so remember to open the door for me. Then he looked down at Mia squirming in his arms and softly whispered the truth. She was sleeping so soundly that drool was dripping around her. Soo-hyun still held her gently in his arms, saying softly, Good girl. You're really sleeping peacefully. In the end, he could only helplessly sigh and then calmly walk away on the deserted street without knowing that someone was watching him from the rooftop of the nearby building. What exactly are you? He frowned and carefully hid to observe you below. Next, he pressed the earpiece and asked, should I continue monitoring Kim Soo-hwan now that he's returning with the divine beast? The mysterious person on the other end of the line responded, report back all of his actions. Sitting leisurely in his office high above the city's bright lights, he gazed down and concluded that we are far from completing the plan. The tracker also pressed on the earpiece, eyes still watching Soo-hyun confirm. Understood. Then he staggered to his feet, leaning on his knee. All right, let's go. Suddenly, a figure rushed from behind him, the necklace glowing with a blue light. While he was distracted, the person's hands looped around his neck, and his cold eyes shot a piercing glance. Below, Soo-hyun also sensed something and stopped. He bent down to look at Mia, lost in thought, wondering what they would do next. His eyes instinctively glanced up at the rooftop where he heard the noise, but their presence had completely vanished. They retreated? Then Soo-hyun went back home. Than-thao entered the door code, and Longtum pleaded desperately, hoping they wouldn't break into his house. He cautiously opened the door and stepped inside, skillfully took off his loafers and reached out to the wall-mounted light switch. Then he frowned as if sensing something. Soo-hyun's eyes also involuntarily turned cold, and his foot, which was in the process of removing his shoe, suddenly froze before he placed it back down, stopping his attempt to take it off as someone from behind rushed forward, aiming a kick straight at him. He grimaced and skillfully jumped to the side to dodge the kick, then frowned and looked at him. I'm still lying on the ground, holding Mia and feeling dissatisfied. I really don't want to fight in my own house. He slammed his hand down hard on the ground to get ready, then swept his leg at the other guy. The other guy quickly jumped up to dodge. Just as he was about to land, you planted your hand on the ground and turned around to kick. She glared and clenched her fists. Soo-hyun Bomboy also frowned and rushed forward. They kept punching each other nonstop, their strikes perfectly blocking one another. Your face was full of suspicion. John couldn't help but praise this kid for keeping up with his pace. Soon after, she raised her leg again, ready to kick, secretly impressed by how strong he was. Her knee strike aimed straight at him, and he quickly raised his hand to block it. Seeing how fast his reaction was, she stared in surprise. Hyonan muttered to himself, Hey, I can understand if you break into our house. He stared intently at her, holding her trembling head, and warned, But you'd better not lay a hand on this kid. Before finishing her sentence, she threw another kick, and he bent his body to dodge, instinctively stepping back to create distance. Soo-hyun looked up, cautious, silently assessing her. If the fight continues, I won't have any problem because I've recovered a significant amount of mana, but I don't know what this guy's goal is, so I can't abandon Macmia. Then John raised his hand and beckoned towards him. Her body moved into a fighting stance, her hand still gesturing with her index finger, while Shu Hyun stared in surprise, understanding her intent. Then he recalled her previous attacks and drew his conclusion. I see. So that's why we've only been fighting hand-to-hand all this time. I was worried he intended to steal the Emiya from me. My eyes turn cold with a hint of excitement as I smile. His only goal was to test his strength against mine. At this point, Shuhyun quickly placed the rolled-up Emiya in his sleepwear onto the shelf and muttered, I thought you came here for a different purpose. You raise your hand clenched into a fist and smile as you look at John and say, so you want to fight me so badly that you broke into my house? That's strange. Facing her, he stomped his foot and charged forward. They were evenly matched, attacker and defender. Suddenly her eyes flashed as if she realized something, and a quick punch was thrown at her side, causing Shu Hyun to grimace. He gritted his teeth in pain and shouted, then calmly raised his fist high, preparing to counterattack downward. Immediately after, he drove his elbow straight into her arm, causing her to cry out in pain. She grimaced, her shoulder numb from the attack, then John planted his other hand on the ground, ready to strike. Her gaze drops to his feet, touching the ground, her eyes full of determination as she charges again. Soo-hyun grits his teeth, realizing her intent, then John throws a punch and he raises his fist to block. Their attack creates a cloud of dust all around. She, behind the mask, is panting heavily with her face drenched in sweat. Over here, Soo-hyun is also panting, with sweat slowly running down her face. Suddenly, she removes the black mask from her mouth. She laughs loudly and then quickly raises her hand to remove the hat on her head. Hey, does her hair show behind the hat? She also stared at you, in shock. She stood there, the moonlight shining through the window, smiling as she held out her hat and said, Join the Death Guild. This is the Death Guild, led by Perrin. John looked at you with a scrutinizing expression. What is your answer? Hearing that, Sui also looked at her with some surprise and hesitation. Does the Grim Reapers Guild always recruit people by attacking them? She also hesitated after hearing that, because since you are still alive, that matter isn't important. Then she retorted, What's with your attitude? Seeing John act so unreasonable, you also crossed your arms in frustration and reminded him that she was the one who caused the trouble first and that our ages aren't that different, so what's the problem? She hesitated, seeming to realize it might be true, soon stood silently, watching her with a wary gaze, lost in thought. Bond didn't come here just for simple reasons like testing her strength. She's the leader of the association after all. Then he remembered her glorious past when she had defeated many monsters. She was quite famous among level 5 awakeners for her impressive skills and good looks. In her past life, she was always the center of attention as one of the leaders of humanity. But during the battle against the Chaos Guild, her blood-stained rose was shattered by a short sword. She died before she could fully realize her potential. Soo-hyun's gaze looked her up and down in assessment, making it clear that Perrin and the Death Guild also considered her an enemy of the Chaos Society. Seeing that you are still hesitant, her eyes also furrowed in suspicion. He widened his eyes in surprise and looked up. Even though it was only for a short time, I was once someone who used the name of the Chaos Society, then I wondered, why did you come to me? Over there, John was still staring at him intently. Soo-hyun is sure there must be a reason she came here. Suddenly she leans back, crosses her arms, and with a teasing look on her face, she asks herself, I also wonder why I came here and you just stare at her, not hesitating to expose everything. Now she's turning the tables and asking me? The space between them suddenly fell silent enough to hear the cawing of crows. Their conversation stretched beyond the universe. Her stare fixed on him made Soo-hyun break out in a cold sweat. In the end, you finally gave in, closed your eyes, and sighed. I had heard rumors that she was quite eccentric, but it turns out the rumors are true. Soo-hyun stared straight ahead. If you have no other reason to be here, just go home. I'm not planning to join any club right now. She then touched her chin, as if trying to recall something. Then her face also looked somewhat regretful as she looked at you. Really? You're really embarrassed. Hearing that, she hesitated for a moment and fell into thought. Chasing her away like that is quite awkward indeed. Soo-hyun's gaze flickered slightly, thinking to himself, maybe I should give her a chance? Then you calmly spoke, causing her to pause. Don't lie anymore, isn't it true that you came here out of curiosity about the Chaos Club? Seeing her expression change, Soo-hyun fell into thought, am I understanding this correctly? Her voice sounded a bit angry. The aura of hostility surrounding you is quite fascinating. I also grimaced, feeling the danger of this hostile aura. Her eyes stared at you intently, a smile full of interest as she said, I think we understand each other very well. On the floor, footprints are tangled and covered in dirt. Shu Hyun's face dark with disgust as he stares at them. Then he takes out a wooden chair and places it on the ground. Facing him, John sat cross-legged on the sofa looking up while she crossed her legs. His gaze was somewhat probing, and she recalled the way he looked when wearing the mask. So the reason you acted as if you were involved with the Chaos Gang was to lure them to you. I have to admit, that's true. Then he thought about a lizard with its tail cut off and how it explains itself. Because they always operate in the shadows, it's very hard to find them. And above all, because they are made up of separate teams. If they cut off contact with one team, we won't be able to track them anymore. Hearing that, John was a bit surprised and raised his cup to question. I know quite well about them. Is that why you decided to destroy the Ares Guild? Hearing that, he also glanced at the Avoidance Village. Well, the reason for that is because he thought of Black Jun and Yun, who were embracing each other passionately, and he couldn't help but smile helplessly. There is someone I want to save. As she quietly lifts her glass to drink, she listens to Shu Hyu say, Anyway, even if I don't defeat the Ares Guild, it will collapse sooner or later. After your words, she looked up in shock because all the Korean guilds involved with the Chaotic Guild had been attacked by her. John involuntarily smiled. I didn't expect this. She closed her eyes, crossed her legs calmly, and admitted, You're right. I killed them all. Her face darkened with coldness as she explained, I aimed to eliminate everything related to the Chaos Guild in the Purge. Shu Hyun stared at her intently, recognizing that she was still as bloodthirsty as before. The murderous aura from John couldn't be hidden and radiated around him. Shu Huan silently thought that whenever it came to anything related to the chaotic society, her emotions always spiraled out of control. Can she suppress these uncontrollable emotions and transform them into magic? His eyes cautiously assessed her inwardly. Her attitude and magic are both excellent, but her talent is on a whole different level. John's face darkened as he openly admitted. As you said, I targeted each organization in Korea one by one. She is thinking of the Do-Yun-led group. However, all I managed to find was just a tail, and in the end, I still couldn't gather any information about the organization's body or head. If I fight them head-on, I won't have any information about their personnel or identities. They are like a red, venomous snake sticking out its tongue, which is why I chose to wait until the head starts moving, and that's when I appeared. She calmly raised her head, her hand holding the glass of water at her chest as she emphasized, Yes, with recent events, I am sure chaos will start to act. I can't miss this opportunity. Hearing that, he also smiled and stared at her intently, and the doubts in his mind gradually eased. Soon exclaims, So you want to use me? Well, don't take it as a personal matter. Isn't it said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? I plan to support you to the fullest in preparation for the battle against the Chaos Society. Then he calmly crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and suggested, All right, in exchange, let me ask you about this. Soo Hyun opened her cold blue eyes and questioned, Why are you so obsessed with the Chaos Sect? Over there, she quickly placed the glass on the table, her eyes narrowing as she recalled something, though she was crying bitterly with a wound on her face. She hugged a battered man, who was whispering into her ear, offering a reminder. John, run away. Right now, she still calmly leans back in her chair and emphasizes, I only resent them. That's why my eyes are full of coldness, and around me the killing intent thickens her voice, full of fury. The leader of their group, his life must be taken by my own hand. Seeing that, Soo Hyun also looked at her in surprise before John calmly smiled at him. Her body gradually began to vanish as she closed her eyes and smiled, saying, I will see you again. He sat there, crossed his arms, watching her leave. She left behind a sentence. Good luck, partner. His eyes still followed that shadow, secretly wondering if it was hatred. Then he thought of the skull emblem in a cloak. That was why the Death Guild had hunted down the Chaos Guild in a past life. I also feel conflicted inside. Well, at least the reason is straightforward. Suddenly, the phone on the ground lit up, snapping you out of your thoughts. Soo Hyun picked up the phone to check the notification, then held his head in shock and marveled. I can't believe this girl. The message on the screen shows that this is my number. Good morning, this is Soo Hyun's apartment, a familiar voice calls out. Soo Hyun, she exclaimed with a bright smile. Wow, your house looks so beautiful. Yunjin beside her also smiled brightly. Hello. He smiled as he looked at you, finally seeing what your house looked like, while she gazed out the window in admiration. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun stood in the kitchen and announced, I've just been busy climbing towers and reassessing my level lately. Then he looked at Haejun with curiosity and asked, What are you doing here, by the way? He smiled. Regarding that, she smiled brightly and reached out her hand. Yoon said, she wants to thank you for the trouble you've gone through. Next to Yoon, a basket of flowers appeared, startling Shu Hyun. Although you've helped us a lot recently, I still haven't had the chance to thank you properly. Her face was full of tenderness as she clutched the basket tightly and emphasized, you are the hero who saved my life. And he, Hack Run. Shun stared intently at the basket, and she added, although it's not much, I hope you will accept this gift. Then she cheerfully added, although he never says it out loud, he's very grateful to you. Next to Hack Run, he awkwardly smiled, scratching his head nervously. Don't embarrass me. Honestly, I've talked about you a lot. Facing them happily chatting, Shu Hyun also involuntarily looked down at the basket of flowers and smiled. His hand gently touched the bright red rose, muttering, a hero. Then he gently brought his face close to the flower, closing his eyes to enjoy its fragrance. Thank you both very much. The scent of the flowers is wonderful. Then Yoon's eyes lit up as he looked down suspiciously. Does he have a beast companion? Shu Hyun hesitated internally, unsure whether to call it a pet or not. He glanced at it to confirm. Oh yeah, it's a baby dragon, she excitedly suggested. A dragon? Show it to me. He closes his eyes with a hint of regret and apologizes. But now Mia is asleep. This little one sleeps a lot because it's still a baby dragon. Suddenly, a pair of ears peeked out from outside, Yoon-soon's eyes shining with excitement. Wow, is that true? Mia ran over and lay on your head, yawning repeatedly. Shu Hyo-noon concluded, yeah, it just hatched recently. She also widened her eyes and shouted loudly when she saw that. He glanced up and saw it riding on his head. Hak is excited. It seems like this little one is awake now. Yoon-sun beside him also looked at it, eyes shining. So you're Mia, huh? Aren't you just the cutest little thing? He repeated. Do you remember when I used to carry you when you were still in your egg? Its dreamy eyes gazed sleepily at the two people. Then Mia slowly flew toward Yeonshun, startling both of them. It gently rests on her shoulder, closing its eyes and making a sound. Seeing that, she also raises her hand to caress it and praise it. So adorable. Shu Hyun also widened his eyes in surprise. And it's still crying out in pleasure. I've never seen it approach anyone else like this before. It seems very comfortable beside you. Seeing that, Yoonshun also reached out with a friendly smile, suggesting, Mia, do you think you'll feel more comfortable leaning on my shoulder? But Hakrun's shoulder is full of fierce gritted teeth, making his fingers freeze mid-air. He lowered his head with a sad beard and muttered, sorry. She could only force a smile. Suddenly, his phone rang, and on the screen was a call from PG An, making him feel a bit confused. Pan, what's up? Hazun looked over curiously to ask, is that the famous person named S? Soon didn't hide it and stood up, leaning on her pillow. Yeah, wait a moment while I answer the phone. Yun looked at him with curiosity. Isn't Pijuan a very important person? I saw her on TV before. Hak honestly replied, yes, they are like the superheroes I see in movies. Suddenly she reached out and pinched his cheek, smiling cheerfully. We'll catch up with them soon, just don't get hurt. Over here, Shu Hyun calmly walks upstairs while on the phone. What's going on? She announced over the phone, surprising you as well. A 6-colored prison is about to open at Busan. On this side, she also pressed the phone to her ear and explained, I've never seen a multicolored prison open so quickly before. That's why the association seems to be struggling to judge its difficulty. Hearing that, Jun also couldn't help but remember the entrance to the dungeon in his previous life, and even in his past life. There haven't been many cases of multiple rainbow prisons opening consecutively, although there are some exceptions, but they shouldn't be happening now. Soo-hyun stood in the completely flooded room, lost in thought, realizing he should have guessed this, but even the evaluation of one was because the future ahead was changing. Right. Suddenly, Soon remembered something he was curious about. Who was chosen to be the team leader of the exploration team? John answered Song Hoi Kai, but he refused. That's why I have the right to choose anyone I want, or are you interested? Hearing that, Soo-hyun also closed his eyes, silently deciding that he needed to check this situation himself. She also told John, all right, leave it to me. He opened his eyes, coldly sharing his thoughts, but I guess she also has something she wants, right? Soo-hyun concluded, I think we will get along well. She also confirmed that those damn trash monsters were supposed to show up at the meeting you told me about. Her eyes sparkled with cleverness as she smiled. As for the possible events at the Chaos Guild in Korea, leave that to me. Hearing this, you could only close your eyes and sigh, unable to believe it. Then he thought about the locations they had attacked before. The Chaos Society had repeatedly targeted the United States, China, South Korea, the United Kingdom, and France in terrorist attacks, revealing their true nature. Everything started when Lamsak Prison appeared in America. Shu Hyun recalls the scene of their frantic slaughter. During the dungeon raid, they assassinated several awakened soldiers of S, and after failing to complete the dungeon, an escape from prison broke out. Bloodstains spread underground, and as a result, many people lost their lives. Thinking of that, Soon sat up calmly and decided, so that's perfect. I will leave the chaos at the Korean Guild to Park John and start investigating the events here in Form John. All right, I'll leave that to you then. Just remember to be careful. If you act carelessly, you'll die, she confidently replied on her side. Don't worry about that. I'll send you the detailed message anyway. She turned to look at the people she had taken care of around the room. I would have been dead long ago if I was that easy to kill. Then Soo-hyun received a message from her, listing the participating gangs, the gambling club, the Devil Chain Society, and the Umbrella Society. Soo-hyun wondered to herself, are these the gangs involved in the raid? Then he glanced up with a bit of annoyance, wondering if they would listen to him. Meanwhile, Kang Hai, upon hearing the information, turned around in surprise. What? The team leader is Kim Soo-hyun? The association doesn't realize he just recently earned his S-rank title. Our lives are so worthless that they let a rookie like him be in charge. This is the Pyong Guild Master Association. Next to Sung Cheon, he also crossed his arms and shook his head in disagreement. An S-rank rookie is still just an S-rank person. I don't think there's anything wrong with the rules. But he dismissively waved it off. Forget it, just bring out another S-rank fake awakener. I don't accept people like that unless they're on par with Hui or Pawn. Facing him, Sung Cheon calmly replied, if that's the case, I will inform them that Poppy's gang will not participate. He gritted his teeth, his face darkening with anger as he shouted, You bastard, are you messing with me? Seeing this expression, Sung Cheon couldn't hold back his laughter, and finally, with his hands on his hips, he looked up and burst into a loud laugh. That only makes Kang Hai angrier. What the hell are you laughing about? Human lives are in danger right now. Then he wiped away the remaining tears from his eyes and smiled as he explained, Come on. Why is everyone reacting like this? It seems that your past achievements in the Challenge Tower don't mean anything, do they? You're still far from done. It looks like you still have a lot to do. Kim Soo-hyun. Next, he announced that Kim Soo-hyun had been personally chosen by Paron for this mission. But honestly, how could someone like you with a reputation as A understand? Kang Hai shouted in anger. This bastard. Sung Cheon still calmly frowns as he looks down at him and reminds him, I'm just suggesting that we keep an eye on him. His appearance and powerful abilities come to mind. Who knows, maybe he'll change his attitude when he sees him in person. At the same time, at the place where the blue dungeon gate appeared, Kwang Ali, Busan Beach. Du-ho stretched, his eyes still half closed and sleepy. That's a really far distance. Soo-hyun and Mia walk beside you, both wondering and looking at him. So why are you following me? I came here to have fun anyway. Hearing that, he calmly explained that since it was your first time as the raid team leader, he thought he could help. Soo-hyun simply glanced over. Thank you for the kindness, but I can give the orders myself. Du-ho looked in shock. Is there anything he can't do? Then he scratched his face and looked ahead. That's not the only reason I'm here. He considers himself an elder in life. I can't keep falling behind you and Hae-jun. I need to do whatever it takes to become stronger, even just a little. Soo-hyun was a bit surprised by that, then smiled gently. Mia was dozing off on his shoulder as they walked toward the crowd, and he spoke first, wishing them luck. While Du-ho felt something was off. Why do I keep feeling like you're just joking with me? Soo-hyun replied. I'm serious. Then they looked towards the gathering crowd and he sighed. Wow, so many people. Probably around 50 to 60, right? That's quite an impressive first raid. Someone nearby immediately turned around and looked at him with confusion. Just by looking at them, you can tell they're not satisfied. Look at their faces. Soo-hyun also looked surprised. I haven't done anything to them either. To them, I am just an inexperienced rookie when it comes to dungeon raiding. Behind the two of them, someone approaches with their hands on their hips, smirking. Look who it is. Isn't that our team leader, Kim Soo-hyun? Then he smiles, extends his hand forward in a friendly gesture, and says, I'm Poppy Lee Kang Hai, the guild master. You seem to be smiling too, so I extend my hand in return. Nice to meet you. I look forward to working with you. But Kang Hai seemed not to hear, as he interrupted, making you startle. Since you have no experience, you must be quite worried, right? Then he raised an eyebrow, a mocking look on his face, glaring at you, while the people behind also burst into laughter. I guess it's because he brought a bodyguard with him. Shanghai clenched his fist tightly, and Du-ho behind him immediately shouted in frustration. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I'm just joking, just joking. If you need any help, just tell me. Soo-hyun looked down at his firmly grasped arm, and Kang Hai added, I'm experienced with dungeon raids. Seeing the situation, I just smiled coldly at him. Thank you for your sincerity, I just hope everyone will follow my orders. This made him laugh in anger, his face bulging with veins as he gritted out this brat's name. A man approaching from behind also startled Kang Hai. It seems like the two of them just had a little chat. He rushed forward, excited, grabbing Shu Hyun's hand and instinctively pushing him back. The person introduced himself as the president of the Crimson Demon Society, Kim Taek Hyun, and wished everyone good luck in conquering this dungeon. Kang Hai, feeling sidelined, also turned and walked away. Tich Hai Unan looked back at his figure and whispered to the boy, "It seems you've gotten used to Captain Poppy's style, huh? Since they all have a bit of a high sense of pride, I hope you understand." Then he looked at the girl behind her. "Now this is Mong." She also approached to shake hands with Soon, her face a bit cold. "I am Pong, the owner of the Gamber Club. Nice to meet you." And you remain calm in response. "Yes, thank you." Mia, sitting on his shoulder, looks bored. He realizes this won't be an easy fight. In front of him, the two people radiated a powerful energy, one of them with incredibly strong mana despite the smile they showed on the outside. The other person is extremely skilled at hiding their mana. I can also sense the attacking energy heading towards Suiyun. No matter how Min tries to hide it, Mo Yang on the other side is still staring intently, his probing gaze making him fall into deep thought. Although she could try to hide her aura, she couldn't conceal the smell of blood emanating from her body. Seeing Soo Hyun stare at her intently, she felt a bit confused. "Is there something on my face?" But you quickly turned away to deny it. "It's nothing. I just remind myself to keep an eye on them." You look at them with some confusion. "Is everyone ready to set off?" Tich Hyun calmly replied, "That's right." "Once you and Dujo finish," Soo Hyun interrupts, "then let's go." Immediately afterward, you and Duho quickly moved toward the gate, your face full of confidence as you urged them on. You don't need to prepare for so long. The group quickly joins in destroying the monsters in the dungeon. Tich Hyun waved his hand, flames erupting to burn them down. The others were also fighting fiercely, then he withdrew his hand and sighed. "Not bad, huh?" Kang Hai also looked around and assessed, even though this is the notorious Six Colors prison, it's not that impressive, is it? As Tich Hyun turns to leave, a monster just about to attack is swiftly cut down into pieces. The gambler, a member of the Gamblers Guild, lands on the ground beside the defeated monster, calmly continuing his work. He stared in shock while the gambler kept stabbing the monster's body wildly. Tich Hee Unun looked at him coldly, frowned, and then couldn't help but remind him, causing his hand to halt. "Hey, stop. It's already dead." He glared back and forth, let out a gasp, then moved again at a speed faster than the eye could see. "I see." Tich Hai-hun also frowned with confusion. "What the hell is that?" "Over here." Hai-unun is feeling around the ground with his hand. On his shoulder, Mia also looked down at the ground, growling in anger. He saw this, and also looked coldly at him, questioning. "Yeah, there's something here. Did Duho suddenly realize it was a trap too?" On his shoulder, Ingi kept trembling. He concluded, "Yeah, I think there's something right along this route." Then he turned to inform Kang Hai, "There's a possibility of a trap, so don't lower everyone's guard." But he casually carried his weapon by his ear, looking at them with disdain. "Really?" His eyes were full of mockery as he sneered and looked at them. Oh, his gaze stopped on Du Hoamai. "You just became an A-rank hunter recently, right?" He's confused. "So what?" Hearing that, he also looked down on him. "Aren't you happy to have a level S person working with you?" This makes him also look at him with a puzzled stare. Before Du-ho could react, Soo-hyun interrupted with a cold expression, while Mr. Lai was still defending himself, saying, "It's just a joke." But before he could finish his sentence, he grabbed his collar and pulled him back, preventing him from reacting, then threw him aside. Under Kang Hai's feet, something pierced up from the ground. Then Soo-hyun turned around and shouted orders to the others. "Everyone run quickly. Underneath the ground, water jets keep shooting up nonstop." The team members panic and dodge, getting hit. Beneath the water, water marks appear. Below, the water gradually rises up. Duho and Tich Hyun are also amazed, while Kang Hai slowly gets up in panic. In front of them, a torrent of water surged up from the ground and crashed down violently, quickly trapping the team. The group looked around in amazement. Kang Hai wiped the tears from his face, panic evident on his expression. Tich Hyun and Mo Yang also looked around, as the water had already surrounded them. This is Hyun cautiously looking up at the water flow, with Mia shining a light down on the crowd. A submerged city appears before them, causing suspicion. Is it an underwater city? The people around exchange confused glances and murmurs. It looks like Atlantis. Why does this dungeon look like this? Duho waved his hand in the air, a look of surprise on his face. It's quite interesting. We can still breathe, and it doesn't feel like we're underwater at all, nor do we see any bubbles or waves. Shuhyun and Mia also looked around silently, both relying on the arrangement of this dungeon. Meanwhile, Saso stroked his chin in thought, but this place was really suspiciously quiet, not like the Atlantis from legends. His face looked both cautious and terrifying, like a haunted city. Suddenly, Mo Yong pointed somewhere and shouted, "Look, there's a faint shadow approaching outside the water in front of them. Could that be?" In the water, a dilapidated ship floats in midair, while the wrecked ship above it makes chilling sounds. Mia Nu on your shoulder senses something and growls cautiously. "Chairwoman, there's something here that makes me feel really cold." Su Huan also looked over there with some confusion. "Do you feel the same?" Then he anxiously looked towards Su Hyun. "Something feels off." "Su Huan, is that you?" For now, another eye full of anger is staring directly at them. Both Du Ho and Kang Hai felt the murderous intent, their faces grim with fear. Su Hyun and Du Ho also stared intently at the monster before them. Then Kang Hai waved his hand towards the people behind and shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle." The boat sped up, rushing through the water towards them. Above the ship, glowing red eyes stare fiercely at them, and one of them stomps hard on the deck. He tilts his head back, his body decayed, only a skeleton remaining, shouting, "Brothers, wake up!" The skeleton ghost ship captain looked down arrogantly at the crowd, raising his hand to give the order, "It's time to hunt." Then, the ship swiftly charged toward them from above. The pirates on the ship also jumped down at the command of the ghost ship leader. "Great, let's party." Ex-Hyun also looked at them, flames flickering around his body as he defended, while the spear on his shoulder glared and growled. He swung his sword to cut down a pirate rushing at him, who then screamed in pain as his body shattered. Su Hyun looked at them with some doubt and said, "I thought only holy attribute attacks like holy fire were effective against dark element monsters, but thank heavens I can hit them with magic too." Then he glanced behind. It should work. Kang Hai grasped the key point, turned around and shouted orders to the crowd. "Magic is effective against them. Everyone stay calm." He tried to stay calm and threaten them. "They're just many. There's nothing to fear. Anyone who dares to desert will be killed on the spot." Even Su Hyun secretly sighed in relief and praised. The situation was unfavorable, but they handled it quite effectively, even if we couldn't expect more organized strategies like formations or plans. Immediately afterward, the crowd quickly joined the battle against the vanguard magic forces led by Dang He, with Tich Hun Mo Yang at the forefront. Shu Hyun smiled, but the leadership skills of these guild leaders are quite reliable. Then he glanced at the person beside him, thinking they could probably handle this task. Then he shouted, "Du Ho!" He also turned back and yelled, "What?" Shu Hyun quickly flies away using the Divine Fire Phoenix. "I'll leave the rest to you." He was left behind to fight the pirates, also furious. Damn it, I knew he would cause trouble like this. On this side, he quickly rushes toward the ghost ship. Below, something is aiming at him, making Shu Hyun's eyes widen in astonishment. A gun is pointed directly at him, ready to fire. He keeps shooting at the Sacred Fire Phoenix while he lets go of it and jumps down below. Hyun successfully lands on the boat, still holding the longsword, then looks up to observe the situation. Over there, the skeleton ship captain is still pointing his gun directly at you. You realize he must be the boss. It didn't hesitate to fire continuously. Ex-Hyun then spun around to dodge them all. Your speed is so fast that the bullets can't catch up. In that moment, you rush forward and slash directly at his head. But his head, burned and severed from his neck, fell towards the pirates, startling them as well. "Captain." The skeleton ship's leader opens his mouth wide, glowing with blue light, then bites down on several skeleton pirates. Above, Su Hyun looked down at the action with some surprise. He had absorbed their souls, and at the same time, he laughed maniacally as his burned head gradually recovered. Suddenly, the power within the ghost ship captain surged fiercely, and he shouted loudly with a few more skull heads appearing on his face, muttering darkly, "Souls! I need more souls." Su Hyun saw his expanding and overwhelming body and realized he could absorb souls to heal and strengthen himself, especially since there were at least 100 souls wandering nearby. This battle could easily turn into a draining fight. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Shu Hyun's thoughts. No, the heads on his neck kept crying out in despair. "Help me! Let me out! Save me! Please don't!" Around you, hundreds of hands are grabbing relentlessly, crying out in despair. "Let me go! Let me out! I can't take it anymore! I'm exhausted! Stop it! Stop!" Shu Hai's face darkened. Your actions have made me angry." Then he approached you with a fierce face, grimacing as he drew the long sword from his side and stared at Shu Hyun before slashing down, while you quickly stepped back to avoid his strikes. He grits his teeth, and the spear on his shoulder also raises to stare at him angrily. A second later, he turns back to counterattack, slashing continuously until his body is torn apart. After the strike, his body gradually collapsed. Shuhi Unun grimaced and looked up at his body. He quickly recovers and hits you with a blow that sends you flying backward. Your body is thrown out, hitting the mast, but you quickly bounce back up to the sail. Soo-hyun's sword stabbed into the sailcloth on the mast and pulled down, tearing it apart with his strike. Then he stood up on his sword, looking towards the skeleton ship's captain. He also looked at you, making you feel confused. What should I do now? Su-hwan stuck his sword into the mast and looked at him, silently observing. It's not that strong, but dealing with that recovery speed is quite difficult. Prolonging the battle not only wastes time, but even such a powerful attack has no effect. Your eyes are cold as you try to find a way to defeat him. If this continues, it will become quite dangerous. Facing him, the ghost ship captain also stared intently at the boy, assessing the danger. His body was still burning as he looked at the boy impaled on the mast. That kid didn't hesitate and kept using holy fire in his attacks, which had no effect on him. Then, the skeleton ship captain swung his hand to the side, preparing to do something, but I was sure he would run out of mana first. He warns that this will be the last time you can smile. The skeleton soldiers below, following his arm, also have their energy drained amidst the confusion of the others. The hand of the bone ship leader absorbs their energy, a smug smile on his face that can't be hidden. Above his head, a dense mini-bridge appears, and he roars, "I'm starting to get bored, so I'll swallow you whole." Soo-hyun was also stunned, but kept watching him silently as the ghost ship captain continued to crazily absorb energy, his body transforming more and more bizarrely. His hand spread out confidently, and he shouted with his mouth wide open, "I can feel my body overflowing with soul." Above, Soo-hyun, with a cold face, looked at him and charged down with holy fire in hand. You keep attacking him, but the skeleton ship captain doesn't budge. You grimace and curse under your breath, "Damn it!" Facing him, still unharmed, with a mocking smile on his face, Soo-hyun shouted inwardly, "My mana is running out." He furrowed his brow, sensing your energy waning. It seems like its fire is no longer as fierce as before. Immediately after, he attacked again towards Soo-hyun, who was pinned to the pole. He responded by raising his hand and sword to block the attack. He charged forward and punched the pole, causing it to break in half. A loud explosion echoed from the ghost ship, and thick smoke obscured the view. Above, the skeleton ship's leader continues to wildly throw punches, his strikes relentlessly pounding down. Below, Du Huan, shaken by the ship's instability, looks worried with a somewhat distant expression, wondering, will he be okay? Above, Soo-hyun is still trying to resist. The boy frowns as Mia nestles against his neck, her eyes burning with anger. He also looked down at the light emanating from it with confusion. A wave of energy flashed by Mia. A blue flame surged toward the skeleton ship's leader, causing him to stare blankly in response. Then, the flames burst out, burning his head. His face cracked gradually, the fire still burning with confusion, and orange flames also gradually flared up, scorching his face as he kept screaming in pain. His body wavered, and behind Yoo-hyun, he slowly sat up, his entire body surging with powerful energy that made him look at them in confusion. My mana has been replenished, and above all, my physical abilities have been enhanced. You look at Mia standing beside you, asking her not to say anything, hoping this is Mia's ability. It wagged its tail happily, eager for praise. Over there, he was awkwardly searching for water with his body burning. What the hell is that bastard? I'm sure he's run out of mana. How many souls have I lost so far? Behind Soo-hyun, someone approaches, startling him as well. Are those many heads burning away? You're still alive? Your face is cold, clutching your weapon tightly as you stare at him. If that's the case, he smiles, energy surging around his body, staring intently at him and saying, "I guess I'll have to kill you again until you really die." Then he quickly rushes forward with flames in his body, aiming straight for his head. The ghost ship above is gradually becoming quiet. It drifts along the water. Then a huge explosion erupted again from it, smoke and dust spreading around. Du-ho forced a smile, realizing his worries were unnecessary. I guess he'll be fine. I shouldn't have worried about him. Soo-hyun delivered a straight punch to the ghost ship captain's face, and he couldn't fight back. His body was pushed back by your punch and started to sway. That guy was terrified, his face shattered from the punch and still burning. I've almost used up my soul. If I go on, I'll die. Tears involuntarily streamed down his face as he raised his hand in a plea. Wait. Hearing that, he also stopped and looked at him confused. He shouted, tears streaming from his eye sockets, and yelled, "King of Bones, the king has ordered me. He told me to kill anyone who dares approach the boat. That's why he has a pet here." Hearing that, Soo-hyun also looked at him with suspicion. The beast of the Bone King. He was still confused, trying to persuade you, secretly pleased that he knew he would scare you. The ghost ship captain explained, I was just a servant feeding his pet, and when the time came I had no choice but to stay here. He assessed, I was only here to survive, but before I could finish speaking, I was cut down by a sword. He quickly vanished, facing Shu Hyun with a cold stare, still muttering something, thankful for the hint, hand gripping the sword tightly, a smile on his face as if he had figured something out. So, to get through this level, I need to kill that thing too. Huh. Shanghai wiped his axe and looked around, saying, I told you we need to go by boat. Are you planning to wait for Kim Shu Hwan to do it alone? But Tich Hwan, bandaging his teammate, replied, We can't. The injured are still being treated and Shu Hwan hasn't sent us a signal, so it's not the right time for us to rush in. Hearing that, he also smirked mockingly at him and said straightforwardly, If you're scared, just say it. Why do you keep beating around the bush? I just can't understand how someone like you. I understand you also want to achieve something genuine, but you pushed everyone into danger from the start and still haven't grasped the situation? I just can't understand how someone like you could become the leader of a gang. I just can't understand how someone like you can become a gang leader. I really can't understand. Hearing that, he also got angry and questioned. Are you done talking? Ti-hyun was dissatisfied. I didn't say anything wrong. Do-ho looked at them arguing and suddenly stepped forward to gauge their opinions. Do-ho, what is your view on this matter? He also turned to ask questions. I didn't say anything either. More importantly, have you seen Park Mong around here? Only now does he realize, and thinking about it, he sees. Not only Park Mong, but the entire gambler group is nowhere to be seen. Kang Hai scratched his head in frustration. They've already boarded the boat to Vest? We shouldn't do this. We need to get on the boat and leave immediately. Next to Do-ho, lost in thought, the ship still hovered above. Strange, they suddenly disappeared without leaving any trace. He looked suspiciously at the dilapidated boat. Are we going to board the Vest ship? If they arrive somewhere that attracts so much attention, someone must have seen them. His first decision is to go look for them together. Then they moved up onto the ship, while Soo Hyun stood inside a cabin, facing a huge energy flow surrounding a magic stone, with some kind of formation beneath the ground. He looked at it with confusion. Isn't it still young? Soo Hyun remembered what the skull ship leader said about having a pet here, which made him somewhat suspicious. Was that why people said he kept a kraken? His hand tightly gripped his sword as the murderous aura surged toward him. It is weak but is covered by the deadly power of the Bone King. Mia swings her hand, causing the murderous aura to retreat, her face full of disgust. He chuckled softly. Mia seems fine. Probably. He thought that the armor on his body could resist this surrounding dark energy, thanks to the magic resistance trait of the divine armor, so he was unaffected. He considered the helplessness of some adventurer who might have judged otherwise, but most awakeners would not be able to resist and would likely die from its effects. Around the ship, waves of deadly aura constantly burst out. Jun only then realized. So, this ship is like a cradle for nurturing the core king. His eyes fixate on the source of that energy, his brow furrowing as he silently considers how the ghost captain and its crew kill people and bring them into the ship. The souls and subconsciousness of those killed in that way become food to nourish Kraken, creating a structure that causes anyone who enters the ship to kill the Kraken to also die quickly due to the deadly energy inside. Its purpose is to nurture Kraken's self-control and strength a little more. The preparations are quite meticulous, but for now, it remains still beneath the seal. I can use all my magic power to kill it instantly while it's still sealed. Thanks. Bone King. His hand clenched the sword hilt, ready to strike at it. Next to Mia, they also flew up and stared at it intently. Thanks to your seal, this became much easier. Suddenly, something from behind pierced through Shu Hyun's body. The two behind him stabbed straight into his back. A turtle shield appears behind Shu Hyun. Nia also glances at them. Are those two confused why they can't pierce through like this? Then Shu Hyun spun around and kicked, anger flashing in his eyes as he sent them tumbling backward. Their bodies crash into the wooden wall of the boat, causing a shockwave and billowing smoke. From behind, they rush forward again, swinging their swords to strike down. The slashes cut through the air as Shu Hyun lunged forward, swiftly striking one on the shoulder and the other on the hip, then glanced back at them with a cold, contemplative expression. I thought this would be easier, but I guess I was a bit too optimistic, and now it's too late. You remember the turtle you harvested earlier from the lower floors of the tower. Luckily, you converted the attribute you received at level 21 into a special trait. Next, Shu Hyun glances at the newcomer with a cold, threatening look. It's time to stop and reveal your face. A calm footstep approaches with surprise. Just as I thought, you knew all along, didn't you? The eyes behind Mo Yang kept staring intently at him. She held the shining sword in her hand. Hyun calmly explained, "With the strong smell of blood, how could I not know? Are you trying to advertise that the Chaos Society is there?" The members of the Chaos Society, hearing this, also reached up and pulled off their masks, laughing happily. Indeed, even the S-rank dungeon bosses find it difficult to detect our disguises. He scratched his head, leaned back, closed his eyes in disdain because his tricks were too obvious, like assassinating the awakening fake in the dungeon and launching terrorist attacks to cause chaos. "Aren't you bored?" Suddenly, Ju Hyun's eyes turned cold as he stared fixedly at him. "This time he plans to assassinate me, disguising himself, and then—" He hesitated for a second before exposing himself, leaving even the Chaos Guild members stunned. "He will cause chaos in the Blue Dungeon, which will appear in the US, and will blame everything on me." He stands there in silence, staring at you. What the hell is going on? How does he know about that? Even the related news in the US is limited, so only a few people know about this. Then he regained his composure and responded. Shuhu frowned and looked at them, saying, "Yes, you're right. The day has finally come for us to step out and show the world." Then he thought about standing on a mountain of corpses, lamenting a chaotic bloodbath in every country, and he couldn't even imagine how many more people would die. The faces of the Chaos Guild members were full of madness. He laughed, and the murderous intent was clearly visible around him. And the one responsible for this tragedy will be Kim Shu-hun, the murderer of all the lower-class Shu conquering the dungeon. Then he raised his head, laughed even more eerily, and shouted, "It was indeed a brilliant plan." Over here, Soo-hyun and Mia also breathe a sigh of relief and smile. "But your plan only works if you can kill me, right? You think you can kill me?" Seeing himself being ignored, the chaotic gang member gritted his teeth in anger and looked at him. Immediately afterward, his body also assumed a ready stance. Clenching the track sword, he frowns with a confident smile and says, "Bark all you want." Then he orders his men to charge at Soo-hyun. "Today, I will definitely kill you." Hyun also drew his sword and looked at them ready to fight, secretly calculating that they were definitely not the only ones from Korea here. Probably the ones who assigned them the mission were also present. The two sides clashed fiercely, and he shouted inwardly, "I leave everything else to you." North John. On the other side, a step pauses somewhere. "Yes, I just arrived." You frown and report to the person on the phone. "The Vanguard team has entered the dungeon. Even if he survives and gets out, I can just finish him off afterwards, right?" The reply from the other end surprises him as well. "Yes, I will entrust Kim Shu-hyun to you. The preparations here are not yet fully complete, as you know." The black guy with the red eye confirmed, "All right, I will contact you again later." He put down the phone, looked at the calm person sitting on the chair surrounded by corpses. "Cizo, by the way, who are you?" She calmly looked at him, crossing her legs. "Are you here already?" Then John's gaze shifted down to the corpses on the ground, judging that they didn't seem like these guys, maybe him. She interrupted, her face full of deadly intent, smiling up at him. "Not bad at all, huh? That step pauses and doesn't go any further." The black guy with red eyes quickly guesses that everything happening here was caused by her. John, leaning on his hand with a smug expression, retorts, "Is there anyone else who could have done this?" The bald uncle across the street. Then the black-skinned guy with red eyes laughed, wearing a suit jacket and furious as he cursed, "Those pathetic trash. I never expected them to be defeated by a single girl in such humiliating fashion." She stood up, her face dark and mysterious. One after another, each of these people kept saying similar things. John grinned with a sinister smile, warning without knowing what was about to happen to them. The black-skinned man with red eyes took off his sunglasses with a displeased look. "So besides Kim Soo-hwan, there are still many annoying pests in Korea, huh?" The black-skinned man with red eyes, who was wearing a weapon on his finger, declared, "I will deal with this bug first." But she quickly took a running start and jumped up, the two of them about to engage in a fierce battle. Over here, Soo-hyun was still in a tense fight, arrows flying from above, opening his mouth to help, swords clashing. Then he seized the opportunity to strike a powerful blow, knocking him away. The two henchmen quickly rushed from behind, but luckily Soo-hyun was already prepared with a shield. He slowly turned his head to look back. With quick movements, Soo-hyun knocked the two of them away, one of them painfully cut across the face by the sword. Then he quickly shouted to warn, "If possible, don't target his back anymore, hide to attack him." So they all used invisibility skills together. Soo-hyun carefully assesses the situation, knowing that a surprise attack is more dangerous than direct confrontation for an assassin. That was the right decision. At this moment, I am also confident in myself. I have Mia with me and I trust my own ability to sense danger. So, I once used that skill to prevent an ambush. Hyun had an unforeseen factor, but who would have thought that the Bone King would help hide all their murderous intent? Right now I have no choice but to trust Mia. I lift my head and call out its name. Mia and Hyun put it on top of his head to ask for advice. Hopefully they can smell out the enemies, right? You blink and carefully remind me, all right, if you feel I might get hurt, let me know, okay? He closed his eyes, began to focus and sense, when suddenly Mia shouted and pointed in one direction. Hyun quickly coordinated and swung his sword, cutting the enemy who immediately bled and fell in surprise. How could you? Even now you have to admit it's impressive. As expected, when it comes to detecting danger, Mia is even better than me. It continued to turn and point in a direction to alert. Shu Hyun quickly swung his sword directly at it. The others started to look at each other in confusion. Does the stealth skill not work? We disguised ourselves as gamblers people before. So why don't we disguise ourselves as someone else and attack him later? One of them quickly suggested. No, that won't work at all. At this point, he became extremely cautious. If those tricks had worked on him, he would have already fallen prey to the captain's shadow. He was now terrified, realizing he had underestimated this guy. He was too powerful. He frowned, worried and unsure what to do. From the beginning, he was not someone we could handle. He wiped away some blood and observed carefully, not to mention that we could go berserk at any moment because of the killing intent. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, realizing something. Wait, the killing intent? That person quickly focused on someone else. It's him. Hyun is still standing alert, and their sudden appearance surprises him. Are you giving up on sneaking attack? Shu Hyun declared with his sword. But you probably already know that in a direct fight, you can't kill me. He quickly took down one of them, another rushed forward aggressively, and they all attacked simultaneously. Hyun turned around, widened his eyes in tension, and finally understood that their target was not him, but Kraken. Suhyun stomped hard on the ground and then shot forward, but immediately his eyes filled with fear. Suhyun tries to rush forward to stop him. No, he's getting even closer. Kaken suddenly lunged with a spear from one side. Hyun arrived too late, only able to watch in shock as he was about to awaken, with a large ship sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Suddenly, the boat exploded unexpectedly. Someone was thrown out from inside, but that person burst into loud, excited laughter. He even boldly declared that this was his victory, as Kim Soo-hun suddenly appeared with a tentacle. The person widened his eyes, his face tense, and then he was mercilessly eliminated. Hyun then stepped onto a piece of wood and used it to propel himself into the air. Hyun was the first to greet, saying it's been a while since they last met and mentioning the name of that terrifying creature, Jenny. Suhyun rushed forward while calling out to it. Mia's sword seemed to be empowered with extra strength. Suhyun charges straight toward its eye and swings his sword without hesitation. Suhyun jumps far away, then calculates the approximate timing. With this move, it will lose consciousness for a moment. I have to seize this opportunity to settle things. You glance at your sword and realize the enhancement effect is fading. Hyun looks towards Mia, trying to steady himself. Calm down. Mia's abilities haven't fully developed yet, so naturally, since it's still unstable, I can't use this cheating skill without any limits. He holds it close, carefully wary. This is a big gamble. After using all his magic, he has nothing left to resist the explosion when the seal breaks, and Suhyun helplessly sinks into the water, drained of all his strength. Hyun's face turned blank with despair. The only remaining option left is to use resilience to recover and fight. Suddenly, a tense figure gritted their teeth and ran over, and Do-ho swam straight toward Suhyun. Are you serious, kid? I'll teleport you out of there right now. After a while, Suhyun also opened his eyes in surprise. Do-ho, feeling very uncomfortable, emphasized the reason. Everything you do makes me worried because you don't know how to value your life. He turned around angry and reminded you to fix your habit of solving everything alone. Suhyun looked up in confusion and asked, "Why are you here?" It was only then that he explained the reason clearly. The Gambler Society had disappeared, so I had no choice but to board the ship. There's nothing down here. Do-ho emphasized the reason for his presence here. However, the ship suddenly exploded, so we had to find a safe place. I turned back because I was worried about you. Suhyun now also felt deeply grateful. Thank you for just canceling. You should be the one to do that, but you let me do it, though you don't really mind. Don't worry, just treat me afterwards, but it probably won't be surprised if it chases after us. You also firmly confirmed that it is blind and trying to recover, so that won't happen. On the other side, everyone started to feel awkward. It's too big, maybe we can catch it. Shanghai crossed his arms, looking at the current situation, feeling helpless as the raid team, Gambler Society, and even Lai Do-ho-ho all disappeared. These things are driving me crazy. Hyun stands nearby, feeling puzzled. He wonders where this monster came from. Suddenly he appeared and assured us that he would explain everything. Both of the others were equally surprised. Hyun took a moment to recount everything that happened, finally concluding with one sentence: it was all real. Ho rubbed his neck, looking extremely tired. Damn it, no wonder everything turned out like this. Is this a chaotic gathering? Hai's attitude became hostile as he questioned. Wait a minute, why did you do it on your own and make everything even more complicated? Hyun now has to steer the discussion. Forget it, things are already bad enough. Do you have any plan? Hyun is also making sure now. Yes, since Gregan's weakness has been fully exposed, we can hunt it together without getting hurt. You even asked them back, but if you all can't agree like this, then my plan is unnecessary, right? In that case, I'll just assume you're all following my plan. After explaining everything, Hyun concludes with one sentence: this is my plan. The monster's eyes gradually close. The three of them looked determined, shouted loudly. They have all stopped and are ready. Team 1, get ready. As soon as the command was given, they immediately fired, and the monster was quickly hit by a series of attacks. Ho shouted loudly, beginning to take control of the battle. Good, but Shuhu said, next, Team 2, get ready. Earlier, you carefully warned that Kakon's weakness is its speed, and it needs to get close to us to use its enormous power. Suyun analyzed clearly that if we keep attacking with magic and maintain distance, it won't be able to approach us and will be forced to retreat. He looked ahead with some surprise and admiration. It really can't reach us. But it is indeed huge. Just as I thought, killing it is impossible now. Ho is still performing his duty well, but that's not a problem because our mission is to keep the Kraken away from this place. While Soo-hyun was recovering, it kept being hit by a series of painful attacks. He turned around happily and praised, well done. Just like that, everyone is also enjoying the lively celebration. Good, it's working. We'll keep it here until the commander recovers. Suddenly, someone who was alert noticed someone approaching. Did Soo-hyun finish recovering? But then his face turned pale and he broke out in a sweat. What is it? Ho can't control the situation right now. What the hell is he doing? Hi, Kwai. The young man ran after, worriedly asking, Hey, Chairman. Are you sure everything will be fine? Hai, go ahead, doubtfully calls out. The team member was explaining clearly that Soo-hyun said not to get close to the Kraken, but as he was speaking, he was grabbed by the collar and called out. Hey, Hai, if he told you to go die, would you really die? The team member still tried to argue, but isn't Kraken's strong vitality and regenerative ability going to make it hard for us to defeat it? Hai sneered and said, Fool, it's obvious he was lying. He pointed to the screaming monster in the distance and said, Don't you see it's dying gradually? Soo-hyun is only saying that to monopolize the reward. Hai stepped forward and said, If you don't want to lose your job, follow me. He arrogantly declared that the Papapong Guild would defeat them. A moment later, Hai fought while commanding, Don't let it recover, attack now. What should we do? If we keep using our skills, even those people will get hit. Really? He turned around and shouted, Stop attacking. We will control the situation from now on. Hai attacked happily. That spoiled brat is only a little strong and dares to be arrogant? Look, in the end, I will be the one to defeat that monster. Suddenly, his face changed color and he shouted, Huh? There are only a few shallow cuts on its tentacle that are slowly closing, making Hai incredulously mutter, I remember I already cut it. The terrifying orange-red human-like monster looks down at him, then opens its mouth full of fangs and roars out a deafening sound wave. The guild member grimacing and holding his ears shouted, What is that roar? Suddenly I feel dizzy. Hai, frowning, holding his ear and gritting his teeth, muttered, What the hell is going on? He thought with discomfort. Damn it, its moaning is disrupting my magic balance. Hai ordered, Everyone retreat now. When he looked up, he was stunned and exclaimed, Huh! Only to see the giant tentacles of the monster smashing down on Hai. Suddenly streaks of light appeared and cut through the tentacles. A familiar figure approaches. Hai awkwardly turns back and says, Ha ha ha, you arrived so quickly you've already recovered. Soo-hyun turned around with a fierce look and asked, Do you want to die? Hai was startled and quickly said, Wait, now is not the time. Before he could finish speaking, Soo-hyun threw a punch at his mouth. Hui was knocked far away, leaving a trail of dust. Hey, Soo-hyun, what should we do now? You said to head toward the place where the assault team is? Soo-hyun said, I won't be responsible for your deaths if you linger any longer. The blue flames burst fiercely and then reformed into a holy fire phoenix. He ordered, the phoenix covered its beak and retreated. The sacred fire phoenix spread its wings and charged at the monster. It uses its beak to strike straight into the middle of its body and head, and the blazing, dazzling fire erupts like an explosion. In the monster's pupils, the image of Soo-hyun wielding his sword appears. He raises his sword high, leaps toward Graken's enormous pupil, then strikes down with force but only skims the edge of the iris. He calmly thought I aimed at its eye but missed. Is it dodging my attack instinctively? The monster swung its tentacle to attack, but Shu Hyun dodged. He thought it seemed to have provoked it. You just ran away to dodge the attack while thinking. With it moving this much, a surprise attack won't work anymore. An enormous tentacle rises like a skyscraper into the sky. Hyun thinks, there's probably no other choice. He swung his sword and cut off one of its tentacles, thinking that the only way was to cut off each tentacle one by one. Hun from afar exclaimed, "No way, all we can do is scratch it a bit, yet he's chopping it like cutting bananas." Brown-haired team member asks, "Hun, are you okay?" Its earlier whimpering had made many people dizzy. Should we leave it to Shu Hyun and the group? Hyun smiled and said, "The group again, can't you see?" He pointed to Soo Hyun fighting and said, "We are not on the same level as him." Hyun said Soo Hyun will defeat the Kraken and the dungeon raid will be over. Hyun felt a bit disappointed. Actually, before meeting Hyun, I was quite confident in my skills. I used to think that in 2 years, no, just 1 year, I could become a top S rank. Hun lost his will, but after meeting him, I felt truly pathetic. Then he turned and said, "Duho, you'd better think about it too." He listened with doubt and asked, "What do you mean?" Hun said you might not realize it yet, but Soo-hun could become the strongest fake awakener in the world. He said that if you keep chasing after him, you will eventually collapse and accept defeat. Hun explained that the light is so intense, it could even burn anyone who gets too close. He slowly walks away, saying that if you feel overwhelmed, you can come to my guild. After all, among ordinary people like us, you are still different. Duho silently looked at Soo-hyun. He told me he knew. Each massive tentacle crashes down onto the ground, soon charges straight at the monster's head. It's time to end. The monster opens its mouth full of terrifying fangs. You have no intention of stopping, still charging forward. The monster closed its mouth and swallowed Shu Hyun, then suddenly froze as a white-green slash mark appeared across its body, running diagonally from its head down. The blazing blue flames erupting violently sent fragments of the monster flying. The Kraken's corpse collapsed lifeless onto the ground. Shu Hyun let out a breath and wiped the blood from his face as he complained. Its blood still oozes out messily as usual, while the others stand there, stunned and in disbelief. Someone gazes blankly at the Kraken's body split in two and lying on the ground. It's him. Then they all erupted with excitement, shouting and cheering. "We killed the Kraken. We did it. We won." Duho silently looked at everyone, rubbing his head and muttering, "Actually he and his meaningless words." Soo-hyun appeared right behind him and asked, "What's meaningless?" Duho suddenly jerked in surprise and exclaimed, "Ah, you scared me. If you're around, just say something." Soo-hyun helplessly asked, "What are you doing?" "Are you acting like you've just met me for the first time? I was asking you after all." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Duho silently looked at him, then ruffled Soo-hyun's hair and said, "That's something a kid like you wouldn't understand." Looking out into the distance, seeing Hyun standing alone with his head bowed, you call out, "A Hyun?" But Duho interrupts. Soo-hyun, when you looked over and saw him shake in his head, you felt confused. Duho drums the village drum as a way to change the subject. "The dungeon raid is over now. You did very well." Suddenly Soo-hyun asked, "I forgot where Akwen was." Duho pointed to the place where he was slumped. "He has been unconscious since you hit him. You're about to pass out. What happened when you met him?" Hyunun frowns. "Of course I have to finish what I was still working on, Jiang-du." Changhai slumped against a piece of rock, his face grim as he suddenly groaned back to consciousness. Changhai is stunned, his mind reeling. "Have you just fainted?" "Huh. Who is this?" Looking up, he immediately saw your cold, murderous face, making him scream in horror. "Soo-hyun." Soo-hyun asked coldly, "Is there nothing you want to say to everyone?" But Konghai ignored the tension and looked around, asking, "Did Kaken kill it yet?" No one answered, only glaring at him with sharp and contemptuous eyes. Konghai hesitated. "Well, it seems you've already killed him. In that case, let's do some calculations. He's shameless and doesn't know shame. Well, because our Poppypong Society caused most of the damage to the Kraken. Compared to the Suun Red Demon Society, are you really going to say that here?" Konghai calmly asked, "So, is the raid over? Isn't it obvious that we should share the spoil?" Soo-hyun exuded killing intent and anger. "Maybe I should try speaking differently. You really have nothing to say to us?" The pressure you exerted made his face turn pale. Konghai quickly drew his sword, the deafening sound of breaking steel echoing loudly. Soo-hyun slashed and shattered his sword, saying, "It seems you don't realize what you've done." Soo-hyun said, "But because of your selfishness, people might have died." Konghai was so angry he clenched his teeth. He shouted and punched with a clenched fist. Soo-hyun raised his hand to block his punch. He clenched his fist tightly and said, "I gave you a chance to apologize, but it turned out like this." His clenched fist made him cry out in pain. "Let me go." Konghai, furious and threatening, "How dare you hit me? I am the leader of the assault team. Do you think you can escape punishment? When I get out of here, I will report to the association, and Soo-hyun, stay calm. Go on, go report it. But I think you've made a mistake somewhere." Soon releases his grip and says that he will become the leader of the assault team. Not only does he have the authority to devise strategies and give orders, but he also bears responsibility for each person's life in the team. Soo-hyun said that if someone like you is blinded by rewards, risking everyone's lives, then Soo-hyun raised his sword and declared, "In that case, everyone has the right to execute you immediately without trial, so die coldly." He swung his sword forcefully, causing everyone around to panic and panic. Do-ho calmly grabbed the hilt of the sword, ready for any situation. Your sword tip flicked towards his neck and then stopped. Konghai's eyes widened in terror as he fainted from fear. Do-ho reluctantly said, "Do you always do that? Are you a child?" Hyeonun told me I had to threaten him, or he would hurt more innocent people if I wasn't nearby. You said that with this accident he has lost the trust of the guild, and it won't be easy for him to hold this position anymore." Soon clapped a few times and said everyone should gather their belongings and get ready to go. The members responded immediately. Yes. Soon stroked his chin and thought, "Through this raid, I have gained Mia's power and guessed the plan of the Bone King. I should find out about the dungeons I haven't discovered yet to be prepared for any surprises." Soo-hyun thinks, and I also need to check on John's situation. After everything, each member of the Chaotic Guild is very strong. A few hours before Soo-hyun successfully raided the dungeon, John was beaten so hard he crashed into the wall, creating a deep hole. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Suddenly a fist swung in to clear the fog. John ducked to avoid Eaton's punch. He grits his teeth and throws another punch. The attack heads straight for John's head. Even as the fist is about to hit, her eyes remain calm like a still lake. Then she uses her illusion to directly pass through his fist. The darkness she transformed into quickly gathered behind his head and then reverted back into her body, leaving him unable to turn around in time due to the momentum of her punch. John coldly finishes it. She holds the dagger and slashes across Eaton's neck. John calmly sheaths his weapon and decisively slices across Eaton's neck. She jumped back. John looked ahead, thinking, can he defend himself for that short a time? Eaton clasped his hands behind his neck to cover the fatal spot, making her incredulous. Could she really fight unarmed? Ethan turned back and said, "You really surprised me. I didn't expect you to have such skills. I can't believe you managed to hurt me." He licks the blood on his hands with a twisted smile, saying this is getting more and more interesting. She frowns and tells him not to stand there. John rushed forward and said, "It will make me want to kill you." Y then laughed loudly and said, "Do you dare to face a killer head-on?" He raised both hands to his face in a defensive stance, thinking her fighting style was wild. I confidently thought, "Idiot, all my skills are focused on resisting physical damage." Seeing John turn into a shadow before his eyes, he thought, just attack freely. John's strikes collided with his skin, but left no wounds. He just stands there like an unbreakable wall, thinking she won't be able to leave even a scratch on me. I'm both defending and thinking. Her skills are fast and sharp, making it hard for me to fight back, but they must also have their limits. For example, at this moment, John's body gradually turns into a real entity. He guesses that the time limit for executing his techniques is shorter. Seeing her body return to normal, the healer excitedly thought that Zhang Yao's guess was correct. He seized the opportunity to throw a powerful punch upward, watching his shoulder tremble uncontrollably even after the fist had passed her, and feeling that if he were hit, he would be seriously injured. John continues to lower his body to dodge his attack. She thinks his ridiculously tough defense makes her attack seem pointless. Seeing his punch, she thought there was no other choice but to use it. John reached into the box and took out something. "Is that your secret weapon?" He said, "I am excitedly waiting for your next move." Then he clenched his fist and swung it down, smashing it into the ground and creating a small crater. The Divine Spirit thought excitedly, "It's been a long time since I last felt this thrill in battle. It thinks she's really interesting. Keep struggling and entertaining me even more." Suddenly he stopped, seeing John standing there relaxed, and suspiciously asked, "What are you planning to do?" John nonchalantly replied, "It's over. There's no need to do anything else. It would just be a waste of my energy." I then says, "Nonsense, our battle isn't over yet. Come on, attack me." "The girl." John shrugged and ignored her. Seeing this, the wise spirit was furious. "How dare you ignore my words?" He charged forward and shouted, "If you've lost the will to fight, I will make you fight to the death." Ethan quickly closed the distance to John, still maintaining a calm face without any sign of hesitation. His fist swung toward her head, but his attack suddenly stopped mid-air. Y was stunned and thought, huh. He was incredulous, wondering why his body could no longer move. Y asked breathlessly, "What is happening?" He helplessly kneels down in defeat. John coldly looked at him as if looking at a corpse. She calmly stepped forward. John approaches his terrified face and stops. She leans slightly forward and remains calm. "Haven't I told you yet?" John grabbed his chin, forcefully turned his head up and said, "It's over." With the force of the impact, his head slammed down onto the ground, shattering the surface. The Y god seethed with anger, thinking, "Damn it, have all the defensive skills been deactivated? The main issue isn't that the magic isn't working, but that my body can't move." He lies helpless, accepting his defeat, wondering what on earth is happening. John said, "You must be wondering why your body isn't obeying you." That's her explanation, just as you said. "This is my secret weapon. I don't use it often because it has a limited number of uses, but John said that this sword can disrupt the magic flow within a target when struck." He finds it hard to believe the answer from her. Once struck by this sword, the magic will cause your body to suffocate. Then she realized that the outcome of the battle had already been decided from that moment. Damn it. She reached out and strangled him, saying, "Now it's my turn to ask." A feeling of fear and pressure filled his heart. John, holding a sword in threat, asked his father, "Who is your master?" John pushed Y down to the floor. She swung her hand fiercely and said, "Hurry up, you attack him mercilessly, so much that the ground cracks from your power." She hit and questioned, "Boss, who are you? Hurry up and speak." John's eyes are full of fury, and she is speaking rapidly, seeming even more crazed as she beats him more and more. The Y spirit has red substance on its mouth, but still laughs, its face swollen and bruised. "I don't know the answer to what you're asking, but would you like to join us instead?" John's eyes slightly widened. "What?" "That guy keeps trying to tempt me. With her by my side, I feel like I could kill a lot of people." John chuckled. "So what?" She raised the shining knife into the air, her posture cold and composed. "Well then, let me start by killing you." John stabbed the knife straight into the person below, but a hand grabbing her wrist stopped her. Jin's car had calmly held her back, but John still coldly let go. He calmly analyzed. "I completely understand how you're feeling, but this guy is a high-ranking member of the Dam Guild. That means he knows a lot. If you kill him here, we won't be able to achieve our goal. Let's pause for a moment to cool down. You still have that cold, commanding presence. I told you to let go." Zojin remained silent and made no move. John's face darkened, then her expression softened a little. She reached back to her neck and said, "Sorry, I was too heated." She stood up and said, "If he's here like this, his intelligence must be very valuable." Jin also agreed, "That's right, we don't have much time, so it's best to question him as quickly as possible." He suddenly let out a sound on the floor and tilted his head to look at the two people standing on the other side. "I and she have an important matter to handle. Why did you suddenly jump in to interfere?" Before he finished speaking, he was hit with John's deadly kick to the face. He was kicked far away, looking very hurt. Zoxjin snorted. His solo action here proves Kim Soo-hyun's information is reliable. Information about Lamnguch opening in America is the same. The Y god is knocked out and sitting dazed on the other side. Hearing the words just spoken by Zoxjin, he was startled. It seems the information about the SP Guild planning a terrorist attack in Lamnguch is correct. How do they know about it? John stands facing Shin. I understand now. How is Kim Soo-hyun doing? He took off his sunglasses. I heard the dungeon raid just ended. The healer was stunned by the thoughts running through his mind. Did they get caught by Kim Soo-hyun? No, that's not important. The problem is that Kim Soo-hyun knows about my plan. Seeing Soo-hyun's manipulative expression and the two people discussing in front of him, he also begins to understand the situation. This is bad. His hand on the ground starts to move but still remains still and doesn't twitch. I can't even lift a finger now. I can't report this to the guild. If things stay like this, the boss's plan will fall apart. His eyes widened in shock. I have to stall at all costs. John, standing nearby, looked puzzled. Where did Kim Soo-hyun get that information from? He licks his upper lip as if he's realized something. That's right, exactly. His side made some noise, causing Seo-jin and John to turn their heads in that direction. Egad burst into a loud, savage laugh. John glanced over and said, "Are you out of your mind after getting beaten to a pulp?" He laughed so hard he was crying. That's really funny. Remove the guild to crush the opposing guilds from there? Both of them looked at him, confused. What? Even Giant Squad is involved. What do you mean? He leaned back against the wall. Just a little thought was enough for him to understand. Few people in the guild know about this hellish chaos plan. His eyes grew serious again. Isn't it strange that he knew about that plan? He was already calculating in his mind that these guys were just like flies and not a big problem. He could deceive them. The most dangerous one was Kim Soo-hyun, and if things continued like this, everyone would become puppets in his hands. I have to make them turn against Kim Soo-hyun at all costs, and create an opportunity to inform the guild about this. He can already imagine the scenario of Soo-hyun and John facing each other. His face was battered and blood was running from his nose, unable to be wiped away. Make a deal with me or both you and the guild will be caught in Kim Soo-hyun's trap. Remove Kim Soo-hyun first, then I will tell you everything I know about the guild. John's expression darkened slightly. Jin's car approaches him, pulling out a sword and pointing it directly at him. You talk a lot. Do you really think we would trust a murderer? But he shows no fear at all, truly foolish. Kim Soo-hyun still has to betray the guild. Even with the sword pressed against his neck, he still pretends he's telling the truth. There's no guarantee he won't do it again. If he betrays everyone and the information leaks out, I doubt we'll be able to find the guild members while they're in hiding. Kok Jain still insists that he doesn't care about him. Those words are not trustworthy at all. He's definitely planning to take advantage of this conflict for some ulterior motive. John now places his hand on his chin, his eyes deep in thought. She then speaks. Please call Kim Soo-hyun and all the members of the Death Guild here. So Jin trembles slightly as he looks at her. But John reassured me. I know what you're thinking, but even if we ignore what he said, we still need to find out where Kim Soo-hyun got this secret information. He looked at that guy and then agreed. All right. It seems like I achieved my goal. He laughed heartily and said, look at how you guys are wavering, just kill Kim Soo-hyun, I will become a spy for you. But your overwhelming presence made him silent in shock. I think you're mistaken. John's expression grew even more terrifying than before. I'd rather die than shake hands with a murderer like you. If Kim Soo-hyun was on Dum's side, I would have killed him from the start. John's expression is even more terrifying than a true demon. My goal is to destroy the damn guild. I will chase you to hell. The red car was driving along when it stopped somewhere. Ex-hyun got out and closed the door. Someone has welcomed you. You're here. Ex-hyun puts one hand in his pocket. Yeah. You look at the person waiting. What's going on that you're still calling me so late at night? So Jane points with his finger. If you go in and see for yourself, you'll understand right away. Soon followed from behind, puzzled. What's going on here? Did they catch Pon? The door opened and he followed inside. I don't feel anything at all. A sword strike comes straight at me. Soo-hyun is still calm. What is she doing right now? At this moment, a group of people are pointing swords directly at Soo-hyun's neck, but she remains calm and explains. Bakjeon looks very fierce right now, with darkness mixed with light. That's Soo-hyun's perspective. This is you, watching images gradually vanish before your eyes. A holographic skill, a power that merges with darkness and can be freely controlled and transformed. Usually, it's only limited when someone hides their body within the night. Those dark shadows are disappearing. Soo-hyun glances at the people pointing weapons at him, but he can't believe she can cover the entire area with darkness. She can even hide the presence of others, not just herself. You see John seemingly being enveloped by that dark power. Honestly, looking back, your talent is real. John's eyes radiated murderous intent. There's no real reason for me to call you here, just that this person here told me some interesting information, that you are a former member of the Chaos Guild. Dr. Y's hands are bound and he is kneeling on the ground. Hello, Kim Soo-hyun. It's been a while, hasn't it? Soo-hyun coldly explains. I don't think she's the type to believe his words. John doesn't deny it. She admits it. You're not wrong to say that because I'm not someone who easily changes because of what others say. My legs moved forward, honestly, after following your information. Until now, I didn't think that was true. Ex-hyun was straightforward this time. So what do you want from me? John stepped forward with his dark aura. I have a small question that keeps lingering in my mind. She steps closer to him. I wonder how you managed to get information from the Chaos Guild. That guy told me only a few members in that guild knew about this. Unless you are also a member of the guild, isn't it very suspicious that you know that information? So I need to find out if you are a member of the Chaos Guild or not. Her eyes gradually became more serious. Tell me quickly, where did you get this information from? At this moment, his expression remains calm but still shows a hint of something unreadable on his face as he looks at the battered man kneeling on the other side. I knew he was the leader of the Chaos Guild and a battle fanatic, but I didn't think he would seize the opportunity of being captured to do this. Whatever it is, he's probably hoping for a conflict between me and Pjeon. This could be resolved simply by answering her question. He closed his eyes, and in his mind he saw the image of a boy being grasped by outstretched arms, begging for help, but his source of information was memories from a past life. There's no way Pjeon will believe that easily. He looks around at the situation now being surrounded by John's people, and the current circumstances are extremely unfavorable for him. The person currently holding the reins is Eon, and the chance for me to escape this situation with a lie is very slim. My eyes are contemplative and calculating. Moreover, even if I manage to get out of this, it's not hard to predict that it will come back and become a problem in the future. If that happens, it will go according to Eon's plan, and there's a high chance my plan will fail. John is impatient now, so stop scheming and just tell me, okay? You have made your decision, so first I need to regain control of the situation. Fine. I've never worked in the Chaotic Guild before, but I can provide proof. But as for my source of information, I can't tell you that. John's gaze still hadn't softened much. The reason for that is Soon appeared friendly, smiling, saying we are in a relationship mostly based on common goals. My duty isn't to tell you everything, and besides, whether I am or have ever been a member of the Chaos Society is more important, isn't it? He looked at the girl in front of him and suggested, if you come to my house, I will show you my proof, but in return, only you will be allowed to go there. The knife pressed closer to Shu's neck, now with a hint of red, as Sojin stood behind, holding the blade directly against him. Do you think we will listen to your ridiculous proposal? It seems Shu Hyun doesn't feel any pain, he remains calm. Wasn't that decided by John's guild leader? John's subordinate disagrees. President, don't go. This is just part of his plan to get out of this. Someone else thinks the same. Yeah, even if we interrogate him more, it won't help. John looked directly at Soo Hyun, who was also looking at her, their eyes meeting as one hand was raised. Now, John relented and said, okay, lead the way. The girl in the guild was panicked. What? What is going on here? There's no way that's not a trap. This is too risky. John reassured the girl, don't worry. If he's really lying, her expression will turn more terrifying, and I won't hesitate to end his life. Now show me that you are not one of the Chaos Guild members, and then the two of you can go home together. John was now stunned by Soo Hyun's mother's attitude. Oh my God, my dear son, how long has it been? Your mother takes your hands, full of excitement. Do you know how much I miss you? He smiled and said, I'm sorry, Mom. I've been so busy with work lately I haven't been able to visit home. Then she tilted her head toward John. By the way, who is this? Soo Hyun introduces, and she quickly interrupts. Could it be? Her eyes lit up. Your girlfriend? Wow, John, why did you only introduce me to your beautiful girlfriend now? Faced with this enthusiasm, she also found it hard to respond. Little one. John's expression froze, not knowing how to react. Her face was covered in sweat, then a fragrant bowl of braised ribs was placed in front of her. Here it is, let's eat. X. Hi. Noon looked surprised too. Mom, why did you cook so much? Your mother gave a convincing reason. I've brought my friend all the way here, so you should also prepare enough, right? Grandma smiled shyly at John and said, sorry about earlier, you're the first girl Soo Hyun has invited home, so I couldn't contain my happiness. Hearing that, John was also startled and politely said, no, it's okay, I'm fine. Then she picked a big piece of ribs for her. It's not much, but enjoy this meal. She also froze up because she hadn't yet adapted to the current situation. Meanwhile, Soo Hyun's mother smiled kindly, just like a gentle and caring mother. She looked silently at the woman in front of her for a moment. Then she was moved and thanked her. John watched while eating. Soon and Soo Hyun's mother are chatting happily, and Soo Hyun's expression also becomes much more cheerful, completely different from when she's under the pressure of work and worries. John also paused for a moment, then seemed to realize something, sighed in relief and smiled. Then came some questions about how the food was. It's very tasty. Right now, the two of them are in Zoon's room. It's good that you're sitting on the bed. John sat on the desk chair and assessed. You're quite close to your mother, huh? You admit it too. Well, you could say that. You're holding a glass of water. What do you think? Do you still think I belong to the Chaos Group? John looked at you. I understand what you mean, but just because you have someone to care for and look after doesn't mean you're not one of us. You put the glass down on the table. I get it. So that's not enough, huh? You stand up, take off your white shirt, look at what's in front of you, and she's panicked, blushing, but still trying to act tough. What are you doing? Did you finally reveal your true nature because there's nowhere left to run? What are you talking about? She said she still couldn't believe in me. In the chaos of the meeting, they each have a symbol tattooed on their bodies. I'm just showing that I don't have it. And you're so naive. Should I even take off my pants? She was helpless now, reaching out and touching her face, saying, whatever. Talking to you just makes me more tired. John's eyes were different from before, softer. I believe you. If you were a member of the chaos, you wouldn't have loved ones by your side. There's no way they would leave her alone. So I guess I've overcomplicated this. Soo Hyun put on his shirt. I know this is a sensitive topic, but can I ask what happened to her and the Chaos Guild? John glared at you. We are in a relationship mostly based on common goals. My duty isn't to tell you everything, and you could never guess. She knows that line by heart. Oh, you're scratching your face. And I just thought that if we could learn more about each other, our relationship might develop into complete trust. So John laughed. What's that supposed to mean? Then there was a silence between them. John's past memories flooded back. John looked even colder back then. 2 years ago, when I was still working independently without a guild, I remember John being about 11 or 12 years old. Since I was young, I was praised for being obedient and beautiful. I wonder if that's because of that image. Countless people around her praised her. Everyone approached with high hopes and expectations. But after realizing her strange personality, perhaps because she was so different from what they imagined, a dark shadow enveloped John. They quickly grew disappointed and left. She faced the distant backs that abandoned her, even her parents, and finally her hand let go of her, leaving her all alone. At that moment, little lonely John stood under that light, remaining silent, neither crying nor demanding. That was when I realized that Min didn't belong anywhere. The girl's eyes were full of sadness. Time kept passing, and now John, who had grown up, was known as the fake awakener. She tilted her head and looked back to see a boy with a bright face smiling and greeting her. Hello, I am Kim Ki-hun. I have been watching you for a long time, and you have interrupted the conversation unnecessarily. He hurriedly explained, I didn't mean to flirt with you. Let's form a group, shall we? But John coldly walked past him. She remembered the burst of light like a space gate, and many people standing there. And Ki-hun explained, there are many false awakeners here, huh? Well, this is also normal, since the False Awakening Association allows independent participation. Since there's no leader or support, it would be better for us to form a group instead of going alone. He smiled, and there was a sound of agreement. Exactly, but she still remains indifferent like that, not needing to be rejected twice in a row. Kai-hyun is left speechless, not knowing what to say. Someone called him back. Kim Kai-hoon, come here, quickly, we're leaving now. He tilted his head in that direction. Come here. He hurried to his teammate while she went straight ahead, the two of them heading in opposite directions, then engaged in battles with monsters alongside the awakened. Kai-hyun coldly swings his sword, cutting the monster in half, then takes a breath. This is harder than I thought. He looked straight ahead as if seeing something miraculous, and it was John. Around her were the bodies of many monsters, far more than those around Ki-hyun. Kai-hyun's teammates also looked on in admiration. Wow, how many has she killed already? Ki-jun approached again. He must have invited her to join the team earlier, right? Ki-hyun's voice was full of disappointment. Yeah, but I was rejected. Looking at her back, they assured themselves she was fine. With her skills, she could handle herself alone. Ajin crossed his arms, looking displeased. I want to go with a cute girl like her, not those guys. Hyun glared and agreed too. Does she really think she wants this? Usich moved closer to Ki-hyun. What do you think? Ki-hyun? She tilted her head to look at him. Yu shifts closer. His eyes are thoughtful. For some reason, he looks truly lonely. He just keeps staring at the small figures back in front of him. Then they continue to fight. The giant green monster is launching a deadly attack at Ki-hyun, who blocks it with his sword. It seems that Ki-hyun has lost the upper hand now. I also find it hard to understand. Jin over here is paying attention too. You were like that before. What's going on? She shouted loudly. Hey Kim Ki-hyun, there's a monster attacking from behind you, using weapons. He was annoyed, but Usich delivered a fatal blow from behind. He struck it directly in the back with red liquid splashing across Kim Ki-hyun's face. He asked, Kim Ki-hyun, are you okay? He scratched the back of his head and said, Yes, I'm fine. Sorry, I was a bit distracted. I didn't know. Today, I said I was fine before, but now... But before I could finish my sentence, Usich hit me right in the face. He looked at you with a red face from being hit and told everyone to go ahead. He just pointed. You were thinking about that girl earlier, right? Don't regret it later. Follow that girl. Ki-hyun was surprised beyond words. Ugh. He also gives a thumbs up to confirm he's the best and smiles happily. The entrance to a dark cave. John here has defeated countless monsters. Her eyes are cold and she keeps fighting and fighting. Thinking about it, I used to not want to die. Clenching her weapons tightly, she watched the giant monster approaching, but John looked straight ahead, facing something 100 times bigger than her, and I also once didn't want to live anymore. That monster charged straight at her, and John fought back with sword strikes. Her eyes focused on it as the massive weapon thrust straight toward John. She was pushed far away, her face now covered in sweat. Damn it, the exhaustion from previous battles is making it impossible for me to move. That giant is carrying the weapon on his shoulder as if it's nothing for him. John's eyes shift to observe her, holding her injured arm. Is it over? It's raising its weapon high to strike at her. John remains calm like that. It's okay. She closed her eyes like that, ready to face what was about to happen. I have nothing left to hold on to anymore. An attack suddenly appeared. John opened her eyes in confusion, her expression now full of surprise. I told you so, didn't I? It's tough to go alone. Then the monster's body was cut in half. She was stunned by the person behind the monster. I will never forget it. Her eyes were stunned. Ki-hun, who had just cut down the monster and was carrying a sword on his shoulder, was standing in front of her, suggesting he wanted her to consider joining his group. At that moment, John's eyes widened and she thought that her encounter with the person praising her was a sign to keep living. She smiled and then walked past him. Kai-hun suddenly turned around and then hurried to follow Kai-hun. That's a yes, right? Wait a moment. Somewhere behind the rock, a cloak fluttered briefly, and a shadow hiding behind it had witnessed everything. After raiding the dungeon, I met that guy again. At that moment, Kai-hun was smiling brightly. John, we meet again. Truly a fateful encounter. Maybe you should join our guild. But she still refused outright, without saying thank you. This time, he not only wants me to join his team, but the entire guild as well. I wonder if it's just a coincidence or intentional, as she runs ahead. Kai-hyun keeps running behind, constantly persuading John to join our guild. I keep running into him in every dungeon. I stepped in as John fought off the zombies amid Ki-hyun's calls. John, join our guild. Come and be part of our guild. Looking back, his invitation to join the guild had become a routine event for me. At that moment, she was sitting by the riverbank with a fish lying on the shore, nearly dead. And because he kept approaching me, I looked at the hand reaching out, so in the end, I did it. At that moment, she smiled and sighed, then took that hand. She reached out and took Ki-hyun's hand. Since joining the guild, John has remained silent like this. In front of her, her teammates were happily chatting and joking around. Yin and Hunzoon were still bickering as usual. You're really disappointing. What are you saying, you bastard? Woot tilted her head and asked Kai-hun, how is that situation going? He was surprised by the question, but answered anyway. Everything's fine now. She stands behind, watching the four people walk ahead into the sunset. She remains silent, as if unsure how to join them. Someone called her by name. It was Kai-hun, also known as John. What is you Siege calling for? Hurry up and come here after connecting with everyone there. John smiled. She casually stepped forward to join the four of them. At that moment, she felt like she had found where she truly belonged. In the azure stone dungeon, amidst towering moss-covered rocks, John was sitting on the head of a giant stone monster, while Kai-hyun was swinging her sword at it. And then the two of them looked at the fallen monster. Ki-hyun praised, well done. John patted her head as a sign of praise, and their usual relationship began to develop in a different direction. Under the blooming cherry blossoms, the two sat eating ice cream. John glanced coldly. Is he really eating while doing that? Does Kai-hyun think it's normal? It's delicious. The news from his phone keeps ringing. And news about the dungeons appearing in Suo. The government has reported new dungeons. She rests her chin on her hand as if deep in thought. The sound from the phone kept going, while John glanced at the person beside him. She looked at the young man attentively listening to the news sitting beside her. Recently, the number of fake awakeners disappearing in the dungeon has been increasing. Under the evening light and cherry blossoms, the two sit on the bench, with John's cheeks slightly flushed. Again, she placed her hand on her left chest, her heart pounding wildly, her hands resting on the chair while her mind wandered elsewhere. Just sitting next to him made her so restless. She reached up to fix her hair, feeling crazy. She closed her eyes, her mind in turmoil. Why was her heart pounding so fast just being near him? At this moment, Ki-hyun glanced at her, noticing John's cheeks turning red, and smiled affectionately at Chiu. His two fingers rested on her hand. John, after the dungeon raid tomorrow, his cheeks will also be a little red. Do you want to go somewhere? Just the two of us. John was slightly surprised, and her cheeks turned even redder than before. Then she also agreed, and I didn't realize at that moment that the news was still spreading. The authorities had found evidence that the murderer in the dungeon was an imposter. It's not the monster. People believe this is the work of a serial killer. Fake awakeners should stay alert. This is the end of my happiness. At this moment, the team had finished and was walking out together. Ki-hyun stretched and finished the raid. From now on, John was nervous as if burning with fire. Finally, our date time had come. Ki-hyun looks at her while she is panicked over the two words date. Someone appears out of nowhere. Excuse me. Everyone turns to look at him. He smiled and said, I come from the association and am investigating recent murders of fake awakeners, hoping for everyone's cooperation. Ki-hyun suddenly remembered the news he had seen before. So it's about the recent news. So you're also investigating inside the dungeon? That guy is clever. Yes, we are also conducting an investigation on the spot. John didn't feel happy inside right now. Why did it have to be today and not any other day? I just want to finish quickly and leave, wishing Kai-hyun a passionate date. So what can we do to help you? His expression turns dangerous. You don't need to do much. He reached out his hand directly at Kai Hun. He grabbed his collar to make the attack easier, but his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He reached out and touched the blade in front of him. "You managed to avoid my attack, huh? That's impressive." It was John who charged straight in. "Who are you, really?" He clenched his fist around the blade, guessing. Then he used that knife to attack her back. "I guess you can call Mu him." With a fierce gaze, an unforeseen misfortune struck. Ki Hoyun was terrified. "Watch out, he's attacking." But John managed to block in time. He laughed and said, "You're impressive." Hyun's face froze in shock. He couldn't believe he was able to counter those rapid attacks. Truly amazing. Yin also stood beside him, surprised. "I didn't know John was this skilled. But can Kai Hyun feel it right now? No. At first glance, it seems like a fair fight, but every move he makes is already ahead in every aspect. John is trying to fight back, but he can't. He's being overwhelmed. If this continues, I will die." He broke the sword in her hand, and his hand was about to stab straight at John. "Change of plan." He sneers maliciously and says, "Join my guild." "Are you here to join my guild?" he confirms. "That's right. You know I have a goal to accomplish. But a single tree doesn't make a forest. So I want to establish a guild, and I've already decided on its name." He said excitedly, "The Chaotic Guild, a place for the craziest people. You seem interesting too, qualified to join. How about it? If we build the guild together, what do you think?" He placed his hand on her shoulder as an invitation. Her eyes looked straight into his. "If I refuse," he paused for a moment, then his eyes turned terrifying. "Then you must die." Ki Hyun, who was stepping forward to attack from behind, strikes. "Who said so?" He charged forward with a weapon to strike him, but he dodged to another place to avoid the attack. Yin and Hunzun also attack him with their strength. He uses his arm to block. This is troublesome. Ki Hun stands in front to protect John. "John, are you okay?" She is watching from behind. "I'm fine, but that guy is really too dangerous. I'll hold them off so everyone can escape. Now go quickly." But he refused. "No, I won't let you fight alone. In the end, we are teammates." He heads toward Yeljin and Hunzun. Listen carefully. Hunzun and Jeonjin will stop him from using his skills, but that still might not be enough. The other guy remains calm as he fights back against their strength. Ki Hyun shouts, "You rush at him bravely, I'll distract him." But that guy gently raised his arm to stop Ki Hyun from questioning him. "Why did you kill the awakened ones?" That guy with his indifferent attitude, do I really need a reason to kill them? Same goes for you, kid. He throws a punch with all his strength, hitting straight into his stomach. You're really annoying. After a powerful punch, Ki Hyun's mouth was bleeding. He was mid-air, gripping his opponent's arms with both hands to clear the way for everyone. He loudly announced, "The opportunity is here. Until then, use invisibility magic to hide." John's figure has already charged straight at him, waiting for the right moment to strike. A long slash attack struck toward him. John landed, but the result stunned everyone here. There is a slash on his neck with red liquid flowing from it. John is annoyed. Damn it, the wound isn't deep enough, and he looks at his neck calmly. "Blood?" John calmly looked over, then she stepped closer to Kai Hun. "But what if we can't finish him off?" he reassured. "Don't worry, we still have Yu Zich. Do you remember? At this moment, you attacked him from behind, causing a huge explosion, and all that was left was black smoke. Usich's giant sword was stopped by just an old finger. He couldn't believe it either. He smirked, but his eyes were sinister. This bastard. I've played enough." At this moment in the darkness, John recalls being struck right on the neck. "Huh? I'm sure I just fought him. There's a wound near my eye." "Oh, right. I was hit on the back of the neck and lost consciousness, but are the other members of the guild safe?" As if realizing something, light is shining on her face. "Huh?" She's holding Ki-hyun, whose body is covered with long wounds. Ki-hyun? Ah, Ki-hyun is struggling to speak. "John, you're awake now." His body leans against her, and she's relieved that he's still alive. She still doesn't understand what's happening. What the hell is going on? "Your wounds are too deep." John is begging for help. "Hey guys, come here and help out." But her eyes suddenly darkened. In front of John are the bodies of his fallen comrades, ruthlessly taken, all lying motionless in the red water. Jeonjin and Yuik Hunjun. John was panicked. "What is happening?" A loud laugh echoed. "Oh, look at who's crying for their friends." Her eyes are full of hostility as she turns around and sees him behind her. John's tears fell down his face. "Did you kill them?" "I will never forgive you." She shouted, "I will kill you." But her arm was pulled back. Ka-hyun stopped her. "Don't, John. Run away." He gives her the necklace, knowing he's the only one left and that he will escape. With his body full of wounds, Ki-hyun forces himself to step past John. He reaches out to hold his injured arm. "Stay here and hold him back." John Trantru does not agree, but he shouts, "Go quickly." She bites her lip in pain. Then John runs away, while Kyun charges straight at him to fight. In reality, John's expression had darkened, and I escaped alone. I then tried to track him down, but in the end, I couldn't find any trace of that guy. So I want you to tell me the truth. You know him, right? I mean the leader of the Chaos Club? He looked up at the person in front of him, John's eyes like he was begging. Tell me. Another memory flashes back. In her previous life, Shu Hyun embraced her teammate amidst the flames, while a man stood far away. At that moment, your footsteps started to move. All right, it's fine. You at that time wielded a sword and charged straight at the leader of the Chaos Guild, a first-generation fake awakener. You fought him with your sword, and he smiled as he blocked your attack. There are shouts coming from another place right now. Please, I'm a huge fan of yours. Can I get your autograph? The one being chased is standing in front of the spotlight. Thank you, everyone. I'm afraid I can't sign for everyone due to limited time, but I'd be happy to take a photo with you. The reporter took the opportunity. Rumors say he forgot to donate all his earnings from this film. Is that true? He is a Chinese-American Hollywood actor. He ran his hand through his hair and smiled. Yes, that is the truth. He is Huang Runfeng. Huang Runfei is the leader of the Chaos Society. John's face darkened even more. Her eyes grew somber as the images of her fallen comrades appeared in her mind. That's right, so it is. John silently bows his head to the ground, but the images of those loved ones can never fade from her memory. So that guy is the leader of the Chaos Guild. John's tears have flowed long for the one who killed those important to me. She remembers Ki Hyun, the boy she has feelings for. John's expression turned serious. I can finally take my revenge. Her eyes are filled with hatred and anger. Soo-hyun stands up. Wait, don't tell me you have no plan and are just rushing at him. She sat quietly on the chair. Don't worry, I have my reasons for not acting. Even after learning his identity, she remained calm. I don't want to ruin everything just because I'm impulsive. Soo-hyun silently watched the person sitting there. John's hands are clenched tightly together. He says that, but it's hard for him to control himself. You sit down on the bed. Good. Huang Runpeng is an ordinary person who hides the fact that he is a fake awakener by using his transformation ability to operate in chaos. He's that cautious. At this moment, Runfeng is waving at the camera. Thank you. I hope everyone enjoys this movie and returns home safely. The people below keep shouting, please don't go, please don't go, as he stands behind the door and it gradually closes. He smiles. Finally, as the door closes, his true face of disgust is revealed. That's why the bugs are such a nuisance. So, provoking Huang Runpeng now that we know his identity was a bad idea. In the worst case, he might hide at the top of the test tower, so we need to act discreetly according to the plan. Our goal is to eliminate the Chaos Society. A knife was stabbed directly into their symbol. I placed my hands under my chin in the blue dungeon to block the Chaos attack. John silently listens. She and the Death Guild and their attack on their base. Elsewhere, footsteps are approaching while the people already present sit on the chairs. Are they here? The other person saw the two in front of him. Where is Y usually? A man replied, he hasn't arrived yet. Considering the situation, if even we can't contact him, he's probably in trouble. The woman sitting beside him looked happy and excited. That's good then. That big arrogant guy, I hate seeing his smug look. I don't need to see him anymore. That serious-looking man sitting next to you, what's the problem with that idiot? Atha might have revealed information about our group. She's looking at herself through her phone. Still, what can Kim Joo-hyun do? He's just a small fry. Someone warned us not to lower our guard. If they can take down Tha, it means they're pretty strong. She still has that arrogant look. I still don't think I will lose. She is the leader of the guild and the chaotic council officer Chloe Lai Mar River. And the person sitting next to him is the chaotic guild officer Mar River. Runfeng tied up his long hair. Chloe is right. He looked at himself through the big door. Unfortunately, we didn't kill Kim Soo-hyun, but it's not a big deal. We just need to handle it in our own way. His long hair was tied up and his eyes turned fierce, ready to kill anyone who dared to touch us. Chloe and Mar exchanged glances. What do you think now? Isn't he very excited? Under the bright city lights and tall buildings, he secretly feels happy and thrilled at the moment this glamorous metropolis collapses. The plane is flying through the clear blue sky and Hak-jun is sitting nervously. Soo-hyun asked me to come, so I did. He is sensing the atmosphere around him. Why are you so quiet? It's really awkward. I looked over at Zexjine. That uncle looked so intimidating that I didn't dare to start a conversation. Then he looked towards John, who also seemed difficult to approach. He sat with his chin resting on his hand, lost in thought. Moreover, what has he been staring at all this time? Soo-hyun over here is just looking straight at his phone. As expected, when looking at Hang's rescue from the agency, is this change due to the Green Dungeon in Busan? Fortunately, the future hasn't changed completely yet, but I still need to feel it. Hak Jun finally spoke up. Hey, I have a question. You look at him now. Yeah. What's going on? You're so naive. What are we doing in America? Did I not tell you yet that Soo-hyun suddenly stiffened? The blue dungeon has opened there. Hearing that, he seemed to be shaken. What? All you can hear on the plane now is screaming. So you're only telling me now about the blue dungeon? Everyone has already flown to America. He was trembling in amazement. So we are actually in America. Soo-hyun chuckled. You were just surprised, but it seems like coming here really excites you. He admits it, of course. This is the first time I've been on a plane and traveled abroad. He suddenly asked, have you ever been to America before? Soo-hyun almost let it slip that he had been to the afterlife before. I mean, he was spared. He then returned to his original purpose. Isn't the Green Dungeon the first dungeon in the world? This must be a hot topic. So why have I never heard about it before? You look at him, of course you wouldn't know. That's because America is keeping this information secret. They want to handle it in their own way. He guessed that there might be a dungeon explosion happening. You also admit it. The situation is a bit complicated. You're thinking of those cold-looking people who want to control the entire world. Simply put, America has the largest number of fake awakeners in the world, but most are below rank B, so they are considered quite useless. They are now trying to prove to other countries that they not only have quantity, but also quality. He sighed and said, I really can't understand. What if innocent people get hurt just because of their foolish pride? Then what are they going to do? Soo-hyun put her arm around him and also agreed. You're right, pride is quite unrealistic. It's been a while, hasn't it? Oh, isn't that Miss John? I heard you're going to America. What's going on? She smiled and said, It's a bit complicated, so I'll be direct. I want to discuss the Blue Dungeon. Thank you all for making the effort to come here. You're Soo-hyun, right? Nice to meet you. I'm a fan of yours. This is the leader of the medical guild, Robert Williams, Soon calmly thought to himself. Robert, he is known for his ambition to achieve many accomplishments. Even in the past as a fake awakener, should I bait him a little? John sat beside him and spoke. He can't speak English, so I will. Soo-hyun interrupted and said, I will get straight to the point. Please let me join the Green Dungeon raid. Hak-jun sat beside him in shock, thinking to himself, does this brother speak English? Robert hesitated for a moment, then replied somewhat awkwardly, I don't know how you found out about it, but honestly, this is a pretty unreasonable request. As you know, our country, the United States, has never sought help from foreign awakeners before, but this time is different because I approached you first. You seriously offered a share of the loot if he agreed. He was about to take a sip of tea but froze and looked horrified upon hearing that. Half of it? Kim Soo-hyun, sitting opposite, smiling like an angel, reaffirmed. Yes, you were not wrong. Robert began analyzing the situation internally. Yes, he's right. The spoils of an S-rank awakening are always worth a whole guild, and right now, our raid team is missing an S-rank. If our guild recruits Kim Soo-hyun, we could become heroes in America. But half of it still isn't enough. Robert then smiled slyly, raising his hand to his mouth as if hesitating. That's a proposal worth considering, but how would the Americans feel about it? Immediately, Soon understood and raised 2 fingers. I know that currently there are only 2 S-rank members in the American expedition team. This statement startled him. How do you know? Soon lowered his gaze with a penetrating look. With such a shortage of people, if the medical guild could bring back a level S, he would become a hero saving the entire country. Robert was stunned and fell backward. Who the hell is that kid? Can he read my thoughts? Hyunun continued with a slightly smug expression. Oh no, am I asking for too much? It seems like I've been making things difficult for you. Then he stood up reluctantly. Fine. I guess I'll ask another guild for help. Robert saw that and hurriedly sat up. Wait a moment. He forced a smile. It seems there was a misunderstanding. I will do as you said. Then he grimaced and shouted, no, that's not it. Hyunun thought it over again. But now that I think about it, splitting it in half is really a bit too little. So what about this? Is he hard to understand? You raise one finger with an innocent look. If any S-rank member from America can return, I will join this expedition for the medical guild for free. A moment later, his treacherous nature reappeared. But if not, transfer all the spoils and management rights of the medical guild to me. Robert broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, oh, Ho is really easy to fool. Then he, pretending to be a doctor, smiled ingratiatingly and rubbed his hands together. Taking a big risk, this will be very enjoyable. He hurried to get the contract. Let's quickly write up the contract. Miss John, you are the intermediary. When you're with Soo-hyun, you hold back your excitement. No, I can't smile. My mouth twitched and I had to raise my hand to cover it. Ever since I set up the bet, victory has been mine. It's only natural because I already knew the future. That's Soo-hwan's thought. As for Robert, he's overjoyed, thinking he's tricked you. Ha ha. Back in the day, at least one person should have returned. In short, Robert got played. After the contract was signed, time passed quickly, and 3 days before the green dungeon opened, Robert was pale and tense, staring at his phone screen. Why? Why hasn't anyone come back yet? Soon, just as I predicted, no S-rank awakener has returned. In the remaining 2 days, Runpeng and the others discussed among themselves. Chloe asked, "Will Kim Shu-hun participate in the expedition on behalf of the medical guild?" Max sneered and entered alone. The trembling man raised his glass proudly and commented, "It's getting more and more interesting. The last day to carry out the plan to eliminate the guild is here. After everyone is ready, the final decisive battle has begun." Meanwhile, deep in the forest in La, a man glanced at his watch and muttered, "I arrived earlier than expected." He turned back and asked, "Where is Kim Hun?" The person behind him replied, "He hasn't arrived yet." He sighed. People still say he's a genius. So curious. Suddenly, another voice spoke up. It seems your instincts have weakened. Jordan has to rely on a rookie like that." Jordan turned back in shock and exclaimed. Chloe looked serious as she reminded him. "She probably doesn't know. He's the only one to pass the level 10 challenge. Instead of makeup to hide your age, it's better to gather more information." "Oh," and she responded dismissively with a look of contempt. "Huh? Still, he's only a low-level awakener. Are you worried that the rookie will take your place?" "Jordan, haven't you heard? This dungeon requires at least 5 level S awakeners. We can't afford to be picky." Chloe pointed behind her with a confident look. "That's why my star guild brought a top mercenary here." "So that's M's name, I see." She chuckled again, playful. "Of course, they want to help me die." Jordan then stepped closer and patted M on the shoulder, asking, "That's a strange remark. Is she threatening you?" As long as their skills are good, it's no problem. Impressive. Auntie, when Chloe is called that way, her expression turns terrifying as she waves her hand to release a surge of power and warns sternly, "I haven't made myself clear? If you call me aunt again, I will kill you." Jordan quickly gathers fire to counterattack. He also showed a displeased expression. She was the one who provoked me first. Chloe's 2 powers clash with each other. The people outside are confused. Stop them. Are you crazy? You want to die if you try to stop them. Isn't this a serious matter? At this moment, Soo-hyun stepped between the crowd, apologizing as he pushed straight into the center of the 2 opposing forces. Chloe extended her claw, her terrifying and ugly expression, "I will break your bones." Jordan confidently challenged her. "You breaking my bones? If you're so capable, try it." A foe screams in fury, "That bastard!" Max stood behind, sighing helplessly, thinking that suddenly getting angry for no reason at all was pointless. If the plan didn't go as expected, it would be a big problem. So, I have to. At this moment, a voice rang out, causing all 3 to startle and stop. Stop. Soo-hyun stood there, coldly releasing his power, his sharp eyes looking ahead as a warning. "That's enough, both of you." Soo-hyun releases his power with a cold gaze as a warning. "That's enough, both of you. You came here to conquer the dungeon, but are acting like children. What kind of dignity do you have?" Jordan was overwhelmed by that power and thought in shock. What's with this overwhelming amount of mana? He spoke with tension. "You are the one who calmly introduced yourself. My name is Kim Soo-hyun. If you want to continue, I will join the battle, too." He quickly realized the situation and withdrew his magic power. "That's enough. I don't intend to fight you. We'll settle this with our hands here." Chloe and she are both shouting. "Who said we would stop?" M is standing behind, placing a hand on her shoulder to comfort her, saying, "No diao mio, stopping is the right thing to do. Calm down." "Is that how it is?" Chloe angrily turned away. You see, Mark followed, but didn't forget to glance back with a look of danger. Soo-hyun also quickly recognized the 2 others, Chloe and Mark River. Just like in the previous life, the most outstanding people have gathered here, but there's also a chance that the wild Runpeng might cause trouble. That guy has 2 options, either join the green dungeon like before, or prepare for unexpected situations and wait at the distant guild hall, which is also the headquarters of the Chaos Guild. I feel sorry for Pigeon, but if possible, I hope he chooses the first option. "Over here?" the little M asks. "You can feel it too, right?" Chloe replied coldly. "Yeah, that bastard has suppressed his magic on his own," she said through clenched teeth, full of anger. M's serious attitude explains why God was defeated. "We need to change our plan. We can deal with Jordan later, but Kim Soo-hyun must be handled first." "And Soo-hyun, you standing there?" Jordan called, "and this moment already made you smile. So let me introduce myself properly. I am Jordan, Vice President of the Maximum Guild." Kim Soo-hyun shook hands with him and reintroduced himself. "Very pleased to meet you. I am Kim Soo-hyun." He smiles kindly. Well, if possible, I want to conquer this dungeon without suffering major damage, so I'm counting on you. Suddenly he said, "You are underestimating this situation too much," which surprised Dan. What? Hi. Un looked back and explained that the blue dungeon isn't a place for him to worry about avoiding damage, but rather to think about how to survive and return. You are incredibly cautious. Don't worry about this, genius. Our raid team members are the best. I have bet my pride on this success. Soo-hyun watched as the other person scratched his head, thinking that his pride was the real issue. Suddenly, Hak-jun hurried over and called out, "Hey, I'm ready to set off." He looked at Jordan in amazement and exclaimed, "Is that the Jordan Rogers you were talking to? You have conquered the world's largest green dungeon. Wow, I didn't expect us to raid the dungeon together with someone like him, even a frost mage. This time it's the green dungeon, so I was a bit worried, but now I think we have nothing to worry about." Then he stretched out comfortably. Soo-hyun fell silent and asked, "You think so too?" Hak-run was startled and looked at you. Huh? Shu-hai-hun silently thought that they all didn't realize the danger of the green dungeon. At this moment, a voice called out, "Now we will begin the assault on the green dungeon." Soo-hyun immediately said, "Let's go." And then Jordan, at this moment, was standing in front of the portal, reaching his hand inside. Furthermore, this time there is also a terrorist attack by the Chaos Guild. If things keep going like this, the raid will fail, and the monsters inside will spill out and swallow this world. The second outbreak after Anang City. I have to stop it at all costs. Soo-hyun suddenly asked, "Hey, do you remember what I told you before we came here?" Of course I remember. Troubles always happen in dungeons that we never expect. And as soon as we enter the dungeon, the battle will begin. You just need to remember those two things. Yes, then after a while the portal gradually faded away. The system screen displays a challenge to escape the dungeon, find the designated exit, or survive for 10 days. There are moaning sounds, damn it, we almost can't escape, so running away will also be very difficult. Don't make a fuss over this little incident. You're ruining our atmosphere. Hey Chloe, where's that guy you brought along? Don't ask me, how would I know? Hak-jun, upon entering, looked around and then suddenly Jordan approached from behind and asked, "Hey, isn't Kim Shu-hyun the one who came with us?" Hak-jun, who just turned around and saw this, looked so pale with anxiety and stammered, I don't speak English. Please help me translate. But when did Soo-hyun, who was standing there just now, disappear? Huh, Mr. Soo-hyun. Jordan thought anxiously. As soon as we entered the dungeon, 2 people disappeared, and those who vanished were very strong. So our risk is even greater. Chloe also looked confused. Could it be because that anonymous man has disappeared? Maybe it's because Kim Soo-hyun, but no matter what, I don't have time to think anymore. He looked up at the sky where countless monsters were flying back and forth. Somewhere in the forest a figure is jumping and moving, but he senses that something is wrong. What's this? Someone's following me. It can't be Chloe or the boss. Jodan isn't this fast. In that case, I've thought it through. He lands on the ground with a thud. Come out now. Kim Shu-hai hurriedly responds. You land right behind and just sigh. You're faster than I thought. I almost lost you. Are you trying to question me again? What do you want? I was assigned to investigate this dungeon from the moment I was sent in. Soon chuckled softly. So you're probing. You mean assassination, right? Mar River. Hearing that, his face darkened and a murderous aura emanated from him. Hyun walks forward with his sword and continues. If we compare abilities, I hear that you're only second to Huang Runpeng, is that right? I want to see how good your skills are, he thought to himself while releasing a bit of magic. How does he know the boss's name? Does he even know about our plan? I need to calm down first. He might have gotten this information from Eon. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked again, Who are you, really? Soo-hyun looked surprised and exclaimed, Truly, you are worthy of being awakened as a death assassin. Your control over your emotions is impressive. Agent M warns, I don't know how much you figured out, but it doesn't matter because if you die, everything will end anyway. You can't catch me now. After saying that, he leapt away, moving like a streak of lightning, no longer visible. Shu-hyun thought, is this a skill that uses wind to envelop the body to increase strength? He suddenly charged through the swirling smoke, shouting, I will tear you apart. The assault team has entered the dungeon along with everyone else. Soo-hyun looked at him coldly and calmly. The main character transforms into a surge of power and charges down. You don't need to worry about being lonely because everyone will die anyway. Hyun gently raises his sword and declares, I'm sorry, but ever since I entered the dungeon, a clean slash like cutting sugarcane split the enemy in two, and they spat out a large amount of blood. Soon continues, but your terrible plan has already failed. On one side, everyone is still fighting the monsters. Oh, Chloe uses her ice power to create walls to block them, while Jordan seriously throws powerful fire fists. Hin was so amazed by the scene that she couldn't close her mouth. No, she couldn't believe it. Chloe is acting as a shield with her ice magic, while Jordan is wielding a spear with wind magic. The rest of the guild is also noteworthy. Those guys are too strong. He raised his weapon, ready to join the fight. A monster is jumping to attack from behind. Hawk quickly swings his sword, but he can't afford to lose to them. The monster was cut in half, and Jordan Dan quietly observed his actions, assessing the boy. With a little more training, he can become a powerful awakener. Then he stood among the corpses of monsters and spoke. The blue dungeon is easier than I thought. Chloe stepped closer in response. Isn't it obvious? Our team is the strongest in history, and that's no exaggeration. Jordan agrees. Yeah, you're right. There's no dungeon that a team of this size hasn't conquered yet. Suddenly she wore a sinister look. Oh, but I forgot to tell you this. He turned back with a puzzled look. What is she trying to ramble about? Lian interrupted. Sorry, but we will fail in this dungeon. This statement shocks Dan, making her slightly angry, and she immediately unleashes a surge of power. The crowd, panic-stricken amid the smoke and dust, shouted out, Mike, what is going on? I don't know. Suddenly this place exploded, and Hawk Jun was stabbing his sword into the ground, just breathing a sigh of relief, almost in danger, but luckily reacted in time. The crowd's chatter rises again. What on earth just happened? A new monster appeared? His eyes are sharp. Do not attack Jock Dan. This shockwave was caused by the collision of the powers of two S-rank awakeners. This explosion is a magic blast. Hey, Star Guild, help us carry the wounded. Stop just standing there and help these poor guys. But the Star Guild members just stood still, looking at them, then one of them stepped forward. All right, let me help you. As he finished speaking, the person calling for help was stabbed in the stomach by him. The Star Guild member sneered maliciously and announced, The plan begins. Then the Star Guild members rush in to attack the other participants. The chaotic screams echoing loud. Hack froze in front of this scene, looking extremely bewildered. What is going on? He grits his teeth in anger, then quickly swings his sword at the ambusher. Suddenly, a few others started targeting him. The alert leader warned, Don't underestimate him. Attack together. Jun was sweating profusely, wondering why the Star Guild suddenly launched an attack on us. Their relationship with the Maximum Guild might not be good, but this is a different matter. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, Suyun said the battle would start when we entered the dungeon. Did he say that because he predicted this would happen? Besides, I need to focus on surviving right now. Thinking then, he assumed a fighting stance, raised his sword to challenge, Come on! Meanwhile, Jordan was being attacked by Chloe's technique that turned his arm into ice. Damn it, I was too careless. I can't use my right hand anymore. Chloe may hate me, but she's not stupid enough to do something risky. She had planned this from the beginning? He was injured and couldn't help but wonder aloud. She wouldn't do this for personal revenge. What is she planning? Chloe? Chloe suddenly went berserk, unleashing her ice power. Ha! Self-defense? Of course you wouldn't know. It's not like I want to kill you or anything. Afa charged forward in fury. Jordan grits his teeth and struggles to hold on. Could I buy some more time? Yes, Jordan, she's right. After being injured, a long battle like this isn't for me. Luckily, when I think about the compatibility of our powers, I always have the upper hand. I only have one chance, and I will give it my all. After calculating, he also ignited the flames on his body. She charged at the incoming ice spikes while icy pillars rapidly rose from the ground. Jodanv raises his healthy hand, unleashing fiery power and growling, Take this attack, you cold-hearted bastard. I will burn you to death. The two forces collided with a huge shockwave. Chloe's body was engulfed in flames, but she smirked eerily. Jordan was startled and uneasy at that expression. No way. Chloe's body in front of him turned into ice, starting to crack into many pieces. From behind him, a hand reached out with a sinister voice. He. It seems like you just realized now. Dad, it's too late now. Jordan's body is almost completely frozen by her power. He was stunned and thought to himself, Damn it, is she deliberately deceiving me? Before the ice reached his head, he turned back and asked, Just tell me one thing. Even though we dislike each other, we're in the Blue Dungeon. Do you think your guild can break through this dungeon alone? Why are you so naive? Our goal is to ensure this raid fails. What do you mean? Our goal is to make sure the expedition fails, you idiot. Jordan Dan angrily shouted, Don't talk nonsense. Do you even know what you're saying? This is the Blue Dungeon. If we cause the expedition to fail and it erupts, do you know what will happen? There are no S-rank awakeners in the US right now. Since there's no information about the Blue Dungeon, support from other countries' awakeners will also be delayed. If the dungeon outbreak happens, shouting alone won't be enough. The worst case is that all of America will fall into chaos. If you like the spoils of war, I will give you everything. Think it over. He tried to speak quickly, but the ice had already reached his mouth. Meanwhile, Chloe clapped, showing her approval. Jordan really is different, explaining so well. I can already picture all those scenarios in my mind. Suddenly, she placed her finger on her chest and then slid it down, revealing a tattoo of a pair of wings. Geodan exclaimed in shock. That tattoo is a symbol of chaos. She lifts his chin with a sneer. What do you think? Pretty interesting, right? I wonder how many people will die. Jordan's face froze almost completely as she burst out laughing with delight. Ha ha, I like that look on your face. Did I hear wrong? What does she think a human life is? That's not a human, that's a monster. Facing her is Chloe's terrifying, grotesque face. I really like the look of despair. If I show you America in chaos, your expression will be even better. Jordan can only think that this is one monster. It can't be like this. Later, Chloe retracted that wave of power. All right, I've thought it through. I'll give you a chance. Not killing you this time. Remember to show me a better expression. Jordan turns to Ice there, silently praying that someone will stop this. Anyone. Please, someone. Stop the transmission and stay with Su Huan. He's rushing through the forest now. Over here, Chloe stands with her arms crossed, deep in thought. Judging by the situation, it seems we're almost done. She's watching the scene of the fighting between the two sides. Haun is standing with his sword raised towards his enemy, on high alert. Chloe then asks a nearby person, "Hey, where's the boss?" The guy responds, "I don't know. We haven't seen him yet. I can't hold it in anymore and shout for the boss. Everything is about to end. Come out here." Then he slapped his forehead in disbelief. This guy really is something. If I follow him just for fun, then his secrecy about his identity is quite troublesome. If something happens and the Chaos Group becomes the target, they will definitely hunt me down at the Star Guild first. There's no guarantee he won't abandon me at that moment. Should I leave after this mission? She was lost in thought when she heard footsteps coming from behind, and thinking it was an accomplice, felt annoyed. Turns out she was more late than I thought. That Mar River Kim Zoon guy is pretty strong, but the voice coming from behind startled her, making her tense up. Sorry for being late. I did my best, but it seems I arrived a bit too late. While Heijun and everyone else are fighting, a burst of blue energy radiates out. Chloe quickly unleashes her own power to stay alert. No way. Did he really defeat Mark River? No way. I've acknowledged his talent is quite strong, but the magic he revealed is too overwhelming. Shu Hyun facing him unleashes his magic power, with a cold, slightly contemptuous gaze. Chloe grits her teeth and snarls fiercely. Damn it, all of you, forget about the others. Kill Kim Shu Hyun first for me. The Star Guild guys reluctantly sigh. There's no other choice. Let's go. In front, Heijun is planting his sword into the ground, shattered but still imposing, his sharp gaze questioning. Who said you could leave? The others angrily looked back at him. That damn bastard. Over there, Chloe is using her ice technique. Soo Hyun still stood there, letting the ice flow over him before swinging his sword to strike. She clenched her teeth and raised her hand to try to block the attack. But your sword strike is too sharp. How could he pass through my barrier so easily? What is the boss doing? I can't defeat him alone. I don't want to admit it, but this guy is too strong. She is struggling to support him and doesn't understand why the boss hasn't appeared yet. Maybe he's waiting for the right moment. If so, I'll give him the opportunity. Then Chloe raised an enormous ice warrior and said, I admit you're strong, but this golem won't be as easy to destroy as the barrier just now. Before finishing her sentence, they all looked up in horror at the melting ice shards in the air. Soo-hyun had already rushed in and cut through it, calmly asking, Is that all you've got? Suddenly, Chloe grabs something and pulls it up proudly. Got you now. The two sides are fighting face to face. Soo-hyun swings his sword down from above, and she smirks smugly. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to fight a monster like you alone? The golem was shattered into many large pieces. Soo-hyun flew up after them, but it immediately reformed into another hand, gripping Soo-hyun tightly. At this moment, Chloe turned around and shouted, Boss! Act now, boss! She paused when she saw no one behind her, and the scene shifted to a large building in the city. That is the guild headquarters far away, where Junpeng is standing by the window, smirking in satisfaction that everything has gone according to his plan. Inside the dungeon, Chloe is wounded on her shoulder and shouting to the air, Sarge, come out and deal with him. I gave you the chance. Now it's your turn. Kim Soo-hyun is strong, but I'm sure we can kill him. This is the perfect opportunity. Where have you gone? Huang trembles violently. She stands in the silent space, speechless, then can't hold back her pain and coughs up blood, as if she has realized a truth. Ha Run Fing, that bastard, abandoned us, and tears fall down her face, showing her disappointment. Still controlled by that giant hand, she remains very calm. She bites her lip, sensing something, but then she uses her strength to break free from that hand and lands on the ground, just as she suspected. Huan Runfeng is not here and has returned to the guild headquarters. Far away, a tense man sits facing Junfeng. Boss, why haven't you carried out the plan? Why did you come back here? He simply calmly called out one word. Ah. When Jordan and Chloe were fighting, Run with a different form was also here at that time. He looked annoyed and thought, Jordan Rogers, right? With someone as renowned as him, this wouldn't be difficult and killing him wouldn't be any fun. Then he stretched. Suddenly a voice rang out causing him to stop. Enough, Chu-hyun is warning with his aura ahead. Name trembles with excitement. Ho ho, is that Kim Soo-hyun? He's better than Jordan. Suddenly his eyes grew tense. Ha, what kind of terrifying power is that? Kim Soo-hyun. I have a bad feeling. There's no need to take risks. It's pointless. Back in the present, Runfeng calmly said, I don't know. The man sitting opposite looked uneasy, thinking I don't know what he's thinking. What should we do now? The person opposite him was calmly smoking, expressionless, when suddenly someone hurriedly opened the door to report. We're in trouble. The man turned back and asked, Is there a problem? He looked bewildered. Yes. It's about the terrorism targeting countries other than the U.S. The associations of those countries have already caught the terrorists. Junfeng immediately recognized this with a serious expression, and the man was stunned and exclaimed, What do you mean? Are you saying the organizations know about our plan? And Runfeng burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha, now I understand. They know everything. He is extremely worried. Boss, now is the time to laugh. To laugh? This is not part of the plan. Now is not the time to stay calm. He immediately stood up and said, I've made my decision. The man couldn't hold back any longer and angrily questioned, What have you been rambling about all this time? But as soon as he finished speaking, Runfeng dashed past with a slash. He was stunned and tried to ask out loud, Why? He calmly stepped outside and said, I have a headache too. Forming a chaotic guild is quite fun. Runfeng finished dealing with the people outside, but because of them, my identity was exposed, so I have to hide here. Sorry, but I want to keep acting. He put on a sinister look. Cut back to the dungeon, shouts echoing. Jordan, wake up, Jordan. He snapped out of it, rubbing his head and asking, Where am I? Then shouted in panic, What about Chloe and Chloe? How did the raid go? The teammate reassured him, calming him down and saying it's over. What? The Star Guild members have been captured and chained up. Even Chloe Jordan finds it hard to believe. Clearly, we lost. Someone explained that Kim Soo-hyun came and saved everyone. If it weren't for him, we would all be dead, he asked, puzzled. What is Kim Soo-hyun doing? Over with Soo-hyun, you're trying to explain and soothe Hyun. Hyun, can you listen to me? As soon as I entered the dungeon, a suspicious guy jumped out. If I stopped to talk to him, he would run away. So I had no choice but to keep going, but he still scowled and turned his face away. Yeah, of course. Some of us blindly followed you and you left us behind here. It feels like we've been betrayed, Kim Soo-hyun forced a nervous, sweaty smile. I was about to continue comforting him when a voice called out from behind. Kim Soo-hyun. Seeing the person arrive, you immediately asked, Jordan, you're awake. How do you feel? Jordan then thought seriously. Kim Soo-hyun knows about the Chaos Guild's plan, but it doesn't matter. My arrogance led to this. Kim Soo-hyun, seeing that he didn't say anything, thought confusedly, What's going on? Why is the atmosphere suddenly so tense? Then he spoke up, Why are you looking at me like that? If you have something to say, just say it. He just said I have many things to say, but I think I should start with this. You saved us, and not just us. If it weren't for you, everyone in America would have died. We want to express our gratitude to the hero who saved the United States. Thank you for saving us, and for saving America. Soo-hwan was amazed and exclaimed inwardly. Considering his position and authority, setting aside his pride isn't easy. He's truly remarkable. You smile a bit awkwardly, thank you, but I feel a little embarrassed. Let's keep searching. Suddenly, a fully masked person appears, emitting a strange aura of power. Hunting prey confirmed. Soo-hyun has sensed this powerful presence, and his expression begins to tense up. The fake monster threw what was in his hand forward with great force. Soo-hyun exclaimed, Sorry, but I haven't saved America yet, along with you summoning the power of the Lam Fuang Hoang. Jordan asked confusedly, What do you mean? Soo-hyun created a blue flame in his hand and threw it at the fake monster soldier. I just saved now. The Crimson Phoenix flaps its wings angrily, and a huge explosion erupts in the sky, causing chaos among the others who struggle to hold their ground. What's happening on that ground over there? Soo-hyun then calmly said, I already told you not to worry about that. You should be concerned about the monsters coming back to life. Countless pairs of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness. You keep gathering chaos, they won't stay quiet for long. But most importantly, I'm talking about this green dungeon being quite dangerous. Immediately, a horde of ferocious monsters charged in. Shun jumps and strikes, decapitating the beast rushing forward. Jordan also quickly releases fire elemental magic, but due to exhaustion, he has to pause now and then, clutching his arm. Damn it, they keep advancing. Hyun, while fighting them, explained. The monsters inside the jungle dungeon have the advantage of numbers. At this moment, we need to launch a sweeping attack to burn them all clean, both of us working together towards a single goal, determination shining in our eyes. Hyun extended his hand, releasing a blue flame. Jordan Dan clenched his fist of fire, and the two powerful forces surged outward with immense strength. Heck looked impressed and said, "Wow, that's amazing. Thanks for the reminder." "All right, stay calm and keep your composure. Everyone prepare yourselves. We can handle those monsters." On the side where Chloe is restrained, a crow monster flies over. The fake soldier looks down and says, "They are very weak here." Immediately, a swarm of monsters rushes out with their mouths wide open, looking extremely terrifying. Jordan shouted. The monsters turned back now. "Wipe them out." Then he gritted his teeth and charged forward, ready to fight. But suddenly those monsters turned around and attacked the weaker ones. Gio Dan Huang Hot quickly looked back, and they ignored us. Could it be they are targeting the injured? Stop them quickly. Now those in the middle are being targeted, and screams of pain echo around. "Help me." One of them is sitting there unable to get up in time, just watching the giant monster open its mouth and charge at him. Am I going to die? At this moment, Shu Hyun jumps forward quickly and strikes the monster to save the person. His expression remains calm and cold. The fake monster soldier roars in anger, locking him up, and the man directly kills him. The monsters then charge towards Shu Hyun to attack, emitting dangerous magical auras. Shu Hyun stood there as if ready to face them, suddenly realizing something. A huge explosion then erupted, and thick dust covered everything around. After the smoke clears, Shu Hyun stands there, using the Kraken Frenzy skill. He calculated in his mind that he could withstand it with Graken's defense, but if this kept up, it wouldn't be good at all. Hazun hurriedly ran over to him. "Suyun, are you okay? Why did those monsters explode like that?" Suyun guesses that must be the boss's ability. He exclaims in surprise, "The boss? Do you know the boss?" The giant monster spirit user, he was stunned when he saw that from a corner and exclaimed, "He's not dead." Suhyun continued, "That is a boss of the beast system controlling animals, very intelligent, skilled in magic, and possesses many difficult-to-counter abilities. Honestly, the current situation doesn't look good at all. We need to protect the injured, prevent the Soul Network members from attacking again, and keep fighting these monsters non-stop. I will handle the boss. Once we take it down, the minions will naturally leave. Just hold on until then." Suhyun, as he was about to step past Jordan, was stopped by him. Jordan asked seriously, "Do you have nothing to say? If the boss really can control the monsters as you said, he would definitely focus his forces on you before you reach him. No matter how strong you are, killing him won't be that easy." Suhyun calmly turned back and replied, "Jordan, you called me a hero, didn't you? I've always hated it. That title is nothing but a burden to me. You know that. But when you and everyone else called me that, I felt a little happy. Then you smiled brightly. So it's time for me to become a true hero." Then Jordan scratched the back of his head and said, "I guess I can't say anything more, but I won't keep them for long." "Suhyun, all right, see you later," he muttered to himself in his heart. "Ha ha, I'm a bit embarrassed now. I thought I was the real hero of America. Looks like the hero is someone else after all." Suhyun rushes towards the group of monsters as the system screen appears. "It's your turn now." Your beer quickly flies out of the system screen. Immediately, the notifications sound out. You receive the blessing of the dragon god. Your speed is increasing. Your power is growing. Your magic power is increasing. Raise your sword and unleash a powerful energy into the sky. Countless sword slashes cut through with a blazing light, instantly sending numerous monsters flying. The fake giant soldier saw the scene and unleashed a wave of demonic energy that spread like sound waves across a vast space, then shouted, "The hunt begins here. Jordan has ordered us to continue attacking the humans." The monsters poured out in waves, and the fake giant soldier directed most of his strength at Su Hyun, giving the order. All remaining forces focused on hunting down that human. Shu Hyun swung his sword, splitting the monster in two, while simultaneously jumping into the air to dodge their attack. You land on a large branch, breathe a sigh of relief, and your beer buddy is eagerly in your hands. Halfway there, right? Under the giant monster's name, the fake soldiers are standing among the rushing monsters. Shu Hyun calculates again. "I think they are focusing their attack on me, but it seems there are about 200 to 300 of them. If I kill them all, I'll absorb too much power, so maybe I should distract them first." Luckily, I bought this earlier, and immediately several clones split off from me. Many Shuhyun are lined up on the branches. Just clone them and go, with all 4 Shuhyun jumping off in different directions. The fake monster soldier was stunned and exclaimed, "He increasing the number?" Namiya is still in your hands, confusedly shouting, "Ah, are there 4x Hyun?" I imagine being showered with lots of Yun Kung Trio coins at once. Wow, does that mean I'll get praised 4 times more than usual? The fake giant soldier was deep in thought, observing in all directions, wondering to himself which one was real. He couldn't tell them apart, so he decided to hunt them all down. Hyun rushing forward is blocked by some monsters. Should I trick them all? Then he decided to put Mia in front, and Mia quickly became excited and shouted, "Now it's my turn to roar." Then Mia opened her mouth and spat out a huge flame, burning the monsters blocking the way. Unun picks me up again, not forgetting to praise me. Well done. E excitedly shouted. The fake giant monster suddenly exclaimed, "Found it. Move forward." Immediately, the larger group of monsters charged at Soo-hyun. He quickly unleashed his power to attack the fake soldier monster. He stands behind the big tree to block them all. Soo-hyun frowns, thinking it seems he won't let himself escape easily. Then he swung his sword and charged at them again. Suddenly his body wavered slightly and he felt a bit dizzy. The snarling monsters charged with their magic. And immediately after, a massive explosion erupted, with smoke and flames billowing wildly. Later, the explosion subsided, leaving behind a gray haze. Soo-hwan carried Mia as they stood there in tense panic. Then he took Mia back to the system space, leaving the rest for us to handle. Soo-hyun walks forward alone, now facing a horde of monsters. His sharp, cold gaze declares, "Identify who is the hunter and who is the prey." After finishing, he grabbed his sword and charged forward, releasing his magic. Among the 7 difficulty levels, the difficulty of the Green Dungeon is rated at level 5. Based on the characteristics of the dungeon and its difficulty rating, this dungeon is one of the hardest blue dungeons. In the past, a dungeon explosion occurred due to a failed conquest mission, and only after collecting high-level false awakening methods from various countries around the world could they conquer the dungeon. As he charged into the fight, suddenly Soo-hyun's eyes flashed as if he had seen something. A monster had managed to bite into his chin, blood splattered, and his expression turned pale as he gritted his teeth in pain. Damn it, the fake monster soldier is still controlling the monsters, and immediately a magic explosion spreads around. Soo-hyun thought to himself, in other words, the chance of me successfully conquering this dungeon alone is almost 0. The fake monster soldier starts to step forward, his eyes shining brightly, looking down at Soo-hyun, who is unconscious on the ground. But in Soo-hyun's mind, he's rallying his spirits. No, I can't give up yet. Am I somehow lost in another world? This is my past life. Yeah, even back then I couldn't protect anything. Even after the Green Dungeon explosion in my previous life, I still failed to protect everyone. That made me start to wonder if I am capable enough to protect myself and why I am called a hero. From a certain perspective, just seeing the despair of people I don't even know, even when everyone is dying in front of me, I feel nothing. The only thing left is the responsibility to save the world. At that moment, he only had a blank expression and said, "Kim Jung. And cannot become a hero." In another place, Hyun was still with his eyes closed, as if sleeping soundly. Kim Soo-hyun, on the other hand, sees the images of his loved ones and comrades appear. However, with his current power, Soo-hyun suddenly opened his eyes, flames of strength burning in them. Not only that, his whole body seemed to erupt with new magic energy, as he began to stand up, radiating killing intent and energy with his bright eyes, determined to become a hero. Soo-hyun, standing up and rallying his spirit, an unyielding hero, "I will become a hero." At this moment, the system appears with a notification that health has been restored. The monstrous fake soldier was stunned and exclaimed, "You're back!" The system's healing speed increased. Soo-hyun raised his hand and looked at him with a questioning gaze. "Just now you called me prey, now you're telling me to go." Then he quickly moved to throw a punch upward. His physical abilities system increased at an incredible rate. That punch hit the fake monster's face, causing 2 streams of blood to spray from his nose. Soo-hyun's eyes turned cold as he pulled back his hand. The hunt was over. "It's my turn now. You stand ready to fight," the fake monster clutching his cracked mask and crying out trembling. "Hey, little one. Protect me." His voice echoed through the forest, like calling his subordinates to return and support. But after a moment of silence, there was no response to his command. How is this possible? There's no one left. On the rear flank, swords are striking down the last monster, with corpses scattered across the ground. Jordan raises his hand with a flickering flame, standing beside Haxrun, resting after the battle. Jordan smiled and said, "Don't underestimate these guys from Soo-hyun's side." He moved forward as he spoke, seeming to think there's no one left to protect them. The fake monster soldier hurriedly raised his hand, releasing a weak magic flow. "I don't want to die." He was immediately cut off by a slash that severed his other 2 hands. Shu Hyun was still in the motion of swinging his sword, with a cold gaze. The fake monster soldier looked stunned and said in disbelief, "Look, Shu Hyun is still pointing his sword forward, and even those who died at his hands feel the same way. Is it because this is my chance to make amends that both my sword and my mind feel lighter than ever before?" So Soo Hyun kept stabbing and slashing, finishing off the enemy. Then Soo Hyun sent a message to this body. "Kim Soo Hyun, thanks to you, I have atoned for my sins. I will never forget. This opportunity was the chance I was given." So Soo Hyun defeated the most renowned designer with a resounding victory. The scene shifts to another location, like the rooftop, where the fiery sky and lively chatter fill the air. She says this is the headquarters of the slaughterhouse, so why don't we attack it? That's right, we can't wait any longer. The enemy is right in front of us. Chairman John stands silently, looking down below. "Remember the last time I talked to Soo Hyun, I said, I have a request." She wondered what it was. "Soo Hyun, you already know I will assault the dungeon, and you will attack the Celestial Society, with only one of us facing Huang Runfeng. Your Reaper Society, attack the Celestial Society immediately after I leave the dungeon." Hearing this, John sneered coldly and said, "So you're still saying that after I told you what I did? Listen carefully, I will personally kill Huang Runfeng, and anyone who dares to stand in my way, I won't let them go, even if it's you." After giving her warning, she released her hand. Suin responded calmly, "I know you're very strong, but you can't defeat him alone. That guy has held power for a long time because he's a first-generation awakened. If Huang Runfeng appears at the Star Gathering, she and the Scythe Guild are likely to lose. I don't want her to lose something precious just because hatred blinds her." Returning to the present, John sighed helplessly, thinking this life didn't matter. But as Kim Soo Hyun had said, one member was now complaining. "Ha! Why is she acting so strangely today?" Someone else loses patience and raises their voice. "Jane, what are you saying?" Someone else reminds her to stop. She probably has her own reason. John continued to think, "I want everyone to survive." And at that moment, a corner of the tall building exploded violently. John's group stands on the rooftop of the building below, looking up in confusion. What's going on with the explosion? John's expression is confused and cautious. Could it be a trap? Who else might know? Is Hotin too a murderer? Next to the smoke and fire, Junfeng is standing in front of someone. The other person sat on the floor, trembling as they begged, Please, please, spare my life. Boss." But he has blazing eyes and a face as dark as a death god. The other person trembles and continues, "I promise I won't reveal your true identity to anyone. Please spare my life." John saw that scene. His eyes widened with outrage. That guy, that's Huang Runfeng. She grits her teeth as if she wants to rush forward and attack him immediately. And this Runfeng guy just sat down in front of the victim, smiling innocently and replying, "Ha ha, how can I believe that? And letting you go wouldn't be unfair to those who have fallen?" After saying that, he ruthlessly finished off the other person. He withdrew his hand. Runfeng just sighed and said, "Vroom. What a pity. From today the slaughterhouse will be disbanded. No one will decide anymore, right?" He stood there and asked, while everyone else was already lying scattered on the ground. At this moment, a loud shout came from behind Huang Runfeng. He turned around confusedly, only to be brushed by a surge of power. That was John's sword. She actually rushed forward to attack the opponent. Runfeng casually raised his hand to block, his sharp eyes questioning. "Who are you?" Then he kicked John hard in the stomach. She was violently kicked down, causing cracks to appear on the ground, but John quickly got back up with a look of hatred that I had been waiting for a long time. Junfeng felt confused, probably still didn't realize who she was. John's body changed, and he hissed fiercely, "I will kill you at all costs." "Huang Runfeng," the name was shouted. Runfeng furrowed his brow and looked coldly at the opponent before calmly asking again, "Who are you?" Over here, Soo Hyun is sitting and holding Mia while clutching a piece of crystal. He marvels, who would have thought that this guy would hide something like that on him. Give this to the old man, he will really like it. Bia also blinked her eyes brightly and exclaimed. Suddenly it opened its mouth and snapped at the gem with incredible speed. Soo Hyun was startled and couldn't stop it, then panicked and shouted, "Mia, Mia, you can't eat that." Later, everyone arrived at his place, all with looks of disbelief. No, it can't be. He really did it. "Hey!" Soo Hyun is angrily opening Mia's mouth. Spit it out quickly." "Jordan, did he really defeat those bastards by himself?" Hun called out to get Soo Hyun's attention. "Sunin, we're here now. Only then did you realize, turn around and reply, 'Well done.'" "You too, Jordan." Jordan laughed happily. I didn't think you could actually catch the mastermind here." Soo Hyun confidently replied, "I've heard you're a hero of America, so what I do isn't surprising." Anyway, we need to find an escape route to settle things here. Hake-Run said, "We found it. What does that make you wonder?" He agrees, saying that while chasing the suddenly fleeing monsters, we managed to find their location and an escape route. That's also why it took us a little time to get here. Sugyun just said, "Then let's move quickly." He then turned toward us, saying we need to quickly take the trash we caught back to the guild. Jordan agrees, it would be great if we could just kill these bastards and be done with it. But that's impossible. We need to bring them back so we can find out what really happened. Suddenly, Shu Hyun continued, "And also, you can cover the medical expenses for the association." "For me?" Jordan laughed loudly at that. "You're really quite a cheerful person. Over here, Robert is extremely angry, grinding his teeth and shouting." "Damn it, my credit," Suwon just told Jordan. "At first I didn't plan to take it, but I really don't like his scheming ways." Jordan reluctantly pats your shoulder. "I will also give you my share of the credit after all. Claiming that you handled this dungeon on your own isn't an exaggeration." Hyun asked seriously, "Can I ask for a favor in return?" Making him wonder, "A favor?" I replied, "Yes, there's still one more person who needs help." "You're talking about John. She's currently attacking Junfeng. John is here in a furious attack on the enemy, while Junfeng dodges and responds. Hey, what kind of assassin can't even hide their emotions?" But she didn't reply, only attacking more fiercely. This guy keeps going, but the way she immediately attacked and her intense emotions, finally, after all the dodging, he starts throwing punches and even questions. "You know who I am, right?" With each punch, a dark veil was shattered, but John swiftly moved behind him, while Runfeng raised his hand to block and looked annoyed. "Tch," he muttered as he jumped back to dodge. Annoyed, this really is a troublesome skill. They can move swiftly through the darkness, and like black mist, John continuously rushes to attack Runfeng suddenly. The strikes aimed to break everything. Runfeng dodged and analyzed at the same time, and her power was increasing rapidly. In this situation, the only thing that made me feel at ease was her anger, which made it easier to predict her actions. Should I tease him a little? After calculating, he started to grin mockingly, sneering. "Well, now, calm down a bit. It seems you really hate me, huh?" "If that's not the case, shouldn't I also know who you are?" John continued to wave his knife and shouted, "Die!" Junfeng suddenly covered his eyes, appearing calm. "Hey, don't be like that. Who knows, maybe I'll realize who you are from your reaction." So, does this look like the face she saw before? Just like that, Runfeng transforms into a different appearance. John, seeing this, became even more furious, grinding his teeth and growling. "You bastard, you keep attacking your enemies recklessly. Do you plan to tease me until I die?" Junfeng leans back to dodge. Isn't it this one?" Then it transforms into someone else. "So what about this one?" "You guessed wrong again." John kept attacking nonstop, while Junfeng kept changing into different forms. "Is this it? Maybe this one isn't it either. So what about this?" Suddenly John froze at this new transformation of his. Runfeng saw that expression and immediately wore a smug look. "Ha ha, that's exactly right." Baba E's rage seems to have reached its peak, his whole body turning dark, grinding his teeth and shouting, "Huang Runfeng, I will kill you." Then she rushed forward, but he remained standing still, puzzled and wondering. But this face has done so many things that I can't remember them all. "So you really want to kill me, huh? Are you so unaware that your skill usage time is almost up?" After saying that, Junfeng punched John really hard. Luckily, she caught the blow with both hands, and he suddenly burst out laughing so hard that he doubled over. "Ha ha ha!" Amidst John's bewilderment, he continued, "Now I remember, it's this guy, right?" Immediately, a tear rolled down her eye, and in that gaze was a boy. "Junfeng has become that person." John stammered, "Kiki Hun, it's you." Suddenly her knees buckled, and the man named Runfeng standing there realized that reaction must be correct. He took out his phone, examining her face as if recalling. "Yes, this one is quite troublesome. If I remember correctly, there were 3 others at that time, right?" "That's right. She was unconscious then." Tears streamed down John's face when suddenly a voice called out, "John, it's over." The image shows a short-haired girl urging John to get up, please. Junfeng then transforms into someone else, followed by this person. John's burly teammate rushes forward shouting, "You can't beat me." Then a red-haired young man shouted, "What the hell, die?" John, trembling, begged to stop. "Stop. Please stop." A desperate look on his face screams out that those are not the people who deserve to be mocked by a scoundrel like you. The trembling man continues, "Ha ha ha, now this is the real highlight. This is the person you need to look at carefully. He has transformed into someone else, tears streaming down as he pleads. Please let that person kneel before John's shock. Please forgive only me. John, stop. You can kill me too. Please save John." After the scene, Junfeng laughs like crazy. "Ha ha ha, he's really pathetic. You should have seen the moment I killed him." John was then psychologically overwhelmed by Junfeng, who laughed hysterically while wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. Ha ha ha, look at that face, I like it. That's why I can't give up acting. Then suddenly I sat down in front of Aiba. I have to kill you because you already know my true identity. But surely Kim Soo-hyun also knows me, so why don't you join me in killing Kim Soo-hyun? That idiot is dead, we'll start a new gang. Junfei keeps bothering us. Join my gang and you'll see your lover and won't be able to die, right? John's pale expression is because he's so immersed in his role, isn't it? Huang Runfeng missed something that John could also act out. Turns out, those earlier emotions were also just John acting. She quietly drew her sword from within the system screen and whispered to herself, "Come closer." Junfeng is still happily asking, "What do you think?" She is still waiting for the right moment a little longer. That's right. Now immediately John's eyes flash with a bright light and she rushes forward to attack Runfeng once again. This time he is truly startled and panicked. Her sword strikes forward. Pijion's plan is perfect. She controls her emotions even when she is very angry and furious. She pretended to carry out her plan, but also overlooked a moment of reflection, memories, and the past. And that familiar face appeared before John's eyes. The sword was about to strike at Junfeng's neck, but the hesitation caused the blade to stop right at his throat. Junfeng then had the chance to unleash his magic, grit his teeth, and was rejected again. Then a stream of fresh blood splattered into the air as he swung his blade at John. Meanwhile, outside, the large building is still engulfed in flames and murmurs can be heard. What the hell happened? Some terrorist must have caused this. Terrorist? Could it be a terrorist? A member of John's team asked nervously, "Shouldn't we go with John?" The scarred person confidently reassures, "No, she will do fine." "Evacuate the civilians first." Suddenly, a voice called out. "The Death Society?" That person turned around in shock. "Jordan Roger." "Yeah." "Why are you all here?" Jordan stepped forward as he responded. "Kim Joo-hun told us to come here. He said we should cooperate with you and evacuate the civilians inside this building." The scarred man asked, "Kim Soo-hyun? But why can't I see him anywhere?" He looked around and replied, "Oh, it must be something urgent." He went into the building first. Inside here, the worm Feng Sachjon lifts him up, looking excited. "Oh wow, this is fun. You're the first person to fight me for so long." But it's a waste of time. He chokes her and releases a burst of power to finish her off, so let's end it here. At this critical moment, Soo-hyun appears, grabbing Junfeng's head and smashing it into the ground, causing a shockwave to erupt. Dust and smoke billow everywhere. Soo-hyun gently laid John down and said, "I will keep my promise. Don't worry." Junfeng's name, as if he recognized you, laughed loudly. "Haha, you're Kim Joo-byu?" "Revealing yourself in front of me, I have many questions to ask you," Hyun said calmly as he drew his sword. "Really? I also want to ask you many things. Do you feel happy, playing the role of someone else to deceive people, pretending to be a loved one of another person?" He humiliates, looks down on them, and kills to satisfy himself. The trembling man transforms back to his true form and quietly gazes at you. Soo-hyun, with a face full of rage, shouted out, "Are you happy?" This guy still nonchalantly shrugged and replied, "I wonder what you're talking about. The excitement will fade over time." Suddenly, his expression changed to a crazed, ugly look, but the best part was that I never got tired of it. Soo-hyun then assumed an excited fighting stance. "I can give you that too." Runfeng saw that power was starting to falter. Soo-hyun swept past him with a sword thrust through his chest. "You turn back with a cold gaze. The thrill I give you will be much more enjoyable than your game." Runfeng looked down in disbelief at the blood spurting from his side. His body must have buckled halfway, as if overwhelmed with rage. He quickly unleashed his power and shouted, "You!" Runfeng decided to transform. Two horns grew from his temples, primal spots covered his face, and large leathery wings sprouted from his back, eventually turning him into a bizarre, ugly dragon. He charged at Soo-hyun as he shouted, "I will tear you to pieces." Seeing the wide-open mouth coming at him, Soo-hyun thought it was a dragon energy, a skill that transforms people into dragons, considered one of the strongest skills in the history of awakening. Then the weapon in Soo-hwan's hand emits a stream of blue flames. "That must be the reason for your arrogance. Even so, you only achieved it by luck." With that, he swung his blade down on Junfeng's body. Junfeng still kept his mouth open and roared. He suddenly struck Hun with a powerful kick to the chest. At that moment, the Lamb Phoenix burst out from the surge of energy. Runfeng laughed mockingly, saying, "Ha ha ha, hey, who are you trying to impress with fire in front of?" He said, then bit Lam Fuang Huang into his mouth. Hai Unun stood there and asked, "Not hot enough?" Runfeng boasts. "Okay, I will show you what real heat feels like. Watch. Here." Then he also started to emit a golden flame, the fire of a dragon, a large blaze spewing from Runfeng's mouth. At this moment, Soo-hyun called Mia from the space, and she responded with a shout, telling him to show the true fire dragon. She quickly took a deep breath, then opened her mouth wide and spat out a faster and more powerful flame. Two streams of fire collide, causing a massive explosion. Runfeng muttered in disbelief. There's no way that small dragon could blow away his flames. Then suddenly Mia flew back and clung to Soo-hyun's back, complaining that he was bothering her. It's okay, little one, you can go in now. Then bring Mia back. The system appears, and you have received the blessing of the Dragon King. Hyun unleashes his power, raising his sword to ensure Mia always follows his will. Runfeng suddenly lunged forward to attack. You shouldn't be so careless. Hyun, as if waiting for this moment, slightly smirked, and the energy emanating from him grew even denser. He smiled back and said, "Well, I didn't think so." That strike of his sword cut open a dragon's belly of the trembling one. But he is not weak either. He raised one leg and slammed it down onto the ground, causing cracks and splinters. Dust and smoke rose up, and moments later countless cuts appeared all over his body. The trembling man thought to himself in disbelief, no way. So, the person in the Kai Longahan state is losing to Kim Soo-hwan? Is the discomfort I felt earlier actually fear? Suddenly he sneered and smirked, then tilted his head back and shouted to the sky. Don't make me laugh, the Ki Long Han is the strongest. Soo-hyun's aura of magic is still growing thicker. Counter him, I will let you know one thing. The reason I leave you alone even though I know your identity is because I can surpass the trial tower at any time. It means I can kill someone like you whenever I want. Just one more slash and your body will be cut in half. He opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of blood. Outside, the Jordan group was stunned and shouted, "Look over there, Jordan. He can't believe it. What's going on up there?" A clean cut sliced through the corner of the building like cutting a cake. It is now collapsing dangerously. Joan hurriedly organizes the evacuation as the building is collapsing. Up on the rooftop, Hyun stands trembling in place, having returned to his human form and collapsed on the ground. He struggles to move due to the pain but tries to ask a question. "Why did you do this to me? Do you also have a score to settle with me?" Hyun simply replied coldly, "I just don't like you." Suddenly, John also appeared at this moment. Soon turned back and said, "I think the final preparations are complete now." The girl stood there with a cold and furious expression, holding two weapons in her hands. Runfeng still looked confused and asked, "What?" Hyun just explained, "I really want to kill you myself, but unfortunately, I already promised I won't. Luckily, I won't lift a finger from now on." He asked again, "Are you all right?" Suin sat down with a warning look. "If you beat Pawn, I won't do anything even if you run away. But if you run now, you know what will happen." His eyes turn a mysterious shade of green. Junfeng then let out a strange laugh. "Hey. Then he stood up straight and said, "Don't change your mind." "Ha ha, I thought this was the end." He transformed into a different face, laughing maniacally. Thanks to him, I was right. Runfeng punches forward to attack John. Saving her was definitely the right choice. This guy was so confident that the stupid woman wouldn't be able to attack such a familiar face. But before the strike could land, John swung his knife up to block. Those are countless slashes that left him panicked. What the hell? "Are you not hesitating at all?" John shouted as he rushed forward. "You have no idea how long I've waited for this day. One decisive battle is more than enough." Suddenly, he grabbed her wrist. "I think you're misunderstanding something. I can also fight you normally." She raised her hand to block the attack, struggling a bit, but then quickly regained her composure and kicked back at Junfeng. The fight continued back and forth for a while. Hyun sits and watches, assessing that Hoang Runhing is superior in ability. Little Mia, sitting on his head, lets out a cry. John grits his teeth, struggling to block Junfeng's attacks. Mia stares intently at that scene. Then suddenly I released a surge of magic power. John was stunned as he felt the force flooding into his body. Junfeng's face turned serious, and John quickly absorbed the power before rushing to attack. He swiftly moved past him, leaving a deep gash on his face. Junfeng turned back, frowning in annoyance as he looked at Soo-hyun. "This kid," Mia is lying comfortably on top of Soo-hyun's head. You just deny with a smile. "Misunderstanding, that's not on me, but do you still have time to glare at us?" Runfeng was startled and turned around just in time to see John's sword swipe past. He bent down to dodge and then quickly stepped back to avoid the attack. "I need to create some distance from her first." John suddenly appears and stabs down, delivering a powerful slash from Runfeng's shoulder to his stomach. Her eyes full of determination, she believes she can do it. Like a burst of adrenaline, John keeps pushing back the opponent. Finally, when the time was right, John swung with all his might at Runfi, so she didn't stop and continued to strike again. Wait. John's eyes were cold as if determined to end the opponent. The image of his comrades appeared alongside Kyun's gentle features, fueling her resolve even more. Runfeng was sweating coldly. barely able to hold on. The knife was embedded in his hand, blood spurting out, and he continued to speak. "Stop! Stop! This is not what I wanted," the trembling bastard screamed in madness. "I told you to stop, you damn insect." A second later, John chopped it, its head flying into the air and its body collapsing to the ground. He has been dealt with by John in the most deserved way. John stands tall amidst the thick smoke. She kept gasping for breath, her face pale and clammy. John suddenly collapsed to the ground, his hair wildly tousled in the wind. Soon was a bit surprised to see this, and on the ground was a turquoise pendant. He picked it up and handed it to the girl, praising her. "You did well." Soo-hyun looked at her with a very focused gaze, but John remained silent. Suddenly, a tear streamed down the girl's face as John clenched the necklace in his hand and cried like rain. Soo-hyun was momentarily at a loss for what to do, bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, then quickly turned and walked away. "I should stay away for a bit." Suddenly he felt the ground shake and his whole body was about to collapse. Soo-hyun muttered to himself, "Damn it, I'm so exhausted." The system now shows a fatigue level of 97. Then everything was quickly resolved. A major guild in the United States called the Star Guild was actually a criminal organization. They killed fake awakeners in the name of the Chaos Guild. Thanks to Jordan and the Death Guild, the truth about the Chaos Guild has been exposed. Chloe and the other members of the guild were captured inside the Green Dungeon and handed over to the American Association for processing. Additionally, there are reports that remnants of other guilds and businesses that collaborated with the Chaos Guild still exist, and those involved are under investigation. But the scope of the Chaos Guild is larger than expected, and the investigators are reportedly facing significant difficulties due to lack of information. Recent reports revealed that the Chinese Hollywood star Huang Junfeng is actually the leader of the Chaos Guild. Chloe, a member of the Chaos Guild and also the leader of the Star Guild, confessed to all of Huang Junfeng's crimes, causing a huge shock. He used disguise skills to participate in dungeon raids and kill countless illusionists. Then he donated part of his assets to the families of the victims. Watching this, Do-ho turned off the TV and cursed. "Damn it, he's really not human." Yun-sun wondered, how could someone do something like that? Suddenly, Hak-jun looked into Soo-hyun's room and said, "So even when we're in the dungeon, he already knew everything, right?" Do-ho replied, "Maybe so. This kid said that if anything happened, he would let us know, but he's always bearing everything alone." He sighed softly and stood there, lost in thought. Hak-jun felt a bit tense, and the atmosphere grew heavy. What should he do? He suddenly saw a fountain pen on the table and had an idea. Hak-run took the pen into the room and drew on Joo-hyun's face, shouting in frustration. Seeing this, Yun-chun shouted, "Hey, Hak-jun! What are you doing?" and ran over to pinch his chuck. Hak-run yelled in a distorted voice. "This is so annoying, he won't tell us anything at all. Is that right, Do-ho?" Do-ho enters the room, his gaze pausing for a moment before grabbing the brush from Hae-run and enthusiastically drawing on Soo-hyun's face. Yun-sun, voice full of helplessness, says, "You too?" Do-ho stopped, but it seemed no one was listening to me. He chuckled happily. "Yeah, no matter how skilled he is, he can't stop us from drawing on his face." Hak-run agrees, "Ha ha, truly a masterpiece." Yun-sun saw the two causing chaos and punched each of them, then both turned and said in unison, "Sorry, Thang." Do-ho huffily sighed, a hint of annoyance in his voice. He's always trying to take on too much himself. "Fine, I don't care. Let's go eat. Hak-run, be good and listen." "Yes, let's go." Soo-hyun was left alone in the room, his face covered with stupid-looking words. The hero king of demons overdid it. Suddenly, a strange black aura appeared in the room. John silently appears. She looks at him with a cold gaze and asks, "Is that you?" A few days ago, an employee handed her a stack of documents. "John, look at this," she exclaimed after reviewing it. "This is the list of remaining members of the Chaos Society that you sent. And today, John is here." She looked at Ex-hyun and asked, "So you're doing this so we can take revenge with our own hands? Because even if the American Association catches them, at most, they will just sit in prison." John bowed his head and sighed. "Oh my God, where did you get this information? I still have many questions for you." She looked at the young man lying still on the bed, his face covered with funny words. John couldn't help but smile and said, "But I have something else to tell you today. So this time I will let you go." She picked up the pen and added a few words before John quickly left. "See you later. Goodbye." The black aura quickly disappears through the window and a voice echoes in the space. "See you next time." Soo-hwan remains peacefully asleep, a character for gratitude written on his face by John. The scene shifts to a helicopter slowly descending and landing on the roof of the Golden Tower. A couple sitting at a dining table on the rooftop. The scene is very romantic. The man asks, "How is it? Do you enjoy drinking somewhere so high up?" Aslan gently shakes his glass and replies, "What do you mean by that?" Alcohol is always the same, dull and boring. She looked up at the starry sky and said, "But technology is really amazing. Even though it's noisy outside, inside this place, there's no vibration or sound at all." The man cut a piece of steak and smiled, saying, "Well, we've used a lot of stone after all, so of course it has to be like that. Maybe about 10% of all the stones in the United States are used for this building." Hearing that, Aslan silently thought it was a real waste of money. After finishing the steak, Golden placed the plate of food in front of her. She suddenly asked, "So are you really planning to hold it?" "You know as well, Aslan. I always thought I was the strongest, but the world doesn't see it that way because there are too many heroes with fake S-rank awakening titles, and depending on their achievements, they are praised as the best." Golden rests his chin on his hand and gently smiles. "In this small world, there are too many heroes, so through this ranking tournament, I will show them that I, Golden Lohan, am the strongest." Inside the illusion, Suhyun is practicing combat skills while Mia sits on his shoulder, spewing fire loudly. Suhyun kicked the monster's head and charged forward. It's finally over. He stands before a strange object with a very unusual structure. The challenge tower on the 30th floor has a surprisingly simple goal: destroy the heart hidden inside the Ouroborons. However, the Ouroborons are too large, and it took about a year because these obstacles are that big. Shushin patted the beast's head. "And thanks to that, Mia has grown a bit more. Good job." The little monster looked satisfied and let out a happy cry. The elder once said that Ouroboros' heart is a crystal containing all the power it has accumulated throughout its life. A source of pure energy. Take it and consume it. He smiles comfortably, encouraging. "If you can, just do it. Sun will raise his sword soon, and he will finally be rewarded for the 6 months he endured." He plunged his sword deeply into Ouroboros' heart, and from the point of penetration, a terrifying aura burst out, rapidly filling the space. The system reports that the current mana amount has increased by 1 and continues to rise rapidly. Suhyun presses the sword in his hand harder to drive it deeper. He tries to remind himself not to lose his mind as the anger surges like a thick fog covering the space, causing Suhyun's pupils to dilate to the limit. "The system keeps notifying me of the increasing mana. From now on, I will become stronger." Suhyun looks up at the system display. Current mana is 81, level 8. He was filled with joy inside as his current mana and final mana level finally reached 8. The difference between 7 and 8 is huge. The result is well deserved after 6 wins in a row. I want to quickly test my new strength, but there's no need to rush. With a 100% completion rate, do you want to end this challenge? At this moment, the system announces that you have earned 50,000 achievement points. Suhy reminds herself to prepare for the next step. The system keeps sending messages. You have achieved the highest completion rate. You have successfully completed the 30th floor challenge with perfection. Your stamina has increased by 1. Your achievement ranking is being calculated. You are currently in first place. On the first day of the month, the world became chaotic for 2 reasons. The first was the dizzying rate at which dungeons appeared. Compared to last year, dungeons appeared exponentially everywhere, spreading theories about an apocalyptic day caused by these dungeons. Not only that, reports of violence began to surface, causing anxiety and unease among the people. However, this incident quickly faded away due to the second issue, the strongest fake awakener who is also the richest person in the world. An event led by Golden Lohan. Golden sat calmly in the chair and said, "I will inform all S-rank pretenders around the world." He tapped the armrest rhythmically. "I don't like being grouped with you just because we're all S-rank, so I want to prove it to the world. No, there's no need to drag this out." Golden confidently declared, "I am the strongest. If you want to complain, then fight in a ranking match." So this video was uploaded by him to a social media platform and reached 100 million views in just 1 day, drawing attention to the actions of the S-rank awakener. Furthermore, S-rank awakeners all react differently. They started heading towards the Golden Tower. Despite the challenge from the strongest and wealthiest fake awakener in the world, a fake awakener from China named Vuong Vu appeared. He exclaimed, "How arrogant to claim he's the strongest. Do some come here out of boredom, others for fame and fortune, or for other reasons?" And soon as well, at Boom Troll Coffee, a sudden shout rang out. "What?" Duho stood up suddenly and asked, "Are you going to join the ranking match?" "Yes." Seeing Duho's stunned face, he asked, "What's so shocking about that?" He stammered, It seems like the appropriate reaction. I just sat down, crossed my arms, and said, "Anyway, it's really surprising. I didn't expect you to be interested in these events." Suhyun laughed heartily. "I need the prize to secure a better future." Duho rubbed his head and exclaimed, "You can't act without thinking. You must have an MBTI assessment. Soo-hyun chuckled awkwardly. I see, he thought to himself. There are 2 reasons why he's participating in the ranked match. First, I need adamantium to forge the banmung. It's the best metal for conducting mana, strength, and durability. The only way to get it right now is through a ranked match. And the other reason, just as I was thinking that, suddenly there was a loud call outside the door. Hey guys! Hak Run charged in like a tornado, shouting loudly, I've passed the S-rank test. Everyone in the shop looked at him with a what the hell are you doing kind of look. Hakjun also realized his rudeness and immediately bowed his head, saying, Sorry. Duho looked at Hazun's clumsy appearance and asked Shu Hyun, Are you really planning to take him along? He replied, I was going to let him go with us to gain more combat experience against other talents, but maybe I should leave it for another time. Hearing this from him, Hakjun asked, Where are you taking me? Duho checked his phone and exclaimed, Wait a minute, it starts in 3 days. Soo Hyun reassures him, It's okay, there's still time. Go and train yourself. Hearing their conversation, Hakjun didn't understand anything. He looked at his 2 friends and asked what was going on. Duho suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him away, sternly saying, Let's go. Hak Run nervously shouted, Wait, explain what's going on. Suddenly Duho paused for a moment, then turned and asked, Asun, you're going to win. That's right. Soo-hyun looked at his teammate with a confident gaze and replied, Of course. The scene shifts to a clear sky filled with thick, brilliant white clouds. The golden tower rises above the clouds, standing tall in the vast sky. A private jet is slowly approaching. There are many fake awakeners gathered at the foot of the tower right now, and the crowd, including reporters, is extremely dense. Journalist Haina sighed, Oh, there are so many people. Of course, this is a contest to determine who is the superior among the pretenders, and calling it a festival isn't wrong. Anyway, show me the photos you took. Hana held her camera and replied, Yes, they haven't arrived yet, but the lineup is truly impressive. The first photo is of Wangwu from China, Elena, Anne from Russia, and Elle from your team. She asked her colleague, Do you want to bet on who will win? The team replied, Sure, the loser has to buy the winner whiskey. I'll bet on Golden Lohan. Hana let out a sigh and said, I was just about to say that. She rubbed her chin and pondered, Then I guess I can't help but laugh out loud. What is she thinking? Even if they are S-rank, who could possibly beat Golden? Suddenly, the awakened rushed to the entrance. Hana asked in surprise, Why is everyone gathering at the entrance all of a sudden? She heard someone ahead exclaim, Are you sure? The person next to him replied, Yes, I'm certain. Kim X-hun is here. Hana froze upon hearing this, her heart trembling intensely. At this moment, Soo-hyun, Hakjun, and Do-ho were pushing through the crowd surrounding them. Many people are taking photos with their phones. Hana suddenly said, I bet on Kim Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun's group finally got inside the tower, and while he was talking with the manager, Hakjun stood by the large glass wall looking outside, exclaiming, Wow, this place is amazing and so spacious. I've never been in a room this beautiful before, Do-ho replied. Golden Lohan, the son of a wealthy family, is known as the Stone Controller. He is much stronger than The polite manager said, Excuse me, may I take you to the banquet hall on the 200th floor? X. Hyunan rubbed his chin and muttered, A banquet? He secretly wondered if he should go check out the ranking competition, since in his previous life he never participated because he was just starting out. Finally, Soo-hyun replied, Yes, please. The buffet party is held in the main hall and many people are already there. Tony exclaimed, Oh, are you Sarah? I didn't expect to meet you here. Have you been well lately? The girl replied, Of course I am. I didn't faint in front of a gate like someone else. He chuckled and said, Well, seriously. I heard that a few famous people will be attending this time. Sarah, holding a glass of wine, looked ahead and agreed. That's right. Look over there. The young man picking up food on the other side is Kim Soo-hyun from Korea. He's younger than me. Someone nearby then added, There are rumors that he can clear a green dungeon on his own. They also say he defeated the Chaos Guild. Tony was stunned when he heard this. No way. Sarah looked suspicious. Sometimes rumors tend to exaggerate things. But he might not even be Kim Soo-hwan. At that moment, a voice sounded from behind. No. Sarah immediately turned around and realized that the person who just spoke was Ol. He concluded that although it's hard to see the true strength behind that teenage appearance, he is really a monster. This statement reached Shu Hyun's ears. He subtly glanced over there. Everyone here is at the super level. That blue-haired person is Europe's supernova, El Castle. The brown-skinned guy in banana-colored clothes is lightning-fast Louis Gom, and the blonde girl is Selena, who's been gaining fame recently. It must be Chnoff. Ex-Hyun looks around, but Vuong Vu from China or At Li are not here. Still, no one here is weak. That's why everyone calls it a battle among the stars. Haejun is sitting at the table, serving food enthusiastically. He waves and calls over, "Come quickly, the food here is really good." Do-ho, chewing loudly, said, "Yeah, eat a lot today so you'll have the strength to fight tomorrow." Suun brought his plate of food over to them and silently sighed. It seems the two are really enjoying themselves. No need to worry about Haejun. Suddenly, he felt a strange surge of power. "Mana?" He put the plate down on the table and quickly left. Do-ho asked in surprise, "What's going on?" "Soo-hyun, answer me. I have something to do." Both of them watched Soo-hyun's figure leave and wondered what was happening. At this moment on the rooftop of the Golden Building, a figure stands tall like a god, with large wings and sharp spears ready for battle. A loud explosion echoes behind him, and he clenches his fists with a heavy voice. Soo-hyun recognized that he was a fake S-rank awakening from China, Vuong Vu, and coldly shouted, "If you're so capable, stay and watch this little stunt." The young man with the sword is a fake S-rank awakening from Japan, Tsukamoto Kenya. He responded through gritted teeth, "You're slow, not because I am fast, but because of the fat on your body." Seeing the insult, Vuong Vu gritted his teeth and growled, "You bastard." He gathered his energy and charged forward. "I will cripple your arm." Tsukimoto shouted, "Then do it if you can." And the two charged at each other, determined to settle it once and for all. Vuong Vu and Tsukimoto channel their energy, their forces colliding with a deafening explosion. Suddenly, they both halt, their eyes showing a hint of surprise. Soo-hyun suddenly interjected between the two, shouting, "Stop." One hand blocks Vuong Vu's punch while the other grips Tsukimoto's sword, then slowly says, "Tomorrow the battle begins." Tsukimoto feels a cold sweat. Since when did this kid become more important than my attack and that pig? Both of which he blocked with one hand. Looks like the rumors about him are true. Tsukimoto immediately put away his sword, bowed his head and said, "You're right, I shouldn't waste my energy so close to the competition," and then quickly left. Vuong Vu clenched his teeth and shouted, "How dare you? Who gave you permission to stop my grand battle?" As Vuong Vu threw a punch at Soo-hyun, he quickly dodged to the side, but he kept attacking relentlessly. After a while of dodging, Soo-hyun suddenly said, "Looks like I have no choice but to use violence." An-hnan seized Vuong Vu's moment of distraction and countered with a punch aimed at his jaw just as a deep voice suddenly rang out. "What is this?" Soo-hyun immediately straightened up, his punch stopping right in front of Vuong Vu. The man slowly approached and asked, "Why is everyone not enjoying the party downstairs but coming up here?" As he appeared, Soon immediately sensed an extremely terrifying aura, especially when he got closer and asked, "Are you all going to continue? If possible, let me join too." Soo-hyun and Vuong Vu both turned to look at the newcomer, Golden Lohan. The aura mana he radiates is truly terrifying. Vuong Vu knows he can't act recklessly anymore, so he says, "All right then, I'll fight you in the next competition." He turned to look at Soo-hyun and threatened him. "Don't think you're safe, I will tear you apart," then pushed him away and stormed off. Soo-hyun sighed with relief. Seeing this side of him, Golden felt a bit intrigued. He casually said, "You're stronger and more decisive than you look, huh?" Soo-hyun replied seriously, "I have never backed down from a challenge, of course not you either." Hearing this from him, Golden was a bit surprised, right? "What do you mean?" Soo-hyun gently bowed his head and said, "What do I mean? I want to tell you something, wave after wave, never be satisfied with who you are now." The sound of heavy footsteps pounding on the floor was very clear. Golden's expression suddenly turned cold. He turned back with a grim smile and said, "Kim So-yoon, it looks like this battle will be very exciting." The competition day quickly began, and the announcer's voice echoed. "Thank you to all the Awakeners who participated in this competition. Due to security concerns and other factors, there will be no live audience for this event. Now we will introduce the judges for this round. We have the creator of the evaluation system, an S-rank Awakener, Johnny Brad." As soon as they heard this name, the contestants were very excited. "What about Johnny Brad?" "This is the first time I've seen him in person." Shiun sat quietly, lost in thought. Before Golden Lohan comes Johnny Brad. Lohan is recognized by everyone as the strongest awakened fake, not only for his dungeon-clearing abilities but also for his talent in E-stone trading. Although Johnny Brad's main profession is a magician, he still possesses extremely powerful magic abilities. These two, almost the strongest awakeners in the world, this scene is truly exciting. Golden politely said, "Johnny, you can start now." The host shouted the command. Then, the battle begins. Joni channels her energy and casts her spell, quickly setting up a formation. The power from the quick formation spreads rapidly through the space. Ugh, why did Hak suddenly shout out? My body is disappearing? Soon felt a bit surprised. He wonders if this is Johnny Brada's magic, and if there is still a transition phase. The surrounding space has begun to change. Soo-hyun suddenly smiled and said, "This battle excites me so much." The system is announcing the start of the qualifying round for the ranked matches now. There are traps and monsters waiting in the forest. Survive until you are one of the 32 remaining. The current location is an illusion. Any injuries sustained here will not affect the real world. There are 175 survivors left. Soo-hyun finished checking, and then stood, rubbing his chin in deep thought. I wonder if the status window and settings are configured to adjust for each fake awakening. Just one person, yet capable of doing all this, surviving to be among the last 32. He was lost in thought, unaware of the pair of glowing red eyes watching him from behind. A giant monster charges towards Soo-hyun. He gently raises his hand to channel energy and lets out a satisfied sigh. Boom, boom, boom. The spiritual energy Soo-hyun unleashed in an instant engulfed the entire space, annihilating the monster. This is nothing to worry about. But a second later, he sensed another uninvited guest arriving. Another player wielding a sword is rushing at Soo-hyun from behind, slashing with a clean strike, but he quickly ducks down to avoid it and immediately counterattacks. How is this possible? No one has ever seen my sneak attack before. Soo-hyun glared at the opponent and coldly replied, "I saw everything." He threw a punch straight at the ambusher's face. He didn't have time to dodge and was immediately thrown backward. Soo-hyun suddenly realized, of course, this is something a mid-level S rank can do. The opponent was completely sprawled on the ground, motionless. Watching the strange black aura emanating from his body gradually fade away, Soo-hyun thought to himself, "This isn't enough. None of you should be satisfied with just this." He remembered that the reason his previous world's destruction was due to the surge of outbreaks. Humanity couldn't keep up and was eventually pushed to the brink of death until a fake S-rank awakening appeared. This person wields immense power, able to unleash lightning bolts like thunder. Known as the God of Thunder, every attack shakes the heavens and earth, yet it seems nothing goes as he hopes. What? I expected more since everyone said he cleared out the green dungeon. Is that all you've got? Those who are lost in their own power have stopped training and become complacent? He looked at him and sneered. Even the great Kim Soo-hyun, the thunder god of Grey America, was already too much for him. Then he unleashed a devastating attack. Everything has led to the destruction of the world, and the situation now is still the same as before. Soo-hyun thought to himself that although he had changed a few things, he couldn't prevent the apocalypse on his own. I tell myself that even though you're all here to see who is the strongest, I will be the one to test everyone. If you become complacent with your current status, I will teach you a lesson. A thick orange peel with sharp nails. The system now shows 88 survivors. Hyun guesses that most of the mid-tier fighters have already been defeated. His eyes flicker with concern. I wonder if Hazun is okay. He seems like the first target, but he should be fine. That kid is more talented than most people. And just as you guessed, Black Jun had to fight very hard to stay alive. Watching the black aura dissipate into the air, he let out a relieved sigh, almost revealing himself. The forest was now in chaos, with 3 other players moving together in the same group. Do asked, "Do you feel it?" Han, running ahead, replied, "Yeah, it seems like someone is tailing us." They stop at an open clearing. Do nervously says, "If they discover our plan, it will be trouble. I will handle this." Han replies, "All right." Suddenly, an arrow shot straight at Han's face. He only managed a grunt before being pierced through the forehead. The arrow flew so fast it whistled past, forcing the other 2 to quickly dodge aside to avoid the arrow. Sam exclaimed, "It's a long-range illusionist." Do woke up, or so it seemed. He looked around, then wondered where he was. Quickly, Do realized that not far from there, someone was aiming a bow at them. He shouted, "Over there!" Do rushed towards the archer. He is standing on a large branch, but as I got closer, I realized this person is not a stranger. He exclaimed, "You are Chnoff." Do's face suddenly turned to horror. "If you're here, that means Elena is very close." As expected, Do was not wrong. The girl blowing bubblegum had already used a move to send him to the underworld, leaving only Sam, who clenched his weapon and cursed. "Damn it, how did we get caught by these 2? I need to—" But before he could finish speaking, an arrow struck Sam down instantly. Seeing the girl land on the ground, Chav immediately asked if she found anything. Elena throws a sickle from her hand into the air, spinning it in the air like a toy. There was a moment of silence before he said, "I have a bad feeling about this gathering of fake European awakeners." Chovov suggested confirming their location first. He used his clairvoyance skill, his eyes suddenly shining brightly, greatly increasing his long-range observation ability. And finally, Chanoff stopped on the other side of the mountain, where there were very large ancient trees. "Found them." Chan guesses they are near a large tree to the north, with about 30 people. All right, Chav, keep an eye on them. Let's see who those bastards are over there. Are everyone here yet? Someone replied, there are a few people missing, but it can be said they have been defeated. He said, if they can be killed so easily, then they are not really necessary. The girl in the blue dress agrees, you're right. The man with the sword on his shoulder urges him to hurry and start now. Ode Okado sat on the ground, his vibrant blue hair shining in the sun, with a determined look in his eyes. He smiled and said, perfect. Waiting any longer just wastes time. Now I will reveal the plan. The ranking competition, an event Golden Lohan organized to prove he is the strongest, started with such a simple purpose, but has become a grand festival for the people and for S-rank awakeners, both an opportunity and a stage to gain more wealth and fame. But the goal of the ranking competition is not only to determine the winner, but also to arrange the participants from highest to lowest. The current leader is Golden Lohan from the United States. Second is Kim Soo-hyun. Third and fourth are Elena An. Louis Gom is fifth, Vuong Vu is sixth, and Sanri It is seventh. The associations and important figures of the countries have regarded this fake awakening ranking as a measure of national strength. Among them, Europe has been criticized for its weaker power compared to Asia and America. So they agreed to use this opportunity to showcase Europe's strength. Under the ancient tree, the sound of lively chatter echoed. Du said, do you all know the conditions of the agreement? Dad said that the initial candidates would be eliminated in the early rounds, and then the European contestants would compete in the final match. I agree. Honestly, I don't want to follow the orders from my superiors, but this way isn't so bad. The person in the black cloak suddenly spoke up. We have no other options. I don't know about the others, but Golden Lohan is a real monster, and the only way to beat him is to work together. Do you think Tim Peo? All right, so have you found the locations of the other imposters yet? He replied. Radar just detected them. Tim Peo extended a stream of blue energy towards the people in front and said, I will share their location with everyone. Oh, so this is the memory sharing skill? That's quite useful. Chaby stroked his chin and said, Elena An is closest, while Golden is the farthest. El carefully observes and then begins to explain. Now that we know their positions, I will outline the plan for everyone. Our goal is to eliminate the 5 candidates for the championship. Vuong Vu, Louis Goman, Elena An, Kim Soon, and Golden Lohan. We will split into teams of 6, and each team will face one target. They are very strong, but if we attack them all at once, they won't be able to stop us. Our royal team will fight Golden Lohan. Chaby feels uneasy. Hey, even though you're in this team too, I don't think 6 people can defeat Golden Lohan. He agreed. Yes, so everyone needs to eliminate their targets as quickly as possible and join my team. OD stands up and says, I will hold them off until everyone arrives. See you later, everyone. After saying that, he and his team sped off and the others quickly followed. Let's go too. The team moved very quickly when suddenly Atho called him back and asked what was going on. Atho wondered if it were just us I could understand, but I didn't expect you to get involved in this dirty game too. Why did you suddenly change your mind? I mean, you could have aimed for the championship yourself. He faintly smiled and said, I just want to become the strongest, and suddenly a loud explosion echoed through the vast forest. Joe Clay is sitting on the ground. One of his hands appears to be severely injured, with a large gash on his face bleeding profusely. Suwon asked seriously, Jace, I heard you are the first fake awakener in India to reach S rank. The rumors saying you are India's hero made me have high expectations. But in the end, this is all you can do. That made Z grit his teeth in anger. He roared in fury, I will kill you at all costs. Zhu channels his energy into his hands to cast a spell. A massive surge of dark energy erupts from the ground, engulfing Shu Hyun. Seeing the swirling wind like a tornado, he let out a gasp. This skill seems quite useful. In an instant, a cage of iron spikes formed and trapped Shu Hyun inside. Jun chuckled happily. Ha ha, no one has escaped from this cage yet. He kept trying to shrink the cage, and hundreds of spikes inside would tear anyone inside to pieces. But suddenly a flash of light shot through his neck and he only managed to shout, "Uh-huh! Who is it now?" completely vanished. An arrogant voice rang out. We don't even need to be here anymore. It seems Kim Soo-hyun is just a weakling, not like the rumors about him. This is a fake awakening team from Europe, led by a girl with a cold gaze and overwhelmingly terrifying mana. She looks at the cage and says, I don't think he's dead yet. So, what do we do now? It's hard to interfere with spatial abilities from the outside like this. If we leave things as they are, he might die, and if his strength is only up to this point, we can easily defeat him in the final. Is that right? A blonde uncle agrees. I think so too. Besides Golden Lohan, the others are all easy to handle. All right, let's go to the place to put it on. Everyone, quickly move away. Pupio suddenly felt something was wrong, his face turning pale, and he stammered in surprise. Seeing the light emanating from the cage, Beopio turned back and shouted, Everyone, get out of here. The teammates turned back upon hearing it, only to see a glowing ring of light with a deadly aura, followed by booming explosions that shook the forest and a streak of light slicing through the lush greenery. Who is that? Suddenly, a laugh rang out from the other side. Ha ha! Golden glanced down, Hak Run tightly gripping his sword, muttering, Brother, just how strong have you become? Golden shouted and asked, Do you know that magic? Of course, he's my brother, and with that, he charged at him. Golden gently jumps back to dodge the attack and frowns. I don't understand what you're talking about. Obviously, all the languages have been unified within this illusion already. Golden's aura gathers behind him as many sharp spears appear. He casually said, I can't have a proper conversation with you, so it's best if you go see for yourself. Then he struck with a decisive attack. The spears flying towards Hakjun at lightning speed suddenly stopped just before hitting him. He was stunned. What the hell is this? Golden was a bit surprised, crossing his arms in front of his chest as he looked up into the sky and loudly asked, Who is this guy again? A young man standing on the back of a white dragon, looking very carefree, with a cold and aloof expression, stared at Golden with no emotion, and suddenly the space seemed to freeze. Hakjun has realized two truths. First, if Song Hyun-ki hadn't intervened, he wouldn't just be dead. And the second thing is the huge difference between him and those two, especially Hai just looking into his eyes made the hair on your neck stand up. Golden felt incredibly excited, channeling his energy to cast a spell. His power suddenly amplifying to terrifying levels, he shouted, Let's begin then. Hyun-ki also shivered at the sight, realizing how dangerous it was. He ordered Yang to immediately launch a counterattack. The giant dragon opened its mouth and spat out a stream of red fire, a pillar of flames carrying devastating power rushing straight at the enemy. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth, and dust and smoke billowed into the mist. Golden slowly walks through the sea of flames, a satisfied smile on his face. Ha ha, is this dragon's fire? You're really fierce. Golden channels his energy, lightning crackling from his hands. Now it's my turn. But when he looked up at the sky, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Huh. Seeing Hyun-ki riding the dragon and turning away, Golden cursed under his breath. Are they running away? At this moment, Hyun-ki desperately runs for his life, his face covered in sweat, shouting almost to the point of death. Hakjun happily said, Thank you for your help. He turned around and shouted loudly, You don't need to thank me. Where did you get the courage to attack Golden Lohan? Hakrun exclaimed, He attacked me first. I just smiled happily. I didn't expect him to save me. You're really surprising, brother, Hyun-ki wondered. Why do you call me brother as if we're very close? I saved you because I need you. The current situation is quite unusual, and the European Fake Awakeners seem to have united, forming an alliance and taking action. Hearing this, Hakjun was extremely shocked. What? Isn't that breaking the rules? Hyun-ki exclaimed. Breaking the rules. Forming an alliance is a matter of survival, and they made a good decision. He insists that's why I'm trying to bring you to my side. Hak nodded while trying to look ahead and said, Oh, I see. Suddenly he shouted, Huh? This way, Hyun-ki smiled and replied, That's right, we will join forces with Kim Soo-hyun. Then he turned back to Soo-hyun. At this moment, the explosion shook and blew away a patch of forest. From the smoke, a figure appeared, and that was Peo Peo, the one standing closest to the cage. He lost his left arm and looks extremely pained and suffering. Peo looks around, searching for the others. Damn it, have they all run away? Suddenly, Popo's communication system connected, and the voice on the other end said, Do you hear me? How are you able to contact me? Tim Peo replied, I just added a communication skill when I shared the target locations with everyone. There's a large amount of mana and signals from his side that have almost completely disappeared. What's going on? Pooh replied with a strained voice. Oh, got it. Golden Lohan is not a problem. The source of this mana. At that moment, he saw Soo-hyun swinging his sword right in front of him. Tim Peo hears the word Kim Soo and the sound suddenly cuts out. He shouts, Peepo? Peepo Tim Peo looked panicked and cursed. Damn it. Oh, you heard it too, right? He rubbed his chin and said that the source of that enormous mana must be Kim Soo-hyun. Everyone is worried and talking excitedly. Does that mean Kim Soo-hyun is now on the same level as Golden Lohan? If that's the case, then the plan has been executed very well. Seeing the teammates' spirits wavering, I reassure them, and everyone calms down. Tim Peo, can you use your communication skills so I can talk to everyone? He replied, I understand. Tim Peo puts his hand on the shoulder and the communication system immediately connects. He asks if everyone can hear him. We don't have much time, so I'll keep it simple. Elena Ann's suppression team, the large amount of mana earlier came from Kim Soo-hun. According to Poe, it seems he is on the same level as Golden Lohan, so we will adjust the plan accordingly. Vuongvu's suppression team will handle Vuongvu, Elena An, and Louis Gom first, then focus on Kim Soo-hun. After Louis Gom's team defeats him, we will deal with the rest. Then eliminate Golden Lohan in the qualifiers. Does everyone understand? At that moment, the person in the black cloak immediately reported that it seemed Elena An had discovered and fled. The information was relayed to the slope, and he promptly obeyed the order. I will join everyone immediately. Chabi is complaining, we almost got caught. Then I received a connection from the system. She replied, this is Chabi, I understand. She stopped the fight and said, hey, be grateful to Kim Chu-hwan or else he would die at my hands. He replied, we don't have time, let's go. At this moment, the battle at Vuongvu's place has temporarily ended, and he grits his teeth, shouting in frustration. Vuongvu's eyes are filled with murderous intent, and his voice sounds unwilling. I will kill them all. Baeo is lying on the ground, his body gradually disappearing. Soo-hyun wonders who this guy is, even though he thinks he just took care of him a moment ago. A few minutes ago I was fighting John, who created a cage around me and locked me inside. Seeing the large spikes heading towards me, Soo-hyun realized this was a space-type skill. This is really troublesome. I know most space-type skills can only be escaped by satisfying specific conditions. Soo-hyun smiled with great confidence. Maybe I don't know what those conditions are, but I can destroy it. He channeled his energy, unleashing an immense amount of mana to create overwhelming power that challenged all limits, laws, and conditions. That strength shattered the sturdy cage in an instant. Soo-hyun muttered to himself that this was how he could escape, but the person using that skill wasn't here. Instead, it was someone else. This wasn't Jay. Soon thought he needed someone to explain the situation, but before he could act, a formation suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Hyun was a bit surprised. What is that? Before he could react, countless blue ropes suddenly appeared from the formation and tightly wrapped around him. A person wielding a sword charges down from above, excitedly shouting that they've caught him. But as he finished speaking, he was immediately punched in the face by Chu-hyun, and the constricting ropes didn't faze him at all. The red-haired guy was pushed back and defeated by a blow. Soo-hyun looked at his hand and exclaimed, is it because I haven't absorbed Ouroboros's power for long? I still can't control my power. He glanced upward and asked coldly, are you going to keep hiding? Let's go outside. The others immediately appeared, quickly landing on the ground, and said in a serious tone, it seems that the assessment of that monster is correct. Cha shouted, okay, everyone take your positions and fight. The awakened ones from Europe have surrounded Soo-hyun. The order is given, let's begin. The Kim Soo-hyun purge begins, with a whip-wielding attacker leading the assault, aiming directly at Soo-hyun. With incredible speed, Soo-hyun dodged to the side to avoid the attack and then charged at the nearby sword-wielding enemy to start the slaughter. He couldn't dodge in time and was cut in half. As the smoke rose thickly, Soo-hyun landed on the ground and raised his sword high. From above, an awakened fake is swinging his giant sword towards him. With a clash, the two weapons collide and sparks fly. The other side's hand quickly gathered energy to deliver a powerful palm strike to his face. His eyes were icy cold, aiming to eliminate his opponent completely with each move, but the enemy was numerous, and as this one fell, someone else rushed in. Both sides have people targeting Soo-hyun. He forcefully jumps up, causing the two to collide, and before he can land, a massive lightning bolt strikes from below. Damn it, I couldn't dodge in time. Soo-hyun was struck and braced himself. With a bang, he was sent flying into the air as dust and smoke billowed around him. He exclaimed, yes, I hit him, then shouted, now's my chance. Shine and trap Soo-hyun, as a number of chains shot out straight towards him. But as they just passed through the dust, a loud clanging sounded as if they had hit a hard barrier, and the chains fell to the ground in everyone's surprise. What is that? The skill has disappeared. Hyun's eyes glow with a terrifying white light. A murderous aura erupts fiercely, and the oppressive feeling of space destruction obliterates everything. Don't mind that, he can't move because of the lightning skill. I still have the advantage. The blonde-haired one immediately charged forward, shouting, don't let him catch his breath. But after only a few steps, he suddenly froze in terror as a gigantic monster with blazing eyes appeared, sweat pouring down his face. Feeling his legs grow heavy, his weapon clattering to the ground, and the awakened ones kneeling on the ground with pale, bloodless faces. He sighed helplessly. Damn it. How can I defeat a monster like him? At this moment, Soo-hyun stood on the ground, sword in hand, facing his opponent with a giant serpent coiled above his head. He slowly stepped in front of him, pressed his sword to his opponent's neck, then bent down and spoke in a slow voice. I underestimated myself. I didn't expect I would have to use this skill. Are the awakened ones in the West always so close? I was so scared of the blonde hair that I couldn't even move. Su Hyunin replied immediately. As far as I know, nowhere. Suddenly, Ex-Hyun asked in a stern voice what he was planning. As they moved, he suddenly felt an invisible force emanating from the space around him. Inside Elo's mind, he wondered what this feeling was. He could sense deathly aura right ahead. Did you manage to contact anyone from Kim Soo-hyun's original team? Chai exclaimed in shock. So they all got killed? I think so. I've also tried contacting them many times but couldn't get through. What about the other teams? Actually, after they reported finding Kim Soo-hyu, all signals were cut off. Hesitating, I guess the only survivors are the 6 of us. The space suddenly grew silent, an incredibly terrifying stillness. Suddenly, Elo sensed a deadly movement. Before he could react, Kevin's scream, "Hoo-hoo," echoed behind him, and he was suddenly knocked backward. Everyone immediately turned back. "Do," shouted Kevin. Tim Peo suddenly let out a cry, calling out in broken voice, "Run quickly." Quickly, Tim Peo, with a pained expression, kept foaming at the mouth before collapsing. In an instant, 5 comrades fell right before his eyes, filling him with terror. What is that? It sounds like footsteps approaching from behind. Odo turned around, cold sweat pouring down his face. This feeling of death. This strange mana awakens my survival instinct. Su Hyun stepped in front of him and calmly said, "Nice to meet you." The opponent at El Castle slithered forward like a giant serpent, exuding a terrifying aura and overwhelming pressure that needed no fight to dominate. And Su Hyun silently thought, he is the leader of this ecosystem, his face showing undeniable tension. The hunter has arrived. Su Hyun smiled and said, "I admit the plan is perfect. Indeed a contender for the championship, but even if you get through this obstacle, stronger forces will appear and make you helpless." What do you mean by that? Su Hyun replied, "I have nothing to say. I just believe you are a reasonable person. I'm just curious why you accepted that trashy offer." "Oh," he exclaimed, "a worthless offer?" He was silent for a moment, feeling as if a heavy shadow was pressing down on him. After a moment, he looked up and burst into loud laughter, then suddenly charged at Su Hyun. He was a bit surprised, but quickly dodged to the side to avoid the attack. In Su Hyun's mind, he was secretly thinking that he was holding back his fear. He begins to use his skill, the first psychic ability he received from Ouroboros' third eye, the hunter, like its name. This is a mental power, spreading fear to weaker opponents. If you don't have mental strength to fight against stronger opponents, it's hard to escape. But indeed, there must be a reason he's called the strongest in Europe. The amount of mana he is gathering is enormous. He takes a deep breath and says in a firm voice, "Is what I am doing right or wrong? After defeating me, you'll be the one to decide." Su Hyun smiled confidently and replied, "I guess I'm about to find out the answer." Both sides engaged in a fierce melee, L's punch gathering immense power, while Ju Hyun's sword was brimming with energy, as both fought with all their determination. In the space, only the raging purple light and the blue aura collide at incredible speed. With a roar, L's punch strikes directly at the opponent's sword. He put all his strength into this opening move to intimidate his opponent. A deafening explosion rang out, with force radiating out and shaking a vast area as the 2 awakened S-ranked warriors clashed with immense power. The qualifiers are also nearing their final moments. The system is updating the current list of survivors. At this moment, Golden is confronting Yunu. He still looked arrogant, stroking his chin and saying, the qualifiers will be over soon. I thought everyone would rush to attack me, so I deliberately waited in an open area earlier. But I guess all those strangers just lack self-respect and are avoiding me. I was so bored earlier that I was about to just eliminate all of them." Suddenly he smiled smugly, but I guess all the effort I put into waiting was worth it. "Because the real boss is you who challenged me to a duel," Yungu replied politely. "I'm also glad to face a strong opponent like you." He raised his sword and continued to attack. "Enough standing around chatting, it's time to end this." Yunu channels her energy and delivers a powerful slash while Golden stands with his arms crossed, looking incredibly relaxed. At this moment, nearby Hazun is in a fierce battle with Elena, whose sickle blocks her opponent's sword with incredible skill. Hawk grits his teeth and desperately counterattacks, channeling his internal energy into his sword to unleash a slash. Then came a fierce crescent slash attack, and the girl immediately jumped aside to dodge. At this moment, Chnoff immediately joins the fight, raising his bow and shooting an arrow toward Hakjun. He thought to himself that he couldn't dodge the arrow in time anymore. Hakjun had no choice but to raise his sword to block in front of him. At this moment, a blazing red barrier suddenly appeared, blocking right in front of him. Hakjun was surprised and snorted. Hyun-ki appeared like a ghost, silently saving Hak-run's life once again. He shouted, "Shut up, huh? What's with the huh?" You excitedly said, "Hyun-ki, the timing is perfect." Hyun-ki jumped down to the ground and said confidently that he alone couldn't face her. Anyway, she's a strong candidate to win. Hak-do agreed, and their teamwork is no joke. Hyun-ki looked carefully at Elena and Chenov and agreed with this opinion. Yes, that's because their teamwork is the best in the world. Speaking of Wang Vu right now, he is facing off against formidable S-rank awakeners. Wang Vu curses the bastards, "Don't get in my way as I move forward, go back to the battle with Su Hyun." Because both of them consider each other as their main opponents, they started with very powerful attacks from the beginning. Su Hyun, with his swordsmanship, poured his inner strength into each strike. With the advantage of fists and kicks, he knows how to adjust the mana for each attack. At this moment, a great deal of energy is concentrated in his hand, as lightning erupts with immense power. Soon was a bit surprised, as a huge white dragon with a dominating aura was now above him, shaking the space. He wondered to himself, when did I start dreaming of becoming a hero? When did that happen? I wonder. I put all my strength into my arm and shouted loudly, then launched a Bailongquan attack at Shu Hyun and answered the question myself. Surely that dream started when I first watched an anime as a child. White Dragon Fist, a story that inspires dreams and hope through helping the weaker. I am White Dragon Person, a hero. I defeat villains, and every boy dreams of growing up to be a cool man, so that was enough for me to dream of becoming a hero. But for me, becoming a hero was not just a childhood dream. I truly admired Bak Long Nan and aspired to help others like he did. And all my efforts have borne fruit. I became a hero representing the United Kingdom. However, life as a hero back then was very different from what I imagined. Conflicting news spread everywhere, such as the explosion in the London dungeon that killed 100 people. What was the hero of Britain doing at that time? During the explosion at the dungeon, he was inside the trial tower and people mocked him. He's not a hero. He abandoned his homeland and ran to the trial tower. What kind of hero is that? There is trash. He has no right to be a hero. I used to be a fan of him, but he just ran to the trial tower to save his own skin. So disappointing. And there are even people cursing him. If you like the trial tower that much, then get lost. At that moment, I realized I wasn't a hero. I was just an ordinary person. Hey, turn off your phone and say you're tired. So one day the association came with an offer when I was very tired, and the proposal was quite tempting. The chairman asked, "What do you think?" "We will make you number one through these ranked matches. Because if the European Awakeners form an alliance now and eliminate the leading candidates, it would basically be the same as winning that first battle. If that happens now, I will become the number one hero that no one compares to. Because no matter what I do, people will criticize me. So if I am number one and suddenly hear X shout out while lost in my thoughts, you're overthinking it. Few people tend to think so randomly during a fight." I raised my sword to block the White Dragon Fist and asked with a slightly sarcastic tone, "Don't you know that? The system is notifying special traits, activating Ouroboros's third eye. The third eye disables, consuming mana and mental energy to cancel the opponent's magic attack. But the cancellation has limits depending on the user's ability and focus. Hyun uses the third eye skill to disable, his eyes flashing with a deadly gaze that instantly neutralizes the opponent's ultimate move. He can't believe what he's seeing. "What?" Seeing my white dragon cut in half, he said in surprise, "Did he disable his skill?" Taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, Su Hyun lunged forward with his sword, striking across O's body. He had no time to react and was immediately wounded, then collapsed to the ground. Red blood drips onto the grass as Oh Tu Thao, clutching his stomach, asks hoarsely why he only wounded him like this but didn't finish him off. What exactly is his plan? "Well, as I said, I'm curious about why you accepted the guild's proposal." O'Day exclaimed, "Really?" He sat down on the ground and laughed loudly, truly a strange person. His laughter echoes through the vast space as he sits back against a tree, gazing into the distance. This is the look of someone truly exhausted. "Oh, I'm just a little tired. I am not confident I can live up to everyone's expectations of a hero because I will be criticized, no matter what I do. If I were the strongest, I think I would feel a little less guilty." Hearing Hyun say this, I silently thought to myself. He was tired of the pressure from his hero title, just like my past self. Oh, what a bitter smile. And then asked again, "It's really pathetic, isn't it?" Hyun replied, "No, I've seen people like that before, so I understand." He paused for a moment, then asked, "What do you think makes a true hero?" I used to think it was someone who helps the weak and brings hope and dreams to everyone. But now, I'm not sure if that's true anymore. Suddenly, a hand reached out, and seeing Su Hyun extend his hand, I was very surprised. He said everyone has different standards, but since you think that way, a true hero is someone like that. And I also believe that your standard is correct. Oh took his hand and stood up, softly saying, "Thank you, Soo-hyun." Deep inside, Oh silently thought to himself that he was truly a pathetic bastard, unable to believe he had stopped just because he was afraid of criticism. "Thanks to you, I now have a new goal. Come on, try to motivate yourself to be strong, both mentally and physically, to become the hero I aspire to be." Ex-Hyuno a friendly smile and then slowly said, "All right, I will also tell you about my standards." Oh do huff a little with surprised eyes, but that gaze suddenly froze. He shouted, "Soo-hyun behind you. Wong-vu is rushing from behind, attacking with a powerful sneak punch." But Soo-hyun only gently raised his hand to block, and Wong-vu, no matter how hard he tried, couldn't advance even a step. Truly surprised at this moment, Soo-hyun glanced behind him. His sword lightly moved past Wong-vu, who only managed a muffled grunt as black energy continuously rose right in front of Du. He silently thought that she had taken down Wong-vu, China's star, with just one strike. This must be the true power of Soo-hyun. After finishing, Soo-hyun gently turned his head and said, "I think a true hero is someone so strong they are invincible. That is how they can protect everyone." At this moment, the system announced the qualifiers were over with 32 survivors, and the host's voice echoed. "So the qualifiers are finished. Everyone enjoy it. Tomorrow is the final round. Everyone look forward to it." After the first round, the reactions of S-rank awakeners divided into two groups. The person in the blue shirt silently thought, "Even though we're all S-rank, the gap is still so big." The person sitting next to him whispered to himself, "I should go to the challenge tower to improve my strength." Some accept the results and look forward, while others cannot accept them. Wang Wu is a prime example. Right after the qualifying match, he shouted out in frustration, "Don't make me laugh. Do you think Wang Wu can accept this result?" Kim Shu-hai snorted, "I will definitely kill you." Hae-jun, not understanding why he went crazy, leaned in to whisper in his ear, "What is that?" Of course, everyone's opinion on this result will affect their development progress. Meanwhile, the ranking competition videos flooded social media, with the most viewed videos being the end of the qualifiers with 30 million views. 3 hours ago, the focus was on the qualifying round with 80 million views. 6 hours ago, Kim Soo-hyun's spatial ability set a trap that garnered 30 million views. 4 hours ago, a 5-minute summary of the qualifiers reached 10 million views. 1 hour ago, the highlight of Song Hae-hyunkai's match also hit 10 million views. 5 hours ago, Kim Soo-hyun with L garnered 90 million views. 6 hours ago, a critical moment attracted 30 million views. 5 hours ago, you faced Golden Lohan, which got 90 million views. 5 hours ago, Kim Soo-hyun's hunting scene had 60 million views. 5 hours ago, your team was instantly defeated with 10 million views. 4 hours ago, the strongest team combination reached 50 million views. 4 hours ago, L was eliminated with 50 million views. 2 hours ago, Soo-hyun watched and realized that the most circulated content was about me and Golden. This must be a shocking story, as each of us defeated more than 20 fake awakenings. Wang Vu, the star of the continent, also drew a lot of attention. Viewers wondered how he could be hit by Kim Soo-hyun in one shot during the game. What's so special about the Continental star mocking? That's nonsense. I saw him say he would win, but he was eliminated in the qualifiers. A skeptic, his abilities are truly unbelievable. Literally, another is Park Yoonu, and his match against Golden Lohan has become a sensation. So, who is his master anyway? There are mixed opinions about the European Union's strategy, but they were quickly shut down in the final the next day. In Soo-hyun's room, everyone is watching game videos, and Do-ho excitedly says, "I knew it," but everyone's reactions are really something else. He wondered why you didn't call Mia during the qualifiers, and Ex-Hi-hun replied, "That kid has been in the auxiliary space ever since leaving the trial tower." He added, "I asked Hyungi and he explained that it's about to undergo a sudden growth spurt, and it's currently in its growth phase. We were worried that Mia would develop more slowly than most other dragons. But now there will be a change. I wonder how beautiful it will be." Do-ho sighed. "So if the expert said so, then Mia is developing, right?" Soon replied, "He's still a living creature after all." Suddenly, the phone buzzed with a message from John congratulating him on passing the qualifying round. "I'm currently cleaning up along with a cool image." He's smiling inwardly, lost in thought, and it seems she's still doing well. Suddenly, Hakron asked, "Are you talking about this? Then tell me, is Ngai Hyun-kai shy?" Soo-hyun asked back, a bit confused, "Why is Hyun-ki?" He explained, "Hyun-ki helped me during the qualifiers. I went to thank him but was turned away." "I'm sure it's because he's shy about this." Soo-hyun and Do-ho were speechless at Hak-jun's innocence. Both exclaimed, "You really are a friendly person." The next day at the ranking finals, Golden told the contestants, "All right, everyone is here, let's begin." Joni begins to set up the formation. Golden explains the competition plan as previously mentioned, with the finals conducted in one-on-one matches divided into 32 bouts. "Check your match list," he reminded them. "That's right, if you kill others, you'll have to accept a loss penalty, so be careful." Soo-hyun silently thought to himself that Golden was quite far from him. Del and Kim Soo-hyun were in different matches. Suddenly he said, "Looks like we'll meet in the quarterfinals." He smiled confidently at Soo-hyun. "I won't lose, like I did yesterday," he replied with a friendly smile. "I'm really looking forward to it." But their match never took place because El was brutally defeated by Thomas. Everyone watching was terrified by what they saw. Heo broke out in a cold sweat, sitting still and motionless. Soo-hwan's face was calm and contemplative, unclear about what he was thinking. Thomas poked his finger into the foot and asked what he was doing. "Don't pass out now." "Oh, he fainted. Save me." Thomas grinned mischievously. "Let's play a little longer." He intended to torment his opponent until they collapsed, but ended up becoming an unintentional sacrificial lamb. Before the match begins, the announcer introduces that Elko will be participating in the first main event. He seems to be much stronger than before in the preliminary round. He looked around for a long time and finally spotted Soo-hyun sitting in the row of seats across. "I smile happily. I want to fight Soo-hyun again soon, and this time I definitely won't lose." Soo-hyun immediately responded with a friendly smile, secretly thinking that he was no longer hesitant and couldn't wait for this match. Hak-jun saw this and was taken aback, exclaiming something. "What's going on? Are you smiling at me? Are you guys about to fight or what?" El Castle is considered one of the top contenders for the championship. Like other high-level awakeners, starting in the first match makes him more exciting for the audience. No one doubts El's victory. The host continues, "Hello. Before the first main match, I'm sure both sides are worried that the audience might get hurt during this fight. The entire audience is protected by damage-absorbing magic, so please focus on the match without worry. However, please note that killing will result in disqualification." Now El's opponent has appeared, but he is crouching on the ground, head bowed, drawing something on the floor with his fingers. I'm a bit curious. Who is that? I've never seen him before, not even in the preliminary rounds. The host begins announcing that the matter has now been settled. The match between El Castle and Thomas Matalis has begun. Looking at my opponent inside, I think to myself, whatever happens, I will defeat him and climb the rankings. I will beat all the so-called strongest awakeners and confidently become a true hero. But Thomas is not so easy to deal with. Before he could even make a move, he was struck from behind. His move was both swift and brutal, and he couldn't resist. Countless dark energy auras surrounded Deo, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Thomas moved like a ghost, flickering back and forth. Everyone watching was terrified. He turned his head back with a wicked smile and asked, "Do you want to play with me?" Thomas grabs Deo's arm and then pulls hard backward. A loud cracking sound echoes. What happened next was not a fight, but an attack from one side. Thomas acted with extreme brutality. Deo, covered in blood, lies collapsed on the floor. That is why he became a sacrificial lamb for the anonymous fake consciousness, Thomas Matalis, to firmly affirm his existence to the entire world. Other awakened ones must look at him with caution and extreme vigilance. Soo-hyun felt uncomfortable inside. Just as Del overcame his inferiority complex, Thomas beat him to a pulp so he couldn't get up. Then the tournament continued, as usual. Maybe because everyone had a basic understanding of each other's levels from the preliminary round, but things progressed faster than expected. Since Nave withdrew, Kim Soo-hyun automatically advanced to the second round. Choi Hazun, Aslan, Song Hyun-ki, and Punu advanced to the second round. The announcer's voice continues to echo. Next will be the match between Mirjir Rogan and Golden Lohan. Golden cheerfully says, "Is Mira from Africa?" he exclaimed in surprise. "You know me?" he replied. "Of course I do. Didn't you say before that even if the whole world was against you, you could stand firm for a day?" Golden calmly asked, "So let me ask one thing. Does the whole world you mentioned include me too?" Seeing his arrogant attitude, Miraji was a bit confused. "What do you mean? You're signaling the host to give the command." "All right, contestants are ready and the match begins." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light blinded Miraji, who quickly raised his shield to cover his face. Unable to see Golden, Mirajay thought to himself, "He's disappeared. Where is he? To the left or to the right?" Suddenly he remembered it wasn't above him. Sure enough, Miraji Ji looked up and saw him leaping into the air, his gaze looking down with great arrogance. Golden kicks directly at the opponent. Mira raises his shield to block, and the force unleashed is incredibly powerful, reverberating through the audience seats. Hak shouted in disbelief, "Can the force of that normal attack really be this strong?" Soo-hyun stroked his chin thoughtfully, his mana truly beyond imagination. Miraji begins his counterattack, swinging his large hammer to strike his opponent. A blow like the heavens hits Golden's back, and his figure completely vanishes, dissolving into sparks in the space. But then he quickly appeared right behind Miraji and said coldly, "You know, A newborn baby believes that what it sees is the entire world. A child with a family, students with schools, adults with workplaces, all of humanity living in their own worlds. But the world is much bigger than we think. If we only live in it, the world you are living in won't be any larger. So that's why I created this ranking game. To make my world bigger, Soo-hoon felt extremely amazed. He silently marvels, can he compress mana to that extent? This is dangerous. Golden swung his spear at the enemy with overwhelming force. Miraji gritted his teeth and said, I will block every attack, and threw in this direction. As he spoke, he activated his energy to create a barrier in front of him. A layer of protective barrier and a shield. He couldn't believe anything could pierce these two defenses, but as soon as the spear touched, it tore through Miraji's barrier like a fragile bubble, shooting straight toward him. Miraji's eyes flickered with fear, and then went stiff as the spear stopped just before his neck. Mira wondered silently if he had retreated at the last moment. Otherwise, I probably would have. The spear disappeared, a portal opened, and Golden reached through to touch his opponent. He smiled with satisfaction and said, Congratulations, your world just got bigger. The announcement rang out. The match was over, and the winner was Golden Lohan. Hazoon sat in awe, saying Golden Lohan is cooler than I thought. The fight was really impressive. Soon, meanwhile, was deep in thought, considering how his rise to power was because he was called the best in every field. I thought he would be arrogant. In the end, he started climbing the ranks to prove he's the best, not out of arrogance but out of curiosity and a desire to challenge the title of the greatest. He really is a formidable opponent. The next match of the first round went exactly as everyone expected. The winner is Elena and Lawyers Goman, who will advance to the second round, and there are no surprises in the second round either. Besides, Black Jun, who just ranked S, also won. Oh, and there's another surprise. Song Hui Ki was defeated by Bak Yu and Gu on the third day of the finals, leaving only 8 players. A while later, a voice echoed from the stands. Hello, this is the sound of the game system. Johnny is also our host for today's ranking up game. We have finally reached the semi-finals with the early match. Let's hear what the contestants think. Thomas Matillas, please say a few words. He quickly pretended to be excited. This ranking up game is really intense. Is that all? He asked, and he replied casually, making the MC a bit awkward. All right. Next up is Kim Soo-hyun. Say a few words. Soo-hyun replied briefly with a cold look. I will do my best in this fight. Thomas heard that, and his face lit up with excitement. Wow, that's amazing. He was sweating profusely, thinking that he seemed serious about fighting Thomas. Dad, he's really dangerous. He is holding his phone, reading information about Thomas. Comments about him appear, and clearly the winner is Kim Soo-hyun. We can't underestimate Thomas. How can you compare yourself to him? Haven't you seen Kim Soo-hyun defeat many people in the qualifiers? Think about the recent matches. Don't you see Thomas defeating L? Oh my god, do you really think Kim Soo-hyun will go all out? It's quite obvious. Kim Soo-hyun exchanged a few moves with L, and Thomas Ha knocked him out with a single strike. Hazoon quietly warned Soo-hyun nervously, Be careful, Soo-hyun. Below the arena, Soo-hyun and Thomas are in fighting stances. The MC seriously interrupts, saying enough with the chatter. Contestants, please get ready. Kim Soo-hyun versus Thomas Matillas. The first semi-final match begins. As soon as the words are finished, Soo-hyun rushes forward and reaches out to grab Thomas's face. He forcefully slammed his fist down on the arena floor. Hak-jun saw this and immediately cheered excitedly. Very good. Aslan stroked his chin thoughtfully, recalling that was how Thomas attacked. Golden chuckled and replied, Ha ha ha, is he getting revenge? He seems more emotional than I am. Down below, Soo-hyun stands amidst thick smoke, while Thomas remains behind a barrier, still smiling calmly. Ha, that's a surprise, Hyun exclaimed inwardly in shock. Does he really use the shield skill for such a short time? He keeps going. You're quick, that's cool. Suddenly you speak up. Let me ask you something. Thomas, what's going on? Soo-hyun gritted his teeth and questioned him. If the match with Elo was already decided, why did you still try to break his bones? He seems to be recalling the situation back then. Oh, that? Then he scratched his head, smiled innocently but cruelly because it was just for fun. Soo-hyun's expression grew darker and more furious. Happy? You unleash a huge wave of magic energy, and Thomas screams in panic. You wave your hand and continue. All right, now let me make the fun even better. As he finished speaking, a surge of energy slammed into Thomas's shield, causing it to crack and shatter into pieces. But he quickly created another shield that trembled with fear on his face. Tears streamed down his face as if begging, wait. Soon, surprised, thought, is he canceling his old shield skill and creating a new, stronger one? He spoke out, let me give you some advice. If you have power, you must be responsible for it. If you can't handle it, you'll become a monster. Then he raised his hand again. Aslan watched in amazement. He's dominating. Golden continued, That's right. I know Kim Soo-hyun is very strong, but I didn't expect his punch to be that powerful. I should get ready. Thomas, right? He can still control his skills despite the tremors. If not, everything would have been over. Impressive. Down on the arena, Thomas saw the fist ready to strike and shouted in panic. Stop, stop, stop. Soo-hyun reaches out again, unleashing an even stronger surge of magic. It's over. Thomas was so terrified he couldn't speak, and then let out a scream as if he had seen something horrifying. Soo-hyun was about to punch down when he spoke in a grim voice. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Azun, Azel, and Golden all look stunned and uneasy. The hooded young man now coldly deduces, I think the match is just about to begin. Thomas's name seems to be going crazy, emitting thick dark energy as he screams. I don't like this. I don't like this. The space seems to be distorted by that darkness. Ex-Hai Unun suddenly looked around, feeling like his body was about to be overwhelmed by that dark aura. This skill, the Black Forest. Black Forest, a top-tier spatial ability, can be considered one of the 10 greatest skills of all time. Soo-hyun stood there pondering, as my past life once did. The Black Forest appeared right in the middle of the city, claiming thousands of lives. Thomas is the culprit behind that incident. Thinking about this, I feel a bit amused and annoyed. My third eye doesn't work on it, so I guess I have to use my power. Then Soo-hyun poured his power into his sword and swung it forward, but suddenly the energy was deflected back at him. He looked down at his hand in amazement. Was it reflecting a star? No. The space folds itself and pushes back. How can I escape now? As Ex-Hyun was trying to find a way to deal with it, suddenly a frantic voice called out from behind. Help me. A girl rushes forward and hugs him tightly from behind. The girl exclaimed excitedly. Finally, you arrived, leaving Soo-hyun puzzled. Sorry, why are you here? Suddenly, Soo-hwan froze and looked ahead, his expression one of unbelievable shock. In front, there are images of people drowning in a sea of flames, desperately screaming. When will A and Kim Sang-in arrive to save them? Is anyone there? Please help us, I don't want to die. Is this what the Black Forest looks like? A scene I will never forget, no matter how much time passes. Violence continues to erupt in Tokyo and London. I had to choose between the two. I have to choose, and London has been reduced to ashes. A scene of dead bodies scattered on the street appears incredibly tragic. Soo-hwan, desperate, kneels before the sight, tears falling as he mutters, Sorry, I'm truly sorry, that was your past life. Returning to the present, Seun remained silent as if he could see it, then looked down at the illusion and assessed it. It's worse than I thought. It reminds me of painful memories, deliberately stirring haunting recollections and trying to break my spirit. Suddenly, the girl hugging Soo-hyun from behind speaks in a somber tone. Why did we trust and wait for you? Why did you abandon us? If you were there, she shouted in anger, demanding an explanation. We are alive, so why did you come to Tokyo? I lost my child because of you. Countless terrifying shadows are crawling up from the ground, rushing toward Ex-Hyun as if accusing him. I lost my parents. I lost everyone I loved. You call yourself a hero, even though you couldn't protect us? Stop making me laugh, you're just playing the hero for fun. Those guys are clinging to you. We hate you for abandoning us to die. We will never forgive you. We curse you, the only survivor. Ex-Hyun just stood there silently, letting them question him. The flow of power which seemed about to vanish suddenly erupted with overwhelming force, and the girl was engulfed in it as she screamed. So now you want to kill us too? I knew you were just playing the hero. Soo-hwan calmly replied, Think whatever you want, just keep blaming and cursing me. The girl with a twisted smile laughs wildly. Ha ha ha, so you admit it. How does it feel? Is playing with other people's lives really that fun? Soo-hyun continues to unleash her power. I don't care what you all say. If I was going to use it again here, I wouldn't have started. So look carefully. Soo-hyun raises his sword into the air. On the path I walk later, the tears you've wiped away and the pain of losing your loved ones will be erased. He gathers his strength and shouts, If I fail, then just curse and mock me. With a clenched jaw, he swung his sword down, causing the space to crack open with a large fissure, and then the energy from that rupture exploded, distorting and chaos engulfing the area even more. Soo-hyun continued swinging his sword to cut the cracks flying into the air, then looked up at the sky. Even though he had escaped the illusion, was this skill still not Jae-chu? At least that attack has stabilized this skill. Suddenly, he was startled to see a small black shadow in front of him. A child. Soo-hyun frowned and said, You should know that trying to provoke me now is useless. But the shadow kept approaching. Soo-hyun, adopting a defensive stance, suddenly looked stunned and uneasy. The shadow approached and touched Soo-hyun's sword hilt, and he asked confusedly, What do you want? He tilted his head in confusion at the small shadow, then decisively touched his finger to the shadow's hand. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy flooded into him. Whose is this? Whose memory is this? Someone is holding a broken glass rod with dangerous sharp points, as the drunken-looking red-haired man stumbles and curses, "Where is that brat? How dare he do that to his father?" At this moment, that shadow was hiding under the bed in fear, and it's none other than young Thomas. The boy, clutching his head in fear, dares not make a sound. Soo-hyun whispers, "Is that person's memory?" Thomas's past unfolds through the dark forest. It is an endless hell. The boy's desperate cries for help echo out, "Dad, Dad, I'm sorry." Then came the shouted question from the drunkard. "Who is your father?" "You bastard without parents." No matter how much time passes or how many pages are turned, his miserable life still doesn't end. Thomas was abused both physically and mentally, growing up with the body of an adult while still a child. One day, when his stepfather was drunk, he looked at him with a fierce expression and questioned him aggressively. "What meat? There's no meat?" At this moment, Thomas is sitting curled up in a corner, crying loudly, attracting the attention of the drunkard. The old man's eyes turn toward the boy, and suddenly he raises a knife, its sharp blade gleaming with a terrifyingly perverted expression. "Are you here?" Thomas recoiled in horror. The boy tremblingly tries to beg, "Dad, Dad." The old man grew even angrier and looked down. "Save." Thomas was stabbed hard in the arm by the knife, and the stepfather's expression grew even more insane and terrifying, continuing to stab wildly. Thomas's face changed from fear to shock and numbness, and he instinctively thought he had to run away. Later, the boy ran out onto the street, fleeing for his life. As far away as possible, anywhere would do. He thought so, but would his wish come true? That was when a place to escape suddenly appeared, and a system screen appeared in front of Thomas, welcoming him to the Challenge Tower. The boy stepped into that space. Since then, Thomas began living in the Challenge Tower, perhaps because he possessed a natural talent, or because no challenge could be harder than what he had faced so far. The continuous notifications from the system indicate that you have passed level 30 of the Challenge Tower. You have surpassed level 70, you have surpassed level 100. But Thomas kept growing stronger. You have surpassed level 150. Thomas sat on the mission object, laughing and asking like in a game, "What are you doing?" "Just keep playing a little longer." And that's how the Challenge Tower became Thomas's only source of joy. But for some reason, Thomas returned to the real world. Wine spilled all over the floor. The stepfather shouted, "You bastard, you don't appreciate that I raised you and yet you dare to run away." Thomas raised his hand to avoid the impact. "I'm sorry, I only left for a moment until you calmed down. Please don't hate me." He raised his hand again and shouted, "Shut up! That naughty brat who doesn't know how to obey needs to be taught a lesson." The hand swung down and Thomas curled up as if ready to endure. "No, please don't hit me." Suddenly, the stepfather was startled, backing away in horror as a surge of black energy rose up and knocked him to the floor. "Girl," this is Thomas saying in confusion, "I really didn't mean to do this." Suddenly, he sneered maliciously. Have you become a fake awakened?" The scene shifts to a tall building where Thomas Matilis is rated as an S-class awakened individual. Thomas stepped out cautiously. The father and son are back. Stepfather quickly grabbed him and asked, "So what rank are you?" Thomas, trembling, with a pale face, exclaimed, "S!" The boy's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly he hugged the boy tightly and whispered fake words of love. "I love you, my child." "Thomas?" Thomas looks confused. Huh? What?" He continues with that greedy expression again. "Everything I have done so far has been because I love you. My good child, you must understand that, right?" Being valued by this man, Thomas happily exclaimed, "Of course." He confidently begins to lead, just as I expected, "My son. So why can't you make me happier? The ranking competition will start soon." "That is a competition organized by Golden Lohan. Only you among us can compete. Just making it to the finals will earn you a lot of money, so please go compete." Thomas quickly responded, "Yes, sir." At this moment, Soo-hyun suddenly appears and calls out to Thomas, who is clutching a pillow and bowing his head, begging, "Don't hit me." Soo-hyun sat down opposite the boy and responded calmly, "I won't hit you. I accidentally saw your memories. Can I ask you something?" Hearing that, Thomas slowly looked up a bit, curious. "What do you want to ask?" Soo-hyun is genuinely inquiring. "Why did you return to the real world? Wouldn't it be better for you to stay in the tower?" "Your father?" Thomas interrupted and exclaimed, "If I didn't have my father, I would really be very lonely." Soo-hyun was momentarily stunned by that answer, then continued, "You can't escape your father just because you're afraid of being lonely." Then suddenly, you reach out to Thomas with a friendly smile and speak. "So, do you want to come with me? There are still many good people in this world, so let's be friends." The spacious space falls into silence, creating a very warm scene. Thomas looks surprised for a moment, then, sensing good intentions, he responds with a bright smile. All right, let's go. Returning to the match, the announcement sounded and the game was over. Because player Thomas withdrew, Kim Soo-hyun advanced to the semifinals. Thomas was happy to have a friend and excitedly raised Soo-hyun's arm to show off to everyone. In the next match, Hazoon unfortunately lost to the American opponent, Aslan. And right after that, Aslan also withdrew. I didn't participate in the semifinals but went straight to the finals. Aslan just took her seat when Golden spoke up. Congratulations, miss, she wondered. Thank you. But where did Johnny Brad go? Golden is no longer sure. He said he had urgent business to attend to, and the scene shifts to a mysterious, otherworldly space where a shadowy figure standing in the void asks, Are you here now? Johnny Brad appears, kneeling in salute to the Emperor and the Hunter. The other party reminds him that enough of these old-fashioned greetings. What about him? Johnny Brad replied, I have gathered information on all the heroes in this world, but there is no information about Kim Sang-jin. The other person asked again, Are you sure? Johnny Brad confirmed, Yes, I am sure. The one called the Emperor will definitely be in his own country. Opening a portal to his country and sending the army there, he will surely come to kneel and beg to be captured alive. Johnny Brad replied seriously, Your wish is my command. Back to the match, the announcer's voice echoes. The next quarterfinal is between Golden Lohan and Park Yu. Golden, with a friendly expression, said, Finally, I get to face you again. Let's finish the match we left unfinished in the qualifiers. Bakuyu responded, All right, this time I will give it my all. Suddenly his phone rang. Can I take this call for a moment? Of course, that's fine. Baekyu immediately turned to answer and asked, What's going on? I already said I was on vacation during the ranking match. The voice on the other end of the line urgently exclaimed, Director, there's an emergency. A blue dungeon has appeared in Korea. He was stunned and exclaimed, What? The person on the other end keeps reporting that we no longer have time to hesitate. You must return immediately. Baekyu immediately replied, I understand. I will go back right away. Then Park Yoo-ju announced his withdrawal. Golden Lohan automatically advances to the semifinals. The final match of the quarterfinals is a showdown between Elena An and Louis Goman. Finally, Lis won, but due to a severe injury, he couldn't participate in the next match. Then the MC quickly announced that before we continue the tournament, we would inform everyone of the revised schedule as follows. The upcoming semi-final round will not take place due to some players withdrawing or being injured. Tomorrow, the final match between Golden Lohan and Kim Soo-hyun will be held. Golden faces Soon with a grim look and speaks as expected. You're the one I have to face. Good luck. Soo-hyun confidently replied. Good luck to you too, I'll see you tomorrow. The scene shifts to evening, in a room with a mess of papers and bottles of alcohol scattered on the floor, next to Thomas's stepfather. The drunken old man is sleeping soundly on the floor. Soo-hyun has appeared in front of this house. The stepfather was sleeping soundly when a loud knocking on the door suddenly rang out, making his eyes barely open. He sluggishly got up, grumbling irritably, Who the hell is knocking at the door in the middle of the night? Damn it! As soon as I opened the door, he shouted, You son of a bitch, do you want to die? Immediately, Shu Hyun reached out and forcefully grabbed the old man's face. His eyes shone brightly as he stared down. Good evening, I am Thomas's friend. The stepfather's eye was squeezed so tightly it looked like it was about to burst. Unclear noises sounded as the door quickly closed. The next day, an unconscious man was found in a New York slum with his legs mangled. He was accused of domestic violence, and when it was revealed that he was also a serial killer, he was sentenced to death. The informant is said to have disappeared without a trace, and the final match day arrived very quickly. The spectators are extremely numerous, and Do-ho looks on with a resigned expression, complaining. Wow, there are so many people. It must be because it's the final match. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Hey Thomas, this is Hak-jun trying to pull Thomas back from the railing, while Thomas eagerly leans forward with a bright expression. Look, that's Soo-hwan, Black Run. All right, we get it. Stop, if you keep going like this, you'll fall. Hey, I told you not to climb up there. Aren't you going to get down? Seeing that, Do-ho smiled and sighed in a bit of helplessness. I don't know why everything feels noisier than usual today. Remember the last time I talked with Soo-hyun, you told me, and that's what happened. Do-ho looks uneasy. I don't know where to start anymore. Hak-jun nodded seriously. Well, I understand your decision. Hak-jun, so what's your plan? He replied, After the ranking matches are over, we will return to Korea together. We will have to help him a lot there. We will need to support him a lot there. Hak-jun asked again. So does that mean we will spend most of our time together? Soo-hyun confirmed. Yes, treat him like a younger brother and take care of him. Hak-jun, hearing that, confidently said, Oh, don't worry, trust me. Do-ho looked over with concern and said, He's not your biological brother. Soo-hyun reminded him, Thomas is older than you, so please show him respect. Hakjun? No way. Anyway, we need to find a place for him to stay in Korea. Soo-hyun, don't worry. When we get there, we'll look for it later. Hakjun, all right, let's leave that for now. All done, Do-ho and the others happily greeted Thomas, saying they were glad to meet him. Thomas, being called that, was a bit surprised. Then she smiled brightly in return. It's a pleasure to meet both of you. Because Thomas has become such a cute person, S would like to change the way he addresses him. Back in the present, Hazun is sweating bullets over this babysitting job. A reminder sounds, Hun, take care of Thomas and keep him safe. He is carrying Thomas on his shoulder, holding him tightly, while Thomas struggles and screams. Hey, let go, help me, I want to be with Sunker. Do-ho quickly looked around to see where our seats were. Over there. Suddenly Do-ho heard a rumor about the match. Who will win the final match? Do confidently claims from his seat. Soo-hyun, it's obvious. Do-ho was startled, his face pale as he thought to himself. Oh wait, if he meets Thomas here, Thomas's voice will quickly get closer. Please put me down. Watch out. Do-ho quickly turned to warn. Heh heh, trembling. Thomas already saw the target over there and exclaimed, Oh, it's soon. I can't see Soo-hyun clearly from here. Let's go to the front. No, let's go somewhere else. Thomas, I don't want to. I can see more clearly from there. The argument drew attention, and I saw it and exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Your gaze quickly darkened as you looked at him coldly. Thomas looked at him confused, as if he didn't understand what was happening, then suddenly turned away and sighed helplessly. Hurry up and go, we're not that close anyway. Do-ho scratched the back of his head and forced a smile. Yeah, haha. Let's go. Hun quickly turned around. All right, let's go. Thomas suddenly spoke, leaving everyone stunned. Sorry, it was just a match, but I went too far. Sorry about that. He's smirking. Are you apologizing? It's okay. Then I got up and continued. I was just too weak, I will become stronger. L's confident expression asserts I won't lose next time. Thomas smiled brightly and replied, All right, you're too weak now, so you need to become stronger. That innocent remark made the two Do-ho want to curse. Shut up, I beg you. Right now, the announcer's voice echoes. You've all been waiting a long time. These are the ranked matches where 175 S-rank awakeners compete. After a long journey, only 2 remain. The 2 have shown overwhelming strength throughout the match. On the arena below, Golden Lohan and Kim Soon are facing each other. A match will reveal who among the 2 heroes is the strongest. The final begins. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of energy pressed down on the space. Golden spread his wings and flew up to dodge Soo-hyun's attack. It's time to end this. Soo-hyun launches a decisive strike. Golden flaps his wings and takes off to dodge. 2 waves of energy collide, creating shock waves that ripple outward through the space. A thick cloud of dust billowed up. Soo-hyun flew away from there. Your gaze is sharp and cold as you look at your opponent. Golden also flies out of there and speaks. Why do you keep avoiding? Soo-hyun keeps moving around the opponent and then flips away from Jen's strikes. He sneered mockingly with a cold laugh. Don't watch anymore. Ex-hyun jumps down while laughing and replies, If you like, come at me. You thrust your sword down from above, one hand gathering magical power. The sword infused with magic is swung up, then strikes down at Golden. He leaned back to dodge, then quickly counterattacked. The spectators frowned and focused their attention but couldn't keep up. What's going on? They're so fast I can't see anything. So this is the true power of Kim Soo-hyun? He exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha. It seems my previous goal was just a dream. I thought reaching S rank would catch up to him, but I was wrong. On the Black June side, Thomas watched and cheered. Soo-hyun, you're amazing. Do-ho helplessly said, Don't say that, you're also a monster now. It's just that they have surpassed human limits. Below the arena, the 2 are still moving around each other with attacks clashing fiercely. It tries to cut through space itself, and quickly the 2 fight in close combat. Golden's confident gaze said, It seems you prefer direct, head-to-head combat. Soo-hyun calmly replied to him, Probably so. Now that they've both tested each other, it's time to get serious. With that, Soo-hyun accelerates his attack again, coldly reaching out his hand to gather immense power and launching it forward to overwhelm Golden. His body was pushed back by that power. Haejun cheered excitedly. Good, that was a great hit. Do-ho replied. Lohan probably won't escape unscathed. During the fight, Golden reached out of that energy screen and summoned 4 wings to shatter Soo-hyun's magic. Hakjun's expression turned worried again. He didn't even lose a single hair. Impossible. As I expected, divine fire isn't enough to hurt him. The trait of the great angel, with the power of a heavenly spirit, grants him enormous mana and a terrifying resistance to magic. It was considered the best trait from his previous life. Golden eyes flashed with a bright, admiring smile. Impressive. Then he reached out his hand to unleash his power. Now it's my turn. That energy turns into a giant energy arrow. It rises under Jen's control. The arrow is aimed straight at Shu Hyun standing below. His eyes are focused intently on the attack. He creates a shield above his head, as if waiting for the attack to come down. From afar, the energy seems fragile, but its damage is immense, causing the arena to shake, rocks flying into the air and dust billowing across the stands. He nervously shouted while raising his hand to shield himself. The debris is too much. Do-ho struggled to add, I can't see anything at all. And Golden is still standing there, eyes blazing, everyone looking down in confusion, wanting to know the result. Is it over? He won't be able to survive that attack. Rogan raises his shield to block, looking worried. It's over. He won't be able to withstand that attack. But after the smoke cleared, Soo-hyun was still standing there with a cold gaze fixed on the opponent. Golden also let out a cold laugh. Damn it, is this what it feels like when everyone looks at you every day? But that sentence was interrupted. When he saw the giant snake sticking out its tongue beside Soo-hyun, he continued to speak, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Soo-hyun's system appears, summoning the third eye Ouroboros in spirit form. It has independent will, but will obey the summoner's commands, and the mana and stats of the summoner will also increase. Soo-hyun also sighed to himself, surprised that he had to use it. Are you saying you want to broaden your horizons? So, does this satisfy you? Your expression is incredibly confident. Golden hesitated for a moment, then burst out laughing excitedly. That's enough, and then he launched another attack. As I was thinking, my back suddenly went cold. At last, I've met a worthy opponent. Golden charged forward in madness. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I can finally defeat him. The arrow aimed at Ouroboros is called the Angel's Strike, Divine Punishment. Golden arrogantly declares, from now on, I will be the strongest. Ex-Hyun stands amidst his raging magical energy, calmly raising his sword to face him, his narrowed eyes challenging him. Come on. Then the Divine Punishment arrow shot straight down, while Soo-hyun's Ouroboros opened its mouth as if to swallow it. The collision created a powerful shockwave, illuminating the entire arena, and stands as if an explosion had occurred. A massive explosion is happening nearby, with smoke and dust filling the streets. Golden covers his mouth, lifts his head and looks up with a puzzled expression. What just happened? It's clear that I did it. Right now, the giant serpent is roaring fiercely. It struggles to withstand the powerful blows, seemingly about to be defeated by its opponent. Seeing this, Golden is overjoyed. As expected, I am the one. Soon after, the giant serpent shattered into pieces. In his eyes now reflected the figure of Soo-hyun rushing over, wielding his sword and charging forward at great speed. Golden froze in place. I understand now that giant snake was just a fake. Soo-hyun's eyes reveal a dangerous look as he prepares to attack, leaping into the air with his sword raised. That was the real strike. At that moment, Golden was stunned, realizing it was the actual blow. You are very determined to your own resolve. Then, Soo-hyun delivered a powerful blow with amplified mana. Golden is wounded in the shoulder and stunned. Now he slowly walks over, helplessly sitting on the ground, waiting to lose. I understand now. Golden staggered to his feet, blood seeping from his wound. In the end, I lost to this new world. Soo-hyun silently watched his miserable state without saying a word. The aftershock from this battle is also very strong, with both of them standing in the middle of a huge crater. On the stands, everyone begins to panic. Mana has enveloped the entire arena. They are on a completely different level from us. Wait a minute, I don't see anyone. Who won? Watching the match, Hak-jun asked nervously. It can't be true, right? Do-ho calmly reassures him, it'll be fine. He's not someone easily defeated by others. Don't worry. Suddenly, Thomas becomes extremely excited. Soo-hyun has already won. Hearing that, Hak-jun was quite confused. Thomas Do-ho also looked a bit confused. What just happened? I have to admit, Thomas was right. They just keep standing around clueless. He focused on watching the match and then gave his opinion. I couldn't see until the end, but I could feel the power of the mana Soo-hyun had gathered. From that, I was sure that Soo-hyun had definitely won. Amidst the fog, a figure gradually emerges, surprising everyone. Huh? Someone is appearing now. Everyone curiously stood up to see. I wonder who that is. Everyone holds their breath, waiting for that tense moment. That's why the arena fell silent. A pair of white shoes stepped onto the ground, none other than Soon. You are helping Golden to walk out, that is Kim Soon. Suddenly, the entire audience becomes extremely lively. Your friends are very happy. Kim Joo-hun and the others are stunned and can't believe the fact that they defeated Golden Lohan. The audience cheers loudly. He also smiles and talks. This feeling is so strange. I never expected someone to steal all the attention. Soo Hyun gently asks back, "Are you complaining?" Golden shyly replied, "I don't mind it. After all, the battlefield is in ruins, the system has appeared, and the arena is now a mess, but no matter what, we still have to do what needs to be done." Hyun smiles and waits for the announcement. The final winner of the ranking match, Kim, is embraced by his friends in celebration. That victory is a source of pride not only for him, but for everyone. Perhaps everyone has to admire his talent. Hyun. A moment later, fireworks exploded in the arena, lighting up the sky. Congratulations on your victory in the stands. Everyone is cheering excitedly. Congratulations, Soo Hyun. I wish you even more. No, I wish you the best. The applause and overwhelming joy from the audience echo loudly, with Aslan and Golden both giving a round of applause to Soo Hyun. She pretends to ask playfully how it feels to lose. He crosses his arms and replies, "My blood is boiling right now," then enthusiastically throws something to Soo Hyun. "Hey, so the winner is the flag microphone. It left you a bit stunned. You looked up and asked what this was for?" Golden enthusiastically said, "Tell us about your victory. How does it feel to become the strongest awakener in the world?" Hyun paused for a moment, then openly expressed his true feelings in front of everyone. "I don't feel good or bad. I just feel like I've taken another step forward. Seeing you so humble," he said in a low voice. "You've become the strongest, yet you only see it as a step forward?" Soon remained silent, ignoring what he wanted to say. "It seems like you already have a clear goal." Soon expresses his deep determination. "I will keep rising to the top until the very end." His cold gaze as he thought about the enemy who caused him to fail, so he wouldn't be hindered by tall obstacles anymore. The audience all focused on listening to his speech. I believe everyone felt it during the ranked match, that the safety and pride of holding an S rank actually hold everyone back. Through real experiences, Soon affirms that the result is everyone being forced to kneel before higher walls. Your words carry great determination. Although moving forward is your decision, one thing is certain. I will continue to become stronger. Hyun boldly said, "If everyone stops here, we won't fight together in the next stage. Everyone will stand behind me, protected by me." He waved his hand and encouraged him, "If you don't want that, then walk your own path." Finally, Seun confidently pointed at himself and said, "Try to surpass me." His words surprised many and gave a huge boost of motivation. And that was how the ranked match with countless issues ended in a glorious victory. At night, the bustling city lights up brightly as Soo-yoon receives a valuable item from his assistant in his room. This is adamantium, the reward for winning the ranking match. You politely reply, "Thank you." He thought to himself that in some ways this was the true goal of the ranking match. Finally, Soo-hyun held the orb in his hand and thought of the sword he had long desired, believing he could possess the strongest weapon. Congratulations. Meanwhile, another issue is occurring in Korea. At the meeting room of the Korean Awakening Management Association, many people have gathered as EUI has initiated the work. Since the association and the organization are both assembled, we will begin the meeting. He announced seriously that the topic, as everyone knows, is the 2 green dungeons. This issue is urgent because they appeared at Yana Bridge, led by EUI, to start the meeting. The main topic, as everyone knows, is the 2 green dungeons. This is crucial information that cannot be overlooked, as they have appeared at Yan Bridge. All high-level imposters have gathered here. They appeared around 3:06 p.m., and this is the first time they have appeared simultaneously in the same area. Therefore, they have been named the Songlam Prison. His face was strained as he read the report, and according to calculations, it was very likely that the 2 outbreaks would happen simultaneously. How much time is left until then? EUI provided an estimated number. "I guess there are about 2 weeks to a month left." Cheon's car was startled and complained. How could there be such a huge mistake? Another person sitting nearby also spoke up. 1 green dungeon is enough to wipe out the city, but now there are 2 blue dungeons. And at this time, right now is definitely their disadvantageous moment, with most 5th grade levels participating in the star ranking competition. We don't have enough people to raid the dungeon, since EUI does not deny this shortcoming. That's right. Right now we're short on S-rank members, so the planned raid time is a week, and considering other factors, it could take even longer. A cold sweat silently dripped down his chin. If we don't deal with it as soon as possible, that's the most serious possibility he has calculated. Seun will be devastated. Eungu remains calm and asks if you've tried contacting Kim Soo-hyun yet. He also anticipated the truth. I have already tried. But the first ranking competition just ended, so it's really hard to say for the others, and I don't know if he can come right away. He calmly suggested that at least we should come up with a plan to raid the dungeon. At this moment, a teasing, nonchalant voice echoed. "Oh, come on, why are you worrying so much? You have the How How Mask Guild with you." He is Kwon Jae-hun, the Fake Awakening Club president and leader of the Haup S Mass Guild. Du Yui looked at him with a cold, contemptuous gaze. That conversation is over now, Gunjun. He shrugged as if he understood everything. I knew it. You said you would appoint Kim Joo-hyun as the leader of the assault team. His face shows arrogance, and he rolls his eyes, provoking a reaction. But we don't know when he will arrive, and we can't just wait forever. Another person chimed in to support. He's right, this guy's face is just as provocative. Right now, the guild has many false awakeners preparing for the raid. It's not just the Hahao Mass Guild. He's Lin Trang-hun, the vice president of the False Awakener Guild, and among the top 10 guild leaders. Trang-hun proposed connecting both sides. In my opinion, the Fake Awakening Society and the Hahao Mass Guild should form a vanguard team to go in first. What do you think? Since EUI didn't say anything and habitually pushed up his glasses, it turns out they want to do it this way. These two are both members of the Illusion Awakening Society. Although the Fake Awakening organization was initially established to protect the interests of false awakeners and handle tasks efficiently, over time, what was good at the beginning gradually corrupted, and they started only raiding dungeons that could make them money and refused to be controlled by the authorities. They became a greedy organization that only cares about their own interests. His eyes showed disdain as he saw through their true intentions. Their goal this time is probably the reputation for the big loot in the 2 green dungeons, so they came here to raid the dungeons. EUI exhaled a determined breath in refusal. I'm sorry, but I can't allow that. He can't let them run wild and jeopardize the agency's priority of ensuring the safety of the people and the city. And we want a more solid plan. His comment made the two of them look ridiculous because they still had no objective evidence. If changing the name of the Masked Guild Fong and the Fake Awakening Society fails, it could cause the outbreak to happen sooner than expected. However, even though EUI has already said so, they remain stubborn. If you need objective documents, Trang-hun grins widely and hands over a stack of papers. Here they are. Since EUI has no choice but to pick it up and check it out, this is what he said with a nonchalant tone mixed with pride. We sent the request and received it from the American agency. His tone was confident and his reasoning was solid. This is proof that despite the disadvantage of the chaotic guild appearing in the Blue Dungeon in LA, they still have an 80% chance of a successful raid. Do you still think that our strongest force in Korea can't succeed? We remained silent, staring at the documents for a long time without moving. Jun's lips curled into a slight smile of satisfaction at the clear outcome. But then he saw him slam the documents down on the table. Because Yu still feels it's not enough to raid the dungeon, we still need to wait for Kim Soo-hyun for safety reasons. Moreover, for a green dungeon, we need at least 3 S-rank levels. Jun's face darkened, mana erupting from his body, and he said quite a lot. So you mean to say that the Mass Guild is not trustworthy, right? Everyone's faces darkened at his actions, and the members of the guild, especially Treo Ung, couldn't hold back and stood up. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Revoke your mana immediately. Stay still, Dahun warns impatiently, because he's confident his superior power allows him to dominate and intimidate EUI. Right now, I feel like beating the hell out of someone. Trunko is naturally hot-tempered, thinking he's so great. He confidently lifted his foot to step on the chair, then fight. A stern voice interrupted. That's enough. He doesn't want to see the other person act arrogant. Captain, do you want me to just sit here and watch? However, when he looked at Yoon-gu, Son Cheon's body suddenly stiffened. Jun's proud expression also slightly froze at this scene. Because someone as calm as him was furious, I said enough. For a moment, 2 streams of mana exploded and clashed in the room, their eyes locking in anger and murderous intent. Trang-hun struggles to swallow his saliva. Bae Yoon-gu, the strongest in the management agency. He knows that this person's strength and power are much greater. In fact, he is the reason why our Fake Awakening Society has tried to avoid conflicts with the management agency. If we oppose Park Yoonu, we won't gain anything either, so he wisely stood up, clapped his hands, and smiled to diffuse the tension. What's wrong with you two? Don't start fighting each other. That's enough, President. You should apologize too, Trang-hun whispered softly as a reminder. You also know that the agency in charge is the one raiding the dungeon, so resisting them won't do any good now. Dae-hun just frowned, not replying or retracting his manana release, but it seems some remaining reason forced him to dissipate it. Yunu's cold gaze never left him as he withdrew his mana and spoke. I can see your potential. His tone casually echoes Duiui's concern, but I hope you understand that we are preparing for the worst-case scenario. Only after completing our preparations will we launch the assault on Lam-nyuk. Jae-hun's tone falters as he stands up from his chair. So it means Trang-hun is worried he might cause trouble with the chairman, but Jae-hun doesn't bother to hold back and gets right in Yunu's face. You mean we're not strong enough. Trang-hun can't stop us, only lament. I told you to control your temper. He's not just threatening anymore. Go outside. I will show you that we are strong enough to raid the dungeon. Yungu gently pushes away the disrespectful hand on his shoulder. He also stood up from his seat without hesitation and accepted. Fine. His cold gaze fixed on the rooster that only knows how to crow. I will teach you a lesson. June continued to sing confidently. And if I win this battle, I want to gain the right to raid the blue prison. UI doesn't want the situation to become this tense. Hold on. Yunu placed her hand on his shoulder and pulled him back. The leader of the assault team has been decided. It's okay. Director Yu Dehun just snorted coldly, stepping out of the room first. Instead of talking here, actions will be faster. He then followed, nodding. I like your confidence. Don't go back on your word later. He half smiled sarcastically and said, That's something I should be saying. The door opens, casting a beam of light on his face. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. A familiar voice suddenly interrupted. Looks like something interesting is happening here. June's confident gaze suddenly froze when he saw the newcomer. The other contestants returned just as I was struggling to join in. A small, noticeable smile formed at the corner of Soo-hyun's mouth, causing Jae-hoon's expression to become extremely confused. Kim Soo-hyun, the ranking competition today has to end. Why are you still here? Ex-Hyun rubs his chin, recalling how quickly he came back here, and recounts the events that led up to now. Earlier, I received help from Golden Lohan. Golden took out an item and handed it to you, saying you needed to go to Korea immediately. Use this. The feather in his hand radiates a glow. This item allows the user to travel anywhere within their memories when Su Huan holds the feather, and Tian Wu permits the Fei Yao user to go anywhere they wish. Yungu nods calmly after hearing this. So that's how it is. Thank you for quickly responding to the Seoul Association's mission. Your face seems to light up as you take his hand. No, thank you for giving it to me. Now back to the main issue happening here. What exactly is going on? I want to hear what's going on. Jun now lifts his chin proudly. Not much. Bae Yungu and I were previously competing for the right to breach the double dungeon. Shu Hyun's voice interrupted bluntly without hesitation. That's strange. His face instantly stiffened, caught in a difficult position where he couldn't argue back, his expression radiating murderous intent. The right to raid that dungeon has been mine all along. So why are the guild and the association now deciding who has the authority over it? Hearing that, he felt trapped and slightly stepped back. Of course, Dae-hun couldn't find a reason to argue. Damn it. A dark aura suddenly descended upon the two of them. Although the chairman had acted decisively earlier, that was the perfect opportunity to seize control. However, facing pressure from Ju Hyun made him falter. But if the opponent is the strongest awakened fake in the world, then your eyes now look very terrifying. In my previous life, the guild was full of trouble. At this moment, Yoon-gu stepped forward to sincerely apologize, feeling ashamed before Kim Soo-hun, but due to the issues of the guild that had started earlier, his opinion remained unchanged, hand resting on the sword at his side. The sword was drawn and shone with a cold light. I will handle it myself. His face remained unchanged as he watched from behind. The guild is truly troublesome. It's best to settle them quickly. So Soo-hyun responded without hesitation, knowing that both the guild and the association had their reasons. He smiled faintly, encouraging them to fight for the right to breach the twin blue dungeon. The faces of the top 10 guild members immediately turned pale with fear. Soo-hyun clenched his teeth and weakly protested, as if to say, we're going home empty-handed. Is this just like threatening? Do you know what they are afraid of here? Who said I'm the one participating? You happily smile and point to Hack Run beside you. You will fight this guy. When he's mentioned, his face momentarily becomes blank as all eyes focus on him. Hack Run looked confused, scratching his head and ear. It's me. Everyone quickly gathered in the training room. We will start in 5 minutes, so get ready until then. Hak Jun was warming up and complaining. Soo-hyun, why did you suddenly do that to me? Soon shrugged, awkwardly smiling, pretending to be indifferent. Sorry for doing that. At that moment, I acted without thinking. He pouted and shot you a sidelong glance. Soo-hyun, at this moment, Yoon-gu stepped forward again to apologize. I'm sorry. His tone and facial expression are full of remorse. Everything escalated because of me, but you don't blame him. It's okay. Ex-Hyun can see their relentless and vengeful nature. The guild will keep causing trouble for the association no matter what, even if this incident doesn't happen. Above all, the situation would become more serious if they chose to show hostility and refuse to cooperate during the raid, right? At the same time, you also reassure about Yunu's approach. Your judgment is probably the only way to control the guild, and if it were you, you wouldn't lose to a lazy bum like him. Your tone is fearless. Of course I am confident, but that doesn't mean he's an easy opponent. His eyes flicked briefly to the opponent on the other side. It's no coincidence he's become an S rank. Yunu isn't quite sure about the outcome of this match. He might be able to defeat Shu Hyun. The one who just became an S rank still trusts his own judgment. Don't worry about their abilities. He's the best among all the Awakeners I've ever met. His face shows a hint of sarcastic excitement. President, this is really nonsense. You kindly wish your opponent a bright future, but in the end, you probably made the right decision. Over there, Trang Hun kept gloating about this choice. I'm not sure about Kim Soo-hyun or Poon-gu, but that kid is nothing special. Jun puts on all the accessories. The double dungeon is ours. All right, if you're ready, I'll explain the rules. A cold smile crept up on his lips. To ensure safety, will the two fight hand to hand? Ex-Hyun stands between them as referee, and they can use their skills. If one gives up or can no longer fight, the other will be the winner. He raised his hand high to signal both of them. Now the match begins. He's very quick. The two of them stare at each other with different expressions. A moment of silence is called, and both prepare their bodies for the fight. As soon as the starting shout rang out, Di-hun charged straight at Haek-run, his fist already close to his face. He quickly raised his hands to defend, faster than I could. Jun's speed is truly incredible. He quickly threw another punch, and suddenly he struck several times, forcing Haek-run to retreat. His body remained steady, blocking the attack. Too fast, but it's not a problem. Until he swiftly raised his hand to block an attack, with Jiang Rongsai stepping back to support himself. He gathers all his strength into his remaining arm. Just one hit is enough. But when he looks up, there's no opponent in front of him anymore. His eyes suddenly flickered with a hint of panic as he disappeared. Jehun's excited voice suddenly echoed from behind. Whoa! His hand reached out to grab Hakjun's head before he could react, and then a strong force pushed him down, smashing his head against the floor. The people outside became panicked. Hak trembled. Mr. Cheon's car feels frustrated and can't accept this. Is it over so soon? Maybe this is really too much for someone who just reached S rank. The people from the council cheered together in joy. Impressive, as expected from the chairman. Trang Hun smirked with a triumphant smile. Jun's instant teleportation skill is the reason he achieved S rank. Victory is within reach. We've won this battle. Now the decisive strike is ours. Suddenly, a strange sensation came from beneath DH's arm. He couldn't understand why his hand was clenched tightly. What? Hakjun's voice sounded faintly. You're just fast. He was completely unharmed by that fall. Besides that, you get nothing else. He quickly tried to pull his hand away but couldn't. You bastard. What is this power? Suddenly, Jun felt his body oppose the gravity and magnetic field. He stood up and gently swung his hand, causing his opponent's body to flip upside down into the air, with his head crashing down onto the damaged ground. Everyone in the room showed different expressions, but the outcome was clear. Ex-Hyun smiled faintly, having foreseen the victory. Song Tran, Dia-hun hit his head on the ground and lay motionless as his companions hurried over. Guild leader, please check on the guild leader. Trang Hun also hurried over to check. Luckily, he wasn't seriously injured, just unconscious. His eyes showed panic. Could it be that Dia-hun lost so easily? Wasn't Choi Hak-jun only recently reached S rank? Their plans all fell apart because of that extraordinary power. Damn it, how did everything turn out like this? At this rate, we won't be able to fight for the right to activate the skill. Hak-jun over there is shouting loudly and complaining fiercely. Oh my god, do you know how scared I am that everything will fall apart because of me? Although others praise you and say you're cool, I also feel scared. He's still prickly and irritable like a hedgehog. Please consider my opinion first. Soo-hyun calmly reached out and patted his head. Sorry about that. He still had the same smile on his face, but I knew he wouldn't lose. Seeing that, Hae-run stared blankly at his face in shock. Suddenly being praised makes him proud. Of course, there will be a day I will defeat you. Of course, Soo-hyun denies that. No, that's not true. Now go and deal with the pests that are getting in the way of this matter. You slowly step towards the two people from that guild over there. Your voice, calm and cold, echoes now. Do you understand now? Why didn't the association assign the raid to you? Soo-hyun brainwashed them into greed and vanity without any strength. No matter how many outstanding pseudo-awakened you have, the strongest force is your chairman. He plainly points out the gap between both sides, but he lost to Zun, who only recently reached S rank. Luckily, Soo-hyun gained knowledge from being resurrected. Of course, Hazun's rapid development is thanks to his insane ability, even better than the one he had in his previous life. You want to raid the Green Dungeon with just those skills. Your voice carries a threatening warning. Are you planning to commit suicide? He gives a final gentle warning. Consider this contest a lesson and think carefully about your precious lives. Trang Hun lowered his head, suppressing his anger. No, this is the Blue Dungeon. His voice trembling echoes. I understand what you mean, so let us join the assault team. I can't give up. he still insists on his wish. If we go together, the team will definitely be more complete. Greed is clear in his eyes. Just joining the green dungeon already gives huge experience. Considering the benefits he gains afterward, sharing a little is acceptable. Of course, we will give up 70% of the collected benefits. Soon immediately cut off his obvious expression. So let me ask you this. Your voice has no emotion. Are all of you thinking that the blue dungeons are just opportunities for fame and money? Hyuk-run sensed that there was something different about him. Soo-hyun, you ignore and keep going. I just want to know if you've ever thought about it. Are it normal for dungeons to appear in the world? Is there anything besides the dungeons? What if one day those dungeons swallow the world? Does it ever occur to you that my gaze is like I want to devour you? I slowly lean in closer to Trang-hoon's face. Listen carefully, I could eliminate the guild just by wanting to, and your child would be just as easy to take as breathing. I'm just temporarily postponing it, because I have more urgent matters to deal with. What Trang-hoon feels is an endless abyss. Min-min will die. He collapsed backward, trembling and begging for mercy for his terrible mistake. The mana emanating from Joo-hyun was even 3 times stronger than June's. I apologize. Your lips tremble as you speak, reminding them that this is their last chance, and there won't be another. After a moment, only Soo-hyun and Yoonu remained alone in the meeting room. Hia, after a period of silence, was the first to speak. Are you serious, Soo-hyun? He doesn't understand your reckless decision to storm the blue dungeon on your own. Soo-hyun sets down the empty glass and confirms that I will handle one, and Do-hak-sun Thomas and the guild will take care of the rest. Yoongu is worried that this might be too risky. It's too reckless. I think it would be better if we all went together and cleared each dungeon, but your idea was very determined and resolute. No, I need to do it myself. His cold gray eyes stare intently, waiting for the next decision. Instead, you asked him to do something else. Trust me. I will raid one of the blue dungeons alone for the press. 2 hours after Hazoon's contest, a black car sped down the highway. June was driven home by his subordinate after regaining consciousness, scowling as he asked again. Really? Did Kim Soo-hyun say that? At that moment, Trang-hoon was so scared he almost peed his pants and promised everything. I and the top leaders would withdraw from this. While he fainted, everything unfolded in an indescribable way. No wonder the vice chairman acted strangely. June quietly looked out the window and suddenly called out to the driver. Dong-kyu! He glanced in the rearview mirror. Yes, club leader. I didn't expect his next words to be about gathering others. Call the other guilds and bring 20 talented people. Jaehoon's face contorted in a snarl. Damn it, Kim Soo-hyun picked the wrong person. He has to die. Even days later, the attack on Yan Bridge is still coming. Journalists heard the news and came over. Kim Soo-hwan, are you really going to raid the Green Dungeon alone? Choi-hyun, as the youngest S-rank pseudo-tamer in history, how do you feel? The flashing camera lights and the microphone trying to get close. Please say a few words before the dungeon raid. Does Kim Sun think Thomas will join the raid today? They keep asking Soo-hyun's group questions. What are your criteria for choosing the fake awakening team that EUI stepped in to stop these fanatic hunters? We will answer questions after the raid is over. The association will contact everyone then, so please go back to your activities for now. One of the team members couldn't help but worry and advised, if you see danger, don't push yourself too hard. Just leave. Soo-hyun just gave a faint smile to reassure. Don't worry. Yoon-guo looked cool on the side. We will finish faster, so we'll meet up with you as soon as we're done. I appreciate your concern, but I'll head out now. In a flash, he disappeared as soon as he stepped through a green gate. Good luck. He turned to urge the others. Let's get started. You're right. Let's go, everyone, into the dangerous glowing green gate. In the long silence that followed, the twin green dungeon raid began that night. As soon as no one was guarding outside the gate, holes appeared on the road, and Jae-hoon's group gathered and jumped out of his teleportation gate. Now is the time to avenge the humiliation they caused. All right, Kim Hunter Soo-hyun, let's fight. The whole group of June immediately jumped into the gate that Ex-hyun entered. But unfortunately for them, someone caught that scene. As you said, this is also the reason Soo-hyun firmly refused help. No, I need to do it myself. You guarantee their narrow-mindedness so that the guild will come to me and cause a disturbance. At that point, Yoonu didn't expect you to think so deeply. Had you already predicted what would happen by then? Soo-hyun is no stranger to such prison schemes. Causing disruptions means interfering with a dungeon raid due to guild rivalries or revenge from the past. The Masked Guild and the Guild have used this method to deal with unclaimed dungeons and received praise for preventing outbreaks. At this point, you will leave no escape for them. Those bastards. This time things won't go their way, so all I ask is for you to do one thing for him. Send the intel and I will raid one of the green dungeons alone for the press. The guild will definitely follow after I enter. Gather evidence of their actions. Since Yu has already collected some, he smiles faintly, and the rest is up to you. Su Huan. Inside the dungeon door is a deep chaos that has already passed. Your cold eyes gaze at the scattered trash on the ground below. The goat gang in the dungeon immediately checks the corpses lying in disarray on the path. He ran his hand over the dried, blackened blood, and then stood up to brush off his hands before informing the team. It has been dead for a while now. Kim Soo-hyun has gone deeper in. Jun's voice booms as he organizes the team, maintains the formation, and follows the trail. The group following obediently listened. His eyes grew deep as he assessed the treacherous desert area considered the boss in the Golden Dungeon, but it was just a normal monster here. Does the Blue Dungeon look like that, with the endless yellow sands? Da-hun calmed his emotions and turned back to lead. All right, let's begin. Suddenly, Soo-hyun's annoying voice interrupted. Who said you could just leave like that? He reacted very quickly, turning sharply to Kim Soo-hyun. All the soldiers around drew their weapons on command, all ready to fight. However, after looking around for a while, he couldn't find you. Where are you? Kim Soo-hyun. Jae-hun's eyes frantically darted around outside in a continuous circle. Suddenly he shivered as he sensed the murderous intent right behind him. A voice from hell could end his life at any moment. Stop right there. All the fake awakeners freeze in place, too scared to move. If you make a move, Jae-hun's pupils tremble at the strange, ominous aura. Soo-hyun has somehow known, or perhaps has always been here waiting for them. I will kill you. On the other side of the green gate, a loud cry echoes through the mountains. The car is playing a game of chase with the monster. Follow me, Bugs. His teammates are panicking. Don't provoke them too much. We just need to lead them away. He winks mischievously and sticks out his tongue. If you want to fight me, then come after me. The swarm of beetles flying behind is truly going crazy. That idiot, Kang Seung-chun, has lost it. Why make a fuss? Chongchan still doesn't know what fear is and is still so excited. That way is more fun. And like this, you all rushed straight to the cliff, blocking the dead end ahead. Just as they are about to arrive and jump together, we will finish the job sooner. Yunu has already set up her stance with the sword. Now she just needs to channel her energy. Her gaze subtly sharpens, locking onto the prey within her sights. A thought moved, and the sharp sword swept through with a single slash, cutting everything in its path, including the insects within range. Before ascending to heaven, they only saw a blinding white flash as his sword sliced through the forest ahead. The swarm of beetles led by the Sky Divide fell to the ground in disarray. Commander Cheon observed from above. There are no more left. But he didn't stop. There's no time to rest. Get ready for the next step of the plan. He covered his eyes with his hand and obediently said yes. His eyes didn't change when he saw what was coming. Sure enough, as soon as he heard the commotion, they arrived. The insect army is pouring in, cornering them all. It's disgusting. Mr. Cheon's car excitedly turned to urge the others on. All right, it's time to move on to the next step. They have waited so long for this debut, and now it's finally our turn. The Black Jun group is ready to fight with fierce determination. Let's go. At this moment, Jae-hun's side is plunged into a deep black hole with no light at all, and instinctive fear rises. Help! His voice trembled, clearly visible. We were wrong. Suddenly, a narrow slit eye stared straight into Jun's eyes. He trembles with fear, shouting like a woman, "Stop!" Suddenly the scene changes to inside a cave with a familiar figure, cold sweat still pouring down his forehead, showing that fear still lingers. Dia-hun gazes blankly at the face he recognizes all too well. Kim Soo-hyun quickly regained his composure, realizing that the snake was an illusion. He hurriedly looked around this dark place. But what's going on here? A shaking cave? Suddenly a faint moan reached his ears. Help me, please save me. Someone sticks out the mouth of a large worm about to swallow. Help me. Immediately afterward, he couldn't even scream before turning into a pile of blood. Da-hun was startled to see the identical creatures surrounding him. What are these monsters? They are tearing apart his fellow soldiers one by one. There's no way there are this many. His facial muscles stiffened and twitched uncontrollably. This is the worst thing. Soo-hyun clutches his face, nearly losing his mind. Where are you taking us? Soo-hyun half smiles softly to reassure. Don't be afraid. Thanks to my skills, they haven't attacked yet. You tell him about the scene in front of you. This is the deepest part of the dungeon, but it doesn't seem to affect your mood. If you're not stupid, you should know that X-Hyun is taking this opportunity to teach Jun a lesson about how dangerous the Blue Flame Dungeon really is. His stubbornness has brought him to this point. Luckily, he still chases money and fame out of greed. His voice sounds like a verdict descending. You are a parasite threatening the world. A blue flame erupts from his hand. If you disappear, it would be better for the world. This time, Jae-hun is the one trembling and begging. Help me, I got close to you because Soo-hyun sarcastically reminded me. Help me, really? You question the crimes he committed. What will you say to the lives you destroyed? By now, the suffering souls from his memories are awakening. What are you doing? What did we do wrong? Please save me, save me. Shun didn't turn to ash himself, but clung to the phoenix. Ah, that's my answer. You left Jahun here with the bugs, now it's your turn to experience it. His face immediately turned pale in panic. Don't come here. Don't come near me, you bastards. In front of him appeared a mouth full of teeth. The pain and suffering of the people you killed have sealed Jun's fate, since he dared to chase after you. Then the sacred fire phoenix carried Shu Hyun down to the pink hole in the cave. Below, bodies lay scattered. He calmly stepped onto the ground, balanced himself, put his hands in his pockets, and with the other hand, summoned it back. Around the dark cave, pairs of eyes glinted as they stared at Shu Hyun cautiously. The monsters bared their fangs and advanced toward him, faces full of hunger, snarling in savage cries. But he remained calm, waving the holy fire phoenix flames and questioning, "After eating so much, are you still hungry?" They quickly surrounded Shu Hyun from all sides. He stood within the circle, still calm as he watched them, marveling. Wow. Then he furrowed his brow, summoned his pen, drew a line of fire around him, and declared, "Looks like you can't eat anymore." Meanwhile, in a hot, smoky forest, Seong Cheon slumped to the ground, gasping for breath exhaustedly. The others are still fighting the giant bugs. He leans on a bug corpse and breathes a sigh of relief, saying, "I thought we were about to die." Then he glances to the side and smiles with a hint of satisfaction. "But we've done enough, right?" Do-ho also looked up, facing forward, and smiled in response. Yeah, his voice sounds a bit doubtful, but damn it. No one knows who the real monster is anymore. Meanwhile, Yoon-gu is wielding a sword, clearing out the remaining giant insect corpses. Suddenly he raised his head and looked in a certain direction, his face immersed in thought. In the distance, Zun and Thomas were fighting over an item. He thinks both of them are very impressive. While he's stubbornly fighting with him, is that cheating? He looks at Thomas, silently judging that a person with a fighting instinct and impressive skills can freely use various techniques, while he's shouting and angrily insisting, "This is mine." Then he looked at the young man next to him, who was pushed back with his hand on his face, and silently thought that the other person was enhancing his body with mana and focusing on destructive power. Hae-jun angrily shouted, "No! He thinks adding more people makes him more like me, but in terms of growth rate, he will surpass me soon." Thinking of this, Yoon-gwilu also involuntarily closed his eyes with a smile, contemplating the future. Over here, the two are still fiercely attacking each other. He dusted off his hands, then turned to look at them and shouted to announce, "Today I will rest to straighten out this guy. Probably no monsters will come anymore. To be safe, gather the Night Watch team." As the sunset gradually falls, they all respond together, yes, and soon after the night also descends and the moon illuminates everywhere. The group is lying and sitting around the campfire, suspicious. Could this be the Night Watch team I've only heard about? Meanwhile, Yoon-gu sat calmly on a rock with his arms crossed, watching them seriously as the surrounding people kept gossiping. Not exactly a pleasant experience, with others constantly interrupting. Ha ha, at least you can be confident that you're lucky not to be the last one left behind. Next to Do-ho, Hack gently ruffles Hack's hair with an excited smile, his hand still gripping the long sword. "But even a hero can't escape the night shift," he said, rubbing the back of his neck with his long sword in hand. "What do you mean, hero?" The reporters earlier were really annoying. Hearing that, he also found it hard to understand. Huh? Why? I just found it too overwhelming. I didn't really do anything. Suddenly his face darkened, and beside Do-ho, he also looked over. The space fell silent. Then he remembered X-Hyun and Golden. In his heart, they were monuments of strength that could never be matched. The hero title is for people like Golden, Lohan, or Soon. Then he bows his head, looking somewhat awkward as he expresses himself, while I feel the anticipation, encouragement, and support from everyone. He hesitated for a moment, then looked into the distance with a gaze and bowed his head to acknowledge that it was all a burden. Next to Do-ho, he also looked over, unsure of what to say, then awkwardly scratched his neck and forced a smile. "Ha ha, I shouldn't have said anything, right? I was just venting a little, don't worry." Next to him, he looked straight ahead and calmly replied, "No, I am thinking of someone who said the same words as you." Next to Hae-jun, he also looked over in surprise. What's going on? Last year, when Soo-hyun and I faced the Kraken at the Green Prison, in front of him was the image of a young man bowing, his body full of self-disappointment, holding a lonely sword. Do-ho liked to say that seeing Soo-hyun made him feel small, and that the light was too dazzling, burning everything around it, and warned me to be careful. He is currently looking at his hand, firmly denying it. Although I am aware of it myself, I don't want to admit it. Then he clenched his fist with a look of determination, so I immediately increased the test level from 5 to 6. Hearing that, the person next to him was also amazed and remarked, "No wonder he disappeared last year." And I also felt he suddenly became stronger. Duho chuckled awkwardly. "Ha ha, thanks." Suddenly he became more serious, making Heijun also stare in surprise. But I almost died because of a tiny difference in strength. In the dungeon, he is badly injured, clutching his wound and leaning on his sword to keep going. That's a matter of talent. That's my limit. Facing Su Hyun, he looked at him coldly and advised, "If Duhoun hadn't stopped me, I would have died." He understood, lowered his head, his face furrowed as he sank into thought, and now he still closed his eyes calmly as he spoke. "When I realized my limits, I thought someone like me didn't belong in the same space as you." Heijun kept staring in disbelief, stammering, He remembered Su Hyun's angry face, questioning, but I only realized that after hearing Su Hyun's words. At that moment, he looked at you in confusion and realized that you had never fought for yourself before, but always moved forward for us, for everyone. Duho's eyes lingered on the moon above, shining down everywhere to prevent destruction. The moon continues to shine brightly along the road. He is immersed in it, silently admiring. He is very cool, bright, and radiant, then suddenly lowers his head in hesitation, suddenly glances at him and adds with a smile, "I have decided that even if I am burned by that dazzling light, I will definitely follow it." Seeing this, Heijun also widened his eyes in shock. Du-ho questioned, "Do you ever think that you are also a pillar for others to rely on, like Su Hyun does for you?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but rub his nose, feeling unfair, then looked up at the moon with a smile as if enlightened. "If you said that, then I have no choice but to run away." Suddenly, Du-ho became a bit suspicious. "But do you think Su Hyun is okay?" Hakrun glanced over hesitantly. "You just said he was shining. You don't believe in him?" He hesitated and muttered, "I was just worried." But Hakjun interrupted confidently, saying there's no need to worry about him, and hesitated for a moment. The other side of the dungeon is also gradually becoming quieter, with bodies torn into pieces and some monsters from the dungeon. Hakjun's confident voice still echoes, "Look at those dungeon monsters." Su Hyun places his sticky hand on a wooden door. Ex-Hai Unun stands in front of it, somewhat suspicious and probing. This is in front of a giant door inside. Standing before it, he looks small and suspects it's a boss room. Then he raised his head and pursed his lips to probe again, but the sign of the green prison appeared too quickly. With this situation, Fapnia will appear soon too. Shu Hyun's hand calmly pushes the door open. This time, the light inside shines outward and he pushes harder to force them apart. He is determined to defeat it. Suddenly, something bites his shirt and pulls him back, causing Shu Hyun to be thrown backward with an angry expression. Then he quickly lands on the ground. Zhao's hand sparks with fire as he looks up cautiously. Are there still other living creatures? Suddenly he grimaced and looked there with suspicion and confusion. Humph. A giant body mixed with red and white casts a shadow down, looking at you with a cheerful smile and exclaiming excitedly. Shu Hyun also raises his head, somewhat confused. Then he forced a smile, his whole face soaked and looking up with a helpless expression. "Ha ha, Mia. I know you're very happy to see me." It's still licking Shu Hyun's head non-stop over here, and all you can do is stand there letting it do so, but can you stop for a bit? Then you wipe away the remaining water on your face with a dissatisfied look, thinking to yourself that now it's bigger, and so there's more drool too. Suddenly Shu Hyun turned to him and got straight to the point. "Has the little demon finished developing already?" It smiled brightly and responded. He thought to himself, "It seems like now it's understanding more and more of what I'm saying." Then he reached up to his chin, looking up pensively. But Shu Hyun's comment hit him like a thunderbolt, his face full of panic. The kid was smaller than I expected. Then Mia's face fell in disappointment, and it bowed its head in frustration. Shu Hyun understood. "Are you hurt?" She awkwardly explained, "Ha ha, I mean Mia is in the perfect size right now." Immediately after, it pointed angrily at the door and shouted. Shu Hyun also understood its intention. "What? You want to show off how strong you are by opening the door, huh?" Shu Hyun's hand touched the wing as its probing gaze looked at him, and it shouted, urging him on. "Well, size isn't the most important thing." Finally, you pushed the door open with strength, and the light inside spilled out. You thought to yourself, all right, let's see how much you've developed. Then Shu Hyun looked inside the door and saw a giant worm staring at them with a mouth full of slime. Its red eyes narrowed as it looked at Golden and him. Then it attacked them with its sharp mouth on top of its head. A roar echoed. Over here, you're also excitedly waving your hand and shouting, "Great Mia, show it your breath." It also narrowed its eyes and shouted back. Then Golden Puffcheek held a flame in his throat. his eyes full of determination as he looked ahead, finally spitting out a powerful flame with a dragon roar technique rushing toward the giant worm. Over here, Soo-hyun also raised his hand to stop Dong-chan, his face full of amazement as he shouted inwardly. Facing this power, the giant worm burned in flames, cried out in pain. Soo-hyun still looks at the scene in shock, unable to close his mouth. In front of him, Golden is floating in the air, admiring his own achievement. The room inside is filled with fire, then it turns back to proud as it thumbs itself, while you stand frozen, sweating and looking up, muttering, "Mia, you really can do it." Inside the desert, the giant worm's body is burned into a few scraps. You hesitate and ask, is that really possible? Meanwhile, Yoon Gil-yu's group has already reached the end of the dungeon. Sung Cheon shouted urgently, "There's a gate over there, over there!" Seeing that, he also turned to look. Next to him, someone was carrying a wounded person. Yoon-gu let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. He calmly moved forward, secretly calculating that it took us 3.5 days to clear the blue prison, with 5 lightly injured and 1 seriously injured, and no rings. Then his gaze shifted to Haejun and Thomas standing behind, glaring at each other fiercely, mostly thanks to the two of them. Suddenly, Yoon-gu smiled, determined that he also needed to improve himself. Then everyone quickly moved away from the teleportation gate. He told them, "Well done, everyone. The other stones falling from the dungeon will be sent to you later." Then Yoonu was also the last to leave the dungeon. His body was transported back to the city where EUI had been waiting, her worried expression as she stepped forward to support him. He has safely completed the dungeon raid. Good job managing everything, but he interrupted saying, "It's not over yet. We need to support Soo-hyun." Hearing that, he calmly explained, "Oh, no need," then announced something that made Yoon-gu open his eyes in surprise. "He's finished," he shouted. "What?" At the same time, inside a house deep in the forest, a gasp of amazement sounded out. "Oh my God." Dahoa, clutching the orb, eyes wide with surprise, looked at it and asked, "Is this really adamantium?" "Next to you," he confirmed. "Yes, it's the prize for your victory in the ranking games, just for him to see, because you have urgent work to handle." Then he lowered it again and looked at it one more time. While beside Soo-hwan, he crossed his arms and nodded calmly in agreement. Oh, this really is adamantium." He smiled as he gazed at the orb in awe, never expecting to see it with his own eyes. Then he suddenly remembered something, his eyes wide open. He waved his hand towards Soo-hyun, reminding him, "Hand me the sword." Seeing that, you also obediently handed over the sword. He took the sword as well. Dahom took the hilt of the sword, examining it for a moment before turning his gaze to the blade, inspecting it carefully. The blade is slightly damaged, then he lifts it up, pouts, and suddenly Daho clears his throat and says, "I need one." Then looks at Soo-hwan with a confident smile. "No, in half a year I will create for you the greatest masterpiece within 6 months." Soo-hyun also looked down at the silent orb, then nodded with a smile and said, "I will wait." Immediately after, Korea was in chaos, with almost all headlines sharing the same title. The 2 green dungeons have been conquered by Hanguo's strength. Hanguo suddenly rose to become one of the most awakened nations with the appearance of Kim Soo-hwan. The green dungeon has truly become a reality. The shock Kim Soo-hyun caused in the green dungeon has become a topic of discussion on many websites and news reports from the Mask Society about their plan to seize the dungeon. Jun's face is projected onto it. The Ha-Hao Society is trying to take over the green dungeon. Kim Soo-hyun was lucky to stop them. The mask was cut in half. Because the actions of the Ha-Hao Mask Society are evil and illegal, the organization has expelled them and taken disciplinary measures. At this moment during the meeting, a pile of thick documents was laid out on the table. Just looking at the pile says it all. In short, the times are changing. Yoon-gu propped his chin with his hand, his face serious as he informed the others. The rate of dungeon appearances is increasing rapidly, and the role of the Awakened is to ensure the safety of citizens and the country. On this side, Soo-hyun looks at the report with curiosity. Dungeons are appearing much faster than before. Is that why the management agency is avoiding conflict with the Fake Awakening Association? He clasped his hands together, affirming that yes, although the association's strength is greater than that of the management agency, the agency plays a more important role. He thought about the connection between the guild and other adventurers, adding that it includes providing information and items for others to conquer smoothly or granting Fake Awakeners the authority to conquer dungeons. Yoon-gu's face furrowed in worry as he announced that, as we know, an unregulated and extremely dangerous organization. Should we disband them? Suddenly someone interrupted him. Daho took the document, raised his hand to stroke his chin, and added, "We really need the strength of unity." Soo-hwan also turned around in confusion. Du-ho, facing Yoon-gu, looked somewhat awkward, but we have no other choice. Hearing that, he just smiled in response. Of course. Du-ho's confident face announced, "Leave this one to me." That night, in a dark house, 2 empty bottles were on the table and a phone screen lit up. Jiang-hun sat cross-legged on the chair, the bell ringing throughout the dark room before the screen gradually went black, leaving only darkness. Then a message was received. "This is Kim Soo-hun. Let's meet." Seeing that, he hugged the person and shouted out loud, his face turning pale with panic. His face was white as he muttered, foaming at the mouth, trembling. I didn't do anything. I'm so scared, Mom." Then, inside the largest room of the Fake Awakening Society's building, the constant chatter echoed. "That bastard June. That bastard. He only knows how to cause trouble and then die. So what should we do now?" The group of Awakening Guild members gathered together, discussing animatedly. What now? The association, and Kim Soo-hyun won't leave us alone. Wait, that only applies to the bastards who helped Kwon-jun. That's right, we didn't even get involved. Are they really going to gather us all up? Robert glared at them in warning. You bastard, do you think they're only doing this because of this incident? They'll definitely dig up everything that's happened so far. So Lim Trang-hun called the meeting, then he smirked, narrowing his eyes as he looked somewhere, and emphasized only a few respectable people are here, right? He wasn't afraid to call out the person opposite Dung Yun-ho by name. Dung Yun-ho, the vice president of the top S-level guild, also known as the department store, glared back with a pale face. He also just crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and calmly affirmed, I only agree with the chairman's decision. Not achieving his goal, he frowned and thought to himself, damn, the top 10 guild also depends on Jun's troops, so I was planning to ask him for cooperation. Really stupid to rely on him. Then he cleared his throat and shouted at the crowd, pointing his thumb at himself. Listen up, everyone. We have to kill Kim Soo-hyun if we want to survive, otherwise we will all die. Everyone listening here also frowned and looked silently at him. Outside, Soo-hyun, Du-ho, and Jang-hun were standing at the door, with shouting from inside the room echoing out. Yes, you're right. If we work together, we can defeat Kim Soo-hyun. Next to Jiang-hun, he couldn't hear anything more. Rubbing his neck with a pale face full of fear, he stepped back and stammered to explain. Soo-hyun, I didn't say they did that. Please believe me. I followed your instructions. Then he turned and rushed away. Behind Hyun and Du-hoa, he dared not look back and shouted, I have to go ahead. The group looked at each other in confusion and asked, is that really the only way? Forget the association. Kim Soo-hyun clearly has a grudge against us. Robert's face was lewd as he nodded and smiled at the crowd. Let's decide on that. Suddenly the door opens and Soo-hyun stands behind him, while he remains unaware, making the decision to kill Kim Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun's cold eyes look down at him and emphasize, who are you going to kill? Over there, Runho was surprised to see you, while the others looked terrified. On this side, he slowly turned his head back, fearfully looking at you. Soo-hyun enunciated each word clearly, you can. His eyes were cold, and his smile was full of mockery. You think you can kill me? Seeing you, everyone jumps up from their seats, shouting in alarm. Kim Soo-hyun. Over here, Soo-hyun remains calm as he looks at them and asks, do you want to keep arguing or decide to execute me? Your finger beckons them with a teasing smile. Well then, come on. Everyone quickly lost their composure and swung their weapons, ready to attack. You bastard, you're too arrogant. Seeing how nervous they were, Robert spoke to remind them, don't be afraid, he's just a human too. The crowd quickly rushed towards Ex-hyun, but he remained standing there calmly, facing them. One of them shouted, we will finish him off here. The attack is closing in. He simply looked coldly at them, his eyes glowing with a purple light. Third eye. Soo-hyun's eyes widen as the incoming attacks gradually shatter under his technique. Neutralize. The crowd watching from afar is too stunned to react. What the heck? My skills are gone. The remaining side is trembling. Ho is also wide-eyed in shock at this display. Suddenly he smiled, made a decision in his heart, then placed his hand on the table and slowly stood up. He calmly approached Soo-hyun in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing that, he also frowned and looked at him cautiously, secretly thinking that it would take some time to defeat him at the general store. Meanwhile, Robert smiled excitedly, secretly glad that he finally agreed to help. Yes, with only this many people, I don't know if there's a chance, but if Dung Yun-ho helps, but he calmly raised his hand in front of Soo-hyun and declared, I surrender. The group behind the Hero Association also shouted in shock, what? Robert was stunned. What did you just say? He kept staring at you with a smile. Seeing that, Soo-hyun also smiled and nodded towards the back, confirming, all right, you can go. Then, Jun-ho quietly approached the door, glancing at the crowd, while Yu kept a wary eye on them. He insisted that there was some misunderstanding. I never agreed to help. I don't want to fight monsters like Kim Soo-hun. The door also opened, and after he left, the surroundings became eerily dark. The boy exuded murderous intent, his face darkening as he clenched his teeth and spoke each word sharply. All right. Now Shu-huan's eyes turn cold as he looks down at them, his eyes wide with a mischievous purple glow. Shall we continue? He uses the third eye, the hunter. The attacked group keeps screaming in pain from the murderous aura. Help quickly. Shu Hyun's hand grips the sword at his side, ready to draw it. They look both serious and disgusted, asserting that even though you know you have become corrupt, you haven't changed at all. You are aware of your wrongdoings but choose to remain silent. Organizations like that don't need to exist. My gaze is cold and full of murderous intent. I guarantee all of you should disappear today. Suddenly Do-ho placed his hand on your shoulder from behind, stopping you and easing the killing intent. Soo-hyun. Ik-hai-unun glanced back, his energy gradually diminishing in a somewhat confusing way. He looked seriously at you and warned, "Leave the rest to me." Then Do-ho let go of his shoulder, and he remained calm, no longer emanating killing intent. He then turned around, closed his eyes, and walked away. "Thank you." Ik-hai-unun raised his head, closed his eyes, and calmed down, saying if it weren't for you. Then he opened his eyes, glanced at the crowd with disdain, and emphasized, "I have already killed them all." Robert's group, hearing this, also stepped back cautiously. Their faces turned pale again. Soo-hyun steps toward the door, while Do-ho claps his hands, calmly focusing the attention of the crowd. "Come on, let's end this scary atmosphere here. We don't intend to cause any more trouble." Then the collected files were placed on the table. With Do-ho's strength from Soo-hyun and the administrative power of the social organization, he easily took control of the situation. He explained, "We have gathered information about the crimes and corruption within the guild." At the meeting table, he quickly reviewed the reports from the guild members before making a decision. The biggest issue is that these attacks are the result of the leadership of the Hamasic Guild, so the organization has set some conditions for the social club to continue existing. As a result, the rules and regulations within the social organization could be established. Hearing this, Robert couldn't help but grimace in discomfort and voice his opinion. "Wait a minute, whose authority do you have to order us around?" Do-ho's hand suddenly clenched. He raised his hand high, then without hesitation, he slammed it down on the table, causing it to shatter. The people around, frightened by his actions, turned pale and dared not oppose him anymore. Some who did protest were convinced by the flying paper, their faces full of determination as they looked at them and reminded them, "Honestly, you guys are all trash, and as for the man right in front of me, the stage has already been set." Above, the papers are flying through the sky. Do-ho's voice still echoes around the room. "I wish I could let Soo-hyun kill them all, but with the current rapidly changing situation, I need your strength and the tiger behind you." He offers them benefits along with a firm, commanding voice. "You want money and power, right? There will be more than you could ever wish for." So he looked at them with anger and shouted, "Shut up and follow me." Trash. This is the fox ruling the mountain. Meanwhile, a couple is happily talking together, a girl chasing soap bubbles, and Do-hyun sitting on a bench in a corner of the park, looking up at them. Suddenly, Do-ho approached with 2 cups of coffee in hand, smiling as he offered one to you, making you lift your head in surprise. Do-ho calls you to take the coffee and smiles. Looks like everything is settled down. Next to Do-ho, he rubbed his neck, sat down beside him, closed his eyes, and responded. "Of course, especially after the commotion earlier. Do you think I can't handle that little problem?" His eyes are full of determination. He raised his coffee cup to his mouth and announced, "I have become the president of the club." Hearing that, Soo-hyun also widened his eyes in surprise. "Huh? Really? You look a bit confused and hesitant. I never said I would go that far." But Do-ho calmly looked into the distance and explained, "I have no other choice, or the guild will collapse soon." His eyes looked far away and added, "Forcing them to listen is just delaying an unavoidable explosion. It's best to become the guild leader and prevent problems from arising in the first place." Soo-hyun turned to look, still talking non-stop. "Besides, the fake awakenings in the club are all different from you, only acting when there's a benefit. I was planning to test them with appropriate rewards." Seeing that, he also looked in that direction, his eyes somewhat suspicious. "You think I plan to control them with suitable rewards? I don't think it's necessary to put in that much effort to maintain the group." Do-ho interrupted, "No." His determined gaze looked into the distance and affirmed, "We need them." Seeing this expression, Soo-hwan was also a bit surprised. Do-ho, his face darkening as if recalling something, explained, "Didn't you say before that if this world were truly normal, why do we always have to live in fear that one day the dungeon will spiral out of control and slaughter us all?" His eyes narrowed and the dark pupils flashed with a fierce determination. "If that moment comes, We will need a well-organized force. He added that, which also surprised the person next to him. Honestly, I've never understood what you're thinking all this time. Suddenly, Du-ho looked up at the blue sky and expressed himself. I don't know anything. I just admire your strength. He thinks of the gate of success with the dazzling light of the future ahead, although I have been trying to catch up with you all this time. On the road to success, Soo-hyun continues to move forward steadily. Du-ho, but in the end I finally understand why you are so determined to keep going. In the distance, he still keeps his head up, watching your figure constantly climbing the stairs. He believes I may never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, but I will catch up eventually. So don't wait for me. I will definitely support you from below. Currently, Du-ho reaches out and places his hand on Soo-hyun's shoulder to remind him. Do you understand now? Just share some of your responsibilities with me. He smiled calmly and confidently as he announced, I stand with you, and you looked at him in shock. Soo-hyun mumbled, as if about to say something, and in her mind, she thought only with that one sentence. Suddenly your call startled him as well, and Joo-hyun's mind was filled with turmoil, but now he feels that no matter what difficulties and challenges we may face in the future. You smile brightly at Du-ho and thank him, silently affirming that we can also overcome everything together. On the other side, he also grinned and responded, while you felt grateful inside. Thanks to him. In the park, the yellow leaves keep falling with the wind, and he realizes that Ma-min can smile freely. At the same time, in an endless space, Johnny's silhouette appears beneath the water's surface, his voice echoing above. So this time, they also didn't appear, he knelt down and reported. Looks like that's really the case. And moreover, in the past, when I was searching for Kim Sang-jin, I had established a system. He thought of Fanya and added more, but only found Kim Soo-hyun and Golden Lohan. And although I had been watching Golden Lohan closely, nothing else appeared. Then he raised his head again, his face full of determination, as he announced, based on my speculation, it's very likely that Kim Soo-hyun is a fragment of a god. Hearing that, Fanya couldn't believe it and responded to him, no, this can't be true. He angrily looked at his body still covered with hundreds of cracks and affirmed that my regression was proof of that. Suddenly, he raised his head and said, forget it. He has definitely returned, and I also need time to recover my strength. His eyes looked down at Joni kneeling respectfully below and said, until then, I entrust everything that happens in this dimension to you. He also glanced up coldly and assuredly said, just let me handle it. Then, at the training area, the sword was placed on the ground, and half a year had passed since then, during which Soo-hyun slowly climbed the challenge tower thanks to his own efforts. The continuous announcements ring out. You have completed the 31st floor challenge. You have completed the challenge of level 34. You have completed the challenge of level 39. He remembers Du-ho and his excellent leadership, now leading the Awakening Guild. The country's agencies have gradually cleared out the dungeons, and he manages everything better than expected, earning him a reputation as a trustworthy person. At the Hero Association building, Yoon-gu took the tablet and a statistical chart was displayed on the projector. He announced that according to the statistics, although the number of false awakeners has increased significantly over the past 6 months, the number of dungeons is also rising rapidly. Next to Du-ho, who is holding his forehead in thought, we now have more level B and lower awakeners, so we can handle most of the gold dungeons. But next to Soo-hyun, who crossed his arms and added the issue of dungeons from level A and above, Yoon-gu agreed. Yes, his expression was serious as he proposed a solution. To find more A and S level pretenders, we also need more time. If this continues, the number of pretenders will not keep up with the number of dungeons, and the cleared dungeons will decrease, leading to a dungeon outbreak. In the end, we will temporarily send this information to all your governments. It's best that everyone is aware of the potential incidents that could happen. Next to Du-ho, he also stretched. Soo-hyun nodded in agreement. Just do that. Then he looked at Yoon-gu and asked, if we're done, can I go outside now? Then he took out his phone, looking a bit worried as he reported that the new green dungeon near Suo seems to have encountered a problem. See, I understand, Your Majesty. My report ends here. I will contact you if we receive any updates. Then he turned to Soo-hyun and offered a ride home, but Soo-hyun calmly declined. No need, thank you. Yoon-gu looked surprised and asked in return, are you planning to go back to the challenge tower? But you just smile and deny it. No, I mean, before going there, I need to stop by somewhere first. Elsewhere, through a chimney still emitting thick black smoke, a familiar voice echoes inside a mountain cabin. Oh, you're here already? Ex-Hyun stepped into the house, looking a bit startled at the person in front of him. Look at him, gaunt and hollow-eyed with drooping eyelids and a face soaked in sweat looking at you. You're worried, are you okay? He still calmly turned his head and replied, don't worry about it. His face looked a bit flustered as he explained to Shu Hyun, saying it's almost finished forging and he was so excited, he forgot to rest. Dahoy just scratched his head awkwardly and stepped forward to advise him, saying, "You don't need to rush. You should take care of your health first," but he kept complaining, "Don't be so lazy." Suddenly, he brought a wrapped sword towards Soo Hyun and shouted excitedly, "Let's forget about that and quickly look at this sword." You take the sword, calmly removing the outer cloth and the surrounding cord. Dahoy likes it and asks, "Is its name Ban Mung? I heard it's a legendary sword from ancient myths, so you should have given it a new name." Shu Huan's hand grasped the sword, ready to draw it from its sheath. Your gaze on it is nostalgic, lost in thought. The Ban Mung sword. It's been a while since I last held it, but it still feels just right in my hand like old times. Shu Hyun's eyes were both expectant and cold. Maybe now I can use that skill. Seeing that, Daho also laughed excitedly and shouted, "Ha ha, you really want to try it out, don't you?" Seeing that his intentions were understood, he calmly reinserted the sword into its sheath, feeling embarrassed. "Hey, I'm not a kid, you know." Then Shu Hyun opened the teleportation gate again, and Daho muttered, "Well, you're too stiff." "Are you planning to try the challenge tower?" He calmly replied, "Yes, at least there, I wouldn't be teased by others." He also sighed in relief on this side, his face full of exhaustion as he announced, "All right, go ahead. This old man needs to get some sleep." Suddenly, Shu Hyun called out. Mr. D smiled at him, gradually walking toward the teleportation gate, and thanked him very much. Seeing that smile, Daho also paused for a few seconds, blinked in surprise, and finally could only smile proudly and remind him, "I know. Be careful." The teleportation gate transported Shu Hyun to the next tower level, the trial tower in front of the 40th floor gate. Then he calmly moved forward, facing a man wearing a hat sitting there quietly. He looked up and exclaimed, "Wow, and you still remain calm with your hand in your pocket and the other gripping your sword." Namchun thought to himself, "Well, the big shot has arrived." The gatekeeper on the 40th floor grins widely, giving an OK sign and asking what you're curious to know. "How much do you know now?" Facing Shu Hyun, you still look calm and ask, "Please tell me the difficulty level of this trial first." He looked at the circle between his thumb and index finger and replied, 600,000. Your system has notified you that you have spent 600,000 achievement points. Seeing that, Namchun also sighed and said, "Oh, that's quite a steep price, but I don't care at all." He held up 4 fingers to indicate, "All right, thank you." Starting from the 40th floor, the difficulty of the trial will be ranked from easy to very hard again. He stood up from the stone slab, then calmly approached, placing his hand on your shoulder and whispering, as if you had already made up your mind. Namchun's face was calm as he smiled and reminded me to find Long Chao, that's all I can say. Then he left, and X-Hyun was also plunged into confusion. Long Chao, his figure passing by you, while you calmly headed toward the door, your mind in turmoil. Does this trial involve the Long clan? Suddenly, Namchun turned around and smiled. "Oh, this is my reward for you. Think carefully about why you received the trial, and don't forget there are many people hoping you will achieve great things." Hearing that, Soo Hyun couldn't help but wonder, and turned to look at his hand holding the door to the 40th floor of the tower, questioning in his mind if they expected him to become the ambassador of Asia. His body gradually being pulled in, his eyes still filled with confusion. "The gatekeepers are watching me?" Then, Soo Hyun's body was completely pulled into the gate. His mind also gave up. Now that doesn't matter anymore, his body was moved into a blank white space. The machine voice of the system sounded, asking if you wanted to start the 40th floor trial. Please select a level. You chose level 10, please choose a difficulty. In front of Soo Hwan are 4 difficulty levels: easy, medium, hard, and very hard. He stands before the choices, making a decision in his heart. The important thing now is your determined expression as you declare very difficult, your heart shouting to overcome the trial ahead and become stronger. The system confirms you have chosen very hard difficulty. Starting the 40th level trial. Soo Hyun closed his eyes, feeling his body shift once more. When he opened them, he was surrounded by an endless, lush green prairie. Soo Hyun glances around cautiously, suddenly stunned, with a slightly confused look, muttering to himself. Behind him is a dragon curled up on the ground, sleeping soundly. You're suspicious? A dragon? The system has given a mission to save the world of the dragon race, and the dragon in front of you will guide you. I am lost in thought, looking up at the dragon, saving the world of the dragon clan. Then Soo Hyun looked around. The world was peaceful, and the dragon was sleeping soundly, which made him even more confused. How could he be asked to save it? Immediately after, you summon Mia, and it pops out from the system space, its face full of joy and curiosity. You try to explain, "It's your kind. Can you try to talk?" Hearing that, it also growled non-stop near the blue dragon's ear, but the dragon didn't react, making it hesitant and stare intently. Then Mia tried to approach closer and called out to it again. Then the blue dragon slowly opened its jade eyes, stood up on its legs, causing the ground to shake, and looked down at Mia with a fierce expression. Then it looked at Shu Hyun with a bit of confusion. You're next to a human. You also secretly wondered if you could hear its voice in your mind, that this was the concept of telepathy. Your gaze was cautious and probing, and it seemed to understand human language as well. The dragon raised its head and looked around, while Soo Hyun also observed it carefully. It looks like Huing Ki's young dragon, but I can clearly tell they lived in different times. I heard that the longer a dragon lives, the stronger it becomes. Blang stared intensely at you, releasing a powerful aura that suppressed you. You can't help but secretly admire how impressive its energy is. Its face is full of anger as it roars to question. Why is the Crimson Dragon with the humans, and how did the humans end up here? Seeing that, Mia nervously hid behind him, like a reprimanded child, only daring to glance up secretly. Seeing that, Hai Unun also looked at it with concern. Mia gently stroked its head, and it closed its eyes in response. My hand gently stroked it as I explained to Blang, reassuring it too. Mian hatched from an egg I accidentally found, and we've been together for about 2 years now. His face is full of pride as he smiles and affirms, "It is my family." Seeing that, Blang also looks down with suspicion. It hatched from an egg? Are you sure about that? Over here, both Su Huan and Mia nodded in agreement. He confirmed it was correct. The little one hatched from an egg. Blang seemed to understand something and mumbled to himself, "Here, you're still stroking Mia's head to calm her down," thinking to yourself that she seemed upset earlier, but is now more composed. Now I think I can talk to it. I remembered Huing Kai earlier, and when Mia first hatched from the egg, she clung to my face, leading me to believe that Mia is a higher being than a young dragon. He thought about the other types of dragons soaring in the sky, and, according to Huing Kai, just like people divide the dungeon boundaries by color, the boundaries of dragons are also determined at birth. Shu Hyun's face was full of determination, secretly thinking that he would learn something about Mia from it. Calmly, I asked this perhaps rude question, looking up sincerely at Blang. "I don't know much about Mia. Can you tell me more about the Crimson Dragon?" Hearing that, it could only sneer and look down, then couldn't help but open its mouth and lift its head to laugh. "Do you raise it without knowing what it is? How foolish, well done." Shu Hyun looked at it confused, not knowing what to say. Then Blang chuckled happily for a while, took a breath, and explained, "It's the color symbolizing the dragon." It thought of the blazing red fire of the dragon and the image of an adult azure dragon standing amidst the flames, symbolizing the Dragon King. It is the characteristic color representing that it is a descendant of the Dragon King. Shu Hyun broke out in a cold sweat, his mouth opening to speak but no words coming out, his face full of panic as he shouted, "Long Vuong." The space suddenly fell into an eerie silence as Su Hyu and Mia's eyes all turned to Bing, and only then did Mia panic and shout loudly in the dragon language. One fine day, the king of the dragon clan, Mia, is he really the son of the Dragon King? On the green meadow, Shu is talking with the 2 dragons. Yes, but I didn't expect a dragon like that to be tamed by humans. That's why I was surprised. He cluelessly pinched its cheek. I knew it was a special dragon, but could this cute kid really be the king of the dragon clan? Su Hyun pinching its cheek made the dragon's face look very strange, and although it was angry, it had no choice but to endure. Suddenly, he realized that Mia's family must also be in this world. Hearing that, Blang fell silent for a moment before revealing the truth that Mia is the only remaining dragon in the clan. This surprises Su Hyun greatly. Blang makes a decision. You'll see once you watch. You didn't have time to understand what was happening, as its magic engulfed Shu Hyun. He tried to stop it, but it seemed too late. Wait a moment before you disappear into that faint blue smoke. What are you doing? The scene shifts to a blazing sea of fire, revealing that Blang is showing Shu Hyun the past fire that happened years ago. The Dragon Clan is facing imminent danger. A battle once took place here. According to Blang's story and the scene before us, the enemy suddenly appeared in our world and started a war. Many warriors rose up to fight against them and protect this world. Unfortunately, things did not go as hoped, but the enemy quickly defeated the warriors here, causing heavy casualties, showing just how powerful the opponent was. At that time, everywhere was filled with dragon corpses, and everything was beyond control. The invading army attacked fiercely, causing us to shed a lot of blood in the battle. As everyone focused on the tragic scene before them, Su Hyun immediately thought of the human war. It was just like back then. Your emotions suddenly stop. When you see the familiar figure of the evil one, you immediately realize it's you. It boldly steps out with the intention to destroy the world, that is, Fapnia. Ex-Hyun frowns and becomes irritated. Seeing that, Blang gently advised, "There's no need to be angry, this is just a memory." The boy simply opened his eyes wide and watched the battle silently. After hearing the advice, Soo-hyun also became calmer. He's right, emotions only weaken my fighting ability. I open my palm and look, actually feeling very happy. Soo-hyun vows to himself that when he meets Fapnia again, he will be able to control his emotions. Blang acknowledged, "You regained your composure very quickly. Are you used to controlling your emotions now?" He modestly replied, "Just a little." He immediately praised, "That's impressive. This isn't easy, especially for a human." Blang suddenly asked, "How do you know him?" Soo-hyun fell silent for a moment, his face growing grim. "You said the monster that destroyed my world is your sorrow." Even Blang couldn't help but be amazed, staring intently at Soo-hyun. It knew he wasn't lying. At night, the moon shone brightly through the clouds. A red fire dragon suddenly appeared to confront Fapnia, surprising him a little. A red dragon. At this moment, it is puffing out its chest to breathe, then opens its mouth wide to release a burst of intense heat. Watching the terrible battle, Soo-hyun was stunned. They are fighting. After a while, Blang's magic disappeared. They all returned to the real world. Right now, I am very confused. I politely apologize, but that's all I can show you. I only have memories up to when my brother died in that battle. It seems Soon has realized everything. Not only was his world destroyed by Fapnia, but he was also stunned to learn that this world could exist in real life. In the end, he chose to ignore it. Let's not jump to conclusions. Blang waved his hand and suggested, "Let's go." As we traveled, the Blue Dragon told me about the post-war world, helping me understand the trial better. In the end, all the red dragons died and the world was destroyed. It took off and flew while telling stories, but the dragon race still did not go extinct. There are still other dragons like us that survived by hibernating during the war. They fly quite fast. When we woke up, we began restoring our world and bringing it back to life. Soo-hyun and Mia sat quietly on Blang's back. But the war was not over yet. The leader of the monsters had disappeared, but many monsters still remained in this world. After traveling a long distance, the three of us saw the majestic castle ahead. It continued to tell, so we could only reclaim part of the territory. We are here near the castle, and Blang introduces it as our new home, jumping down loudly with Mia quickly catching Soo-hyun as dust billows up from the landing. Blang shifted into human form and cheerfully said, "Much better now." Mia safely lowered Soo-hyun to the ground. You think to yourself that you've seen transformation magic before, but never seen anyone transform into a human. You ask, "Do you feel comfortable in your human form?" Blang tiredly massaged his shoulders and said, "The wider I spread out, the heavier I am, but besides hibernation, this form is still better even if it consumes more mana." Then he raised his head and shouted, "We have guests, open the city gates quickly." The door immediately opened and they stood before the gate. He carefully warned, "I warn you, you won't be welcomed." Soo-hyun replied frankly, "It's okay. Not every day someone enters the dragon's fortress." Blang turned to deny, "You're not the one." His eyes sharp as a sickle, Mia was surprised to realize that the warning came from Map Lang, not the red dragon. What? Because of Mia, whatever, he just kept walking straight to the gate and you'll see. His ambiguous words made the two of them a bit cautious. Seeing that they made no move, Blang called out, "Let's go. This vast place before us is the Dragon Village." The dragons here mainly exist in human form, and since they just arrived, both Soo-hyun and Mia are curious, looking around. Blang generously explains that instead of calling it a dragon village, it looks more like a human village. That's because they realized living as humans is more comfortable, so they started living that way. The people just walked and talked, and Soo-hyun casually said, "I understand, but there aren't many people either. I mean, dragons." He said that after the battle, only about 50 dragons survived, and since then, the number has increased by only about 500. Just as he was passing by, Siri accidentally overheard them talking and looked a bit embarrassed. "Elder." Seeing that, Blang also turned to greet him. "It's been a while since we last met." She is holding a bread and smiling brightly. "Are you the elder?" Elder Blang. He happily approached to start a conversation. "You haven't been gone for many years. Are you sleeping well?" Blang pointed behind and told me to wake up in the middle because this man seemed a bit confused. Yes. Sai looked behind at Soo-hyun and Mia and was quite puzzled. A human? He stopped smiling and became more cautious. Seeing Mia in front of him, he stammered in fear and confusion. "Traitor in Vietnam," she angrily criticizes. "A descendant of the Red Dragon. Why are you in this city?" Although suspicious, Blang remained completely calm. "Is there a problem? This is a place where anyone can enter as long as they are family. As for this person, I can personally vouch for him." Sighing bitterly, "I have no problem with humans, but the descendants of the Dragon King abandoned us. I know you want to deny that truth." His clenched hand trembled, but Mia looked sad when hearing Ciri's cruel words. The Red Dragon's descendants are traitors. He also glared at him with a look full of hatred. Suddenly, Suun pressed close to his face and stared intently. Sighs irritably. What's wrong? Do you have something to say about humans? He replied coldly. Your murderous aura suddenly flared up, cursing my child. Why should I hold back? Next, Suun raised his hand. He was stunned, eyes wide open, but Ciri automatically jumped out onto the beam. This confuses him greatly. Why did I step back? Ex-Hyun immediately mocks, I just raised my hand, and you already wanted to run away. He laughs and points in mockery. You're braver than you think. C seems to have been provoked by Soo Hyun, who's afraid, huh? I'm afraid of humans. He begins to activate his power. How ridiculous. Do-hyun also didn't hesitate to face the confrontation. His face was indifferent, and his magical power radiated wildly from his hand. Now Ciri roared in fury, transforming into a beast and retreating. He strikes with a powerful blow forward. The other person's attack is rushing toward him. Soo-hyun calmly raises his hand to block back. He is furious and ready to counterattack. I will give you everything. Both powerful energy attacks collide and flash with a burst of light. Unexpectedly, Soo-hyun's power pierced through Ciri's magic. He couldn't help but be amazed. My breath, has he pierced through it now? Now, Ciri can only stand still, waiting for the huge energy to come. I see now. In that moment, he suddenly realized that the feeling earlier, the power right in front of him, was actually fear. And then Ciri had to face the enormous pressure coming from Soo-hyun. Surprisingly, it seemed someone had stepped in to block the attack. He opened his eyes in surprise. It turns out Blang quickly saved his life. Sai was very surprised. Elder. He spoke to advise him to stop, and to avoid further loss, Blang chose to forgive and overlook the disrespect he showed to my guest. So go now. Still, he was bitter and unwilling, but Si Blang clearly explained that he knew there were people waiting for the heir of the Dragon King. But a dragon like me, at this moment he truly lost his temper, speaking in a very sharp tone. Can you handle them? Seeing that, Sai gritted his teeth in fear. He got up and warned, I will report today's events to Lord Kane. Blang turned around calmly and said, do as he wishes. Then he suddenly jumped onto the roof and Blang quietly looked up. Only then did Soo-hyun speak. I want to ask you something. Blang, he agreed immediately and asked what's going on. You seriously expressed your doubt about why Mia is called a descendant of traitors. He closed his eyes and remained silent for a while. Today, the red dragons are branded as traitors by our dragon clan. You may not know this, but ancient red dragons have the ability to cross through dimensions. However, according to the testimony of the orange dragons who fought in that battle, they abandoned their kin and moved to another world. Blang said that, however, there are those who do not believe their testimony. Like me. But most dragons, especially young ones, see red dragons as traitors and hate them. Hearing that, Mia felt a bit worried. Soo-hyun asked, do we have proof that they are traitors? Blang replied, no, only testimonies. Suddenly Kane appeared and said, do you still not believe us? Blang heard the familiar voice and turned his head back. It turns out Sai quickly reported and led him here. His eyebrows furrowed and his eyes grew filled with hatred. He stood seriously and slowly stepped forward, saying, you still don't believe us? Blang heard this and immediately turned his head, quickly recognizing that it was Khan. He jumped down from above with Blang, both a bit surprised to see him here. He paused for a moment, then asked, so you being here also means that? Before he could finish speaking, strange and powerful forces suddenly appeared in the space. Then portals opened, and members of the Dragon Clan appeared, making Soo-hyun cautious. His hand clenched the hilt of his sword, ready to fight at any moment. Soo-hyun wondered silently, is it teleportation? So many people possess such valuable skills. If you include the dragons near Blang, it seems that those who came are not just allies of Kane. I guess it's because they are golden dragons, but their energy is very different from the blue dragon earlier. Now Adam stares intently at Soo-hyun and asks, is that human here with the descendant of the Dragon King? The person standing beside him scoffed. The descendant of the Dragon King is just a joke. He's only a relative of traitors. Hearing their disrespectful words, Ran loudly retorted, don't say those unverified things and you have no reason to be angry. Seeing everyone arguing, Khan raised his hand and stopped them. Enough. The aura coming from him immediately silences everyone. Soo-hyun silently thought, yes, no matter how prominent the energy of the golden dragons is, he is still the strongest. Che looked at everyone and ordered, listen to me. He suddenly looked directly at Mia and asked, why did you come here? Mia let out a few dissatisfied sounds, hesitated, stroked his chin, then chuckled mockingly, his voice tinged with contempt. So, the esteemed descendant of the Dragon King is just a fool who can't even speak properly. Mia felt humiliated, tears welling up in her eyes. The more I see, the more pleased I am. All you can do is cry to gain others' sympathy? How pathetic. Blank suddenly spoke up to remind him. Kane, you also know that the descendant of the Dragon King develops more slowly than other lines. This child is clearly still very young. Do you really have to talk to it like that? Seeing Mia suffer, Ex-Hyunun gritted his teeth and said, first the blue dragon earlier, now your group of dragons. A thin cloud of smoke emanates around him as he speaks while channeling his energy. A large amount of mana erupts, causing the space to shake. Why do you keep making Mia cry? The A-Dem group was stunned by what they saw. Even Kane couldn't believe that this was the power of a human. Ex-Hyun questioned, how can you be sure that the Red Dragons betrayed your group? Kane asserts that he personally witnessed the Red Dragons abandoning us. He straightforwardly says, so that means you can't prove anything. But it doesn't matter. I can't interfere in the affairs of the dragons. I just want to say one thing. You should go and release your anger on the Red Dragons who abandoned you, Kane said in amazement. What? Ex-Hyun pointed at Mian and said, this kid didn't abandon you, yet you isolate and bully him just because he shares your blood? You should feel ashamed of yourselves. C looked at him with curious eyes. What is your relationship with that little dragon that makes you so angry? I just can't understand. Soo-hyun gently stroked Mia's head and slowly replied, I and this little one are family now. Kane was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. Family, now that's interesting. It may have nothing to do with the past, but the hatred doesn't just disappear easily. Soo-hyun really found it hard to understand. He asked, what do you mean by that? Kane explained, I will give it a chance to atone. Blang has probably already told you. Our clan is currently immersed in war. Save the Long Pearl Forest so that both you and the dragon can atone and gain the recognition of the entire dragon clan. Hearing this, Blang was furious and shouted angrily, Kane, isn't that just like telling them to go die? Kane replied indifferently, I didn't force them. The choice is in the hands of that human and the Red Dragon. He looked at Soo-hyun and asked, what will you do? All right, I accept your condition. That is the gathering place of the strongest monsters. We have tried to reclaim it several times, but each time we failed. If someone like you goes there, you'll die immediately, Soo-hyun said with a confident smile. No, this difficulty is perfect, so I can crush their arrogance. His eyes are full of confidence, certain that he can overcome it. The sunset has fallen, and the sun is gradually disappearing behind the mountain. Thank you for guiding us here. Let's go, Mia called out as if to say goodbye. Blang stood in silence for a moment, worried about their fate. Suddenly, he grabbed Soo-hyun's wrist and pulled him back, saying, you shouldn't go. I told you earlier this place isn't just dangerous. It's still home to dragons that believe in the Red Dragon. Although not many, I will go with them to negotiate with Kanan soon, then I pull my hand back and laugh cheerfully. Ha ha, don't worry, I will definitely survive and come back. Then he and Mia Lao rushed forward. Blang watched their backs disappearing behind the trees and silently prayed, Elder Elite, please protect those two children. As Soo-hyun moved forward, he suddenly realized countless spirits watching him. He chuckled, thinking back to the old days when the wolf demons first appeared to block Shun's path. He drew his sword, channeling his energy, and said with a grin, let's start chopping them to death. The slaughter begins now, as Soo-hyun's sword swiftly beheaded the large wolf demon with fierce sword energy. Suddenly from behind, a large wolf rushed forward. Soo-hyun thought to himself, if there are too many monsters, I will only have enough time to hold them off. An idea flashed in his mind. He will control it now. The system announces the activation of the hunter's three-eyed skill. Soo-hyun stands still, waiting for the prey to approach. He grips his sword tightly and delivers a decisive strike, sending the monster's head flying into the air. Soo-hyun thought to himself that doing so would consume less mana and allow him to defeat them quickly. The slash just now was a clear example, greatly increasing his chances of eliminating the enemy. He looked at the blood-stained sword in his hand and said, indeed, the battlefield is different here. The ground was littered with monster corpses. The dragon forest truly is a useful training ground. Now at the Long Clan's castle, Raph said, Master Kane, are you going to let those two go? I can't forgive them. Imagine this. A descendant of those red dragons abandoned his own kind and is once again recognized as the heir to the Emperor. Those who agree with me are ready. If you allow it, I will confront that human and the descendants of the traitors immediately. Kane put down his teacup and replied, Don't worry, Raph, that turtle lives in the Long Pearl Forest. He asked again, What turtle? Kane glanced to the side and slowly replied, The Titan turtle? We lost many dragons because of it. I almost lost my life too. Is it that strong? But the humans we meet in the village seem to be very strong too, he confidently replied. For a human, he is indeed quite strong. However, if all we see in the village is just him, he wouldn't be able to defeat the Titan turtle alone. Inside Longchow Forest, now at night, the space is pitch dark. Su Hyun keeps receiving system notifications. Your stats have increased. You have gained 2,000 achievement points and 3,000 achievement points. After reading the message, he excitedly exclaimed, "Just hunting and my stats are this high? Great. This is truly a useful hunting spot." Maybe it's because this challenge is related to you, Mia, but honestly, it's not complicated at all. Soo-hyun pats his pet on the head, all thanks to that little guy. Mia looks satisfied and smiles happily. Then he looks around for a while and wonders, I don't see the monster anymore. Suddenly, Soo-hyun felt the ground tremble violently, and Mia seemed to sense a massive power nearby. It looked down at the ground and kept growling. Seeing this, Soo-hyun asked, "What's going on, Mia?" The strange sound grew louder, and he softly muttered about this noise. Mia frowns with concern, sensing that a great danger is imminent. Soon listened carefully to the sound, exclaimed, and suddenly a star-shaped heart appeared with a yellow glow right beneath his feet. Xiun turned back to call Mia, and the red dragon embraced him and leapt into the air. The Titan turtle emerged from the ground, its mouth wide open like a huge pit. Luckily, Mia jumped up quickly, or she would have been eaten by the giant turtle. So, that's why I kept wondering why the monsters disappeared. It's because we entered the territory of a Titan turtle. That was the one that survived in the memory blank showed me last time. Its superior defensive ability can only be seen in dark green dungeons. Soo-hyun sat on Mia's back and soared up high. He finds it really strange. Titan turtles are not territorial creatures. They can't control their intense hunger, so as far as I know, they always wander around. Soo-hyun wondered, is it protecting something? Suddenly, he looked down and saw Mia glaring and growling fiercely. Soo-hyun wondered, does it want to fight that thing? If it's not really necessary, Mia wouldn't be this aggressive. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be sensing the item related to the Dragon King? Soo-hyun smiled softly. He was sure that it was protecting the Dragon Pearl. Let's go. Mia. The Titan turtle below is opening its mouth to unleash a powerful blast of energy attacking the opponent. Mia rushes straight at it. The giant turtle quickly opens its mouth to bite the opponent, but suddenly as she gets close, the red dragon swoops down beneath its chin, while Soo-hyun jumps onto its head. Both will coordinate their attack, causing the Titan turtle to momentarily become confused. Soo-hyun quickly closed in on the enemy, slipping through the gap on its head and jumping down underneath. Suddenly he shouted, "Well done, it's opening." Soo-hyun turned and shouted sarcastically, "Catch it." The red dragon immediately opened its mouth and spat out a blazing fireball, launching a powerful attack that hit the turtle titan's back with a loud explosion. Shu-hu seized the opportunity, leaping onto the sword, channeling all his energy into it, ready to deliver the final blow. Soo-hyun slightly frowns. Now it's your turn to shine. As the sword's tip touches the Titan turtle, it emits a dazzling light, and the sword's glow erupts with immense mana to attack the opponent. The roar of the beast echoes, shaking a large part of the forest. Soo-hyun unleashed his ultimate sea-wave sword explosion, a burst of light accompanied by a deafening explosion, striking down like a lightning bolt in the silent night, covering a vast area in an instant. Dawn was breaking on the horizon, and the Titan turtle's head lay sprawled on the ground. Without Banmakiem, it would be very difficult. The Bakai sword technique is a powerful skill that depends on the user's mana. Along with level 8 mana and enhanced attack power, it becomes a powerful skill anyone can possess. But it has a fatal flaw. The user must push their mana to the highest level. In other words, you need a weapon capable of holding all your mana, so combining this skill with Ban-M is a perfect match. Soo-hyun looked at the sword gradually restoring itself and softly smiled, thanks to the properties of adamantium. It is not only the strongest and hardest sword, but also has the ability to regenerate itself. But even though these features make it a very powerful skill, in my previous life, I was the only one who used it. Soo-hyun suddenly turned to look at Mia and asked in surprise, pointing at the red dragon happily gnawing on a Titan turtle bone. Soo-hyun stood motionless, unable to say anything else. The scene shifts to inside the Dragon City. In such a short time, you've already become close with them. Blang calmly replied, "If you keep spouting nonsense over there, get lost." He looked displeased and asked, "You still don't trust me?" "I'm your old friend, so I feel a bit hurt," Blang said in a deep voice. "It's not that I don't trust you, but red dragons aren't the type to do such things." Kane reaffirmed that he had personally witnessed and experienced those events. Blang suddenly glanced at him and said, "If we didn't have someone, we wouldn't have lasted this long. But now that the red dragon has returned, we need to reconsider the future of our dragon race. I think it's not too late." If we gather the strength of the entire dragon clan to help humans and that red dragon, we can reclaim Long Chao and this world." After hearing these words, Connie gritted his teeth and cursed. "That damn red dragon." He stared wide-eyed at Blang and replied, "If that's why you're waiting for the red dragon, then wake up. Long Chao is gone, and that little red dragon will surely die." Cain affirmed that no matter what you say, my decision and the outcome remain unchanged. With that, he immediately turned and walked away. Blang shouted at Cain, and he immediately rushed toward him. Just then, a fierce beam of light erupted from the long pearl forest. Blang paused, his eyes fixed on the source of that immense power. Cain stopped, turned his head, and looked over with a look of astonishment. No way, this energy. He looked at the pillar of light shooting up into the blue sky and wondered, could it be Long Chao? Bang immediately jumped down below, transforming into a blue dragon and rushing forward. Cain called out to Bang, hesitating for a moment, not knowing what had happened, and quickly transformed to chase after Bang. He thought to himself, this can't be. The long pearl must have been swallowed by the Titan turtle. Does that mean June and Mia are dead because that person killed them? Blang quickly reached the Long Chao forest, searched for a while, then suddenly shouted, "Over there!" Blang and Can below. As they are about to land, both transform into human form. Hyun, holding the dragon pearl in his hand, was not surprised to see them appear. Cain and Blang stepped in front of him, feeling it was unbelievable. Has the Titan turtle been defeated by a human? Hyun looked at them and said, "So fast." Blang was deeply moved when he saw the dragon pearl in his hand. He let out a cry. Hu throws the dragon pearl towards him. Blang catches it. Tears of joy stream down his face. This is truly the dragon pearl. It has been a very long time. Truly too long. Our war against the remnants of monsters in this world and our repeated failures, though humiliating, have only allowed us to settle in a small village. Every time I think that if only we still had a red dragon, and not just the dragon pearl, Blang confirms this is truly a treasure of the dragon race. Just its mere existence has amplified the power of our dragons. If a red dragon uses it, we could even control nature. He smiles happily now that both things are back with us. The world is saved. Blang looked at Mia and Soo-hyun with gratitude, saying it's all thanks to both of you. Then, the dragons, sensing the power of Long Chao, began to descend. Those waiting for the Dragon King, like Blang, felt happy. Those who have lived since before the war shed tears of happiness, and even those who looked down on the red dragons are amazed by the power of the Dragon Pearl. All the dragons laughed except for one. C stood there deep in thought, secretly blaming himself for being unable to drive the red dragons away. The power of Long Chao is too great. There's no other way but to step back and consider a different plan. Cain cleared his throat and said, "I didn't expect you to kill the Titan turtle and retrieve Long Chao. Very impressive. Thanks to your contributions, we will accept the red dragon back into our clan." Hearing this, Soo-hyun replied stiffly, "You really are shameless," Cain exclaimed. "What did you just say?" Soo-hyun puts the long pearl into Mia's mouth and says, "Now that the dragons have gathered, it's time to reveal the truth. Everyone watch carefully." The long pearl suddenly shines, as if a power from within is emanating. A beam of light grows brighter and brighter, spreading throughout the space as Mia's body suddenly transforms, emitting a golden aura that rises into the air. Mia roars loudly, and Joo-hyun shouts, "Look at what kind of dragon your leader is." Everyone was focused on the figure projected by Long Chao. Long Han stood below, eyes filled with amazement, and they exclaimed, "A red dragon?" That was intense. One person turned and asked Elder Cain, "Who exactly is that dragon?" Seeing him stand still without replying, he called again. Elder Khan stammered, "How could it be?" He recognized it was Ellis, and upon seeing the giant red dragon appear in the sky, the dragon people exclaimed, "Ellis is back! We've waited so long." Even Soo-hyun was stunned, and now looking back, it was truly incredible. He looked at the small dragon beside him and wondered if Mia could become like that someday. But back then, I probably had already died of old age. Suddenly, Soo-hyun's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. "If I live another 100 years, my heart will have to endure 1,000 more in loneliness, so it might be better if he could forget me for the remaining 900 years. I silently marvel, now I understand what Hyung-ki meant. Because I won't be able to stay by his side forever, maybe it would be better if Mia..." Now I can speak, right? The red dragon in the sky suddenly turned into a blazing golden light and then condensed into the shape of a middle-aged man. Elite chuckled happily. "Ha ha, I'm having trouble while trying to create this atmosphere. Now do you finally feel the greatness of my power?" he asked. "How does it feel to have met the first descendant of the great Dragon King?" A man with purple hair exclaimed, his aura revealing his surprise. He was completely different from what we had expected. Lang said, "Elite has always been like that. The person next to him stroked his chin and commented that this old man has been the same for a long time. Are you all doing well? I'm very curious to know how you've been living since I died. Suddenly his voice grew softer. I would be very sad if I couldn't see that with my own eyes. Elite crossed his arms and sighed. Well, no matter what, the monsters that look like us will disappear along with us to another world farthest from this dimension. Even though I and the other red dragons were killed because our souls were torn apart from overexertion, he will face the same fate. Hearing this, the dragon race was stunned. They whispered anxiously, "Is he really dead? The red dragons didn't run away? Are you lying?" This is also magic. Blang, observe carefully and make your judgment. Yes, this is the resurrection spell. The resurrection spell is one of the most advanced techniques. It restores the thoughts and memories of the deceased by preserving their appearance in life. In other words, for us, Elis is already dead. Adam suddenly turned back and asked Elder Cain what was happening. Seeing Cain turn his back and not dare to look directly at him, Ellis then asked, "How is Cain doing?" "I hope that child is doing well in their leadership role, just thinking that the only one we can rely on to care for our people after I die is that child." "You're right." At this point, Ellis suddenly pauses for a moment and then speaks in a deep voice. "I'm sorry, Cain. You must have been under a lot of pressure and hardship, but I believe you can do it." In a distant future, Elite smiled and said, "I will wait for you. I entrust the Dragonkin to you." "So that's how it is. Now I understand why you emphasized that the Crimson Dragons are traitors. I will make you pay for deceiving our people." Rage erupted, and Blang shouted angrily, "Hey, Can!" Right now, C suddenly burst out laughing and softly turned to say, "Is it really so funny? Is the truth that important? I am still the one who led and saved you all. I have worked hard and been dedicated to our people more than anyone else, yet you still only support the Red Dragons." Cain channels his energy. A halo of light appears in his hand, shouting loudly, "Understand this. I am now the Dragon King." Then, Cain launches a powerful strike forward, and Lang immediately orders to set up a barrier. Cain's power is truly no joke. A single palm strike sweeps through the entire space. It charged straight at the Long Clan's barrier, and the deafening explosion shook the ground. The two forces collide, causing the pressure in the air to suddenly rise. Blang quickly realizes that Khan is the strongest among our Dragon Clan. "I thought we could withstand his attack thanks to the Dragon Pearl, which boosted the strength of the surrounding dragons, but that also meant Cain was empowered by the Dragon Pearl." He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to reinforce the barrier. A flicker of fear crossed his heart. He couldn't hold out much longer. Suddenly, Blang saw Mia step forward and unleash a blazing stream of fire at Cain. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, he couldn't believe how terrifying the power of the Red Dragon was. Cain was unable to resist and was pushed back. At this moment, Shu Hyun suddenly laughed out loud. "Do you say you want to become a king recognized by other dragons? Well, too bad. The real king has already returned." Cain struggles to his feet through the thick smoke, clutching his face and saying, "Siege Long knows there is no longer any chance for him." Cain immediately seizes the Dragon Pearl and transforms into his true dragon form. He soared into the sky to escape. Blang shouted a warning, "He's fleeing. Don't let him get away." Hyun pulls out a spear, exclaims, "No, we will catch him," then looks up at the sky to locate the opponent and says, "Let this thing live up to its name." Hyun calculates that with only the sword of the Dragon Slayer, it will be difficult to catch him. "I will change the principle of the three cold swords so the weapon won't be destroyed." Immediately, a thin stream of demonic energy appeared around the shining spear, and he stood on the ground, launching the spear toward Cain. He was flying in the air when suddenly he felt something strange. Cain wondered what it was. He silently thought that nothing could catch up to his speed, but then his eyes suddenly froze as Ju Hyun's spear was right behind him. With a sudden strike, a large hole appeared in Cain's massive body, and he screamed in pain as he writhed in space. The wound in his chest is healing quickly. Cain clenched the Dragon Pearl in his mouth and whispered to himself, "A fatal wound. Luckily, thanks to the Dragon Pearl, I was able to recover. In such a dangerous situation, I really have to thank it." Shun grips the spear and gathers energy, but don't celebrate too soon. He stands on Mia's back and shouts again. Seeing the enemy following him, Cain concentrates his energy into his stomach. Hyun boosts the power of the spear and shouts to end it. Cain unleashes a large stream of fire toward the enemy, initiating an attack. Shu Hyun also charged his spear at him. The two forces collided with a loud bang, and the sky lit up with bright sparks like fireworks. After the attack, both sides remain standing, and Mia continues to launch new assaults while Shu Hyun maneuvers through the streams of energy to get closer to the enemy. He drew his sword and said, "Mia, give me a moment. I will end this guy." The Red Dragon took a deep breath and spat out a large stream of fire to attack Cain. Seeing both of them attacking him together, he cursed, "You bastard, with that half-hearted strength of yours, do you really think you can defeat me?" Cain kept launching continuous counterattacks, roaring, "You should have disappeared quietly. Why did you come back?" Why, you damn bastard! As he was furiously cursing, Kane charged forward and unleashed a barrage of fire at Mia. The red dragon paid no attention to his taunts and quietly slipped through the blazing sparks. At that moment, Mia quietly counterattacked. He shouted, "I am a hero," and a tremendous wave of power struck, instantly silencing him. Seeing his attack being deflected in an instant, Connie N was a bit shocked and shouted, "No, this can't be! He blocked my spiritual attack!" Mia coldly replied, "I don't know much about the king, but I know about heroes. They are people who would never look down on others. You're not a hero." Shu Hyun agreed and said, "Well done." Kane grits his teeth, looking extremely angry. Shu Hyun jumps high, gripping the sword hilt tightly, putting all his strength into it. He shouted, "That is not a hero." Kone was horrified and exclaimed, "How can a human possess such power?" He stubbornly shouted, "Don't make me laugh." A blinding halo of light surged in front of Kane. He stammered, "I am the hero." Sword energy shot down like thunder, and a deafening explosion echoed through the sky. Shu Hyun unleashed a massive amount of mana for this final blow, causing a devastating shockwave that billowed dust and smoke into the air. The dragon folk standing here exclaimed in fear, "Is it possible for a human to generate such a huge source of mana?" "Elder, what is that guy?" Blang chuckled. "I don't know either, but one thing's for sure, he's our benefactor." Su Hyun riding on Mia's back with the demeanor of a true hero. After Kane's death, the Crimson Dragon was no longer misunderstood and was regarded as a hero rather than a traitor. Mia became the new Dragon King and received the loyalty contract from the tribe. Because Mia is still young, Blang will take on the role of leading the clan. Thanks to the Dragon Pearl, the dragons have been restored, sparking a territorial war with the monsters. The battle lasted half a year, ending with a victory for the dragons, and the world returned to its previous stability. The dragons began to resume their old lives. Blang and Seth enter the forest. He smiles and says, "Good, we're almost done." He happily replied, "Yeah, no one expected the forest to change this much." Blang sighed. "That's right. I don't know how to thank Soon." At that moment, someone called out loudly from behind, "Elder." He turned back and asked, "What's going on that you're rushing over here?" He panted as he replied, "She's gone missing again." Blang exclaims, "Oh my God, again? I told him to rest already. Why does he keep liking to hunt monsters all the time?" At the same time, deep in the forest, Mia and Su Hyun just took down a monster. The system announced you have gained 20,000 achievement points. Current achievement points are 8,854,455. Su Hyun gently wiped his sweat and said to Mia, "See that? Hunting monsters on land is the best. I haven't wasted half a year for nothing. I've gained a lot." The system information has updated Kim Shu-hun's mana level to 8, strength 89, agility 90, stamina 83, reflexes 91, progress 99.98%. Do you want to complete the challenge? Anthukium smiled again and said, "We're almost at 100% progress. It seems it's time for us to head back." Hyun gazed at the setting sun, the horizon glowing with brilliant sunlight, and softly reflected that the first time he came here, it was dark and frightening. Now he felt that saving this world was worth the effort. Su Hyun glanced at the red dragon, secretly thinking that with Mia, when night falls, the two of them will return to the castle. Shun gently pushed the window open to enter the room when suddenly someone's voice sounded. "Does he think no one will notice if he sneaks out? Aren't we supposed to hunt monsters together because it's too dangerous?" "Did you forget?" Su Hyun scratched his head and forced a smile. "Haha, sorry about that. You're always doing everything on your own without asking." Hyun climbed in, jumped down with a thud, then said seriously, "Elder, I think it's time for me to go back." Blang suddenly remembered and asked, "So you come from another world, right?" "I have a favor to ask of you." Blang asked in surprise, "What is it?" "As long as I can do it, I will help you within my ability." He turned to look at the red dragon, then at Mia, who was sitting on the ground, sleeping soundly. Shu Shu said, "Can I entrust Mia to you?" Blang was a bit surprised and asked, "Why do you suddenly say that?" Hai calmly replied, "I have been thinking a lot since I came here. Mia has lived much longer than I have, and I think it would be better if it lives here after I die." Blang replied, "I understand, but I refuse your request." Hearing this, Shu Hyun gasped in surprise. Blang looked directly into his eyes and Thao Thao Bat Tu Yet. "How can I decide Long Vuong's fate on my own? Choices have never been ours to make. It is Long Vuong who makes the decision." Soon turns to look at Mia, a child sleeping peacefully with a happy smile, as the system notification shows 99.98% progress and that you have completed the 40th floor challenge and are calculating your achievement ranking. First place, Tower of Trials level 41, stamina +1, mana +1, total achievement points 2 million. A luxurious item shop announces its greeting. Hello, customer. What item are you looking for today? According to the system notification, Soon received an additional stat boost. All stats except mana are increased. The reward is Long Chow. Long Chow is being restrained by the sacred beast. Current achievement points in 1054, 455. Soo-hyun takes Mia to the item shop to buy things and casually says, "Give me all the elixirs available in the shop. Not long ago, in the dark void, I heard someone calling my name. It seemed like they were calling me, and I tried to move my heavy eyelids, but when I opened my eyes, I couldn't see Kim Zung anywhere. Instead, a man wakes up as Kim Soo-hun, who couldn't protect anyone. The past cannot change the people I want to find, Zho Daeho and Yunu." And once again, a new chapter begins as the story shifts to a busy street scene in Singapore where a traffic jam is happening, with many people getting out of their cars and standing anxiously in the middle of the road. A driver honks loudly and sticks his head out, shouting loudly, "What exactly is blocking the way? Hurry up and see." Suddenly loud noises echoed in the sky. The driver looked up at the sky with a look of amazement as a large space gate appeared overhead, crackling with lightning. Everyone realized it was a blue dungeon. A man shouted, "Isn't the blue dungeon the first of its kind in the world? Surely the false awakeners will know how to handle it themselves." He immediately took out his phone and dialed the number. "First, we need to report to the authorities." The hotline is quickly connected. "Yes, this is the Fake Awakening Agency. How can we assist you?" But before he could say anything, his eyes suddenly froze. A piercing scream echoed, and on the other end of the line there was continuous shouting, but no response. A giant zombie appears from the space gate. That is Lord L. He slowly moves through the air as the dungeon explosion begins. The people flee in panic, screams echoing as they rush to save themselves, while the green abyss erupts in a massive explosion. The Lich King channels his energy, unleashing a powerful force with a dazzling death ray blinding everyone as the dark energy grows larger and he strikes directly into the crowded city. The deafening explosion echoed as a terrifying light erupted, destroying a vast area. People fled in panic. Large buildings collapsed with a thunderous crash, and a man desperately trying to escape was torn apart by the overwhelming attack. In an instant, no one could resist that terrifying power. A huge crater appeared in the middle of the city, dust and sand billowing everywhere. Lich King stands above, looking down, his crown flashing with a strange light. At this moment, at the command center in Korea, Soo-hyun picks up the report to review. The extremely serious parameters made him slightly frown, and the report recorded damage to the Blue Dungeon. In Singapore, the appearance and explosion of the Blue Dungeon happened simultaneously. The monster is estimated to be a high-level creature even greater than the Lich, having destroyed an entire city alone. Therefore, the SNKLIS Pseudo-Angel assembled the most elite expedition team and headed to Singapore. But the expedition failed and the damage could not be prevented. The estimated number of casualties is in the hundreds of thousands. Soo-hyun carefully reads the information about Lord L. Among all the monsters I faced in my previous life, he was the worst. To prevent the Lich King from leading his army into China, many Awakeners risked their lives on the battlefield. They succeeded in killing the Lich King, but Z fell in the process. Yunu also sacrificed herself. We have lost too much. Soo-hyun silently thought that now, unlike before, he had become strong enough to protect everyone. He clenched his fists and promised himself he wouldn't let the same thing happen in the future. Suddenly, Soo-hyun's gaze stopped at a page of information. Read it carefully once more. The information only records the explosion and the damage. The Blue Dungeon, the one responsible for the worst disaster, just vanished without a trace, leaving chaos behind. Soo-hyun broke out in cold sweat. Did the dungeon really disappear? This is too absurd. A dungeon can appear and then vanish. This has never even happened in a past life. I'm truly confused right now. What is really going on? What is the role of that prince? Just ignore it. No, then a similar phenomenon should have occurred in the previous life. Could he have an accomplice? I wonder if it's Fapnea. If it's not him, then who created the dungeon? A bunch of questions flood his mind right now. What if another dungeon appears? What if they explode at the same time? Soon still thinks it's not him, so for now let's assume only Lord L and find a way to stop it first. He pondered for a long time, but before the patrol team arrives, if it keeps disappearing like this, how can he stop it? He picks up the pile of documents, feeling truly helpless inside, wondering what to do next and how to stop it. At this moment, the sky over Sun is dark and cloudy. Suddenly, thunder roars loudly, and the people below look up in panic as a space gate forms right above the towering spire. Someone shouted, "Damn it, is this a dungeon?" A sorrowful skeleton monster poked its head out from inside the space gate. Then an army of monsters appeared. The Death Knight on horseback led the charge into battle. Their forces are very powerful, and they all quickly enter the city. King Vi stands on a skeleton armor with a strange figure and a chilling aura, smiling eerily as he gives the order, "Kill them all for me." The monster's tentacles swung fiercely, smashing those fleeing, its destructive power forming a devastating attack. The one-eyed octopus frantically swung its tentacles to sweep, while on the other side, the giant pearl casually dug up graves for those screaming in the fire. Fake awakeners still tried to stand up and fight back against the monsters. However, their power far exceeds humanity's current limits. The skeletal mages pour in, unleashing destructive beams. Following that, a bone dragon slowly swept across the sky. The only boss standing on the bone dragon looked truly bored and uninterested. As the entire area turns into a sea of deadly flames, in the basement of the Awakening Management Association, hurried footsteps echo through the empty corridor. Even exhausted, EUI still insisted on going all the way. Seeing this, everyone in the office quickly stood up, the department head and all panic-stricken, rising from their desks. "Why are you injured?" He hobbled in, his body battered and hunched over after a small skirmish. He ignores his injuries. Anyway, what is the current situation? EUI's eyes suddenly froze as he looked at the screen. No way. All of them are on the large radar screen, covered with countless red dots. Monsters? A person with an expression hard to describe will speak first, and I'll give a brief report. The scene from earlier is projected on the screen, showing Janung and Songhwai Ki, the awakened elites, at the scene when the explosion occurred. Thanks to their quick response, the casualties were lower than expected. But during that time, both of them were seriously injured. The monsters were not only powerful but also overwhelming in number. They can now determine their direction. The monster army is currently attacking from 3 different directions. The one acting alone, possessing power far beyond a level 2 dungeon boss, is fortunate to have a familiar team stepping in to counter his actions. Captain Park Yoon-gwilyu and his team are trying to stop him. Of course, the monster attack doesn't end there. The second group, consisting of Kraken and Click, is significantly less dangerous, so the casualties are lighter. They have assembled an attack team to counter them as the association carries out its systematic control plan. The final direction of the invasion is led by the undead army commanded by a Death Knight. Even high-level awakeners struggle against the wave tactic. This is the most critical front of the 3. The reporter's voice trembles with fear and uncertainty. We still have no plan to stop the Death Knight. EUI clenched his teeth and pressed his hand on the table, searching for a solution. When will reinforcements from other countries arrive? Right now, that's not certain. They're on their way as fast as they can. But I don't know if we can hold out until then. His face darkened upon hearing this prediction. This is really troublesome. Even if we eliminate the Lich King, those 3 armies are enough to wipe out an entire country. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization of the serious issue that hadn't been mentioned before, and OEUI's voice rose in panic. "Wait a moment, Lord L. Who is fighting against you right now?" The officer reports back in silence, looking at him with a serious expression, and he faintly smiles, filled with hope. At this moment, Lord L is amidst the blazing chaos sweeping through the destroyed city, with only an unnamed major figure being personally dealt with by Kim Soo-hun, standing proudly atop his fiery red dragon, facing the proud Lich King on his bone dragon blocking the gate. His ominous voice, like it came from hell, echoed. I could sense his excitement as he watched the fake awakenings die off, your fear and despair. Once they are pierced by his bones, they will transform, and your sadness and pain, their souls, will be forced out. Watch them die with those emotions. Everything is drawn toward King Lich above, a glorious monument. He even considers it a blessing for humanity. Your death will become my strength. Suddenly, his calm face widened in surprise as he glanced to the side. Before King L could react, a blaze had already engulfed the area. Fortunately, his dragon responded by turning and unleashing a fierce roar, as a dark, furious flame threatened the monarch. Suddenly, 2 streams of energy clashed, causing a shockwave in midair. In an instant, the sky turned dark and was engulfed in thick smoke and flames. At this moment, Soo Hyun rides the fire dragon, leaning back and shooting out of the smoke with eyes as cold as 1,000 swords piercing the invader. He hesitated for a moment before jumping into the air, the familiar blue flames igniting on his sword, but countless large chains shot out rapidly following his movements. Soo Hyun was momentarily unable to change the situation, and in an instant he was completely restrained by the dark chains. A blazing purple light flashes in the endless sky. The Lich King extends his hand to gather an energy sphere in his palm. Are you here to die? He didn't expect anyone to dare provoke him, a human. Suddenly, Soo Hyun's calm voice rang out. I thought that this time no one would come. If you start a massacre where I am not present and then disappear with the dungeon, I wouldn't be able to catch you." King El was stunned, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. His tone was somewhat excited as he struggled against his bonds, but then a wave of killing intent suddenly surged forward, shaking the Lich King to his core. The chains imprisoning and binding Shu Hyun begin to shatter. "Are you coming to find me yourself?" The mana within your body erupts, propelling you forward, and in an instant you suddenly vanish into the air. When he realizes it, there's no escape left, as a blue light engulfs his body. Hyun easily split Lord Lich's body in half with a single sword stroke, ascending to the heavens too quickly to utter a word. "What? What is this?" Your deep voice echoes, grateful for his foolishness. "Thank you for walking into the gates of death yourself." Hyun has finished, and King Nick returns on the back of the red dragon. You didn't leave in a hurry because he's not easy to kill. His wound quickly heals thanks to dark power. King Lee's voice rumbles darkly from deep within. "I have decided he's truly angered by your provocation. I will turn you into a lich." The glowing sphere he created radiates blinding light, using you as a slave for the rest of your life. Shu Hyun naturally cannot let himself be at a disadvantage. Sorry, a cold blue flame rises in his palm, but you will have to die here. The two sides charge at each other without hesitation, clashing in a fierce battle, energy colliding and exploding, making the space seem to shatter. Meanwhile, the other awakened ones are also fighting to suppress the monsters. Crack is constantly attacked by a powerful light beam and struggles painfully. The association also struggles to stop it. "Keep attacking, we must exhaust them with as many spells as possible." They muster their strength to follow Duho's orders, clutching their weapons tightly. He clenches his jaw, secretly sweating bullets. "It's bad. All we can do now is block their advance. If the lice reach here, you know everyone's resistance is gradually wearing out. We're doomed." Suddenly, the enforcer stood high and shouted down. Something's wrong. Duho's heart skipped a beat. "What's going on?" That person is covering their eyes to block the heat of the fire from the insects. The dark figures in flowing cloaks are rushing forward from ahead, and his pupils narrow in disbelief. "They're too fast." Duho quickly turned and shouted to adjust the formation. Everyone deploys a defensive formation. For now, only temporary commands can be given to adapt to the situation. The awakened mage continued attacking Kraken, but they couldn't get close due to its destructive power. You, the close combat awakener, protect the mage. The energy light continues to flash, piercing through the shield. Suddenly, the scout narrows his eyes and notices something else, a shadow trailing behind the L creatures at a terrifying speed. In an instant, several L are suddenly decapitated while still alive. He exclaimed in surprise at the crazy dancing person. Thomas eagerly roamed around wildly. "I told you to play with me." A leading L hurriedly sped up in panic. "That bastard has caught up." The followers immediately pushed each other aside to escape quickly. "Come on, hurry up, don't stop me. At this point, just kill him." "You fools, have you forgotten what he did?" It seems Thomas left them with a terrible fear. As the skeletons cry out in rage, 300 followers have vanished. Clouds in the sky are torn apart by water like arrows raining down, and each skeleton screams in agony before ascending to heaven. Immediately after, blazing red arrows hit their targets one by one, appearing before Thomas, leaving only pits and scattered skulls on the ground. He looked downcast, pouting as he poked the unmoving skull. "They're moving. I still want to play more." Suddenly, a loud rumbling noise drew his attention upward. From the moment, Thomas had been sitting behind the attacked Kraken, his eyes shining with excitement as he exclaimed. An octopus, in 3 steps, he leapt over several buildings and charged forward like the wind. The octopus, with increasingly agile steps in his excitement, "Let's play together." Poor Kraken, just as it was trying to fight back, it got hit on the head, and unprepared for the impact, it lunged forward. The Duho team pushing back Kraken suddenly sees it fall towards them. What's going on? He quickly called out for someone to respond. Dung shivered with fear. He reacted very quickly and rushed out to use his power. "I'm worried." The cold purple eyes fixated on the target point. For a moment, Runho activated a large shield to block in front of the Holy Realm group. Immediately after, he charged headfirst into Kaken's blazing golden shield, and Thomas, overwhelmed, couldn't hold back tears. He angrily puffed out his cheeks as if gathering rage, then shouted and delivered another punch to the unlucky Kraken's head, with enough force to press its head against the large shield, which instantly shattered into tiny fragments. Thomas tearfully and dejectedly watches the scene before him. Kraken is stiff and dead from his 2 crushing blows. "You still want to keep playing?" Duho couldn't hold back and slapped his face. "In this situation, are you serious?" June and Hak Jun, suddenly a huge explosion appeared right in the sky, startling everyone. He can only temporarily guess the whereabouts of the other 2. "Maybe Suhyun is over there." Hearing that, Thomas suddenly jumped up. "Suhyun, I want to go there too." He struggles and resists, but I just want to go. I really want to go. Du-Hu held him tightly, not letting him go. Where are you going? You're the one who should be helping me. But the whereabouts of the other person besides Su-Hyun haven't appeared yet. And where is Hak Run? At this moment, the person he longs for is exhausted and gasping for breath. He stands firm, sword in hand, blocking the way for Yun. Don't worry. Facing the strongest enemy among the three monsters sent, Hak Run clenched his fist tightly around his sword. The sharp, shining sword reflects the silhouette of the villain. Don't worry. He grits his teeth and makes a solemn promise. I will protect you. Hak Run raises his sword high, blazing with fiery flames. His entire body radiates a crimson mana, wielding a cutting sword. A silent incantation echoes in his mind, a slash that tears through the sun and moon. The deadly sharp sword rushes toward the skeletal figure before him, and in an instant its teeth fall apart and fade away in the light. A group of rookie gravediggers are digging up a grave under Hak Jun's sword, but he is panting heavily, his face grim with exhaustion. Ahead, the silent footsteps pass over the fallen skulls as a group of skeletons march forward with anger. Hak knows he can't keep attacking like this. His mana will run out soon. The Toothed Knight is still sitting on his horse, watching him, standing still for now, but he doesn't know when he'll strike. I have to conserve my mana to fight him. He then crouched down and stuck his sword into the ground. There is no other way. The desperate situation forces him to use this technique. Even though he's not yet skilled, he must try it. A beam of light shoots up from the left at Hak Jun's call, and a similar beam rises from the right, forming a circle. The summoned swords hover above his head awaiting orders, their blade energy soaring through the air, wind blowing his hair into a strange face, clearing everything in their path. Sun is still engaged in a fierce battle with Lord El, and every time Miri creates a fireball, the bone dragon replicates it exactly. Two opposing streams of energy continuously generate powerful shocks. El Vuong extends his hand back to gather dark energy. He took the chance while the smoke and dust covered his eyes to shoot out a light shining, like it was coming from a dangerous heaven. One of Shu-Hyun's eyes activated the three-eyed skill, and the ominous aura rushing toward him immediately vanished into the void. El Vuong was startled, seemingly unable to believe that he could easily neutralize the opponent before him, then swiftly leapt up from the red dragon, his sharp, cold sword flashing with sparks as he raised it high. Lich Vuong quickly reacted, gathering a surge of dark energy in his hand, lifting both legs off the bone dragon to perform a cursed, vengeful dance of spirits, while Shu-Hyun's third eye, still active, flashed with light. The cool magic circle and the two spirit rings instantly shattered into pieces. This time, El Vuong can confirm clearly that it was not accidental. In front of me, Shu-Hyun is getting closer and closer. This person is countering my attacks. The sword in his hand radiates a brilliant glow. Waves of sword energy and a burst of dazzling light dispel the dark fog covering everything. In an instant, a white light envelops King Lich's entire body, and he swings his sword down, creating a path that pierces through all and erupts in an explosion. The bone dragon's body also endured the attack, now just scattered fragments floating around. It has lost its vitality and can no longer struggle any longer. Ex-Hyun jumps back onto Miri's back, returning to the aerial refuge, never taking his eyes off the previous spot, his sword now completely black. The destructive power of that attack left the Lich King with not a single bone remaining. Immediately afterward, he suddenly appeared with his shield shattered. You also predicted he might survive, and in the end, he used it. The shield protecting the Lich King in this deadly strike is called the Life Shield. All damage is absorbed by the shield. Its function is quite significant, dispersing across the entire immortal army. That's why he couldn't die thanks to this shield. It is the absolute barrier of the Lich King. However, Su-Hyun also knows its weakness, but that also means he clenched his fist tighter and charged again without hesitation. If I can break that shield, all the immortals will be destroyed in a single strike. Your punch causes the entire Lich King's protective sphere to shake, and he only feels shock and panic. What kind of power is this? Shu-Hyun's lips curl into a faint smile. Hello, what would you like today? With the enormous points you generously spent, the achievement points reached 10,145, giving me all of your medicines. Thanks to that, Su-Hyun's power level has far exceeded the normal. Strength 97, this is your trump card for this battle. You're quite strong now. The Lich King's life shield shatters in panic. Soon you will feel it too. The city below is completely destroyed and burning in an unquenchable fire as each skeleton gradually falls and loses its life. Hak Run persistently swings his sword to wipe out those who dare to attack. His face remains alert, gripping his sword tightly, when suddenly a strange phenomenon occurs as the skeletons are engulfed in a purple light. They no longer pay attention to him and look up at the sky. The skeleton soldiers are disappearing. Over there, the Lich King's minions also sensed something unusual. Did the Lich King use his life star? All the liches turned into streams of purple light being drawn to one side. Judging by how quickly they disappeared, it seems the Lich King is being tortured by Lama. Banlock is intrigued, pondering without a hint of worry for the boss. That's interesting. He didn't bother to pay attention to Yunu's defiant gaze. Could a human really resist the Lich King? His deep, contemptuous voice rang out. At first it was amusing. With that, Banlock suddenly stretched out his large, clawed hand high, capable of defeating the entire Ox team alone, but now he's tired of it. Let him die. Suddenly, something sped towards him at a very high speed. Banlock widened his eyes in shock as he looked toward the source of the commotion. Immediately after, a figure like an arrow sped toward and struck his face. The seemingly hopeless face of the Ock team suddenly froze in shock at this turn of events. That person is Thomas, with long red hair and a mischievous smile on his face. He's grinning, eager to find his next thrill. Keep playing. The stunned and careless bulls are kicked aside and sent flying. Yunu's resilient face breaks in surprise, and Thomas is uncertain about who will ultimately win. Thomas is indeed very strong, but can he face him alone? The giant hand of the monster grips the building like a toy, causing Banlock to stagger but stay standing after the fall. What is that monster? His voice is deep and full of murderous intent. I see now. So there's another interesting human beast. Yunu hesitated slightly, even stronger than Thomas. He clenched his sword and muttered, "Damn it, I can't let him carry everything alone. I have to fight alongside him." At this moment, a voice rang out, thanking him for holding on until now, and he looked surprised as he saw the person passing by. The reorganization of the assault team is complete. B-rank false awakeners tend to the wounded. The A-rank awakens to support the S-rank, and Duhu's deep, authoritative voice echoes, creating more gaps in the Banlock's defenses. Good. The S-rank awakens focus their fire on those gaps. They have finished dealing with Kraken and came here to assist. From now on, he will take charge and lead everyone to work together. We will continue the assault on Banlock. Countless blazing golden orbs continuously target the monster, but Banlock raises his hand to shield his eyes from the shots. A sphere of light shot straight into his face. He didn't dodge, but let himself fall forward from the impact. The two fake warriors rush forward simultaneously on command. Now, with the gap widened, the two of them wielding sharp swords seize the opportunity to attack. However, a stream of purple smoke billowed from Banlock's mouth as he lifted his head and roared loudly. I can't miss this opportunity. The two bodies suddenly froze midair, and with a slight wave of his hand, he easily cut them in half. I thought it would be more interesting. Banlock insulted by stomping his foot, but it turns out you are just insects. At this moment, Duho rushes forward through the rain of blood and torn body parts. His eyes are determined not to be swayed by this. We cannot hesitate. The sword in his hand trembles again, but is held firmly, for even a moment of hesitation would mean all sacrifices are in vain. Duho's eyebrows furrow tightly, teeth clenched with a grinding sound. His body swiftly dodges past Banlock's massive form, rendering the sword strikes useless. Duho clenched his teeth, somersaulted in the air, and turned back to check the previous mark. His sword only left a small scratch, the attack causing barely any damage. He lands firmly on the ground and shouts loudly, "Come at me." I quietly reassure myself that it's okay. Facing the monster was all part of the plan. My role was to create an opening in his defenses. Not bad, insect. His voice slowly explains their fate. No matter how much you struggle, being crushed beneath his feet is unavoidable. But he paid no attention to the approaching person, leaving the rest to them. The wandering heroes shouted hoarsely in desperate struggle as Thomas's powerful punch swung down to strike Banlock's head. Then it was the turn of another powerful figure. Junhu carefully and seriously cast a large-scale freezing spell. The ice spread instantly, sealing the monster from head to toe in absolute coldness. The others cheered at the success of the plan, unable to believe he wouldn't escape. A fleeting moment of survival made everything seem blurry and unbelievable. Junhu immediately widened his eyes in shock and shouted, "Wait!" It was him quickly raising his hand to activate his remaining skill. "Everyone hide now, you fools!" A huge flame suddenly rushes in without a word, the heat like a furnace, turning everyone's joyful faces into stunned, open-mouthed expressions. Banlock's claws extend as he chuckles mockingly. That's right, now this is getting interesting. He calmly melts Junhu's absolute ice. Consider this an honor. Banlock still looks like he's generously giving to the pathetic insects, shouting out and launching a fireball. This is hell. The rising unease in his heart makes Duhu call out to Thomas. Thomas places both hands on the ground and unleashes his power. Let's see what you've got. His shadow quickly stretched out to where the fireball was headed, colliding with the divine shield and causing sparks to fly before shattering, while the fireball kept moving forward. The expressions of the team members were filled with fear. Ban Locke had broken the divine shield. If we couldn't stop this attack, Thomas felt challenged as a sneer curled on his lips. Not yet. The fiery red shadow from his hand spreads even faster, and a series of shields are quickly raised to block Ban Locke's fireball. Everyone's heart seemed to hang in the balance as he blocked it. Unbelievable. Even if pierced through, he could instantly regenerate. Well done, Thomas, but Duho still keeps a grim expression. No, these are the countless shields Thomas has set up, all of which are easily broken one after another. Duho tries to urge everyone to find a way out. Ban Locke has been broken. Everyone run away. Suddenly, Thomas bowed his head, tears streaming down his face. I don't like fire. Am I going to die? It seems a fear and a sense of regret are rising within him. I don't want to. He went berserk, unleashing all his power. Dead. In a brief moment, the entire space suddenly flooded with a blazing red as Thomas's awakened power spiraled out of control. Everyone on the team at the scene is being pulled in. No, we are being swallowed up. Even Du-ho tries to struggle, but Thomas has to stop him from losing his mind again. He reached out his hand and shouted, hoping to touch him, but the black shadow quickly swallowed him and pulled him inside. Du-ho's body was left with only his hand gradually merging into the others. Ban Locke also wondered about what was spreading over his body. What is this? But before he could explain, darkness covered everything. In just a moment, Thomas's power formed a spherical shield and returned to Hakjun's side. The skeleton soldiers disappeared just as he was fighting the Death Knight. He is truly very powerful. The large axe swung lightly deflected all the incoming swords. Suddenly he was startled and froze at his subsequent action. Despite being surprised, the Death Knight still managed to block Hakjun's sword. The two swords clash, creating a dazzling spark, as both forcefully push each other's blades away. At this moment, he raised his sword high before he carried out his next move. Suddenly, a bright flash from the right caught his attention, causing his blade to shift reflexively to block it. At this moment, Hakrun gathers all his strength and shouts loudly as he strikes. The Death Knight pulls the reins to make the horse lift its leg and dodge skillfully. His eyes assess the power of the previous strike, creating an opening with his flying sword and preparing a powerful finishing blow, but upon realizing Hakjun's intention, he becomes even more reckless, with his intentions clearly visible on his face, while the Grim Reaper Knight boldly raises his sword high, ready to strike. This time it's my turn. Hakrun could feel the powerful aura from it, and it was beyond the level he could stop. His body still stood firm, shielding Yun-sun behind him, but he couldn't avoid it. Her eyes shimmered with tears as she looked at the straight figure ahead. Hakrun. It seems to boost his spirits, making the corner of his mouth curl up. Maybe the harmony within his body is transmitted to the tip of the sword. Hakjun's eyes were truly serious, trusting himself that he could definitely hold on. The large sword of the Death Knight slowly moved back, then suddenly swung down with a powerful and decisive force. Tu-thuk triggered Hae-jun, who also swung his sword to counter this attack. Vanhayan Tram, two powerful streams of qi collided, creating a fierce shockwave. However, the overwhelming purple sword aura completely shattered the contest, and for a moment the surroundings were shrouded in thick dust and smoke. Yun-sun walked forward slowly, trying to find the way ahead, unable to see clearly why things had turned out this way. Hakjun, are you okay? She kept calling his name but received no response. Hakrun. Until I saw the figure of Hae-run standing still. Hae-run, Yun-sun. Immediately after, his body burst with blood and collapsed to the ground. The winner is the Death Knight, standing firm without a scratch, running away. At this moment, on the fiery red sphere created by Thas, a crack suddenly appeared from inside, releasing continuous light that shattered the barrier and escaped. After a while, a beam of light shot out, completely freeing itself, and the eagle, unharmed, flapped its wings as it observed from above, disdainfully speaking again with a hint of confusion truly beyond words. Those who created this are lying scattered on the ground. Swallowing their own pride is not enough. The others are half dead and attacking their teammates. Du-ho kneels down, repeatedly muttering, "No, no, it's not, it's not." It seems Thomas's ability affects the mind, or not. Amid his agonized moans, others also clutch their heads and scream in chaos. Ah, save me, that's right, death is the answer. Suddenly, one of them staggered to his feet, his hazy red eyes still not fully awake, but refusing to give up. Charge. On the other side, Yun-sun crouched down and shook Hakrun. "Hakrun, please!" Her tears of pain kept flowing. "Open your eyes." Her heartbreaking cry of pain does not move the monster. "Hawk, run, please!" He roared in his futile effort to retaliate, all his strength rushing toward the monster. His eyes burned with a fiery red, devoid of any emotion. It's over, when suddenly a huge explosion erupts, lighting up the entire sky. The Death Knight's sword-holding hand suddenly stops. Banlock also stopped, interestedly looking in that direction. Is it over on the other side too? A beam of light from the explosion pierced through the sky, revealing a ghostly skeleton within the glow. The Lich King loudly declared the end. "O humans, the light of evil has buried everything that once belonged to you. This is your failure." A few minutes ago, the village was engulfed in flames. Shu Hyun rushed forward, frantically attacking the Lich King's protective shield. Suddenly, a system window appeared beside him, and he looked over to understand. Sure enough, the system display showed a strength of 97, and Shu Hyun silently thought that increasing strength was the right decision. Earlier, at the upgrade area, Mia excitedly stood behind him, and he smiled as he showed the system panel with a score of 10,455. Then, Hao Feng suggested, "Give me all the spiritual herbs here." The herbalist looked at the system panel, hesitating with his beard, then turned around calmly and reminded him. Soo-hyun stared wide-eyed, waited a moment, then took out a heavy bag and placed it on the table. He looked at it in surprise, then crossed his arms and stared at the status board, where the achievement points were 10 to 54 before glancing intently at you in assessment. For someone like you, instead of drinking 100 ordinary spiritual medicines, consuming something truly high quality will be much more effective. Then he took out a bag from the table. If you have an eye for it, you'll know. Soo-hyun wondered what this thing was. Then Soon and Mia looked down there in amazement. The vials filled with energy displayed before their eyes, containing Queen H's blood, Graken's heart, storm sap, and the wings of an unknown sage. You look at it with a face full of amazement. All of them are spiritual medicines with extraordinary effects. Soo-hyun calmly moves his hand back to the pile of medicines on the shelf, thinking that if he uses all of this, he could instantly boost his stats to the Golden Age level, but the herb seller blocks him. Wait a moment. He just pointed at the potion and explained, causing your hand to freeze. With your points, you can only buy one thing. Hearing that, you froze up and instinctively retracted your hand a little. In the end, I chose to buy the yellow potion. After some hesitation, I selected the strengthening elixir. System reports strength at 97. Soo-hyun's hand is still clenched, ready to punch down as he contemplates. The first reason is that as a close combat pseudo-awakened, his punch is powerful and aimed directly at his opponent's shield. The second reason is that the enemy is the Lich King, and the shield is gradually breaking apart. The Lich King raises his hand, preparing to strike Soon directly in the face. Outside the shield, sharp spiked pillars emerge, piercing the skin and making him cry out. Seizo sprays out, but his face remains determined as he clenches his fist, ready to strike down, thinking that with a mage like Soon's strength, breaking the shield decisively and overpowering with force is the most effective way. The shield wobbled, your hand slipped inside, carrying a surge of energy, and finally the punch's energy pierced through the shield, burning directly into the Lich King's body. Hyun paused to catch his breath, surrounded by dust and smoke, a look of joy on his face as he looked up at him and said, "Your undead army is finished." Below the Lich King, he also looked up at the crack, clenched his teeth, then he too shouted with joy, his face full of confidence, "I see it now, your weakness." And you still stand straight on his cracking shield. He keeps staring at Shu Hyun below. "Indeed, I saw something strange. Clearly, you could bypass the barrier." You stare at him intently, frowning. The Lich King keeps talking non-stop, so why do you keep enduring his attack to get closer? "So, what are you up to?" On the other side, some skeletons in cloaks are attacking magic towards the guild members. "So, you're targeting the barrier because of the humans?" They looked at each other in confusion as the number of liches suddenly decreased. This is their chance to attack. His eyes glanced at them, the energy spilling out with a mocking tone. "Looks like you're still free enough to pay attention elsewhere." Then he waved his hand, forming a larger energy sphere, growling, "If that's the case, endure it." Above, Soo-hyun looked down at him with a confident smile. "Go ahead." His hand gathered energy more and more fiercely, and seeing that you showed no fear, he gritted his teeth in anger. He waved his hand, and the energy sphere grew even larger as he questioned the boy. "Are you trying to block it by disabling it?" he announced, causing the Lich King to also open his eyes in surprise. "Then I will no longer use the barrier." His eyes were filled with madness, teeth clenched as he smiled. "I will also face danger. But will the people below be able to resist my army?" Soo-hyun's face darkened as he looked coldly at him, a larger energy sphere forming inside the shield. He was deep in thought. This was the Lich King's most powerful area of effect skill. and if he were hit by it, he would be done for. Besides neutralizing it, there is no other way. Currently, he is holding the scale of choice, one side to save humanity, the other to destroy him. The Lich King questions Shu Hyun, "Will you deflect my attack and kill me, or save others and accept death?" He bites his lip, sinks into thought, then quickly jumps off the shield and opens the summon space to summon the Mia sword. Then he lets his body fall freely, and a giant creature swoops in from behind, catching him as he descends. Shu Hyun's determined gaze radiated with unstoppable energy as he clenched his teeth and activated the Dragon God's blessing. "My choice is for your hand to grip the sword tightly, with a determined look in your eyes as you face him. Block this attack and kill you. This is the sword wave technique, the explosive move. On the other side, the attack also quickly rushes down." Shu Hyun gritted his teeth, struggling to block the attack with his sword. He swung his sword in multiple arcs, launching a relentless assault forward. The two strikes collided, causing an explosion of energy to burst outward, as opposing currents of energy fought for every inch of ground. On the other side, the Lich King's energy waned, being swallowed by Shu Hyun's strike. The people below looked up in amazement, and the members of Prince Vuong also raised their heads to watch. Their energies collide violently, causing the space to shatter with blinding light, then they gradually vanished together. Finally, Shu Hyun's attack pierced through the Lich King's strike. He was also shaken intensely, grinding his teeth, and the man furrowed his brows stubbornly, shouting, "This is my victory." On this side, "You are burned by his flames." The guy mutters, "Oh, human," as Shu Hyun closes his eyes and braces for the attack. Then he opened his holy body eyes again. Energy surged once more, becoming a hero, and his body began to be enhanced with the immortal holy energy. He charged forward like an arrow carrying holy energy, lost in thoughts of his past life where he was always swept along by the flow of great powers. On this side, the Lich King also didn't expect this. He watched helplessly as Shu Hyun charged at him, while he was lost in thought, forced to choose within that flow, being led astray by the monsters, his brow furrowed by the impact, unable to resist, and standing there, taking the blow. Shu Hyun shouted inwardly. After a long thought, he only reached one conclusion to avoid being led astray, his body still fiercely charged forward with maximum energy. Thoughts still swirling in his mind. If he wanted to change from before, he clenched his fist and charged forward with all his strength. Then his opponent's shield shattered. His hand struck directly at his face. Shu Hyun shouted inwardly, "I need overwhelming power." In the past, the Lich King was above all, with a sea of corpses beneath his throne. Lich King, the king of the dead, the god of death. He stands in the sky gathering energy from below the city and becomes stronger by swallowing the souls of the departed. His hand burns the chains of life of the people below, and his magic continues to bring death to others. Now his body is also gradually shattering, falling freely down. But for the first time, the Lich King's body was repeatedly pierced and unable to dodge, his face full of anger as he stared at him, fists clenched tightly. Facing the distorted face of the Lich King, he was now contemplating his own death. A powerful punch crashes down, causing the ground to explode, and blinding light surrounds the area. After the dust settles, a large hole has formed in the earth. Vuong's body was battered and collapsed into the hole, his eyes full of confusion as he looked up, while Shu Hyun calmly stepped beside him. He questions, "Why didn't you finish me off?" Shu Hyun's expressionless face stares at him intently and explains, "Someone like you can't possibly have the ability to teleport through space." Above his head, a blue dungeon gate appears, and Shu Hyun, with a stern face, looks down and questions the Lich King. "Who is it? The one standing behind you?" But he only clenched his teeth and then suddenly burst into a crazed laugh. His words left Shu Hyun stunned as well. "Was it the same just now, and is it the same now? Do you only see me as someone who walks away? Something is rushing toward us from afar." The Lich King's voice is confident, but it's the Death Knight charging with his sword raised to cut your neck, and you can't react in time, eyes wide open as he questions, "Why do you think you've won?" Only then did Shu Hyun realize, turn around, grit his teeth, and then bow his head to avoid the slash's smoke. His body on the rock sped away, quickly. Behind the Death Knight, the rider also chased on horseback and struck down another blow. You also leapt up to dodge the slash, then turned around ready to punch him when a fireball shot from the side. Then he throws a fireball to block the blazing red fireball. Banrock spreads his wings in surprise, able to withstand this attack. He calmly approached soon. He's just a human, but quite impressive. Very interesting. Immediately after they surrounded him. Shu Hyun looked around cautiously, biting his lip and narrowing his eyes as he surveyed them one by one. There are three of them. The Death Knight and Banrock, the strongest forces of the Lich King. He became cautious, observing them carefully, realizing he couldn't deal with all of them at once, nor ignore the possibility of reinforcements. Xiun lowered his hand, looked around to think, and although he still lacked information, the Lich King was the priority. Suddenly the Lich King spoke again, interrupting your thoughts. Banrock, Death Knight. Hearing that, Su-hyun also looked at him in shock. His body was gradually shifting, and without any announcement from the army, we will now retreat. All three of them quickly turned into light and left, leaving Yu standing there in confusion. Su-hyun looked around in astonishment, shouting to stop them. "Wait, stop!" Yu shouted in frustration. "Stay there!" Then, Su-hyun rushed forward to chase after them. This isn't over yet. Your hand opens the system space to draw out a weapon. Above, the green dungeon gate is still open. The three of them rushed towards the gate, while he behind them prepared to throw his spear with the broken spear technique. Finally, the arrow was released, heading with the three others toward the blue dungeon gate, but it was immediately blocked by the gate, causing a massive explosion. The gate eventually disappeared, leaving the space empty. Damn it, they've escaped again. He hovered and looked in that direction, somewhat disappointed, biting his teeth tightly as he looked down at the debris below after the battle. The surrounding space had been completely destroyed, and fires kept spreading. Below, innocent civilians lie scattered on the ground, lifeless. A mother holds her child close as they leave, tears streaming down Su-hyun's face, filled with sorrow. He bites his lip in despair, thinking that elsewhere Yoon is holding the injured Hak-jun on the ground, crying bitterly, and he wonders what change he has truly brought about. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired man also holds his head in agony. Ju-hyun wonders, and what can be protected? In the end, Du-ho, sword in hand, bowed his head in disappointment as he floated in the air alongside the sacred fire phoenix. The surrounding space was reduced to a wasteland, unable to change anything. In the end, according to later released data, King Lich's invasion of Seiyun claimed the lives of about 12,000 people, including civilians and awakened ones. At the same time, the Lich King began absorbing energy from his skeleton soldiers. He looked up in amazement, never expecting such a person to exist. His face gradually healed, his eyes filled with greed. I must have that person's soul. Someone is approaching across the pile of skulls, heading toward him. I will lead you to a vast land filled with people. That person is full of arrogance. The Lich King sits on his throne, listening quietly. He continued speaking, but Johnny bowed his head to warn him that any further failure, with his eyes full of cold, threatening menace, would not be forgiven. The scene shifts to Beijing, a bustling city where suddenly something flickers above the imperial city. It opens up, and an army of undead gradually emerges. After Sun's attack, the Lich King had taken control all the way to Beijing. Therefore, after discussing the severity of the situation, the nations formed an alliance between guilds and established the most elite reconnaissance team. This is humanity's second chance. Now in the hospital room, Yoon-sun sits listlessly by his bed. At this moment he frowned, slowly opened his eyes, and when he woke up he sat up and asked, "What is this hospital? What happened?" At that moment Yoon-sun immediately hugged him tightly. Seeing her like that, he felt a bit worried and called her name. "Yoon-sun?" She tearfully said, "I am really lucky. I was so afraid of losing you like this. You always protect me. But when he was struggling between life and death, you couldn't do anything." Hearing those heartbreaking words, he gently placed his hand on her shoulder and slowly embraced her, crying. "I'm sorry for making you go through that." And a moment later, Hak-jun was gazing at the city. He looks at the city now reduced to a pile of debris. At this moment, someone is approaching him, and he cautiously turns down as Du-ho steps forward. At that moment, he told us we were alive. Du-ho gently replied, "Yes, I had a dream." "Yes, along with you, Mr. Soon, Thomas, and Yoon, it was a dream where everyone died. It felt so real, like the truth. So when I opened my eyes and saw I was still alive, I was very heartbroken. I'm sorry, you must also be very confused." "It's okay. I understand because I was also very scared and I can still hear the screams of those who died following me." But because of that, he couldn't step back any further. Seeing his determination, Hak-jun's tears stopped. At this moment, Du-ho with a determined look said, "Hak-jun, I have a proposal." And as time passes, night falls over this place, and in the auditorium there are sounds of moaning. "No, I didn't mean to do that. I'm really scared, and because I'm so afraid, I have no other choice. I am not at fault." Suddenly, a clicking sound drew Thomas's attention, and he crawled out trembling to open the door saying, Du-ho, right now you're talking." "Yes, I will get back to you later." He walked over, grabbed his shirt collar, and shouted. Du-ho asked, "I'm not at fault, right?" "That's the cow's fault, isn't it?" Du-ho looked at him with pity and then said, "Thomas, how did you feel? I understand better than anyone, so it's not your fault." Hearing that, he was overjoyed. That's right, isn't it? It's not my fault, is it? He continued seriously, but we have to face the consequences of what we've done. This shocked him. He continued, I was weak and you were cowardly, so we have to take responsibility. Thomas mockingly asked, Du-ho, why? Why do you say that? Du-ho gently placed his hand on his head and said, if you keep running away in fear, nothing will ever change. Hearing those words, Thomas froze, hugging himself and asking, but what if I'm still afraid? Du-ho gently replied, I know it's scary and hard to do alone, so let's move forward together. As he spoke, he reached out his hand towards him, and the scene shifted to Kim Do-ho's place, where he happily said, nothing could be more perfect. It's done. Your armor, tomorrow's monster, adamantium fragments, and even E-stones, all are inside. I also added a defensive skill, so make good use of it. Soo-hoon silently looked at it. He looked at it thoughtfully and bit his lip tightly. Seeing that expression, he sighed. As you were putting it away, he called Wangshi. Is something the matter? It's nothing. Thanks for the armor. As he spoke, he walked away. That was the look in Do-ho's eyes as he watched you leave. After you left, he told the fool, what's the point of carrying everything on your own? The scene shifts to another place where a helicopter is heard. He lets out a small sound, sees you approaching, and asks, you're here? He replied with a blank face, let's leave now. After all, only I and my second brother are going. Then someone spoke up. Golden Lohan, he replied with a slight smile. Well, I think this helicopter is a bit too big if only 2 people are going. Behind him, Du-ho, Thomas, and Hak-jun are waiting. Are you really planning to go alone at this hour? Don't even dream about it, you bastard. Let's go together. A voice from an apartment in China asks. So you're saying I don't have enough qualifications? They replied. That's right. Since the recent treaty has come into effect, individual combat has been strictly prohibited. Even Kim Soo-hyun is no exception. He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, saying, what good is that treaty when it comes to human lives? Yoonu asked again, what? But he suddenly sat up and replied, fine. Do as you wish, I will establish a guild. Yoongu asked, have you already got members? Soo-hyun replied coldly, I'm enough on my own. He paused for a moment and asked, so what then? Suddenly, someone said that neither of them belonged to any guild, and when they looked down, Lohan approached and asked, can I join too, since I'm not in any guild either? Soon glared at him. He told Golden Lohan, fine, I'll contact you when the departure time is set. Lohan is really cold and detached right now. Anyway, the decision has been made, so handle your own administrative matters. Yoongu replied, I understand. Suddenly, a phone ringing caught his attention, and the caller kept calling his name. Golden Lohan, Golden Lohan. He casually picked up the phone and asked, what's the matter? He replied, I am Lee Do-ho, chairman of the Kim Fake Management Association. I have a proposal for you. Come back after hearing the story. Shuhan said that's how it is. You want me to join your guild too? Do-ho replied. I'll explain quickly. The team's ultimate goal is to eliminate the Lich King. To do that, we must break through the undead army first. Luckily, we have become a guild with enough size and strength to do it. Centered on Kim Soo-hoon, the 200 guild members, including myself, will lead the way to the Lich King. Fighting high-level monsters is your job. Soo-hoon quietly listens to those words. Do-ho continued. Let's go now, but he coldly ordered everyone to go back, surprising them. He asked, what did you say? He quietly walked past him and said, with your level and theirs, you're just causing trouble, not to mention the other alchemists. This time it was my mistake for letting the Lich King escape, so I will take responsibility. You do what you need to do. Stay here. And before you could finish speaking, a hand had already grabbed your shirt, and he quickly punched you. They looked at that in amazement. Do-ho then said, if you say you're blocking us, then we will surely retreat. I know exactly how anxious you are just now. I've already made it clear that I stand with you. Let's share the burden together. So, in the end, is it really your responsibility to keep blaming yourself? Listen carefully. You're not a god, and you're certainly not a hero. You are just someone's son, a younger brother, and an older brother. Taking responsibility won't solve everything. So what about those who died following my orders? Aren't I going to lose my chance to make amends with them forever? Hearing that, you didn't know what to say. And then he let you go. Thomas spoke up. I'm still very scared, but Do-ho already said that if we run away because of fear, nothing will change. No matter how scared we are, let's keep going together. Hawk slowly runs over to where you are. That's right, you can't carry everything alone. I know what you're afraid of, that you might lose someone, so let's go together and overcome it together. Hai-hun was surprised by those words, and Do-ho gently stroked his head, saying that even if this campaign fails, it is still the path we chose together. If you're still suffering alone, I won't let it go unnoticed. Besides, I am the leader of the guild. That little member just needs to trust and follow me. As for Kim Soo-hyun, he's still stunned, thinking all this time he believed he was alone. From letting the Lich King escape in the first place, to thinking I could handle all the monsters alone, and the truth that many people had to sacrifice for it, I have blamed myself for everything. At this moment, Do-ho chuckled softly and said, "This fool is really funny." Shun and his tears of joy fell. But the scene shifts to Beijing, at Lich Vuong's fortress, where his followers are swarming below, but someone bravely raises their flag high. It is the Paragon Jun Guild and his team who arrived in Beijing. On the other side, someone holding that skull said, "They're coming in so many that it's overwhelming. Are the reinforcements not here yet? They said they are coming soon." Vuong Vu asked, "Which guild is that, Rap or White Dragon?" He stammered and replied, "That. I heard it's Paragon." Vuong Vu angrily asked again, "Where is Paragon?" But then something suddenly fell, filling the air with dust, and he cursed. Damn it, what now? But when he saw what was in front of him, he was stunned and muttered, "Are those guys Paragon?" In front of him is the Paragon Guild, where soon Thomas Juo, Hokjun, and Lohan are fighting side by side. A moment ago, Ho was discussing plans with his teammates. Listen carefully, an unidentified fortress has just appeared in the center of Beijing, believed to be where Lord L's uncle is stationed, and monsters like Krakonbone Dragon are continuously pouring out. To reach the Lich King, we must break through that army first. This mission will be handled by me and the members of the guild. Just go straight into the fortress and destroy everything. Lohan, hearing this, happily replied, "That's easy, I like it." Then Do-ho continued, "Okay, let's get into position." They all shouted in unison. At this moment, Kim Soo-hyun's voice called out as he approached, twisting his wrist. Seeing him, Do-ho thought to himself, "Vuong Vu," then asked, "What's going on?" At the same time, he thought that ever since the ranking battle, he had been targeting Soo-hyun. Could he also be planning to cause chaos in this situation? At this moment, Vuong Vu asked, "Do you think you can kill him?" Hearing that question, both of them were surprised. Soo-hyun, with determination and resolve, replied, "Certainly." Vuong Vu then smiled and said, "I see, then we will take the lead. If you slack off even for a second, I will kill you." As he said that, he left, while Do-ho gently placed a hand on your shoulder and told you to go. The scene shifts to the Lich King's castle, where his subordinates are reporting that the human forces movements are no trivial matter. They are pushing back our army fiercely and are about to reach the fortress. I will go deal with them and come back immediately. King V laughed maliciously and ordered, "No need. Let them come here. I want to enjoy some fun from them." By this time, Soo-hyun's group had reached the Lich King's castle, but they were surrounded by undead. Soo-hyun stood behind, thinking that thanks to Vuong Vu and Do-ho, they could reach the fortress easily, but from now on the enemies will be much stronger, so we will probably need our help. Then you said, "Hey, let us help a hand." But before you finished speaking, he told Hayu to call Mia out. We will clear the way, and at that moment, you should ride Mia into the fortress. Ex-Haihun nervously said, "If that's the case, those staying here understand your intentions, so I'll say it differently. Your battlefield is elsewhere, and this one is ours." Vuong Vu, from afar, threw a powerful punch and said, "I also want to add, anyone daring to block our way will be shattered." As soon as he finished speaking, he successfully shattered the monster's body. Song shouted loudly and destroyed them. They were inspired by their actions and words, charging forward together and shouting, breaking through the enemy lines. Seeing them like that, Soo-hyun was moved and said, "Thank you all. And at this moment, you and your team ride straight towards the fortress where the Lich King is residing." Inside, Soo-hyun coldly reminds everyone, "Get ready to go. They will respond immediately. You keep talking, as if he's already approaching and waiting for us." And now, Lich King's subordinates step forward, with Lich King himself coming from behind, full of power. But Soo-hyun remained calm, drew his sword, and prepared for a decisive battle. The Lich King stood there with all his might, and he even smiled with excitement. A fierce gust erupts ahead, spreading through the space, as if it was all planned, and they are facing opponents worthy of their strength. Everyone faces opponents perfectly suited for them. Lohan begins to cast his spell. "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? The prey has come to us on its own." The horned beast appears towering before him, and Lohan charges forward without hesitation, while Ha fiercely swings his sword with determination. This time we will win. His opponent is not someone to be taken lightly either. "Don't get overconfident, brat." Sun faces the skull-headed enemy without a hint of fear. "I will end everything here." King Lich charges forward and delivers a sickle-like blade strike. A cloud of gray smoke rises into the sky. Wang Wu asks the opponent with a serious expression. "So, what's the next plan?" he replied calmly, holding on until Spirit King dies. Vuong Vu now finds himself surrounded on all sides. He speaks about death so casually. If we trade our lives for the head of the Spirit King, wouldn't that be a huge bargain? He was stunned and confused upon hearing this. Suddenly, a strange black hole appeared in the sky from which white skulls burst out like a battlefield. Blood splattering in midair, and the skulls were already pierced through multiple bodies. Thomas suddenly appeared and waved with a bright smile. Duho was stunned for a moment when he saw him right here. Thomas, he couldn't hold back his composure and grabbed his collar. Duho shouted angrily, demanding answers. "Why are you here?" Hearing that, he hesitated. "To get you to that fortress. Do you know how many people have sacrificed themselves?" Duho is now speechless. He is truly blaming Thomas. "You should have gone with Shuhyun. Staying here only leads to death." Duho's hand trembled. At that moment, Thomas suddenly realized something. "Now I understand. Everyone is terrified." Meanwhile, Vuongvu was desperately fighting them off when a blue dragon suddenly lunged and bit him. Duho let go of his hand and shouted, "Send reinforcements over there. We can't hold out any longer. Turn back immediately. If we kill King Lich, we will win. Think about what matters most." And with that, he walked past Thomas. He stood still for a moment after hearing that. Then Thomas reached out and tugged at his shirt. "Duho!" Thomas lowered his head and smiled. "You know I'm really tough, right?" Then he looked up but said nothing, as Thomas's only concern now was the battlefield ahead. Thomas, a wave of mixed emotions suddenly surged within him. "Back then it was hard for me to understand. It felt like you were pushing me to my death. If you have power, you must take responsibility for it. I'm weak and you're fragile, so we have to share the responsibility." He kept moving forward. "But now I understand, it doesn't mean to run away. It means I won't leave you alone." Thomas fearlessly stands before them with courage, because without bravery he couldn't protect his friends. He immediately opens his hand. Thomas swings his hand to unleash his energy. Bright memories suddenly flood his mind. Suun took me home, Akakjun and Yunjong, who welcomed me like family, and Duho, who sometimes felt like my mother. He kept recalling each person one by one. This time, Thomas was determined to step up and take responsibility. "Now you can rely on me." Duho, not wanting to lose his close friend, rushed forward. "Thomas, please don't." But he still stood motionless in place. Thomas is determined to protect his friends, even if it means sacrificing himself. "If it's for everyone, I'll go first this time." He turned back and smiled for the last time. Duho reached out and shouted forward. Thomas, at this moment, has chosen to sacrifice himself, a large amount of blood pouring down from above, forming a maze that traps everyone with no way out. A blazing red dome quickly takes shape. Hek Lam Duho is now lying unconscious on the ground, slowly opening his eyes, his face showing a hint of confusion, but then he quickly sat up in panic. Thomas Vuongvu, sitting nearby, said, "You're noisier than I thought." Vuonghu, he quickly asked everyone what was going on. "Chairman, wake up already. Everyone's worried sick because you're not waking up." He looked around, confused. Why does everyone still look fine? Thomas clearly ran away in a hurry. From afar, a rallying call could be heard. Thomas was still safe and sound, smiling brightly. He raised his index finger and asked with a smile, "Did I do well?" Duho, witnessing this scene, felt moved for a moment, then let out a deep sigh. And Duho raised his index finger to praise Thomas with a happier smile than ever. "You did your best, kid." The building in front of them suddenly gets destroyed. Lohan swooped down from above with decisive slashes, while the horned man looked at him warily. "I thought you were pretty strong too. Isn't that the power of an angel?" Lohan smirked in response. "Hey, don't act like you understand. The horned beast is now unleashing a blazing red orb, a powerful flame rushing straight at him." Lohan quickly sank into the sea of flames, but his angelic side saved him. He stood calmly in place, unharmed. Lohan then scoffed contemptuously. "Do you think you can face me with just that much power?" At this point, the horned beast can no longer underestimate him. "That's interesting. It's the first time I've met a human like you." Its gossiping suddenly flared up. "Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a world where angels and demons fought endlessly. Then one day, the war suddenly ended because I tore apart all the angels. The horned demon's arms started to change. That's what I thought. It seems I missed a leftover, huh? Today, the demon king of hell will eradicate the very roots of your angels." Cho's horned form suddenly transforms into a giant shape. Lohan still stands still without defending himself. A question rises into the air. "Let me ask you something. Are the angels you've met before strong?" The horned demon confidently confirms. "Yes, they're strong. Even I find it difficult to fight the archangels." Lohan looked up and smiled smugly. "Even I, among humans, could not become the strongest," and the horned beast also looked up. It opened its eyes wide, unable to believe what was in front of it. "How could you?" A beam of light descended from the sky above. That light quickly expanded, wielding the power of the Heavenly King. Although I regret it, I must kill you today. Lohan then smiled triumphantly and became the strongest among the angels. The brilliant beam of light rushes straight toward the horned beast, which immediately counteracts the attack. The horned demon immediately releases a blazing red orb as both energies collide in a fierce confrontation. The two energies are fiercely competing, and in the end, the angel's light prevails. The horned beast can't believe what it's witnessing. Don't make me laugh and call myself the Devil King of Hell. Why would I lose to a human? Even now, I still can't believe it. That beam of light swallowed it in an instant, releasing a powerful flash that filled the entire space. After launching the final blow, Lohan stands calmly in place. What about the Demon King? A triumphant smile is on his face, but he's not the strongest either. Lohan then turns around and assesses the situation. The magic power in Black Forest is stable, probably won't need backup right now. Then Lohan looked back at the ruined building. Over there, the fight is still intense. Hakjun is battling fiercely with his opponent. Hakjun grimaced slightly, and the more he blocked, the clearer it became that he couldn't win against the recent attacks. A slash cut across Hakazun's shoulder. Next, he delivers a slash right at his waist. Hakjun fears he can no longer hold on. He temporarily steps back to defend himself, his eyes filled with murderous intent, then raises his sword to block his opponent's fierce strike. Hakjun began to feel he was about to break, and his defenses would reach their limit. At this moment, he decided to go all out, leaving only one option, and his opponent suddenly looked confused. He already looks down on me before we even start. Do you think you can beat me with just those swords? It's useless. You will die at my hands. Hakjun fearlessly swung a blazing sword. Too noisy. Today I will surpass you. Hun's eyes now became sharp and more burning than ever.